Family, I just arrived in the Sun and Moon Empire, and the Reaper Douluo told me that I could only become his disciple if I turned into an evil soul master, so I decisively agreed. When I became his disciple, my golden finger activated, and I received rewards. After that, I went to Shrek Academy, resonated with the Master Sister's soul power, encountered the Golden Crow Saintess Resonance, and fought against Dai Yaoheng. This opening is too thrilling. Let me tell you, the situation is simply outrageous. I had just arrived in the Sun and Moon Empire, and before I could even settle in, someone came to give me an ultimate interrogation. You want to be my disciple? Sure. That voice, even through a big hood, exuded a magnetic aura of a big shot. They'll give you a task. If you're willing to fall into becoming an evil soul master, I will accept you as my direct disciple. Wow. Family, who understands this? Is this opening in hell mode? I, Shuang, a perfectly righteous transmigrator, have to darken myself just to become a disciple? Is there any need to hesitate? Isn't this a direct ticket to VIP from the novice village? I was so happy inside, but I had to maintain a cold facade. I had to keep up the high cold persona. This story has to start from a few days ago. At that time, I was playing chess with my impressive grandfather, the #1 soul master in the continent, Silver Moon Douluo Ding. He asked me, have you really thought it through? Do you want to go to Shrek Academy? I nodded and said I was going to exchange and learn to broaden my horizons. Then he changed the subject. Why do you have to see the Reaper Douluo? I got excited and said, Grandpa, that's the strongest soul master. My idol. Do you understand? My idol. In reality, I was thinking that it was my only way out, the only chance for me to avoid dying old in this world. My grandfather fell silent. He might have thought that my genius grandson was blinded by ambition and wanted to advise me. Shuang, your talent is no worse than mine. I can train you to be one of the best on the continent. You don't need to take that path. I smiled and said, but she's the strongest. The disappointment in my grandfather's eyes was almost overflowing, but there was nothing he could do. I was his beloved grandson. He could only hold his nose and arrange it for me. Thus, I had the opening scene. I met the legendary Reaper Douluo Ye Xishui. She told me to become an evil soul master, and I agreed without blinking. 3 days later, I returned, exuding an aura of bloody malice, and my entire demeanor had changed, transforming from a sunny, handsome guy to a kind of exotic beauty, you know? When Ye Xishui saw me, she nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Let's proceed with the apprenticeship. Without saying a word, I bowed my head and performed the 3 kneelings and 9 prostrations. She directly announced, from today on, you are my only disciple, Ye Xishui. Remember, my other identity is the supreme leader of the Holy Spirit Church. After saying that, she disappeared, leaving behind a pitch black ring. I was pondering what this was when suddenly, my mind went ding. Family. My golden finger that was late by 18 years finally made a sound. Ding. Host assigned in with Reaper Douluo Ye Xishui. System activated. Ding. Reward. God of killing domain. I was stunned. A surge of murderous intent erupted from my body. Even Ye Xishui, who had just walked a short distance away, was startled, her lips twitching. I quickly asked the system, why did you come so late, buddy? The system replied, you need to establish a deep bond with a goddess-level character to sign in, such as master-disciple or husband-wife relationships. I understood. So my apprenticeship was a Bionedget-1 free deal, with an extra cheat attached. I quickly shouted, open the novice gift package. Ding. Congratulations. Host has obtained a chance to extract a 100,000-year soul bone. Ding. Congratulations. Host has obtained a 100,000-year dark, holy dragon, right arm bone. In the next second, my entire right arm was enveloped by a terrifying dark power, and that feeling was simply incredible. The sense of power exploded instantly. With this set of equipment, why would I need to go undercover at Shrek? Oh no, wait, I still have to go. The system said that the sign-in target must be a goddess character that appears in the original work. There are plenty of goddesses in Shrek. A week later, my grandfather personally sent me off, looking quite flashy. With a flash of silver light, we directly landed at the heart of Shrek Academy, Sea God Island. As soon as we landed, an old voice came over. Please enter the Sea God Pavilion for a meeting. My grandfather squinted his eyes. Oh, there's an extreme dog. Entering the Sea God Pavilion, a group of old men stared at us like we were thieves. An old hunchback man walked out, exuding a powerful aura. Dragon God, in, Old Moo. Old Moo asked directly, what does it mean to come uninvited? My grandfather was a man of the occasion and smiled. We have known each other for a long time. I hope to let my useless grandson study in your inner courtyard for a year, if that's possible. Old Mew's brows furrowed so tightly they could crush a fly. Just as he was about to explode, I quickly stepped forward and respectfully bowed. I am Shuang, the disciple of the Dragon God. My master's surname is Yi. Old Mu's pupil shook. You are Xishui's disciple. His voice trembled with excitement. Is she doing well? I smiled slightly. My master is well. Thank you for your concern, Old Mu. At this moment, the atmosphere instantly became harmonious. Old Mu nodded in agreement for me to stay, and my grandfather gave me a knowing glance. With another flash, he disappeared, hiding his accomplishments and fame. Old Mu sighed, probably impressed by my grandfather's spatial soul guide, and casually handed me over to an old lady named Lin Huichuan to arrange things for me. As a result, this old lady Lin directly took me to the dormitory building for girls in the inner courtyard and called out a beauty. Let me tell you, when that beauty came out, I was stunned. Long, straight black hair down to her waist, a gentle and serene temperament, simply stunning. The master sister of Shrek's inner courtyard, Zhang Lexuan. The more outrageous part was yet to come. When we locked eyes, wow, it was like a jolt of electricity. Our soul powers resonated directly. Zhang Lexuan was dumbfounded and said to old Lin, my soul power trembled when I saw him. I was speechless. I didn't resonate with my grandfather, who has the same martial soul, but I resonated with her. A stranger? What is this called? This is called fate, you understand? The end of science is metaphysics. Old Lin was also surprised and asked what my martial soul was. I said, Silver Moon. Now, it was good Zhang Lexuan's martial soul is Moon, and mine is Silver Moon, which is definitely a reserve for martial soul fusion skills. Her gaze towards me instantly changed from vigilance to curiosity and friendliness. After old Lin left, Zhang Lexuan became my temporary tour guide. As we walked on Sea God Island, the rate of head turns was 100%. The first time a male appeared beside the master sister, the inner courtyard guys were all stunned, clearly not used to it. While eating in the cafeteria, I joked, your charm is quite something. Zhang Lexuan smiled and said, you are the second male to sit at the same table with me since I came to Shrek. I understood immediately. How could I not know who the first one was? Asking would be too lacking in emotional intelligence. After finishing the meal, I directly proposed a request. I want to get a preview of my future opponent. Zhang Lexuan was taken aback for a moment and then nodded. No problem. It'll take you to find him. She took me to find the eldest son of the White Tiger Duke, Dai Yaoheng. He looked like a very proud guy. When Zhang Lexuan introduced me as someone from the Sun and Moon Empire here for exchanges and wanted to spar a bit, his gaze instantly sharpened. He extended his hand. Dai Yaoheng, level 61 Assault System Battle Soul Emperor. I also extended my hand. Shuang, level 6 Soulmaster. As we shook hands, he tried to assert his dominance, applying extra strength. Hey, didn't he know that my right arm is 100,000-year soul bone? When I exerted a little force, his face turned pale. When we arrived at the battle arena, a more dramatic scene unfolded. There was already a fight happening on the stage, and one of the combatants, a stunning red-haired beauty, was engulfed in flames. The moment I saw her, my mind went buzz again. Another resonance. I was dumbfounded. Another one. Is my martial soul a universal socket? Do I resonate with every beauty I see? This red-haired beauty, no need to guess, must be Ma Xiaotao's sister, the Golden Crow Saintess, Wu Ming. Wu Ming sensed it too. She immediately conceded in the arena, infuriating her opponent. Then she jumped off the stage in a few steps and rushed directly to me, grinning and asking, hey handsome, shall we get acquainted? She grabbed my hand and wouldn't let go, making me extremely awkward. Zhang Lexuan quickly came over to defuse the situation, saying I was there to fight Dai Yaoheng. Seizing the opportunity, I jumped onto the battle arena and shouted back at Zhang Lexuan, help me set up a bet, only taking bets on my loss, with a 1-10 odds if I lose, it'll pay double. Dai Yaoheng's face darkened across from me. Didn't my words clearly imply that he was bound to lose? A soul power shield rose, and he directly manifested his martial soul, transforming into the White Tiger. He unleashed 3 enhancement soul skills right off the bat, exuding a fierce aura. I also revealed my martial soul, causing a silver moon to rise behind me, with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black soul rings, an identical configuration. When he launched a White Tiger's fierce light wave at me, I casually used Moon Shadow to counter it. His light wave was indeed powerful, but when hit by my second soul skill, Moonlight, it was completely dissipated. After testing the waters, he charged straight at me, wanting to engage in close combat. Are you kidding? Close combat with me? My right hand is 100,000-year soul bone. I directly condensed a silver moon blade with the power of Moonlight, and we clashed. When he swiped at me with a claw, aiming to exchange injuries, my blade sliced through his skin. He was shocked, not expecting my attack to break through his defenses even with triple enhancements. Panicking, he activated his ultimate move, White Tiger Annihilation Strike. A golden light erupted around him. Just as his claw was about to grab me, a layer of shield illuminated around me, blocking him directly. I laughed. Did you forget? I'm also a soul engineer. I pulled out a silver-white longsword, my own crafted level 7 soul tool, the Wangshu sword. With a move, Silver Moon Divine Light Eye. With a slash, I activated my 5th soul skill, Moon Flash, and instantly disappeared. Dai Yaoheng indeed has some skills. He faced my sword attack head-on and countered with a white tiger destruction strike aimed at where I vanished. Unfortunately, he calculated my first layer but didn't account for my second layer. With a flash from the ring on my waist, I teleported directly behind him. The cold blade of the Wangshu sword lightly rested against his neck. You lost. You lost. When those 2 words slipped from my lips, it was as if I was speaking casually. This guy's battle tactics had been completely grasped by me. This is what it means to strike down from a higher dimension. I jumped down from the soul fighting arena, and those people were still standing there in a daze. I went straight to Zhang Lexuan and asked, "How's it going, sis? What did you harvest?" Zhang Lexuan looked at me with a complicated expression, and after a long pause, she said, 670,000 gold soul coins. Wow, that's not a small amount. Let me tell you, those people in the inner courtyard are really wealthy, especially that descendant of the original Shrek 7 monsters, named Ma Xiaotao, who bet 300,000 gold soul coins against me. Right now, she's squatting on the ground drawing circles, probably regretting it deeply. She shot a fierce glare at Dai Yaoheng on the stage, who shivered and had a bitter smile on his face. It was quite a sight. In the end, Ma Xiaotao didn't go to settle scores with Dai Yaoheng. Instead, she came straight for me, her eyes almost spitting fire. "Hey, how about we have a match? I'm the reserve captain of this generation of Shrek 7 monsters. Oh, are you coming to deliver your head?" I was amused. I pulled my pile of gold soul coins over from Zhang Lexuan and raised my eyebrows at Ma Xiaotao. "We can fight, but it wouldn't be interesting without some stakes." After saying that, I turned to Zhang Lexuan and shouted, "Sis, keep the betting open. The rules remain the same, only accepting bets against my loss, odds 1 to 1. All bets welcome." Ma Xiaotao's face instantly turned cold. She seemed to understand the frustration Dai Yaoheng felt earlier, thinking I looked down on her. Zhang Lexuan was a bit worried and quietly asked me, "Are you playing so big? Can you afford to gamble?" Ma Xiaotao is not someone Dai Yaoheng can compare to. I smiled without speaking, and with a swipe of my hand across my chest, I pulled out a golden metal piece as thin as a cicada's wing. Let me tell you, when that thing was revealed, the entire venue gasped in surprise. A level 9 soul guidance device, blessed by the red dust. The proud masterpiece of the leader of the Mingdu Hall, Jing Hongqin. I shook the treasure in my hand, and with several level 8 and level 9 soul guidance device design blueprints on me, I bet you Shrek would be very interested in these, right? I'm not afraid of them coming to rob me at all. Just kidding. My teacher has enough old stories with your dragon god, Douluo to protect my life. Besides, if they really dare to touch me, the Sun Moon Empire would find an excuse to go to war in no time. With my teacher, the Death God Douluo, plus the Silver Moon Douluo and the Dragon Emperor Douluo, the 3 major powerhouses coming together, how could Shrek handle that? Zhang Lexuan's eyes widened, and she struggled to speak. "Oh, you take this as a bet?" "The item is indeed good," I smiled, "but the problem is, can you, Shrek, offer something of equal value to bet with me?" Zhang Lexuan was still there, biting her teeth in a dilemma, when suddenly a powerful voice rang out. "I bet you a design blueprint for a 9th level soul guide with 3 pieces of 10,000-year soul bones, plus that red dust protection you have on you." A tall, muscular man walked in with a head of steel-like white hair, exuding a strong aura. I thought for a moment, oh, isn't this the vice president of the soul guide department, the Iron Tower, Doa Duo? I shook my head and said, "Senior, your calculations are too loud. 3 pieces of 10,000-year soul bones are worth less than half of my 9th level soul guide, right?" Duoduo's face instantly dropped. His stingy personality is well known. Seeing his expression, I took the initiative to offer him a way out. "However, if you really want to gamble, I can use an 8th level blueprint to play with those 3 soul bones." He wasn't happy about it, and said that an 8th level blueprint is worth less than 1/10 of a 9th level one. I shot back directly. "Are those 3 pieces of 10,000-year soul bones even worth 1/10 of a 100,000-year soul bone combined?" Goodness. This old man was about to explode on the spot, and even threatened me, saying that Shrek could produce a 100,000-year soul bone, but I couldn't take it away. I directly brought up the relationship between my teacher and the Dragon God Douluo, and he was stunned. Just then, an even more imposing old lady walked in, glared at Duo, and told him to shut up. The surrounding students respectfully called her Elder Song, and I thought to myself, great, the Eagle Douluo has also arrived. This old lady is truly the one who can make decisions. She stared at me and asked, "Do you really think you can win against Ma Xiaotao?" I glanced at Dai Yaoheng, who was still doubting life, and said, "If your Shrek's Soul Emperor is at this level, then I still have some confidence." Old Song didn't waste any time and directly conveyed Mu Lao's message. Mu Lao said, "But a 10,000-year soul bone, your worldly protection, plus 3 blueprints for 9th level soul guiding devices." I pretended to hesitate for a moment, saying that the protection from the mortal world was fine, but I only had 2 level 9 blueprints on me. Would it be okay to replace one with 5 level 8 ones? Next to me, Duo was getting anxious and was about to say that we were a loss, but Old Song shouted him back into silence. Old Song looked at me deeply and nodded. "I accept this bet." Duo was completely confused, even when I jumped onto the stage. He was still whispering to Old Song, saying it wasn't fair. As a result, Old Song scolded him. "Have you fallen into a money pit? Do you think Xiaotao would lose to a soul master from the Sun and Moon Empire? With your mindset, it's no wonder you can't compare to Yin Xiaojia." Duo left in disgrace. Who would understand? It turned out that Old Song was his mother-in-law, and this maneuver left me baffled. On the soul fighting platform, the protective shield rose. I introduced myself along with Ma Xiaotao. She had a cold expression, as if someone owed her money. I didn't waste any words. As soon as the soul power shield closed, I activated my martial soul, Blood Moon. The silver moon behind me instantly turned blood red, and the momentum surged. Ma Xiaotao's eyes narrowed, and without saying a word, she unleashed a full-screen ultimate move, Phoenix Meteor Shower. The fireballs fell like dumplings, and the temperature on the soul fighting platform was almost hot enough to roast meat. What about me? I just stood still, not moving at all. I directly activated the shield of the red dust blessing, braving the rain of fire, and even took out a milk bottle from my pocket, leisurely sucking it to regain soul power. This operation is all about contrast, leaving the opponents completely baffled. When Ma Xiaotao saw that her ultimate move was ineffective, she transformed into a streak of fire and charged over. I easily dodged with a month flash and countered with a silver moon divine light slash. When the skills collided, there was a loud bang and dust rose everywhere. Now's the time. The blood-red light behind me surged, and the brilliance of the 6th soul ring shone to its peak. Scarlet Moon. I raised the corner of my mouth and directly shattered the 6th spirit ring, together with my blood moon martial soul. It transformed into a devastating red light that smashed down. This move is my ultimate skill, and at the cost of a 50,000 year spirit ring and the destruction of my martial soul, the power unleashed is something I tell you. Even Contra would have to kneel. Crack. With a crisp sound, the protective shield of the soul fighting platform shattered like glass. Old Song acted quickly. A flash of blue light swept by, blocking the terrifying energy aftermath. As the dust settled, she looked at me, pale, and collapsed on the ground, and at the other side, Ma Xiaotao, who was left in a sorry state by the shockwave, and announced, "This battle, Ma Xiaotao lost." I propped myself up to stand, looking around at the astonished Shrek Academy students, feeling incredibly pleased. I won, not just against Ma Xiaotao, but also for the reputation of Shrek Academy. Under the Divine Eagle's crown. Since I won, what about the soul bone? I hadn't forgotten the main matter. Old Song sighed and tossed me a golden soul bone. I took a look and was stunned. It was the right arm bone of a 100,000-year dark golden terraclaw bear. Shrek's ambition is truly great. They can afford to lose. After stepping down from the stage, I collected all the bets, over 1 million gold soul coins, rare treasures, all in one go. Zhang Lexuan helped me, injured as I was, and we headed toward Sea God Pavilion again. Once we entered, I was dumbfounded. Besides old Mu, all the elders of Sea God Pavilion had gathered, filling the room like a courtroom. An old man named Elder Shuang, a life Douluo, came over to check on me and found that I was perfectly fine. The backlash from my shattered martial soul had no effect on me at all. He mumbled something about recovering himself and sat back down. Then, the most disheveled-looking old man, Elder Xian, a gluttonous Douluo, smiled and spoke. "Kid, what's your asking price for the design blueprint of your 9th level soul guide?" "Here it comes, the banquet of the Hongmen." "Of course, I'm not selling it." I directly pulled out the flag of the Empire of the Sun and Moon and said this is a state secret. This old man Xian is really shameless. When soft tactics don't work, he resorts to hard threats and starts threatening me. Can I indulge him? I directly took out a stack of so-called level 9 soul guide design drawings and, in front of everyone, summoned a puff of black gas from my palm, which corroded them completely with a sizzling sound. A female Douluo got anxious on the spot, unleashed her soul power, and directly blasted me against the wall, causing me to faint immediately. When I was rescued by Elder Zhuang and slowly opened my eyes, I looked at these frantic old guys and sneered. Of course I know what I destroyed, just 2 pieces of useless paper my grandpa could draw in 2 days. Who understands in that moment? The air in the sea god pavilion froze. The expressions on these old guys' faces were more colorful than a palette. In the end, they had no choice but to let an elder Lin step in to smooth things over, giving me a top VIP card for the treasure pavilion as compensation. I accepted it and strode out of the sea god pavilion amidst their complex gazes. Zhang Lexuan took me to the inner courtyard dormitory and left after registering. I watched her back and pouted. It seemed this woman was not going to be easy to deal with. Sigh. The women in the inner courtyard are all difficult to handle, and the outer courtyard ones are too few. It's really a headache. I entered the dormitory, which was about 60 to 70 square meters, and the conditions were quite good. I took out bedding from my storage soul guide and laid it out, then directly laid down on the bed. I didn't wake up until noon the next day, leaning by the window to bask in the sun while playing with the right arm bone of a 10,000-year dark gold terror claw bear. This thing is quite a good item, but I don't plan to absorb it for now. I'll keep it for the time being in case I can exchange it for something more useful later. Let me tell you, the 2 newcomers had an incredible fight. On one side was Xiao, and when her 3 lives town soul-destroying cauldron came out, wow, it transformed into 3, all dark and hanging above her like 3 little gas canisters, maintaining a steady presence. On the other side was Wang Dong'er, who was even more heavyweight. When his pair of bright goddess butterfly wings unfolded, the entire arena looked like it had a beauty filter applied, with blue light and purple aura, bling bling, simply magnificent. Shuang, who was watching from the side, was nearly mesmerized, muttering about the continent's most beautiful martial soul. But the next moment, he suddenly shivered as if electrocuted. Family, who understands? He resonated with someone's soul power. This time it was with Wang Dong'er. I was puzzled. Shuang's martial soul had nothing to do with Wang Dong'er's. How could they resonate? What kind of universal socket is this? On the stage, Wang Dong'er didn't care about that. With a flap of his wings, he rushed forward. The edges of his wings lit up with a circle of golden light, looking sharp as if equipped with LED lights. He held his wings like 2 large guillotines and slashed down toward Xiao's 3 cauldrons. Xiao didn't back down either. Her soul ring lit up, ready for a head-on clash. With a loud bang, the air rippled like water. Guess what happened next? Wang Dong'er was sent flying by the backlash, but he reacted quickly, executing an elegant turn in midair and flapping his wings to fly directly above Xiao's head. His second soul ring lit up, a purple one, a 1,000-year soul skill. The pressure was so intense that I felt it from afar. Seeing the situation was dire, Xiao quickly combined the 3 cauldrons into 1 giant cauldron, preparing to withstand the blow. Wang Dong'er shouted butterfly god as light from the sky, and the golden light spots on his wings fell like rain, crashing down. Xiao's cauldron began to shake violently, trying to deflect the attack. But let me tell you, the most impressive move came next. When Wang Dong's light spots hit the cauldron, they exploded with a bang, triggering Xiao's own shockwave power, working in tandem to blast the giant cauldron away. Wang Dong landed lightly and looked at Xiao. You lost. Xiao pouted. Losing was one thing, but her little eyes were fixed on Wang Dong, clearly enamored by his display of skill. Just then, Shuang walked over, clapping his hands, with a smile that was inscrutable. He looked at Wang Dong and said leisurely, "Bright goddess butterfly, the continent's most beautiful martial soul, if I remember correctly, isn't this supposed to appear only on female soul masters?" Wang Dong, care to explain? You. Wang Dong was instantly petrified, his eyes wide as saucers. He didn't even know this setting existed. Beside him, Xiao's mouth dropped open, capable of holding an egg. She looked at Shuang, then at Wang Dong, her brain almost overheating. If what Shuang said was true then, she had just been defeated by a girl, and was even impressed. Shuang didn't give them time to react, and directly tossed the soul guide, called Moon's Guardian, which Wang Dong had just won, to him, announcing, "After class, come with me to the academic office to change your records, and then move to the girls' dormitory." Wang Dong lowered his head, looking as aggrieved as a little wife, quietly saying he understood. Shuang turned to the 2 and said, "All right, you can go back now. Call Yueheng over." When Yueheng came over alone, Shuang saw him wearing the Moon's Guardian, and he understood clearly. This kid, oh no, this girl, had immediately gifted the spoils to her crush. Shuang had Yueheng sit down and got straight to the point. "I've studied your records. But there's one thing I'm very curious about." As soon as he said this, Yueheng's heart skipped a beat, fearing that the matter of the heavenly dream ice silkworm might be exposed. Lin Shuang continued. I fuse with a piece of mental soul bone and can sense mental fluctuations. In your mental ocean, I felt a mental power stronger than that of a limit Douluo. Hu Yuehao instantly froze, cold sweat breaking out. But Lin Shuang waved his hand. Don't be nervous, there's no one around. The teachers from Shrek won't notice. I just want to ask you, do you want to be my disciple? With me, and that person in your head helping you, your future is limitless. Hu Yuehao hesitated for a moment, but shook his head. Sorry, Teacher Lin, I'm a student of Shrek and also a disciple of Tang sect. You come from the Sun Moon Empire, I can't become your disciple. That's fine. Lin Shuang smiled like a big bad wolf, because Shrek won't help you take revenge. But I can. As soon as these words were spoken, Hu Yuehao nearly jumped out of his chair, forcing himself to say, What do you mean, Teacher Lin? I'll leave first. Lin Shuang didn't stop him, simply saying, If you change your mind, come find me anytime. After saying that, he left, leaving Hu Yuehao standing there, looking utterly confused. Back in the classroom, Lin Shuang announced another matter, saying that even those whose soul power had reached the Great Soulmaster level would also receive rewards, organizing a 3-person team competition, with the winning team each receiving a custom-made Level 3 soul guide. The students below erupted in excitement, chanting long live Teacher Lin. I understood clearly, this guy was testing, comparing the bonds he had formed this year with the years of feelings at Shrek, to see which was more important. After the announcement, he called out Wang Dong's name. You, come with me. Wang Dong, or rather now should be called Wang Dong'er, reluctantly followed, looking back 3 times at the door, probably worried that the idiot Hu Yuehao would be bullied without her protection. Arriving at the academic office, Lin Shuang explained the situation to Director Duel, who was left speechless. So you're saying, for a month, none of those teachers, including Zhou Yi, noticed? Lin Shuang shrugged. Who knew what those monster teachers were thinking? Director Du didn't dwell on it and directly asked Lin Shuang to find a female dormitory for Wang Dong'er to move into. Lin Shuang looked at the roster and, wow, Xiao Zhao's roommate had just been expelled. What a coincidence. Wang Dong'er obediently filled out the form, writing down her name as Wang Dong'er. After receiving the new dormitory key, the old one was taken back, and the young girl immediately became unhappy. As soon as she left the office, Lin Shuang saw her expression and deliberately teased her. What's wrong? Unhappy. But it seems you can't do anything to me. You jerk. This statement directly triggered her. Wang Dong'er's eyes turned red, and she sat on the ground hugging her legs and cried. Family, who understands? Just moments ago, she was publicly humiliated, and now she had to move to the girls' dormitory. The little girl completely broke down. Lin Shuang also felt troubled and could only squat down to comfort her. All right. I bullied you, okay? So what do you want? Wang Dong'er wiped her tears and looked up at him. I want to duel with you. The loser has to agree to one condition from the other. Lin Shuang heard this and laughed. Are you sure? That's not fair. Wang Dong'er, furious, summoned her martial soul, her wings lighting up as she charged at him. However, Lin Shuang didn't even move. He pulled out a metal ball from his pocket, infused it with soul power, and threw it at Wang Dong'er. The ball transformed into a large net mid-air, and Wang Dong'er didn't take time to dodge. Crashing right into it, her martial soul forcibly repressed back into her body, falling from the sky with a thud. Lin Shuang walked over, cutting the net with a sword called Wang Shu, and casually explained, a disposable level 5 soul guide, soul restraining net, can control anything below soul zone level. Wang Dong'er was rolling on the ground in anger. You used a soul guide to bully me. No soul guide allowed. Let us fight again. Are you sure? Lin Shuang's smile became even more sinister. Wang Dong'er nodded vigorously. Zula. All right then. Wang Dong'er made another move, still using butterfly goddess light. This time, Lin Shuang didn't even raise an eyelid. He simply lifted his right hand and called out, darkness control. In an instant, the sky turned dark, and a thick wave of dark energy surged forward, extinguishing Wang Dong'er's faint golden light like a small flame. She was completely enveloped by the dark energy. It seems you've lost again, Lin Shuang said with a smile. Wang Dong'er was stunned. You have a twin martial soul? Lin Shuang shook her arm. It's just a fused soul bone. Willing to bet? Willing to lose? Wang Dong'er pouted, unwilling but had to admit. Speak, what are the conditions? Lin Shuang thought for a moment, looking at her seriously. Never become my enemy. Hearing this, Wang Dong'er breathed a sigh of relief. What kind of condition was that? She agreed on the spot. After sending Wang Dong'er away, Lin Shuang strolled towards the sea god lake, only to encounter a woman by the lake, Ma Xiaotao. She was a prominent figure in the inner courtyard, known as the evil fire phoenix, with a fiery temper. She was actually waiting specifically for Lin Shuang. Without beating around the bush, Ma Xiaotao directly asked if he could make a level 7 soul guide to suppress the evil fire within her. The price she offered was high, in addition to the 2 level 6 soul guides previously promised. She would also include any treasure from the second floor of the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. Hearing this, Shuang became excited and started to bargain. Wanted to add 1 more treasure, making it 3. However, Ma Xiaotao outright refused, stating that 1 was already the limit. Shuang had no choice but to lay it all out, saying he couldn't create a soul guide specifically for suppressing the evil fire, as it required long-term research on her martial soul. However, he then shifted his tone, saying that although he didn't have a cure, he had a level 9 soul guide that could help suppress it, as long as she paid a certain price. You have another level 9 soul guide? Ma Xiaotao's eyes widened. This was a strategic level weapon, and Shuang actually had 2? Shuang secretly delighted in his heart. The one he had, called the 7 emotions and 6 desires zither, could indeed suppress the evil fire, but it could also provoke desires, making it a double-edged sword. He looked at Ma Xiaotao's fiery figure and started to get a bit unruly, rather than using a soul guide. I prefer to help you release that fire with my body. I think it's necessary to make you aware of your situation. Ma Xiaotao exploded on the spot. She thought Shuang, with a shattered martial soul, was an easy target and was ready to attack. Shuang was even more excited. Another fight? If you win, the level 9 soul guide is yours for free. If you lose, I'll kill you first. Ma Xiaotao's evil phoenix martial soul manifested, and she charged at him directly. Shuang chuckled, spreading his arms as black and white energies flowed around him, instantly unfolding a domain called the Holy Demon Field, enveloping Ma Xiaotao within it. Inside, Ma Xiaotao felt her strength suppressed by more than half and was stunned. What quality of soul bone did this guy have? Just then, a gentle light broke through Shuang's domain, and a voice said, "Young friend, let's stop here." Yin Shaw's, Ma Xiaotao's teacher and the dean of the martial soul department, had arrived. Shuang sneered and directly retorted, "Dean Yin, your student was about to attack me, an injured person. I was just forced to retaliate." When Yin Sha saw his student in trouble again, a glimmer of killing intent flashed in his eyes, but quickly concealed it. He knew that Shrek's next competition was in jeopardy. He both feared and needed Shuang. Then, let me tell you, this old man has a thicker skin than a city wall. To win Shuang over, he immediately tried to establish a connection, saying that Shuang's teacher was an old friend of his, insisting on calling Shuang his brother. "Junior brother," he said earnestly, "Xiaotao can be considered your niece. You can't just stand by and do nothing about her martial soul's problem, right?" Ma Xiaotao's face turned green with anger beside him, but couldn't erupt. Shuang was also helpless, just as he was about to say that this matter was not that simple. An even older, more authoritative voice suddenly echoed in their minds. "You 3, come to me." The faces of the 3 changed simultaneously. This voice belonged to Shrek Academy's anchor, the living legend, the Dragon God Douluo. Following Yin Shaw's, the 3 flew to the outer courtyard dormitory building, where they saw an ordinary old man lying in a chair. The 3 quickly bowed. The old man slowly opened his eyes, his gaze directly locking onto Shuang, nodding slightly, and uttered a sentence that made both Yin Shaw's and Ma Xiaotao's hearts tremble. "Very good talent. Let me tell you." Just these 6 words almost left Yin Shaozhen next to me dumbfounded. You have to know that this Dean Yin is a top-tier powerhouse himself, a level 95 Super Douluo, capable of chasing 2 opponents of the same level by himself, with a terrifyingly high talent. In his lifetime, he has only heard this old man praise talent twice, including himself. Now I, Shuang, have become the 3rd. This old man, Mu Un, has an incredibly strong aura. He slowly leaned on his chair, trying to stand up. His back bent like a 90-degree angle, clearly indicating a serious problem with his body. But when he spoke, that sense of oppression was simply overwhelming. He said, "You brat, without any drugs, your talent is still so exceptional, and you are also a level 6 soul engineer. TSK, even when I was young, I would have had any advantage over you. Goodness, this praise is so high that it makes me a bit anxious. Is he flattering me? Or does he want to kill me?" My heart was pounding. Immediately after, he changed his tone and said softly, "You should be aware of your teacher's identity." My heart skipped a beat, and the hair on my body stood on end. He really knows, but I still had to put on a front, innocently replying, "Yeah, I'm curious too." My teacher's martial soul, like that of the bright Phoenix Douluo, is also a bright phoenix. I was taking a gamble, hoping that he would spare me, considering my teacher's reputation, and not go all out against me, the future #1 enemy of Shrek. After all, Everyone in Shrek, from old to young, is notoriously shameless. So I had to be cautious. Sure enough, Mu In and Yin Xiaozhe were visibly shocked, their expressions as if they had seen a ghost. Mu In remained silent for a long time, finally sighed, and said, "Well," before slowly raising his hand. I tell you, at that moment, cold sweat poured down my entire body. My palms were all wet. This is extreme Douluo, a being who has 1 foot in the realm of gods. If he wanted to kill me, it would be no different from crushing an ant. I didn't even dare to entertain the thought of resisting, just freezing in place. And guess what happened? A flash of light appeared in his hand, and what he pulled out was not a killing move, but a soul bone. A 100,000-year soul bone radiating pure light power. Originally, this was meant for my great-grandson, Mu In slowly said. But as long as you help Xiaotao get rid of the evil fire in her body, for the sake of your teacher, Xishui, this soul bone will be yours. I first let out a huge sigh of relief, almost collapsing on the spot, then quickly refused. Sorry, Your Majesty. I can only suppress it. I can't go to the root. It's okay. Mian shook his head, his attitude particularly resolute. Even if you can't cure it. For the sake of Xishui, consider this soul bone as a gift from me, your master uncle, to you, who understands the family. 100,000-year soul bone. Given for free. Yin Xiaozhe and Ma Xiaotao beside me were almost green with envy. But can I really accept this? After hesitating for a moment, I still resolutely declined. If you truly want to give it to me as your master uncle, I would accept. But I'm sorry, I come from the Sun Moon Empire. As soon as I said that, the whole room fell silent. My attitude was very clear. From now on, we are enemies, and I can't fall for this sugar-coated shell. If I do, how can I lead my team to flatten your Shrek in the future? Muin looked at me with a very complex expression, and, in the end, he didn't force the issue, waving his hand to let us leave. I gave a salute and flew away without looking back. I knew that after I left, this old man would definitely come up with a big move. To deal with me, a future thorn in his side. He would probably burn himself out to pave the way for Shrek. Back in the dorm, I was still in a daze. The scene earlier had a huge impact. I lay on the bed for quite a while before I managed to suppress that feeling of panic. In the afternoon, I still had to teach those little brats. When I got to the classroom, I tossed the group assignment sheet to Yueheng and asked him to take care of it. Wang Dong'er was probably still in the dorm contemplating life and hadn't come. I called Xiao over, ruffled her hair, and said, "I have good news for you. For the next 3 days of the class competition, you'll be the referee." The little girl pouted, looking at me with an expression that said I was trying to be lazy again. I chuckled and directly took out a small bracelet for her to wear, Moon Void. A level 6 storage and defense soul guide. 3 days worth of salary. Pretty generous, right? Xiao was stunned on the spot, her eyes filled with little stars, looking extremely obedient. After I finished explaining, I pinched her little face and turned to leave. I didn't have time to take care of kids these days. I needed to hurry up and make a soul guide for Ma Xiaotao. However, as soon as I arrived at the inner courtyard and was about to head to the cafeteria, I was stopped again. Well, it was that senior named Wu Ming, the hot-bodied soul saint. She looked at me with a smile and said, "Handsome, remember? When we first met, we had a soul power resonance." I felt a jolt in my heart, a sense of dread. She got straight to the point. "You must be a twin martial soul. My 3-legged golden crow and your silver moon martial soul cannot possibly produce a martial soul fusion skill. So stop pretending." At that moment, I wanted to deny it. But then this girl came at me with a straightforward attack, directly rushing over to hug me. Her face flushed as she whispered in my ear, "No matter what it is, you have to be mine. As long as you try the martial soul fusion technique with me, tonight, I will be yours." Damn, who can handle this? But I still want to keep the twin spirit soul card hidden. However, she was relentless, both angry and anxious, as if I were looking down on her. "Forget it. I have no way out." With a helpless smile, I said, "All right, I'll satisfy you." Behind me, with a loud boom, a sun rose. Wu Ming's eyes instantly brightened. She immediately summoned her 3-legged golden crow spirit, and when our hands touched, the next second, the heavens shook and the earth split. The two spirits fused in an instant, and a gigantic 3-legged golden crow engulfed in golden flames appeared in the sky. That fire, let me tell you, directly boiled a large area of the water in the sea god lake. The sky was filled with steam. Ultimate fire. Both Wu Ming and I were stunned. Our spirit fusion technique actually produced something legendary, like ultimate fire. Wu Ming was so excited that she threw herself into my arms, hugging and kissing me, pulling me and shouting, "Let's go. Shrek Hotel." Before I could react, a blue divine dragon descended from the sky. and the serious-faced Dean Ling'er from the Soul Guidance Department appeared. Great, we messed up and got caught red-handed. We were taken to the Sea God Pavilion, where a group of old men were present, and Moon's avatar was sitting at the main seat. Wu Ming was quite calm and directly mentioned the matter of us creating the ultimate fire. The way those old-timers looked at me was as if they were staring at a monster. Surprisingly, Moon waved his hand and let us go just like that. He simply said, "Don't deliberately target him. We are Shrek." I was completely taken aback by this operation. Wu Ming also looked confused, but her mind was occupied with one thing. She dragged me straight to Shrek City and booked a couple suite. As for what happened next, you know how it goes. The key point is, just when we were in the middle of that, a notification sounded in my head. The system prompt arrived. Congratulations to the host for signing in with Wu Ming. Reward. Heart of the Sun. Does anyone understand this? I was so excited at the time. It turns out signing in could be this fun. This excitement. Cough, cough, made things a bit awkward. Fortunately, Wu Ming was quite considerate and comforted me, saying that it was like this for everyone as first time. I thought to myself, sister, you've misunderstood, but I couldn't explain verbally, so I could only prove myself through actions. After we were done, I looked at the diamond-shaped crystal called Heart of the Sun in my storage soul guide and felt like I had discovered a new world. This thing had terrifying energy. Definitely a big weapon. The next day, while Wu Ming was still sleeping, what was I doing during my sage time? Building my career. I took out my precious carving knife, the crescent moon, and a pile of rare metals, starting to forge that level 6 soul guide Fire Phoenix sword from Ma Xiaotao. After a flurry of operations, a fiery red longsword was freshly made. After completing my promise, I glanced back at Wu Ming on the bed. Sigh. I couldn't just take advantage of her, right? So I took out a piece of even more precious rare metal, preparing to forge her a top-tier level 7 soul guide. This thing required quite a bit of technical skill. Let me tell you, just finding materials was tough enough, not to mention having to make it myself. Just as I was setting up my tools, Wu Ming, having finished her porridge, blushed and sneaked over. She stole a glance at me, then quickly dropped a small box on the table. The action was quick and shy, like a thief. Then she buried her head lower than an ostrich and said in a mosquito-like voice, I bought the biggest size. Let's go back to school tomorrow. I was stunned for a moment. My brain short-circuited for 0.1 seconds. Wow, I thought, is this girl openly provoking me? Can I really tolerate this? I finished the porridge in my bowl in one gulp, casually wiped my mouth with a tissue, and without saying a word, I picked her up horizontally and tossed her on the bed, then grabbed that small box and pounced on her. After a bit of struggle, I tell you, it was incredibly refreshing. I glanced at the battlefield, and wow, the situation was intense. Wu Ming was sitting up, leaning against the headboard, with a resentful look in her eyes, giving me a glare as if to say I was too much just now. I smiled and kissed her, saying, all right, you can take a break now. Then I returned to the table and got back to work. The rare metal I pulled out is on a completely different level from the core I had yesterday. It's just about the size of my palm, and if I were to sell it outside, wouldn't go for less than 100,000 gold soul coins. It's enough to make an 8th level soul guiding device. I directly used the power of the soul bone, and the dark elements surged out, quickly shaping the metal into the form of a handle, complete with a flashy golden crow design on it. This is called custom made. Once the handle was done, I stuffed the core I made yesterday into it, using the dark elements as glue to seal it perfectly. Next, my crescent moon dagger made its appearance, and I began to carve frantically on it. This time, I engraved a 7th level conduction array with one goal, to extract 200% of the core's power. This thing can be upgraded in the future. When I become an 8th level soul master and redo the core, it will be an 8th level soul guiding device, focusing on sustainable development. After finishing the array, my soul power was almost depleted. No choice, I pulled out my ancestral milk bottle and started replenishing my soul power. Wu Ming, watching me with the milk bottle, couldn't hold back and burst out laughing, shaking with laughter. I could only roll my eyes. Who understands family? The 6th level milk bottle replenishes soul power quickly. What's there to laugh about? Once my soul power was full, I continued pulling out my tools. I found a frozen tendon that looked extraordinary, at least taken from a 10,000-year soul beast. There was also a big box, and when I opened it, wow, it was full of shiny scales. Let me tell you, this tendon is from a 50,000-year azure flame python, soaked in various herbs by an 8th level soul master, incredibly tough. As for the scales, they are from a 60,000-year fire-type soul beast, all top-notch goods given to my grandfather by others. And in the end, they all came to me at a bargain. I won't be polite either. With a roll of dark elements, I melted all those scales and evenly spread them over the snake tendon. But that's not enough. I took out a piece of rare metal, melted it, and added another layer to create a sandwich structure. Now, the main body of the whip is both hard and tough. Next comes the most tiring task, engraving a formation on the whip body. And it has to be a large one. This time, what I'm making for Wu Ming must be a combat-type soul guide of level 7. I not only want to enhance it, but I also want to force a soul skill into it. This is the hallmark of top-tier equipment. I was completely drained of soul power, so I grabbed the milk bottle without even blinking, pouring all my energy into my hands. I continued to carve 3 level 7 soul guiding formations before finally stopping. In the end, I welded the whip body and handle together with melted rare metal. Once I finished all this, I let out a sigh of relief, and just as I was about to stand up, everything went dark in front of me, and I fell straight back, landing perfectly on the bed. Wu Ming was startled and quickly supported me, asking if I was okay. I didn't even have the strength to speak, so I waved my hand. I'm fine, just need to sleep, and it'll be good. As soon as I finished speaking, I completely passed out. When I woke up again, it was already bright outside. I glanced at Wu Ming, who was sleeping soundly next to me, and then looked at the 2 brand new small boxes by the pillow. I couldn't help but twitch my mouth and silently put them into my storage space. This little girl, I was exhausted like a dog yesterday, and she, on the other hand, went out for dinner and came back with 2 more boxes, even poking holes in everything inside with a needle. Did she think I wouldn't know? I scanned it with my mental power and understood everything. She really is a little rascal. I recovered quickly, got up, changed my clothes, and picked up the masterpiece I finished yesterday. It was a long whip, almost 3 meters long without counting the handle. I casually swung it a couple of times, and wow, the sound of it cutting through the air was like thunder. At that moment, Wu Ming also woke up, rubbing his sleepy eyes, and asked me, "Are you going to do it again?" I prepared everything yesterday. I shot her an annoyed glance and said, "Get up quickly. Doing this every day will wear out even a strong back." She sat up, still not giving up. "What's wrong? Can't you handle it?" I'm speechless, saying, "Hurry back to the academy. Those old men have probably finished discussing, and it's time for serious business." We checked out of the hotel, had breakfast, and flew back to the academy directly. The patrolling cadets at the entrance wanted to come up and question us at first. But when they saw Wu wearing the red uniform of the inner courtyard, they immediately turned around and pretended not to see us, showing good sense. I suggested to Wu Ming, "Let's go to the inner courtyard first. I made you a level 7 soul guide yesterday. Let's go to the fighting spirit arena and test its power." Level 7. She was directly shocked. She thought I would only make her a level 6 at most. I smiled proudly and said, "Of course, it's a top-tier level 7 configuration, and it even comes with a soul skill." I briefly explained to her how the 5 formations of this whip interact and how to maximize its power. She bit her lip and asked with sparkling eyes, "Is it really? For me?" Obviously, this is a treasure that can't be bought even for 1,000,000 gold soul coins. I patted my chest and said, "Of course, didn't you see that I finished it in just 1 day? It's a piece of cake for me." Wu Ming excitedly rushed over to hug me, almost suffocating me. I quickly handed her the whip and said, "It doesn't have a name yet, you come up with one." After thinking for a moment, she said, "Let's call it the Golden Crow Whip." Then, she suddenly showed a mischievous smile and looked at me, saying, "You didn't satisfy me this morning. How about this? Later, you and I will have a match, and if I lose, you could do whatever you want with me for the whole night. Whatever I want." My eyes lit up, and 1,000 images flashed through my mind. However, she smiled even more wickedly, "But if you lose, you'll have to let me do whatever I want for a night too." Deal. I agreed on the spot. Come on, a newly promoted soul sage. Even with my artifact, could she really turn things around? With my trump card, under the Contra, I was invincible. When we arrived at the inner courtyard's battle arena, the moment we showed up, we instantly became the center of attention. After all, the news about our martial soul fusion skill had spread, and a student exchange from the Sun Moon Empire teaming up with the inner court's top girl was juicy enough for them to talk about for a year. We directly cut in line to the soul fighting platform, and the soul power shield rose. In the crowd, an old man appeared out of nowhere, smiling at us. As soon as the people below saw him, they quickly bowed and said, "Greetings, Elder Shuang." Goodness, the elder from Sea God Pavilion. Even the life Douluo came to watch the show. On the stage, Wu Ming swung the Golden Crow whip and provocatively said to me, "Be careful. Don't get hurt by me." I retorted, "Just give it a try and you'll find out." As I spoke, I put on a silver-white bracelet on my wrist, a level 7 soul power amplifier. The moment the shield completely closed, I activated the bracelet. With a loud bang, my soul power instantly soared to the soul saint level. Then, the Silver Moon martial soul was unleashed. Wu Ming was completely stunned. "How is this possible? Didn't your martial soul shatter?" I just smiled, too lazy to explain. and raised my hand to unleash a silver moon divine light slash. She reacted quickly, flicking her golden crow whip and shouting, "Golden Crow Storm." The flames formed a golden crow that collided fiercely with my sword energy, producing a deafening roar. The entire soul power shield began to shake violently. If it weren't for Elder Zhuang personally stabilizing the shield, it would have likely exploded on the spot. Wu Ming looked at me with eyes full of pride, as expected of my man, but she still didn't let me off the hook. However, if you think you can do as you please for a whole night, I won't let you succeed. People will be ruined like that. I countered sharply, but you promised? I've definitely won this round. After saying that, I sheathed my sword. It wouldn't be wise to compete with her in soul power consumption. I had to use my ultimate skill. A purple light flashed in my eyes, and the power of the soul bone was instantly activated. Sacred Demon Domain. In an instant, the entire battle arena transformed dramatically. The air became thick and viscous, and the powers of light and darkness gathered around me, forming a domain that absolutely belonged to me. Wu Ming's soul power was instantly suppressed by a large margin. She was unconvinced and launched another golden crow storm at me. However, in my domain, the fiery golden crow was extinguished halfway by the surrounding sacred demon power, without even a sound. "Sacred demon descends," I shouted, channeling all the domain's power onto myself. My momentum surged again, directly reaching the threshold of Soul Douluo. Wu Ming was completely shocked, but she didn't give up. She retracted her whip and activated her ultimate skill, True Body of the Golden Crow. She transformed into a gigantic fiery golden crow. And the terrifying golden crow, True Fire, surged forth, trying to challenge my domain. But a domain is a domain. This was a crushing superiority on a rule level. I flashed forward and charged right in front of her, striking her chest with a palm infused with holy magic. Her golden crow True Fire was like a small flame in my domain, instantly extinguished. Bang! The palm hit, and she was sent flying, reverting to her human form. I dispersed the domain and walked up to her with a hint of an evil smile, saying, "You lost." She sat on the ground, still in disbelief, murmuring, "Was that just now, the domain?" I nodded. I suppose so. In fact, I knew in my heart that winning this battle wasn't easy. My soul power was almost depleted. If she held on for a few more moves, I would have to perform a public act of sucking on a baby bottle. As the shield was removed, Elder Zhuang walked directly out of the crowd and praised me enthusiastically. In my nearly 200 years of life, I've never seen a genius like you. I quickly engaged in mutual flattery and business. "Old Zhuang, you flatter me too much. I'm just relying on my soul bone. I'm still far from being comparable to Elder Mu and the others." Old Zhuang shook his head and said, "You're different. You were able to make a level 7 soul guide at 18, and your soul power reached level 63 without using any drugs. Give you 10 years, and you will definitely achieve a title Douluo." He paused for a moment and suddenly said, "I have something I want to ask you." Both Wu Ming and I were stunned. The Super Douluo of the Sea God Pavilion is seeking my help. He didn't say much, turned around, and walked away, and we quickly followed him. As a result, he led us all the way to the faculty dormitory of the outer courtyard. He stopped in front of the door and gently called out, "Xiao Yi." The door opened, and a man in his 30s came out. But his eyes were as weary as an old man's. Upon seeing Elder Zhuang, he expressionlessly called out, "Grandpa." "I'm here to find Ling'er," Elder Zhuang said. The man stiffened, gritted his teeth, and said, "I refuse." "That's enough." Elder Zhuang was furious. The descendant of Shrek's old generation, and the child of an evil soulmaster. What are you still hoping for? This was a mistake from the very beginning. You personally forced her to her death. The man shouted frantically. "That's why I am giving her the chance for revenge." Elder Zhuang's voice turned cold. "Step aside. You can't protect her, just like you couldn't protect your wife back then." This sentence struck the man's sore spot. Just as he was about to explode, Elder Zhuang placed a hand on his shoulder, instantly suppressing him and knocking him unconscious. I was left dumbfounded alongside Wu Ming. Wow, what a family drama this is. We walked into the room and saw a girl about 14 or 15 years old, dressed in a gothic Lolita style, sitting on the sofa. She looked at Mr. Zhuang and asked, "Are you here to kill me?" "Mr." Zhuang looked at her with a complicated expression and said, "From today on, you are free." Then he took out a soul bone filled with life energy and tossed it to the girl. She fused with it and would follow him from now on. He pointed at me. The girl laughed maniacally, full of sarcasm. Mr. Zhuang ignored her and turned to explain to me. "This is my great-granddaughter, Ling'er. Her mother transformed from Soul Beast, the soul-devouring magic tree, and later became an evil soul master. I was forced to sacrifice her. This child hates me, and I hope you can take good care of her." As soon as I heard this, I was shocked by the plot. I asked curiously, "So if I become a nanny, what will my reward be?" Elder Zhuang looked at me and said, "A genius soul master with dual martial souls. Betraying Shrek and joining your son Moon Empire. Is that reward enough?" I was shocked at that moment. This old man was playing so big. A 13-year-old soul master of the Four Rings with dual martial souls, possessing 200,000-year soul bones and a 100,000-year soul ring. This talent is simply outrageous. This deal is a huge profit. I immediately nodded in agreement. I squatted down and said to the girl named Ling'er, "My name is Shuang, and I come from the Sun Moon Empire." She just looked at me, and a stream of mental energy tried to penetrate my mind, but I easily blocked it. I smiled and patted her head. Her body stiffened, but she seemed to sense the power within me, which made her feel close, so she didn't resist. Seeing this situation, Elder Zhuang sighed and left on his own. Ling'er looked up at me and asked, "Will you attack Shrek Academy in the future?" I nodded decisively. Yes. The honor of Shrek Academy will end in my hands. Upon hearing this, she immediately extended her hand. "You can call me Ling'er." I held her hand, feeling overjoyed in my heart, having gained a top-tier genius for free. This trip to Shrek was truly worth it. Beside us, Wu Ming listened to our conversation, looking quite melancholic. I pulled her into my arms and said gently, "There's still a long time ahead, enough for you to make your decision. But you will always be my woman." Ling'er stood up and asked, "So where are we going now? When do we leave?" I said, "Wait for another 2 months, and I'll arrange for you to join the new student class I'm teaching." Once everything was settled, we walked out of the room. Ling'er looked at her unconscious father at the doorway, her expression complicated, but in the end, she became incredibly determined and walked past him without looking back. Once she crossed by, this matter was completely put to rest. The next step was to head straight to the academic affairs office and get her enrolled. I thought it would take some effort, but to my surprise, that director Du approved it in an instant. He probably had been waiting to get this done for a long time. I asked for a single dormitory, and without a second word, he handed me the key. His efficiency was a bit overwhelming. Once everything was settled, I directly gave Ling'er a level 4 storage soul guide with 100,000 gold soul coins inside, telling her to spend it for now. I have money. After taking care of Ling'er, I returned to the inner courtyard with Wu Ming. Along the way, the inner courtyard students saw us and scurried away like rats spotting a cat. When we reached the cafeteria, Wu Ming was fidgeting, probably still thinking about that bet. Her little face was flushed, a mix of fear and anticipation. It was quite something. I couldn't be bothered with her, and after finishing my meal, I said I was going back to Cultivate, leaving her to entertain herself. Back in the dormitory, I immediately opened the book. My soul power was stuck at a bottleneck, making me feel uncomfortable all over. After meditating for a day, suddenly, bang, it felt like I had opened a run in Du Meridians, and my power shot up. Level 64, achieved. After breaking through, I felt refreshed. I transformed into a production enthusiast, took out that expensive Void Secret Silver, and started crafting. Let me tell you, this stuff is hard to work with. I slipped up the first time and wasted it, which made me feel quite pained. The second time, I held my breath and meticulously crafted for 3 hours, and it was done. A level 7 teleportation ring. This thing would be a treasure in any shop. While I was still in a groove, I cut another piece and worked through the night to complete a level 7 storage bracelet with defensive functions. By the time the sun came up, I jumped out of the window and headed straight for the outer courtyard classroom. When I arrived, there was no one in the classroom. After sitting for just 2 minutes, Zhuang Yi came in, who is Ling'er's father. Good heavens! His eyes were red like a rabbit's, and his voice was hoarse. He begged me to let him give a class to the new students. I thought I could slack off tomorrow too, so I agreed. After sending him off, I sneaked over to Shrek Square and happened to see that kid Huiyuhao doing his morning exercises. I was struck with an idea and went straight to the point, saying, "Young man, I see you have extraordinary potential. Want to team up with me? I have plenty of resources. You can eat eternal whale gel like candy and help you rub your useless dad's face in the dirt. What do you say? Hey, you know what? This kid is quite stubborn, repeatedly saying he wouldn't betray his country, which made me shake my head in frustration. Fine, you keep practicing." Back in the classroom, people started to arrive one after another. I first asked the champion trio from the last competition to stand up, Hui Yuhao and 2 other promising talents. One called Qin Yin, a creepy-looking guy, and the other named Zhao Lin, a big guy. Just as I finished introducing them, everyone was wondering what was going on. The class bell was about to ring when Ling'er strolled in, still munching on a bag of snacks. That little princess looked completely captivated all the boys in the class. I called her over and introduced her in front of the whole class. This is the new transfer student, my friend. As for her abilities, She's definitely stronger than all of you. Then, I directly handed her the two freshly made level 7 soul devices, the teleportation ring and the void bracelet. Let me tell you, the classroom was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Those little kids' eyes were about to pop out, probably thinking, this isn't a classmate. This is a walking cash player. Over the next few days, I educated these little rookies on the awesomeness of soul devices. And I also made the level 3 soul devices I promised to Yueheng and the others. After class, Ling'er stuck to me, saying she wanted to get stronger. I patted her head, thinking, you're a soulmaster at 13 and still think you're slow? How can others live? While we were having lunch in the cafeteria, I suddenly spotted a girl, Tangan. Wow. I could tell at a glance that this girl had a dark side hidden in her heart. Definitely a reserved, evil soulmaster. The Blue Silver Saintess? Interesting. I stopped eating and directly followed her, only to see her walking with a young boy. I thought about it and decided not to chase after them. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Time flew by, and 2 months passed quickly. The new student assessment was about to start, and these little brats had improved quite a bit, but a batch of them was eliminated. I had already arranged the groupings and specifically notified Duel to pair Yueheng and Dai Yaoheng's team together. Losing once in the round robin would mean losing again in the qualifying rounds. I was determined to break their spirits and see if I could shatter their resolve. After sending off the last student with an exemption, only Ling'er and I were left in the classroom. She asked me when we could leave, and I said we'd wait until the new student assessment was over. Then I'd give her father a final blow. I told her she didn't need to participate in the assessment and could stay with me in the inner courtyard. I figured that the homeroom teacher, Zhang, who had been on an extended vacation, should be back to work by now. In these 2 months, my soul power had also reached level 65. When I flew back to Sea God Island in the inner courtyard with Ling'er, I ran into Zhang Lexuan head-on. She dismissed Ling'er and got straight to the point, asking about me and Wu Ming. I laid my cards on the table. As soon as the new student assessment is over, I'm taking Wu Ming back to the Sun Moon Empire. Her face immediately turned cold as she said, she won't go with you. I laughed. That's not necessarily true. You bastard. She exploded, and her martial spirit flared up. Let me tell you, the aura changed instantly. The blood-red moon appeared with 8 soul rings. The last one a glaring red, 100,000-year soul ring. I wasn't going to back down. I activated my ultimate move. Sun and moon shine together. I felt like I was turning into a little sun. What happened next? Wow, that senior sister ISNT called that for nothing. As soon as her 100,000-year soul ring shone, I felt the entire space freeze under her moonlight, and my power was completely suppressed. I spat out a mouthful of old blood, getting knocked out of my martial spirit fusion state back to my original form. You lost. She stood there, a hint of blood at the corner of her mouth, but she looked much stronger than I did. I forced myself to stand up straight and retorted, but I'm just a soul emperor. She didn't say anything else, turned around and left, leaving behind a harsh remark. If you dare abandon Ming'er, I'll hunt you down to the Sun Moon Empire and kill you. As soon as she left, I spat out another mouthful of blood. Damn it. This woman really strikes hard, but she shouldn't think she'll have it easy either. She definitely sustained internal injuries from this fight. While I was healing, I pondered that my strength was still insufficient. But it's okay. I have already arranged everything for Yueheng. When he is tormented by Dai Yaoheng to the point of questioning his life, that will be my opportunity to reel him in. By then, Fan Yu, Qian Duo, and Yin Xiaozhou will have no chance to intervene. After I recover, I will accompany Wu Ming every day to stroll around the inner courtyard and bring meals to Ling'er 3 times a day. Wu Ming clung to my arm, tearfully asking if I really had to leave. I held her in my arms, comforting her that, after the tournament, I would arrange for an exchange program and bring her to the Sun Moon Empire. Only then did she seem a bit happier and asked why the relationship between Shrek and the Sun Moon Empire was so tense. What could I say? I could only lean in and kiss her. When she was left dazed by my kiss, I jokingly said, perhaps when we are strong enough to crush the entire continent, they will be willing to negotiate. The little girl still argued back, huffing and saying, then why isn't it Shrek crushing the continent? I pinched her little face, which made her laugh. I said, baby, if you can bring back all the monsters that graduated from Shrek, it might actually be possible. But in the end, Shrek is just an academy. Of course, I only thought this in my heart. My real plan is much more complicated. Let me tell you, if it weren't for that guy Tang in the sky who opened the heavenly eye and watches me every day, I would have led the Sun and Moon Empire to sweep through the 8 wastelands long ago. Okay? This guy is just a pure authority dog serving the master. Not only does he come down to the mortal realm himself, but he also keeps an eye on me, afraid that I might come up with some new tricks. He is the biggest stumbling block on my path to becoming a god. With him around, there is no way I can collect faith power through unifying the continent to create my own divine position. So, I have no choice but to take the second best option and honestly follow the path of inheriting a divine position. My plan is so complicated that I feel like the CPU in my brain is about to burn out. Therefore, even though the Sun and Moon Empire is already very strong now, I still have to work hard to become stronger. Without becoming a god, I will ultimately be a pawn. After spending enough time with Wu Ming, I told her that I would be in seclusion for the next few days. Before leaving, I must leave her a trump card as a gift. I locked myself in my dormitory and started drawing. I had long thought about it and wanted to personally design a 7th level soul guide, an item that could completely change the course of battle. As for the appearance, I decided on a hairpin, but its essence would be profound. Let me tell you, my inspiration comes from the armor technology of 10,000 years into the future. What I want to create is an elemental soul guide that can merge with the true form of a martial soul and simultaneously provide enhancements. If I succeed, the national power of the Sun Moon Empire could directly step up a level. Of course, this item is custom-made. Mine is specifically for Wu Ming, and it needs to use her blood as a catalyst to perfectly match her martial soul. For a full 7 days, I locked myself in the dormitory and worked tirelessly. I thought I could finish it in 3 days, but I ended up failing twice. The design was revised again, and finally, I managed to create this item. A brilliant golden hairpin with a small golden crow dangling from the bottom. It looks absolutely stunning. I tidied myself up and went downstairs to the girls' dormitory holding a hairpin. I used my spiritual power to send her an online notification, and before long, I saw Wu Ming running towards me with Ling'er, 2 beauties, one big and one small. As a result, Wu Ming dashed into my arms and started crying, choked up as she asked, "Are you leaving?" Family, who understands? I really couldn't handle this scene. I could only hold her tightly and nod. Ling'er obediently stood aside, her little eyes filled with longing that nearly broke my heart. I released Wu Ming and personally pinned the hairpin onto her hair. She touched it and asked if it was the soul guide I made. I replied, yes. This thing can help you when you awaken your martial soul. But before I could finish my sentence, she interrupted me, her eyes red, and said, "I want you to stay with me for these 7 days, even more." I fell silent all of a sudden. Looking at her pitiful appearance, my heart shattered. But I still hardened my heart and said, "I have to go. I will come to find you." She looked at me with an incredibly serious expression. I smiled and didn't say much more, turning to pull Ling'er and walk away. I felt a bit uneasy in my heart, but then I thought, in a few years when I become the Emperor of the Sun and Moon Empire, I can just invite the Shrek Academy students to the palace. And won't that solve the problem? Rebellion. Isn't that a common occurrence in the Sun and Moon Empire? I first took Ling'er to the outer courtyard, planning to handle the matters regarding Yueheng and the others. As soon as we arrived at the entrance of the new students' class, I sensed a strong aura of hostility coming from inside. Goodness, that old lady Zhou, he had her fists clenched tightly, and her gaze was as sharp as a knife. I knocked on the door as if I hadn't seen it, walked in directly and called out, "Yueheng, Wang Dong'er, Xiao, you 3, come out for a moment." After saying that, I just walked out, acting all high and mighty. By the way, in this new student assessment, Yueheng and the others didn't even make it into the top 3. Zhou, he was furious inside, shouting at the 3 who stood up, "Whoever dares to go out, just get out of class 1. That kid Yueheng was also stubborn. He snorted coldly, glared at Dai Yaoheng, and was the first to walk out. Wang Dong'er and Xiao exchanged glances and followed him out. Zhou, he was so angry that she stomped her feet behind them. I looked at Yueheng and got straight to the point. "Have you made your decision?" His expression was incredibly complicated, and in the end, he still shook his head and stubbornly said, "I'm a student of Shrek and also a disciple of Tang's sect." I threw out the big bomb. What if Tang also appears in the Sun Moon Empire? Yueheng was instantly stunned, his voice trembling. "This is impossible. There's nothing impossible." I patted his shoulder and said, "After your first year ends and you have a break, you can come to the Sun Moon Empire before heading to the extreme north. We welcome you anytime. This is my last invitation. If we meet again at the competition, I won't hold back." After saying that, I let him go back. Then I took out 2 level 6 defensive soul tools and gave one to Wang Dong'er and one to Xiao. Looking at their puzzled expressions, I smiled and said, "Go back. I just hope that in the future, we won't be enemies." Xiao firmly said, "We definitely won't." Wang Dong'er nodded as well. After sorting everything out, I first settled Ling'er and then headed straight to Sea God Pavilion alone. It was time to confront these old guys. Upon arriving at Sea God Pavilion, I got straight to the point with the group of big shots. "I have no use staying here anymore. My future is not here. I've decided to leave. Elder Lin frowned slightly, but didn't say much. I took out the teacher qualification certificate that Yin Xiaozhe had arranged for me and placed it on the table. Then took out 2 level 6 soul tools that had been prepared a long time ago, saying, "This is what I promised to Ma Xiaotao. Also, could you please convey my apologies to the Dragon God Douluo and the others, as I'm leaving without saying goodbye?" After saying that, I turned around and left, feeling quite carefree, leaving behind a room full of titled Douluos staring at each other in shock. As soon as I left, chaos erupted in the Sea God Pavilion. Guess what? Someone actually proposed to assassinate me. Thank you so much, Sister Xianlin. This situation has really escalated. No, it has shrunk to the point of being invisible. The eagle Douluo slammed the table and scolded her for lacking courage, while that old fellow, the gluttonous Douluo, thought the idea was quite good. Just as they were arguing fiercely, a gentle voice rang out, "Everyone, please take a seat." Suddenly, the entire room fell silent. 3 people came down from upstairs, and the leader was actually a stunningly handsome young man, followed by Yin Xiaozhe and Ma Xiaotao. The gluttonous Douluo was so shocked that he stood up and gasped. "Old Mu, can you believe it? That hunchbacked Mu In, who was almost at a 90-degree angle, had actually returned to his youth." Old Mu sat in the main seat and said, "I don't have much time left, so I need to announce a few things." A sorrowful atmosphere instantly enveloped the entire Sea God Pavilion. Old Mu first arranged for Ma Xiaotao to go to the outer courtyard to call Bei, and then began to discuss his final arrangements. Let me tell you, that scene was simply epic. Elder Mu announced that, after his death, Yin Xiaozhe would take over as the master of the Sea God Pavilion. Then, he urged Shrek to spare no effort in developing soul guides. This decision stunned everyone. Yin Xiaozhe even wanted to oppose it, but Elder Mu spoke with facts. The Sun Moon Empire already has soul guides that can rival a limit Douluo, and you all know the power of the level 9 fixed soul guide cannonballs. Times have changed, everyone. Then, he appointed a new dean for the Wuhuan department. When Ma Xiaotao brought Bei over, the real drama began. Elder Mu rapidly aged, returning to his frail appearance. He extended his hands and placed them on Yin Xiaozhe's back, starting to pass on his power. I couldn't believe it. The final gift from a limit Douluo, pure soul power, surged in, forcibly raising Yin Xiaozhe's level from 96 to 98 and even forming a prototype of a second soul core for him. After finishing with Yin Xiaozhe, Elder Mu waved at Bei. With his last strength, he stabilized the bright sacred dragon bloodline within Bei, directly evolving his martial soul into the blue lightning tyrant dragon. After doing all this, Elder Mu was completely exhausted. He looked at everyone, his gaze finally landing on Zhang Lexuan. He moved his lips, but didn't make a sound. Yet Zhang Lexuan's tears immediately fell. The ancestors of Shrek, Mu In, had arrived. As soon as the words left his mouth, a dazzling golden light erupted from him. 9 soul rings appeared, and a deafening dragon roar echoed, as Elder Mu's hunched body slowly floated in the golden light, becoming younger and younger. Finally, he laughed heartily, transformed into a massive, platinum-glowing bright sacred dragon, and soared into the sky. I tell you, in that moment, the entire Shrek city was stunned by the golden light. Goodness, the era of the Virgin God has come to an end just like that. The Dragon God Douluo Moon has gone offline. That white dragon circled in the sky. Its dragon roar echoed for miles. Even the fierce beasts deep in the Stardew forest were startled. Emperor Tian knelt down, and a vague voice warned him not to provoke Shrek within 10,000 years. In the end, the white dragon transformed into countless light particles, falling back to Sea God Pavilion, most of which merged into Ma Xiaotao's body. The light particles purified the evil fire in her martial soul, directly evolving her evil fire phoenix into the ultimate holy attribute fire, Holy Fire Phoenix. I was outside the city, watching the soaring white dragon, feeling a mix of emotions inside. Shock, joy, and even a hint of sadness that I wasn't even aware of. With Muin's death, the only limit Douluo left on the entire continent are my teacher, Ye Xishui, and Long Xiaoyao, all from our Sun Moon Empire. This world is about to change. Just then, Ling'er suddenly said, "I want to visit the evil spirit forest first." She mentioned that her mother left her a legacy there. When I heard this, I thought, the legacy of an evil soul master? This is interesting. So we changed our direction and headed straight for the evil spirit forest. After dark, we found a place to settle down and rest. Ling'er suddenly frowned. There's the aura of an evil soul master here. As soon as she finished speaking, a sinister voice echoed. Hee, not bad perceptive ability. A shadow appeared in front of us, with 7 soul rings beneath its feet. It was a soul sage. The guy chuckled eerily and said, "Just a mere soul emperor, Little girl, prepare to die. Ling'er seemed quite nervous and asked if I was confident. I was speechless and directly took out a token from my pocket and threw it over. The shadow caught the token and upon seeing it, froze in shock. The next second, with a thud, he knelt on the ground, his voice trembling. Ghost Shadow pays respects to the Supreme Leader. I turned my head to glance at Ling'er, who was already dumbfounded beside me, and then looked at the guy kneeling on the ground. One thought crossed my mind. I'm familiar with this script. As an undercover agent from the Holy Spirit Church infiltrated Shrek as a cadre, this is just too conspicuous. I couldn't be bothered to waste time talking to him since I was in a hurry. This guy, a soul saint, even if he is an evil soulmaster, really doesn't stand a chance against me. After all, once I step out of Shrek's territory, activate the killing god domain, and unleash the power of the radiant holy dragon, my combat power would soar to the level of a titled Douluo. Taking care of him would be a piece of cake, right? I asked him if there were any suitable places for cultivation around here. He honestly replied that this mountain had been completely cleared out by him and suggested that we find another location. As soon as I heard it, I laughed. Change places? I think the one who should change is you. The next moment, I unleashed my full power, and behind me, a massive illusion of the radiant holy dragon appeared with a loud duong, shining with golden light. I laughed at that moment. Come, let me show you what the overwhelming power of 100,000-year soul skill feels like. Radiant holy dragon roar. I tell you, that scene was incredible. A golden shockwave surged forward like a tsunami. The ghostly figure shouted no, and then it was gone. Really, not even a wisp of smoke. Just taken away by the purification package, evaporated on the spot. It was hilarious, pretending to be a master in front of me. But now your account is gone. Job done. I casually took back the token from Ye Xishui and pulled the still-dazed Ling'er deeper into the forest. I sensed that there was a big guy hiding in this forest, with an energy intensity on par with a 10,000-year soul bone. That ghostly figure was probably guarding this treasure. Not far in, I saw a dilapidated manor, with a corpse hanging at the entrance, creating quite the atmosphere. I held the frightened Ling'er close and initially wanted to use light power to purify the place. But to my surprise, there wasn't a single bit of light element here. It was completely insulated. Interesting. I quickly switched to dark elements and instantly obliterated the chaotic vines and weeds. The entire manor turned to ashes in an instant, leaving only a dark blood pool. In the middle of the blood pool, there was a flower. I focused my gaze and oh my, it was the dark demon nether flower. Who understands, this is an extraordinary celestial product. No wonder that ghostly figure's martial soul was so peculiar. It turns out it was symbiotic with this thing. If he had eaten this flower earlier, he'd probably already be a titled Douluo, and I wouldn't have been able to take him down with one hit. What a pity, this treasure is mine now. I glanced at Ling'er beside them. Her second martial soul is the soul-eating demon tree, which happens to be of the dark type. This flower is perfect for her, directly boosting her potential to the max. She'll definitely be a top-tier genius in the future. Good fortune shouldn't go to outsiders. I directly used my dark power to forcefully nourish that flower, giving it a vigorous infusion. The flower emitted a strange cackle, trying to resist. No way. Its roots snapped with a crack. I handed the flower to Ling'er and said to her, "Sister, eat this, and you'll be the next soul king." The look in her eyes was as bright as the stars. Not because she could become stronger, but because of that feeling of being cherished, you know? Just then, I heard a ding in my head. The system notified me that I had successfully signed in with Ling'er and rewarded me with 10 soul spirit transformation scrolls. Ling'er was also quick to act, finding a spot to eat it right away. As for me, I took out a table and chairs for my soul guide and started drawing my level 8 soul guide blueprints, focusing on a balance of work and rest. After just a few hours, suddenly there was a huge explosion from Ling'er's side. A shadow of a towering dark purple tree appeared behind her, and beneath her feet floated a blood-red 10,000-year soul ring. Her eyes turned purple, and she softly murmured, "Underworld domain." Wow, as soon as this domain opened, it directly suppressed my soul power by 20%, and it was toxic. Truly a celestial product, the effect was outstanding. Ling'er dashed over and threw herself into my arms. Overjoyed. All right, now that she has reached level 50, it's time to get her the 5th soul ring. Next stop, Stardew Forest. Let me tell you, Ling'er is quite a tough girl. Her main martial soul is the Tree of Life, and she immediately asked for a 50,000 year life attribute soul ring. 50,000 years. For others, even thinking about it at the 5th ring is unthinkable, but her mental strength is strong enough to absorb it. This thing is not easy to find. It's highly likely we have to go to the core area of the Stardew Forest. That place is the territory of the beast god Death God, filled with fierce beasts, and 10,000-year soul beasts are as common as dogs. I estimate that with my current strength, if I encounter a 10,000-year beast, I would have to call for help and let my teacher come to the rescue. But fortunately, I can hold on for a few minutes. Once we entered Stardew Forest, I was extremely cautious. Ling'er even asked me if I was being too careful, and just as she finished speaking, a loud roar came from nearby. I shot her a sideways glance, and she shyly stuck out her tongue. From the sound, it was an abyssal golden claw bear. Strange, why is it running around the outskirts? But then a thought crossed my mind. Hey, could this be the delivery for my brother Xiao, I just happened to have a 10,000-year-old right arm bone of the abyssal golden claw bear to give him, and now it's perfect. I can get him an external attachment too. I dragged Ling'er over there, and when we arrived, sure enough, there was a 3-meter tall giant that had just taken down a poor soul and was gnawing on it. I took a glance and thought, just 1,000 years of cultivation, a small scene. I asked Ling'er to stand back, and I went up holding my Wangshu sword. With a single strike of the silver moon divine light slash, the sword light swooshed past. The bear, probably used to being the boss, realized too late and was directly cleaved in two by my sword, exploding into a purple soul ring. I reached out and, sure enough, there was a soul bone hidden in my right palm. Although Ling'er also lacked offensive means, she was very considerate and said that I had already given her a celestial grade item, so this one was unnecessary. Fine, I won't be polite then. I'll take it and give it to my brother later. I couldn't waste the remaining bear paw either, so I directly cut it off, brought it to the creek to clean it, set on a grill, sprinkled some seasoning, and with a series of smooth operations, it was time to eat. After eating and drinking to my fill, we continued deeper into the forest. My nerves were tightly strung, and I was almost sweating while squeezing the emergency jade piece given by my teacher. Suddenly, I sensed a big guy approaching. Just as I thought it wouldn't be a problem, the next second, my hair stood on end. 2 more followed behind, one fiercer than the other. Family, who understands? My luck is just unbelievable. Without a second thought, I crushed the jade piece on the spot and directly called for help. Ling'er asked me what was wrong, and I smiled wryly, saying what's wrong? We've run into the top few bosses in this forest. As soon as I finished speaking, I activated my ultimate skill, the spirit intent that I had saved for a rainy day. This is the skill from my 100,000-year spirit bone, which can turn mental power into substance, instantly boosting my combat power to the level of a tidal Douluo. The downside is, it can only last for 3 minutes, like Ultraman, and once the time is up, I have to stop. The 3 guys on the other side also arrived. The one running in front was a 30,000-year-old purple cloud leopard. I raised my hand and used a spatial soul skill, Void Destruction. A black hole flashed, and I instantly took it down, obtaining its soul ring and soul bone. However, my body was also starting to give out. Just then, Ling'er cast a healing light on me. Wow, the healer is online. I felt like I could hold on for another minute. Immediately after, a creature that looked like a lion and a dragon, glowing with golden light and with a third eye on its head, charged out. It was the Imperial Divine Beast, the 3-eyed golden lion, which was chasing the purple cloud leopard. This little thing was only 15,000 years old, but its combat power was fiercer than that of an ordinary 100,000-year soul beast. It didn't even look at me and directly fixed its gaze on Ling'er, saying it sensed a familiar aura on her and wanted to take her to the core area. Ling'er certainly refused and directly turned it down. This angered the divine beast, which opened its mouth to breathe fire. I countered with a black hole to block it again. Just then, another big guy arrived, engulfed in dark red flames. It was the Crimson King. Great, now we have 2 top-tier bosses teaming up, and my teacher hasn't arrived yet. This is overwhelming pressure. I can only brace myself and fully unleash the realm of the killing god, using my mental power to materialize and deal with them. The 3-eyed golden lion's mental attack is ineffective against me. My mental power is stronger than its. However, the hellfire from the Crimson King is quite annoying, and I can only keep using spatial black holes to consume it. As my 3-minute experience card is about to expire, that Crimson King shamelessly roars about launching a sneak attack on Ling'er. At that moment, my heart sank. But just at this critical moment, guess what happened? A figure suddenly appeared in front of Ling'er and with a loud slap, directly sent the arrogant Red King flying out. I took a closer look and saw an ethereal old man. Wow, it's the Dragon Emperor Douluo, Long Xiaoyao. My reinforcements have arrived. I quickly asked him, where's my teacher? Long Xiaoyao said, the Beast God Emperor Tian has made a move, and your teacher went to stop him, so don't worry. Wow, my teacher went straight to challenge the final boss. On this side, Long Xiaoyao also acted swiftly, instantly appearing behind the escaping 3-eyed golden lion and grabbing it back like it was a chick. I also released my transformation state, walked over to Ling'er. and looked at the captured mythical beast, unable to help but mock. TSK, weren't you quite arrogant just now? Chasing me around for half a day, and now you've been caught, huh? The little creature angrily turned its head away. Soon after, my teacher appeared draped in a black cloak. The roar of the beast god emperor resounded throughout the forest, demanding that we release the mythical beast. My teacher doesn't spoil him and directly offers 3100 000 year soul bones in exchange. Tion is probably furious, but the mythical beast is too important, so he can only agree. When I heard this, I realized the opportunity had come, so I quickly added, Teacher, at a 50,000 year life attribute soul beast. Let be my sister's soul ring. Ye Xishui was taken aback for a moment, looked at Ling'er, and was probably also amazed by this talent. A 13-year-old 5-ring soul king is indeed a treasure. At this moment, Long Xiaoyao was also assessing Ling'er and suddenly asked, This girl, is she a descendant of that young man with the surname Shuang? I told you. That kid Lin Shuang nodded on the spot, which counted as his acknowledgement. As a result, my teacher, Ye Xishui, was incredibly imposing. She didn't even glance at Emperor Tian and just casually spoke. By the way, at a 5,000-year life, a tribute soul beast. The beast god shouldn't be so stingy, right? Goodness, this wasn't a negotiation. It was simply a notification. Emperor Tian, the big boss, also showed some respect, his voice directly pressing down from the clouds, instructing his subordinate, a red-haired, 3-headed dog called Wang, go, bring the Qingmu, Tsuaming Lu from the mixed area over to them. That 3-headed dog was so angry its eyes were about to pop out, but since the boss had spoken, it didn't dare say a word and could only glare at us fiercely before begrudgingly running off. The scene was left with just a few of us, along with the little golden lion in Long Xiaoyao's hand, the 3-eyed golden lion. I stepped forward and stared at it. Isn't it a coincidence? This thing is a divine beast of fate, responsible for the fortune of the entire Stardow forest, and now it's in my hands. Who among my family understands? Doesn't this just indicate that I am the chosen one? I was so excited at that moment, grinning and wanted to press my forehead against it. That little lion instantly understood what I was about to do and struggled desperately, but it was useless. Long Xiaoyao was an extreme Douluo, with a pressure of soul power. It was like a little kitten, unable to move at all. I touched my forehead to its upright eye. Buzz. Our bodies trembled as if we had been electrocuted. In the next second, my mind went completely blank, and it felt like my entire mental world had been formatted. Twisted circles of light wrapped us both into a cocoon. Our bodies became semi-transparent, and the life force of the entire Stardow forest poured into us like it was free, madly flooding into our bodies. The light became brighter and directly sent Long Xiaoyao flying. The old man was a bit flustered at that moment, mumbling, oh no, what if it goes wrong? That little thing was struggling so hard just now. I hope it doesn't end up dead. As a result, my teacher coldly snorted. Calm as ever. What is there to be afraid of? At worst, we'll just fight with Emperor Tian again. Besides him, who else in this forest can do anything to us? Upon hearing this, Long Xiaoyao felt it was reasonable and straightened his back, just as we were causing chaos. Guess what? Far away at Shrek Academy, Wang Dong'er suddenly felt uneasy, as if something important had been taken away from her. But she couldn't quite put her finger on it, just like when a mobile phone signal suddenly drops one bar. It was really uncomfortable. Just as this was happening, with a loud boom, the spot where my forehead touched the little lion exploded in a circle of golden light, and I was directly blasted away. Luckily, my teacher was quick, grabbing me midair and stabilizing me. The 3-eyed golden lion also swayed dizzily, and guess what? Its golden upright, I suddenly turned pure black for an instant. Although it quickly changed back to gold, we all saw it clearly. It seemed to have lost its strength, no longer struggling, just staring blankly at me, who was equally bewildered. When our eyes met, we both felt a jolt in our hearts, and the third eye on our foreheads tingled. That feeling was indescribable. My consciousness instantly crossed over, and in a flash of black and light, I found myself in a primitive forest. Immediately, the whole world turned golden, and a golden, shining egg on the ground cracked open with a snap, revealing a creature that looked like a small dog. It chomped down on its eggshell, and then a beam of golden light descended from the sky, giving it an instant upgrade, causing it to grow rapidly. Its forehead split open, and just like that, the third eye opened. Damn, I just downloaded its birth video directly. Countless fragments of memories are fast-forwarding in my mind, just like watching a show at 8 times speed. 1,000 years pass in the blink of an eye. But when I came back to my senses, I realized a more terrifying issue. It seems that I have conducted a data exchange with it. In other words, not only did it show me its memories, but it also accessed mine. A divine beast that holds the fate of the entire continent now has my memories as a traveler in its mind. Folks, what do we call this move? This is sending a cheat to the heavenly path. I just spoiled the fate. I was still in shock when my teacher, Ye Xishui, turned her gaze towards Ling'er and suddenly said, I plan to take you as my closed-door disciple. I was petrified on the spot along with Long Xiaotao. The closed-door disciple. The very last direct disciple. Is my master going to close the mountain? Long Xiaotao was even more confused. He must be wondering when that old woman Ye Xishui became so fond of taking in disciples. Taking in two in less than half a year? I hurriedly nudged Ling, who was still in a daze. What are you stunned for? This is my teacher, the supreme leader of the Holy Spirit sect, the Death God Douluo, one of the top combat powers of this world. Only then did Ling'er come to her senses and knelt down with a thud. Disciple pays respects to the teacher. My teacher nodded, waved his hand, and a metal box over 2 meters long appeared in front of Ling'er. Inside are level 9 fixed soul-guided artillery shells and a launcher. Originally prepared for your senior brother, but now it's your apprenticeship gift. I broke out in a cold sweat. My goodness, can this thing be given away so casually? Isn't this just a portable nuclear bomb? I glanced in the direction of Shrek City and thought, it's over. If that girl ever gets unhappy, Shrek Academy might be in big trouble. Ling'er, on the other hand, was extremely happy and accepted it with a big smile. Looking at her expression, I guess she was thinking the same thing as I was. At that moment, Long Xiaoyao came over and asked me, how is your haul? I pointed to my forehead and chuckled. With the eye of destiny, my mental strength surged to the level of a super Douluo. Now, if I were to face the three-eyed golden lion again, the outcome might not be certain. Just then, the three-headed red-haired dog returned, holding 3 soul bones in its mouth, and dropped them on the ground with a bang. All were 10,000-year-old ones. It coldly said, the beast god will send you the soul beast soon. As soon as the words fell, the sky turned dark. A gigantic black dragon flew over, blocking out the sun, holding a lush green willow tree in its claws, and casually tossed it down. With a loud crash, it hit the ground. The voice of Emperor Tian echoed again. Here are the things for you. Dare to harm the auspicious beasts, and there will be no way for you to survive under heaven and earth. As soon as the willow tree landed, its branches started whipping towards us as if they had gone mad. A flash of purple light flickered in my eyes, and I directly used my mental strength to immobilize it. I shouted to Ling'er, make your move, kill it. Ling'er was decisive. She activated her martial soul, and with a move of Qime Wang Liang, that 5,000-year-old Qingmu, Suaming Willow was instantly blown into countless fragments, leaving behind a black soul ring and a piece of green soul bone. Wow, during this trip to Stardo, we bagged 6 soul bones. 3 were 10,000-year-old, and 3 belonged to me. As for Ling'er's piece, she can't use it, so that means it's also mine. Long Xiaoyao urged Ling'er to quickly absorb the soul ring, saying that once she was done, we would leave and the auspicious beast would be taken with us. I held Ling'er's hand to encourage her, then boldly walked over to sit beside the three-eyed golden lion. It didn't resist, just looked at me with a complex expression and closed its eyes. Ling'er absorbed the soul ring smoothly, but after she finished, something strange happened. She didn't wake up. Instead, the fluctuations of her soul power became even more intense. Long Xiaoyao was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out. What's going on? She's only at the 5th soul ring, and she's starting to condense her soul core? I was also shocked. Condensing the soul core. How many geniuses are stuck at level 89 for a lifetime? She just started at over 50 levels? Although there are risks to condensing early, she is a twin martial soul. This is equivalent to starting with a VIP ticket to becoming a limit Douluo and even getting an yin-yang complementary dual soul core that others can only dream of. Long Xiaoyao sighed beside me. This girl's talent is probably above yours. I smiled and didn't refute. Of course, with all the sacrifices and divine herbs, how could she not be impressive? Once Ling'er condensed the preliminary form of her soul core and stabilized it, Long Xiaoyao stood up and said to the three-eyed golden lion, let's go. He then added, I believe in the beast god as credibility. The three-eyed golden lion stood up, looked at me deeply, and then walked towards the Scarlet King. The Scarlet King protected it, glancing back 3 times, as if afraid we would change our minds, nervously disappearing into the forest. After Long Xiaoyao finished his business, he asked where my teacher was going next. My teacher's tone was still cold. You continue your travels. I will take them back to the evil spirit forest. Long Xiaoyao nodded, as if he was already used to it, and didn't leave immediately, just standing there. My teacher also stood still, the two of them resembling 2 deities standing there, the atmosphere so awkward that my toes were almost digging into the ground. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Long Xiaoyao's figure silently disappeared. Only then did my teacher take Ling'er and me, placing a hand on our shoulders. My vision blurred, and I felt dizzy. When I opened my eyes again, we were already in a dark and eerie forest. Wow, is this the power of ultimate Douluo? Teleporting two people directly from the center of the continent to the evil spirit forest in the Sun Moon Empire. And the whole journey probably took no more than 15 minutes. My teacher opened her arms, her voice tinged with a hint of madness. Welcome to the evil spirit forest. Your first step in becoming a soul master starts here. She pointed at Ling'er's forehead, imparting her a set of sacred spirit teachings, instructing her to use the soul-devouring demon tree martial soul to absorb life, force, and level up. Then she turned to me. I've given you the secret method too. Don't you have killing intent? Go ahead and kill wildly here. Cultivate your god of death domain. And then find a way to merge with your martial soul to make it mutate. My eyes lit up. This idea is great. The world instantly turned blood red in my eyes, and the domain of the god of killing opened up. My teacher was momentarily stunned. She told me that my grandfather had already given her all my information and urged me to go all out. After giving her instructions, she disappeared, leaving just me and Ling'er. After all, Ling'er was only 13 and was so scared that she grabbed my arm. I held her close, my mental power scanning the surroundings, my teeth nearly grinding to dust. We were surrounded by eternal soul beasts. It seemed we had been thrown into the depths. Ling'er was almost in tears. What are we going to do? I laughed. What to do? Break out. Focus on a companionship-style leveling. Okay. I lead the way with my moon martial soul. Once the killing god domain is activated, with the blood moon hanging high, I can basically one-shot anything below soul sage. Ling'er follows closely behind me, using her soul-devouring magic tree martial soul to completely devour the soul beasts I kill, leaving no trace of their bodies or souls. We killed for an entire day, and at night, we sat cross-legged to clear the aftereffects using the secret technique taught by the Holy Spirit. Otherwise, killing too many people could drive one insane, and consuming too much spirit could lead to madness. This secret technique is the core technology that allows the Holy Spirit to train so many experts. This cultivation lasted for 2 days and 2 nights. Once the side effects were mostly cleared, I moved my muscles and bones and glanced at the silver moon blade in my hand, which had already been stained with a hint of blood. I told Ling'er to change direction and continue. Thus, we spent a whole month killing in the evil demon forest. My soul power increased by 1 level, reaching level 66, and the silver moon blade had become 1/3 blood red. Ling'er was even more impressive, jumping directly from level 53 to 55. But to be honest, it was exhausting. Not physically, but mentally. The fatigue was nearing its limit. I was just thinking about whether I should return to Mingdu when my teacher suddenly appeared like a ghost, standing next to Ling'er. Ling'er, you go back to Mingdu by yourself. After saying that, she tossed me something and vanished with Ling'er. I shook my head helplessly, feeling a bit neglected. But when I looked down at the item in my hand, it was a silver-white bracelet, a level 8.5 soul guide. I instantly understood that this thing could alleviate the mental fatigue brought on by a month of killing. My teacher still cares about me. I took out the flight soul guide and flew towards the direction of Mingdu. I felt quite emotional. I had originally planned to break through to Soul Sane in a year, but now it seems that 10 months is enough. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to me at the headquarters of the Holy Spirit cult, Ling'er has already been designated as the future saintess and one of the heirs. As for me, due to my special identity, the position of the Holy Sun is still uncertain. When I stood once again under the magnificent city walls of Mingdu, I suddenly felt incredibly relaxed. I pinned the badge of 7th level Soul Master to my chest and swaggered right in. The soldiers guarding the city looked at my blood-stained clothes that were still not completely dry. They were extremely curious, but none dared to come and question me. I estimate that I will be the first level 7 Soul Master in history to enter the city wearing a blood-stained outfit. I was completely zoned out at the time and didn't notice how scary my appearance was just walking down the street like that. Suddenly, a voice in the crowd called out to me, Shuang? I followed my feelings and looked over. Oh, isn't that my cheap big brother-in-law, Xiaoheng? I greeted him with a smile. Xiaoheng, long time no see. Oh, right. I almost forgot to mention that I have an engagement with his sister, Menghongshun. We got engaged when she was 7 years old. That's right, it's that weird. This engagement has lasted for 6 years. Who understands? My big brother-in-law is 5 years younger than me. Just as I was thinking about this, my cheap big brother-in-law, Xiaoheng, strolled over. He looked me up and down, his face full of surprise. Damn, what's going on with you? Did you fall into a blood pool? I was a bit dazed at the time, and only realized after a moment that my outfit was indeed quite stunning. Let me tell you, I wasn't being careless. It was mainly because I had just fought my way out of the evil forest, and my mind had been under so much tension that once I relaxed, I completely forgot I was now a humanoid blood gourd. I waved my hand and calmly said to him, "It's fine, just go back and take a shower. It's all from those blind soul beasts in the evil spirit forest." Once I said this, the way the people around me looked at me changed. The evil spirit forest, after all, is home to evil soul beasts, known for their ruthless cultivation methods, making them enemies of humanity. By saying this, it was almost equivalent to just returning from eliminating a threat to the people. Dai Yaoheng immediately understood, but then he started to act unseriously and leaned over with a gossiping expression. "Wait, didn't you go to Shrek to study? You've only been gone for a few months, and you're back already? You didn't end up getting expelled for messing around with one of the female students, did you?" I rolled my eyes and said, "As long as you, my big brother-in-law, don't mind, I can go and have some fun with your sister right now." He immediately backed down, then pinched his nose with a look of disgust and said, "You've been away for a few months, and I just happened to buy a place here. You should go take a shower first. You smell too strong." My expression instantly turned strange. Wow, buying a house at 13, what is he planning to do? He got so angry from my stare that he shouted, "You bastard, are you going or not? If not, get lost." "Of course I'm going, I have to." I laughed. "Just in time to check out your temporary battlefield. Who knows, I might need it when I team up with your sister." Dai Yaoheng was so furious that his teeth were itching. If he hadn't known he couldn't beat me, I bet he would have lunged at me. I followed him to a tall building, and when I looked up, wow, it was the Red Dust Tower. I was shocked. You have some nerve, buying a house and making moves in your family's property. Aren't you afraid your grandpa will kill you? He shrugged, looking disdainful. What is there to be afraid of? That old guy gets drunk and brags about how he snuck out with my grandma when he was 12. I'm only 13, just following in his footsteps. Damn, I couldn't refute it. Once I entered his house, I headed straight for the bathroom and casually tossed him something that was emitting a dark golden glow. "Here, a local specialty for you." When Dai Yaoheng took a look, he was completely stunned. By the time he snapped back to reality, the sound of water splashing was already coming from the bathroom. This guy, where did he get a dark golden claw bear's right arm bone? He scratched his head, but didn't he think too much about it? Holding the exquisite soul bone, he dove into the training room, seemingly planning to fuse it immediately. I took a half-hour shower and walked out feeling refreshed. But as soon as I stepped out, I sensed something was off with the spiritual energy fluctuations in the room. Damn, this guy really can't wait even a second. I hurried into the training room, and there I saw Dai Yaoheng sitting cross-legged, his entire right arm enveloped in dark golden light, with a look of agony on his face. Seriously, what's the rush? I shook my head, but I didn't dare to go help him casually. If there were any external force intervening at this moment, his arm would be ruined. However, there are always more solutions than difficulties. I thought for a moment, walked over to another training platform, sat down, and a guqin appeared in my hands. Let me tell you, this guqin is called the Qiqing Liyukin, and it's incredibly impressive. I just played a few notes without actually performing any piece. I simply used my soul power to channel the energy in the zither, helping him stabilize his mind. Although he was significantly stronger than the character in the original story, and his success rate was quite high. What if he failed? That would solidify my guilt for murdering my brother-in-law. With my music assisting him, his painful expression quickly eased, and it even seemed to carry a hint of pleasure. I couldn't help but feel that this kid was getting off too easily. I thought to myself, this move directly launched him into the air, if you know what I mean. However, having used such a good item on him, he would definitely have to compensate my Ling'er with something of even higher quality. My goal is to have a full set of 10,000-year soul bones. As for them, they just need to ensure that the skull and torso bones are 10,000-year ones and max out their talent. After a while, Xiao Hongqian suddenly opened his eyes and let out a long breath. From his expression of fear, I could tell how precarious it had been just now. But his eyes were filled with surprise. Not only had he successfully fused, but his soul power had also broken through to level 50. As long as he gets a soul ring, he would become a 5-ring soul king. Where did you get this soul bone? He asked as soon as he saw me. I rolled my eyes and said, of course, I'm going to the Starry Forest to hunt a dark golden terraclaw bear. He immediately came over with a grin and asked, did you bring a gift for my sister? Yes, I did, I replied, not bothering to engage him further. Anyway, I wasn't in a hurry. I would rest for a bit and then go home with him. All right. He nodded and ran to the living room to order takeout. With his status as the young master of the Mingdu Hall, the takeout he ordered was definitely going to be good. I collapsed onto the sofa, and my eyelids started to droop. Honestly, after spending a month in the Evil Soul Forest, I had nearly cleared out all the 10,000-year soul beasts outside the core area. I was completely exhausted. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself lying on a bed, and, thankfully, my clothes were still intact. I let out a sigh of relief. Glancing at the shoe prints on the bed, I realized that this guy had dragged me up here directly. "Oh, our big genius is awake," laughed Hong Shun as she walked out from another room, her tone dripping with sarcasm. I couldn't be bothered to deal with him. After finishing the hot meal, he left me. I let out a burp without any regard for my image and said to him, "First, let's go to your Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. You might as well just come to my house." As soon as I said that, the previously friendly atmosphere vanished instantly, and he looked at me as if I were his father's murderer. "Don't worry, your sister is still young, and I'm not a pervert." I was speechless. Who understands the feeling of having a good buddy as a brother-in-law? He gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, but if we're going, give my sister a 100,000 year soul bone, 310,000 year soul bones." I started to haggle. He nodded. 390,000 year ones will do. I'm completely speechless. Then I'll just give your sister 3 pieces of 100,000 years. He actually corrected me seriously. It's for my sister, not for me. Of course, if you're really willing to give her 3 pieces of 100,000 years, then you can act like a beast. That's not impossible either. I twitched the corner of my mouth, feeling a bit of unexpected anticipation. Just a 10,000-year soul bone of the gold attribute. I took out another piece of the dark gold terror claw bear's right arm bone and waved it in front of him. The moment he pounced like a hungry tiger. I pulled back my hand, and the soul bone disappeared, while a surge of dark elements directly bound him, hanging him in midair. "Young master, you just stay here and wait. I'll take my leave first." I smiled slightly at him, my figure flickered, and I directly appeared outside the window, flying towards the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy. As I left, Xiao Hongchun fell to the ground, flustered as he hurriedly put on his flying soul guide in an attempt to chase after me. How ridiculous! My mental power now rivals that of a limit Douluo, and my flying speed is incredibly fast. Could he, with his level 4 flying soul guide, really catch up to me? Just as I flew over the academy, I stopped. Several powerful mental presences swept over my body in an instant. The next second, a short, chubby man appeared in front of me, laughing heartily. "Lin Shuang back so soon?" "Grandpa," I respectfully called out. "That's right, this is my fiancé-Yi's grandfather, Jing Hongchen." However, my gaze quickly passed over him and landed on a girl behind him. With silver long hair styled in a side ponytail, a pair of water blue eyes was staring intently at me. "Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in at Meng Hongshun. Reward, Immortal Herb, Ice Fire Dragon Spirit Mushroom." I directly crossed the mirror of the red dust and walked to the girl, pulling her into my arms and softly asking, "Have you missed me?" She looked up at me, her eyes filled with joy and affection. I felt incredibly comfortable inside. My plan to nurture my little girl was a great success. Jing Hongchan laughed heartily beside us, and, once we separated, asked me, "How was the harvest this time?" I nodded and started to show off. My soul power had increased by 3 levels, and I happened to touch the threshold of an 8th level soul master. "Oh." Jing Hongchan was surprised. I continued to say, "Moreover, Grandpa, I discovered a place filled with celestial herbs. As long as you take the celestial herbs, all the side effect from taking drugs to enhance strength can be eliminated, and it can greatly improve potential." I tell you, once these words were spoken, Jing Hongchan's breathing became heavy. Among the 9th level soul masters of the Sun and Moon Empire, who isn't on drugs, this news is more shocking to them than giving them a 10th level soul guide. A single fairy herb could create a super Douluo for their empire. "Really?" His voice trembled. "Really?" I nodded. He became excited on the spot. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's set off right now." "Iloga, no rush. There are several 100,000-year soul beasts guarding that place. Just wait until tomorrow. You can come with my grandpa." As soon as I finished speaking, a furious roar echoed throughout the academy. "Lin Shuang, you bastard!" Jing Hongchan's face instantly darkened as he looked at the descending Xiao Hongchan, cursing angrily. "You disgraceful thing." What a shame. Xiao Hongchan landed looking confused, not understanding why his grandpa was scolding him. As for me, I completely ignored him and proudly embraced his sister, which made him grit his teeth in anger. Just when Jing Hongchan was about to continue cursing, he suddenly focused his gaze and stared intently at Xiao Hongchan. "Your soul power broke through?" Only then did Xiao Hongchan feel proud, raising his right hand, and the enormous dark gold fear claw instantly appeared, It's from Shuang, an external soul bone. Ha ha. Jing Hongchen laughed out loud on the spot, extremely satisfied. I smiled and said to the mirror of the red dust, Grandpa, why don't we go and accompany Dai Yaoheng to merge his fifth spirit ring? I'm quite curious about his rare, mutated spirit beast. We entered Jing Hongchen's laboratory, and wow, the shelves were casually filled with level 8 soul guide blueprints. And there were even 7 unique level 9 soul guides. They were incredibly wealthy. Jing Hongchen took out a level 9 soul guide called the Function Platform, which sealed a 30,000-year-old metallic spirit, a liquid metal soul beast that was simply a perfect match for Xiao Hongchen's martial soul. Just as he was about to make a move, I suddenly blocked him. Wait a minute. I took out a scroll from the storage soul guide and handed it to Xiao Hongchen. Drop your blood on it. Then inject the power of the scroll into that metal spirit. Although his grandfather and grandson looked completely confused, Xiao Hongchen still followed my instructions. As his blood dripped, the scroll erupted with a mysterious power, instantly surging into the God Sealing platform. In the next moment, the God Sealing platform automatically opened, and that metal spirit directly Xiao Hongchen's body. Xiao Hongchen's expression changed drastically, and he sat down cross-legged in pain. But soon, a black 10,000-year soul ring appeared beneath his feet, and at the same time, that blob of metal liquid appeared on his shoulder, emitting a childish voice. Humph. From today onwards, my life is bound to yours. Soul spirit. Jing Hongchen's eyes turned red as he stared at me intently. How many of these scrolls do you have? I shook my head. That's it. It's a unique item. Just kidding. I actually have 9 more of these. Can I tell you? I ignored the shock of the grandfather and grandson duo and directly took out a white jade box. Inside was a dragon-shaped spirit mushroom with red and blue colors. This is the Ice-Fire Dragon Ganoderma for your sister. I said to Dai Yaoheng, don't worry about the soul guiding device for now. Just focus on taking medicine to boost my soul power. I'll take care of the side effects. The goal is to reach level 60 soul power before the competition, but let's hold off on advancing to Soul Emperor for now. Got it? After explaining all this, I bid farewell to Jing Hongchen. Grandpa, I'm heading to my grandfather's place now. My grandfather is the royal temple master, living in the palace. With his token in hand, I was able to pass through smoothly, but halfway, I was stopped by a person sitting in a wheelchair. He had a smile on his lips, but his eyes were cold and piercing, sending chills down my spine. Sutiandan. I paused and smiled, my tone full of sarcasm. It's been a long time, Your Highness. It seems you've gotten quite used to that wheelchair. He forced a smile. Not as good as you, with your twin martial souls, the Empire's #1 genius. Speaking of which, my second brother should have been killed by you, right? I sneered inwardly. That's right, I was one of the masterminds behind that assassination back then, with the purpose of taking him down. After all, his talent was too high, wasn't it? As for the consequences, who was I afraid of? But Your Highness, aren't you still alive? I shot back directly. Then my gaze turned cold as I looked at the old servant hunched over behind him. Spiritual intent. A flash of purple light appeared in my eyes, and my whole body instantly floated up, and the 7 emotions and 6 desires Guqin appeared in front of me, my hands directly gliding over the strings. Zhang. The sound of the Guqin was like the clash of metal and horses. An infinite aura of slaughter erupted in an instant. Su Tianran's eyes went dazed, and he felt as if he was in a sea of corpses and blood. The old servant behind him, the shadow, Douluo Continent, transformed into a shadow and charged towards me. But I didn't even pay him any attention. The Guqin sound shifted, turning passionate and violent. Let me tell you, the killing intent I nurtured for a month in the evil demon forest was not for nothing. The endless aura of slaughter almost solidified, and blood-colored figures appeared out of thin air, instantly turning the world red. Those blood shadows surrounded that black shadow completely, and the shadow Douluo, a title Douluo, was actually suppressed by the illusions summoned by my Guqin sound. I raised the corner of my mouth and glanced at Su Tianran, who looked pale. My fingers danced as I continued to play this tune of battle. Once this battle music started, I tell you, the effect was immediate. That shadow Douluo, who had been using shadow clones, was instantly blinded. As soon as I opened my domain, the light pollution was off the charts, let alone shadows. He could barely see his own heels, and most of his abilities were wasted. When Su Tianran saw that his bodyguard was incapacitated, he panicked, clutching his head and letting out a loud shout. Goodness, he directly activated his martial spirit true form, and a purple dragon charged at me, roaring something like the purple Huang heavenly dragon roar, looking as if he wanted to swallow me whole. But who am I? I countered with a blood-red figure flung out. instantly slicing through his light column like stacking blocks. With such little ability, he dared to challenge me? If it weren't for the fact that I still needed him for something, I tell you, within 15 minutes, he and his bodyguard would be packing up to leave. At most, I'd even give him a package upgrade, transforming him from a one-armed cripple to a fully liberated individual, completely free from typing troubles. Unfortunately, just as this thought crossed my mind, a voice shouted enough. It was as if the sky had fallen, directly breaking my musical notes. My heart sank. Great. My grandfather had arrived. Sure enough, the silver Moon Douluo came out with a dark expression, his gaze sharp as a knife. Without saying a word, a white light enveloped us, and in a flash, we disappeared from our spot, leaving Su Tianran there gritting his teeth, probably about to explode with anger. The next second, I found myself in the royal offering hall of the Sun and Moon Empire. I smacked my lips and sighed, what a pity. As soon as I said this, the faces of the old men nearby instantly turned sour. Their expressions were such that if it weren't for my grandfather's reputation, they probably would have rushed over to slap me. All right, you. My grandfather, the silver Moon Douluo Ding, walked over and gave my head a pat before sitting down in the main seat with great authority. I pouted and took out a chair for my soul guide, crossing my legs and yawning as I said, Grandpa, in a few days, you might have to accompany me on a long trip to the Heaven Do Empire. As soon as this was said, the old men's ears perked up like radars. My grandfather remained calm and asked me what I was going for. I cleared my throat, looking at these old guys who had been stuck at a bottleneck for years, and dropped a heavy bombshell. There's a chance to help you all break through to Super Douluo. Really? One old man couldn't sit still at that moment. I nodded, looking sincere. This stirred up a frenzy. Before Kong Deming could say anything, another old man rushed to say, Lin Shuang, your grandfather shouldn't go. I'll accompany you. My grandfather's eyes widened. Who says I'm not going? Hey, who wouldn't want this opportunity? Maybe it could even help him take another step towards becoming a limit Douluo. As a result, that old man was still unconvinced, shouting, Kong Deming, I am your own uncle. My grandfather turned around directly, facing away from him, and said, So, as an uncle, you have to give in to your nephew. Besides, this is something my grandson found. What does it have to do with you, old man? Goodness. It made my great uncle so angry that his mustache curled up. He turned to me and shouted, Kid, I'm your great uncle. You listen to me. Don't listen to that bastard. As soon as I saw the situation, I had a sudden idea and pulled out something from my pocket. The moment this thing came out, my grandfather and my uncle's eyes instantly widened. I shook the core of my hand and said, This is called the Heart of the Sun. It has immense energy, but I couldn't figure it out after studying it for half a day. My great uncle still wanted to show off, and with a cold snort said, Kong Deming, you have good talent, so I'll let you have this. My grandfather glanced at him, probably cursing him for being shameless in his heart, but he wasn't polite either and directly reached out to me. But as soon as he got it in his hands, he froze, his hands shaking like he had Parkinson's, nearly dropping the thing. He took a deep breath, and his voice changed. Inside this is the inheritance of the sun god. I was stunned. A first-level deity? So impressive? I quickly asked, Grandpa, have you opened the divine examination? He shook his head and said, I only opened the top-level 7 tests, but that's enough for me to reach the threshold of an ultimate Douluo. Who understands my family? I've been holding this thing for a long time with no reaction. It turns out that the killing god domain in my body is an ultimate social phobic, directly scaring the sun god's inheritance into being too anxious to open the door. My great-uncle, the Sun Douluo Suwenji, also tried it, and the result was even worse. He only reached a black level 5 assessment and turned green with anger. In the end, the Heart of the Sun returned to me. It's useless to me, and it's not much use to them either. Now, they directly announced they would enter seclusion to focus on the god assessment. So their plan to go to the Heavenly Soul Empire was off. I rolled my eyes. It's just a god assessment. Is it really that serious? I asked who would accompany me. My grandfather said he had already arranged it, having Mirror Hong Shun, as well as Yi Yulin and the 2 9th-level soul masters from the Wanfeng Douluo accompany me. As soon as I heard that, I frowned and said, There are at least 400,000-year soul beasts in that place. With just the 3 of them, I don't feel secure. However, my grandfather waved his hand and said, With 3 level 94 9th-level soul mentors, unless a limit Douluo intervenes, it will be very stable. All right, since you say so. Then, a flash of white light appeared on them, and they teleported me to the palace gate, giving me a few instructions, saying that those 2 masters had already gone to the Mingdu hall to wait for me, and then they disappeared once again, going into seclusion. Fine, I could only hurry to the Mingdu hall by myself. By the way, I also plan to bring along Xiao Hongshan and Ming Hongshan to that place called the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Eye, to see if I could trick 200,000-year soul beasts into coming back as soul spirits, with the main goal of capturing them. When I arrived at the Mingdu Hall, I indeed saw two old people, one bald and the other a red-haired old lady, who were Starry Sky Douluo Yiyulin and Fire Phoenix Douluo Wanfeng. As soon as I made eye contact, I heard a ding in my head, and the system prompt announced that I successfully signed in with Fire Phoenix Douluo, rewarding me with the celestial herb, Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower. Wow, this is a walking sign-in point. I hurriedly stepped forward to greet them and called out Master Uncle. Master Uncle Wanfeng smiled warmly, while Master Uncle Yiyulin was more straightforward and asked what I needed from them. I didn't beat around the bush and directly mentioned that I was looking for celestial herbs in the Sunset Forest that could help them break through. Then, I took out the Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower I had just acquired and handed it to Master Uncle Wanfeng, telling her that this could help her directly ascend to Super Daw. Master Uncle Wanfeng was taken aback, and Master Uncle Yiyulin beside her looked envious, rubbing his hands and asking if I had any more. I shook my head and said that he would have to find his own, but there would definitely be some. Now both of them were excited, eager to set off immediately. I told them not to rush and to wait for Master Uncle Wanfeng to refine the celestial herb first, setting the time for a week later. Once that was settled, I turned around and slipped away. I needed to go home first to see my little maid whom I had snatched from Su Tianran. Speaking of her, that's interesting. She is the queen in the original story, Orange. But right now, she is my exclusive little treasure. As for our relationship, how should I put it? It's a bit complicated, but definitely intense. My villa is in the suburbs, and the security system was set up by my two 9th-level soul master uncles, making it extremely secure. Before I even arrived, I sensed that Orange was already in the monitoring room watching me. This little girl is playing with me. She directly activated the security system. The stone sculpture of the fountain at the entrance of the villa suddenly turned its nozzle and blasted a high-pressure water cannon at me. I chuckled softly, raised my left hand, and instantly deployed a light barrier. No matter how much water they sprayed, I strolled leisurely. This little girl just wanted to get my clothes wet and see me in a predicament. I directly broke the window and flew into the second-floor monitoring room. Too lazy to take off my clothes, I just tore them and pounced. As for what happened next, those who understand, understand. Over an hour later, the world was peaceful again. Orange was lying on the chair, rolling her eyes, and after catching her breath, she teased me, asking if I wanted her to have my child. I smiled wickedly and said it wasn't impossible, but the premise was that she had to help me take revenge. I promised right there that during this competition, I would help her eliminate the firstborn of the White Tiger Duke. Only then was she satisfied, and she sweetly asked what gift I had brought her. I deliberately teased her, saying that hadn't I already given her a gift? When I saw she was really about to get angry, I slowly took out a dark purple soul bone, the trunk bone of 70,000-year-old death spider, with a soul skill called Undying Body, which was practically a game-breaking life-saving skill. Her eyes lit up, and I seized the opportunity to say, "Do you want it? If you want it, promise me what I asked last time." Orange's face flushed red, and she glared at me in embarrassment and anger. "Is it about that poem you wrote? You lecherous master." As soon as I heard it, I was immediately excited. The last time I made that request, it was that line from the poem, picking chrysanthemums by the eastern fence. She actually agreed. I urged her to quickly merge with the soul bone. Although her foundation was a bit weak, with me watching over her, the merging process was uneventful, and her soul power conveniently rose by a level. When she excitedly opened her eyes and saw my mischievous smile, her little face instantly turned pale. I shook the syringe in my hand and the large bucket of milk beside me, grinning eerily. "Come on. Let me help you clean your body first." For the sake of tomorrow's sense of ceremony, I decided to leave the serious business for the next day. Today, I just wanted her to get familiar with the process. I led her into the bathroom and watched her obediently kneel and bend down on the floor. This feeling was simply amazing. After a busy half day, I cleaned her up and carried her back to the room, tucking her in under the covers. Then I slipped into the basement I had set up to satisfy certain special preferences, starting to prepare the props for tomorrow. I put the buckets of milk into the refrigerator to chill and tidied up the area. Looking at those iron doors of the cells and the various little gadgets on the shelves, I nodded in satisfaction. Back in the first-floor hall, I dumped out all the soul bones I had obtained from the evil forest, forming a small mountain. I sorted them out, picking out 7 pieces to distribute to the other members of the Sun and Moon team, including Chun and an Orange. These soul bones were valuable assets that could rapidly enhance the brother's strength, so they had to be shared fairly. I chose the best one, the Demon on Magic Tree Skull, to give to that little brat Marulong, as it was a perfect fit for him. After sorting everything out, I returned to my room and saw Orange. I told her that after lunch, we would go to the basement for some special training. Goodness, her little face turned pale in an instant, as if she had seen a ghost, and she pitifully asked if we could skip it, saying she was afraid of pain. I thought that wouldn't he do? Could she back out of what she promised? I reassured her that it was all about gradual progression and promised to open the door to a new world for her. As for the next few days, how should I put it? The process was a bit hard to describe, but the results were good. After all, she had an immortal body, so I could mess around with her as much as I wanted. I prepared a complete set of jade props for her, from number 1 to number 6, allowing her to experience one model each day. By the end of the special training, her entire state had changed. It was like she had cleared the level. On the last day, I carried her out of the basement, and she seemed completely exhilarated. After being lovey-dovey with Orange for a week, I finally remembered I had serious business to attend to. As soon as I arrived at the academy, I ran into that guy Xiaoheng. Let me tell you, this guy looked decent, with big eyes that seemed like they walked out a comic. But once he opened his mouth, he could infuriate anyone. He sarcastically said he thought I had chickened out. I couldn't be bothered with him and just said, "Let's go to Mingdu Hall." On the way, he started rambling, asking me when I would give him that 10,000-year dark gold fearsome bear soul bone. I told him to level up the soul saint first and just let him dream for now. I was secretly calculating in my mind. For the next big competition, I would rely on this group to take down Shrek. This operation was simply out of this world, and it felt like I was getting revenge from afar. Upon entering Mingdu Hall, wow, the 3 big shots were all there, especially Master Wanfeng. After consuming the celestial herb I gave him, he directly rejuvenated 30 years, transforming from an old lady back into a beautiful woman. Now he was so full of himself, hands on his hips, claiming he could take on both Jing Hanqian and Yi Yulin by himself. The 2 old men looked dark in the face, but didn't dare to retort. The big shots were all rather impatient, seeing the effect on Master Wanfeng. They were all pumped up, saying they were ready to set off immediately for the Sunset Forest. 3 8th-level flying soul guides took off like they were equipped with rocket boosters, zooming away in an instant. I tell you, the speed was so fast that it made the Xie siblings throw up several times. Upon reaching the Sunset Forest, those 2 unlucky ones had to take care of starting the fire and cooking. I pulled out my soul guide camera to record the whole thing. This would be black history for them. It was hilarious. Just as I was enjoying the spectacle, a sudden thought struck me in my mind, feeling like a tremendous opportunity was about to land on my head, as if the moon goddess wanted to take me as her heir. But what happened? That pesky, god-killing domain left on me by Tangan, like a rogue software, automatically intercepted and deleted this opportunity. I was so furious at that moment that I shouted, "Tangan, UCNM, family, who understands?" It happened twice. 2 level 1 divine inheritances just vanished like that. It's even worse than losing a wallet. My shout startled Elder Wanfeng, who scolded me for making a fuss, saying I might attract 100,000-year soul beast. When I heard that, what a good idea. Perfectly let the local natives take us to find a place. Elder Wanfeng is also a tough one. Without a second thought, she released her aura, and it was incredibly imposing. As a result, a big guy really showed up, 100,000-year earthquake rhinos, looking quite intimidating. Just as I was about to say, "Let me have a go," Wanfeng shot me a glare that sent me right back. And she even threatened the other 2 big shots, saying if I made a move, she'd practice with them. "Fine, you're the boss. You have the final say." So, guess what happened? With one move of her Fire Phoenix scorching the plains, the Rhino King was directly knocked down, rolling and crawling to surrender, saying, "Big boss, spare me. I'll lead you." Talk about spineless. We were just sitting on a 100,000-year soul beast, like we were on a sightseeing tour. I asked it if it knew of a swamp emitting colorful poisonous gas. It nodded vigorously, saying it knew, and that there was an even more impressive blazing phosphor snake emperor who had already gone through the heavenly tribulation. Uncle Wanfeng didn't care at all and told her to just lead the way. I casually used light elements to heal this timid rhinoceros since it was our temporary mount. Since we had some time on the road, I asked Dreaming Red Dust what level she was, and she said 47. I started calculating in my mind how to give her a luxurious upgrade package when we reached the Eye of Ice and Fire, allowing her to take off directly. This luxurious package wouldn't just be for her alone. Let me tell you, I'm all about being a master of balancing things. No one in the team can be left behind. Old Man Mirror Red Dust has maxed out his talent points, but his martial soul is holding him back. So let's give him a big talent unbinding with the Heavenly Mushroom Pansy and push him straight to Super Douluo. As for Yi Yulin, the Star Luo Spirit Pearl was already designated for him, so that is secure. The most troublesome one is that kid Laughing Red Dust. His three-legged golden toad, martial soul, is a picky divine beast that doesn't take care for any herbs on the market. After pondering for a long time, I can only start with an 8-petal immortal orchid to lay a foundation, solidifying his essence, and then forcefully mature him with other herbs to squeeze out his potential. When the competition comes, I'll give him a Soul Emperor title. That's not too much, right? As for myself, that legendary Heartbreak Red, I suddenly had a bold idea to take it back and let Orange try it out. Those who understand know that this thing looks at sincerity rather than strength. So it's like a large-scale truth or dare. If she really manages to pick it, her status in my heart will rise like a rocket. If she can't pick it, then don't blame me for not being a warm-hearted guy in the future. After all, I don't want to have a love-struck brain around me, just in case one day she causes trouble. Wasn't he the lesson from when she annoyed me at 13 deep enough? Forget it. I won't think about these things anymore. Our group soon arrived outside the swamp. Goodness, as soon as we got there, that 100,000-year Earth-wild rhinoceros was still acting like an honest person. I could only take you this far. No sooner had I spoken than Uncle Wanfeng swung his sword. Poof! He directly severed its spine. Who understands this? Family? 1 second, it was a ride-hailing driver, and the next it became takeaway ingredients. Where can I complain about this? That Earth-wild rhinoceros was tough, still managing to stand up again thanks to its 100,000-year soul beast foundation, roaring at us. You're not trustworthy. Uncle Wanfeng was amused, laughing with a charm that was simply enchanting. 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone delivered right to our lips. Why not take it? I took a step forward and grinned. Master Uncle, let me handle this kind of rough work. The rhino fellow's eyes turned red, and he went into a frenzy, causing the ground beneath him to crack open with a loud snap, revealing a bottomless chasm for which countless stone spears shot out. But I didn't pay any attention to it. I simply unleashed a burst of psychic energy and took off into the air, the abyss below me having nothing to do with me. The stone spears hadn't even touched me before they shattered into pieces on their own. I looked at it with disdain. It's already at the end of its rope, yet it's still struggling here. The next moment, the silver moon martial soul behind me was instantly engulfed by blood. As the 5th soul ring lit up, I directly teleported to its head. Dealing with something that controls the battlefield, my teleportation is simply a divine skill. God of Death Domain, merge with me. Crimson Moon, appear. Let me tell you, that scene was absolutely stunning. The blood-red, killing intent perfectly merged with the silver moon martial soul, and in the end, with a poof, it transformed into a blood moon blade that pierced directly into the back of the earth-shattering wild rhinoceros. In that moment, my hair turned into a bizarre blood-red color, and I felt like a god of death crawling out of hell. The earth-shattering wild rhinoceros let out a mournful cry and collapsed to the ground. It sat cross-legged and began to absorb its 10,000-year soul ring. Its remnant soul still wanted to cause trouble in my sea of consciousness, but I dismissed it with a single thought. Uncle Wanfeng looked at me with a dazed expression, muttering, "It's just like his father back in the day." Well, it's time for the classic segment, listening to the elders reminisce about their bitter past and share old gossip. In any case, my parents were also extraordinary geniuses, but later, in pursuit of the path to godhood, they went out to sea to find Sea God Island, and as a result, both of them disappeared. Just as they were lamenting, the corpse of the earth-shattering wild rhinoceros suddenly erupted with a strong light, and its rhinoceros horn flew over and merged with my head. What a great deal. A 10,000-year external soul bone. This was a huge profit. However, before I could even warm up to the soul ring, a giant creature emerged from the swamp. The Phosphor Snake King, Old Man Jinghongshan, reacted the fastest, casting a protective barrier called Red Dust Protection to shield us youngsters, and said to the other two, "You two go ahead, I'll protect the kids." Old Man Ye Yulin directly unleashed his ultimate move, pulling out his level 9 soul guide, the Sun and Moon Divine Needle. The two light spheres in the sky resembled two suns, and the display was simply like an orbital cannon washing the ground. The Phosphor Snake King opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of colorful poison, but it was burned to pieces by the fire phoenix summoned by Uncle Wanfeng. Immediately afterward, Old Man Ye Yulin pointed. Sun and Moon thrust. A pillar of interwoven gold and silver light descended from the sky, and with a puff, it directly opened a hole in the head of the once mighty Phosphor Snake King, leaving it barely alive. Uncle Wanfeng timely called for a stop, clearly indicating that this soul ring should be reserved for me. This snake was also fierce. Seeing it was losing, it directly exploded on the spot and forcibly evolved. Its age jumped from 10,000 years to 200,000 years in an instant, transforming into a nether poison dragon, and it even attracted a heavenly tribulation. It wanted to die under the lightning tribulation, not allowing us to obtain its soul ring. How stubborn. It battled passionately with the thunderclouds above, ultimately being struck down to the brink of death, yet it shot us a mocking glance. I just finished absorbing it, and upon seeing the situation, I couldn't help but laugh. Want to die at the hands of the heavenly calamity and not leave us a soul ring? Dream on. I stood up and coldly sneered at its corpse. Want to die? I'll help you. I swiftly used my newly acquired skill, Earthquake, causing countless stones to rise from the ground and directly turning it into a sieve before the last lightning strike came down. The poisonous blood it spewed before dying was also burned clean by Master Wanfeng. No way, it's already 2025. And there are still people who don't know about the soul ring storage device. I shook the cylinder in my hand and stored the 20,000-year soul ring, which was shimmering with 2 golden patterns. Then I pulled out a complete set of torso bones from its corpse and finally tossed out a million-value level 8 freezing bomb, encasing the entire dragon corpse in an ice sculpture to take with me. Professional. After collecting the loot, we continued deeper into the swamp. As we walked, a soft male voice suddenly chimed in my head, giving me directions. Walk to the left front. I felt a jolt in my heart, but still decided to trust him once. Following the guidance, we passed through the poisonous miasma, and suddenly the scenery opened up before us. Let me tell you, that scene was incredible. A huge valley with a hot spring in the middle, one half boiling red and the other half icy white, clearly distinct, surrounded by various sparkling fairy herbs. The air was so filled with spiritual energy that it felt like you could squeeze water out of it. The Eye of Ice and Fire. I finally found it. I couldn't help it at that moment, and I burst out laughing. With this place, our Sun and Moon Empire can take off directly. Creating dozens of level 9 soul masters is not a dream. But soon I couldn't laugh anymore. I sensed that there were 500,000-year-old spirit beasts that had become sentient. Sure enough, a cold female voice rang out. 3 titled Douluos dare to intrude into the Eye of Ice and Fire with 3 children? You really have some guts. As soon as the words fell, 5 figures appeared. Chilua Tulip, Earth Dragon Gold Melon. All legendary, immortal products. They unleashed their full might, trying to scare us away. And the result? In 1 second, we were down. Old Master Yulin knocked out 2 with a single strike of the Sun and Moon Divine Needle. Master Luanfeng suppressed 2 with a move called Fire Phoenix burning the plane, and Old Master Jing Hongshun even took down the last one with his sword. The entire process took no more than 3 seconds, showcasing a dimensionality reduction strike. I walked up to the wilting fairy grass and looked at the severely injured Chilua Tulip, getting straight to the point. I want to fuse the soul ring of the Earth Dragon Golden Melon. Of course, I will ensure that it won't die. Just exist in a different form. Impossible. Chilua Tulip rejected without a second thought. Just then, the metal lump on my shoulder, my metal spirit, suddenly buzzed twice. Goodness, it can actually speak the language of plants. In just a few words, it persuaded the Earth Dragon Golden Melon. The Earth Dragon Golden Melon hesitated for a moment and actually nodded. I agree, but you must guarantee that you won't harm my companions again. Then we will take the other fairy grasses, and you must not obstruct us. I took the opportunity to up the ante. The deal was struck. I took out a soul transformation scroll, pricked my finger to drop some blood, and a mysterious power surged towards the Earth Dragon Golden Melon. I looked at it and said in a deep voice, "Do not resist this force." The Earth Dragon Golden Melon seemed to understand, probably thinking that since it was going to die anyway, what was the point in struggling? It just lay there, letting me do as I pleased. The next moment, let me tell you, that melon was instantly drained. A stream of earth yellow energy shot into my body. Wow. The soul power of this 10,000-year soul beast combined with the medicinal power of the celestial herb felt like throwing a grand party in my body. It was wildly exhilarating. Even more incredible, its soul core directly fused with the external soul bone on my forehead, achieving a perfect match, along with that thin trace of Earth Dragon bloodline. My body received a significant upgrade. It was simply incredible. I directly sat cross-legged to start digesting, and when my teammates saw my stance, they immediately gathered around to protect me, vigilantly watching the remaining 4 immortal herbs. Guess what happened next? A mini golden sweet potato popped up on my shoulder and even started talking. It said to those 100,000-year soul beasts, "Don't be afraid, I'm not completely dead. I just changed form to continue fighting. I feel great now. I can't even sense the heavenly tribulation." Upon hearing this, the immortal herbs all breathed a sigh of relief and wanted to come closer, but they were blocked by Sister Luanfeng's Fire Phoenix sword. Sister Luanfeng spoke, Let us wait until he wakes up. As soon as she finished speaking, the energy within me exploded completely. The previously accumulated medicinal power, killing intent, along with all the treasures of this Earth Dragon Golden Gourd, all erupted at once. My soul rings had just stabilized when my sun, martial soul, disappeared, replaced by a blood-red moon. Family, who understands? My martial soul mutated directly and became the Crimson Moon. That killing intent was so thick, it seemed inseparable, dyeing the entire valley red. The two siblings beside me, Dai Yaoheng and Mingdu, turned as pale as a sheet, and Mingdu looked at me with eyes that were almost popping out of their sockets. I opened my eyes, and my left eye had turned blood red. I felt incredibly powerful, but seemed I was still lacking a bit of energy to fully transform. I smiled apologetically at everyone and said, "Sorry, but I need you all to protect me for a few more days." The old man Jing was very generous and waved his hand, saying it was no problem. I nodded, sat back down, and pulled out the soul ring of the 20,000-year ferocious beast, the underworld poison dragon, that I had stored away. The golden gourd on my shoulder looked dumbfounded. I said to it, "Come on, help me out." Then I directly began to absorb. What double martial souls backlash? That doesn't exist for me. My mental strength is incredibly strong, and I focus on forcibly controlling it. Once the soul ring of the underworld poison dragon fused into me, an additional ring appeared on my original 2 blood-red soul rings. My aura surged again. The blood moon above my head began to crazily absorb my killing intent, and finally, with a bang, it directly condensed into a killing soul core within me. This was amazing. In the future, my killing intent could materialize and attack others. Just as I was enjoying this, the ice and fire duality, I suddenly exploded. 2 water dragons, one blue and one red, shot up into the sky, their dragon might forcing even the old man Jing Hongshun to take a step back. Just when I thought a fight was about to break out, a blood-red shadow suddenly appeared in front of me, its face too blurry to see. It dramatically sighed and said, "Isn't it better to just stay honest?" Then it pointed at the 2 dragon souls. Just a single point. They were annihilated. The consciousness of those 2 dragon souls was instantly obliterated. Then the blood-red figure glanced at me and disappeared on the spot. I was dumbfounded. Wasn't this external help a bit too obvious? With the crisis averted, I stood up, feeling my internal power multiply by dozens of times. What a thrill. Then I began to distribute the treasures. Allocate the celestial herbs. I walked up to those several 10,000-year celestial herbs, and they didn't dare to make a sound. I first picked a herb called the Wonder Mushroom Sky-Growing Chrysanthemum for old man Jing Hongshun, telling him that this would help him achieve an indestructible body and break through his bottleneck. The old man was so excited that he immediately sat down and started consuming it. Then I found a Star Luo Spirit Pearl for my master Uncle Yi Yulin and told him that this would cause his strength to skyrocket, and he would definitely become a limit Douluo in the future. As soon as my uncle got it in his hands, the pearl zoomed into his mouth, and then the stars in the sky began to shine brightly, giving him a live Ascension experience package. Next, it was Xiao Hongshan's turn. I walked directly to the leading tulip and said to it, "Hand over your essence to help my brother." It dare not protest, and could only reluctantly spit out a light orb. Xiao Hongshan took it and swallowed it. Finally, I looked at Ming Hongshan and pulled out my most precious treasure, the Ice and Fire Dragon Spirit Mushroom. I pointed to the center of the Ice and Fire duality, and told her, "Eat this, then jump down." Ming Hongshan was startled and exclaimed, "Huh?" But she trusted me and swallowed the mushroom before jumping down. Sister Luan Feng next to her became anxious and asked if this would be okay. I sneered and turned to the 2 celestial herbs, the fiery apricot and the 8-pointed profound ice grass, threateningly saying, "If anything happens to her, I'll use your soul rings to accompany her in death." Good heavens, the 2 of them shivered in fear and quickly unleashed their powers to rescue her from the spring. When they looked, they were dumbfounded. They found that Ming Hongshan was not only fine, but was also wildly absorbing the ice and fire energy from the bottom of the spring. The Ice and Fire Dragon soul, which had been obliterated by my external help, was now circling around her. The 2 massive dragon bones at the bottom of the spring became visible. Seeing this, the 2 celestial herbs were shocked, realizing this was an immense opportunity. They immediately contributed their essence and willingly sent it down. Then they came to report to me, saying that Ming Hongshan had skyrocketed and was destined to become a deity in the future. They were even eager to become her spirit, claiming it was to cling to her for support and to ascend to godhood together. Folks, this immense fortune has finally come to her. I was shocked after hearing it. The dragon soul of the Ice Fire Dragon King directly merged into her body. This martial soul quality must be on a godly level. I'm a bit envious, but it's just envy. I'm happy for her. I just don't know if her martial soul upgrade still has the fusion technique with her brother's martial soul. But why think so much? Right now, she is not even a soul sage, so it's still a long way to becoming a god. Just then, Xiao Hanshan woke up first, and as soon as she sensed her soul power, she jumped up in place. Wow. I directly broke through to level 7, reaching level 58. I nodded to indicate normal operation. Then I turned to the Kira Tulip and said, "Come on, let's discuss something. How about becoming the spirit of my brother?" It clearly showed some disdain for laughing red dust talent, and seemed to prefer to be with me or dreaming red dust. I directly painted a grand vision for it. Don't worry, the three of us are a team. Once dreaming red dust, and I become gods. How can we not help our brother? We'll take him to the divine realm together. Upon hearing this, it seemed to recall a precedent from 10,000 years ago. Shook its flower plate and agreed. However, it also set a condition, saying that laughing red dust's current small body couldn't withstand a 100,000-year soul ring. I immediately made a decision, saying that before he reached level 60, I would ensure he got a 100,000-year soul bone to support his body, forcing the fusion. The Kira Tulip had nothing more to say, and the deal was settled. Just as it agreed, the nearby Yuxiang Kira celestial product became anxious and shouted at me. "What about Yu? Yu wants to go with you too." As soon as I heard it, "You want to come with me too?" I thought for a moment. My quota is full, but I have a friend with a dual martial soul of the Tree of Life and the soul-devouring demon tree. Sounds pretty amazing, right? If you're willing, I can introduce you to her as a soul spirit. I guarantee she is my teacher's most prized disciple and will definitely become a god in the future. Following her won't be a loss for you. When the fragrant and beautiful fairy heard this, she hesitated and said she just wanted to follow me. Hey, I don't care about that. I'm just painting a big picture, trying to get both of you to leave with me first. Seeing my firm attitude, she could only reluctantly agree in the end. Goodness, having secured these two immortal herbs. Let me tell you, this guy's bandit nature was completely exposed. My mouth curled into a wild smile, and with a wave of my hand, I said, "Brothers, let's harvest." After all, these tens of thousands of years old plant spirit beasts have followed me, and the precious materials in the ice and fire yin yang eye, aren't they just my buffet? I brought along the laughter of the mortal world and the phoenix, and the three of us swept through like locusts, leaving no grass growing in our wake. No matter what kind of immortal herbs or medicinal plants you have, as long as they are mature, we uproot them all. When that old man in the mirror, Hong Chun, finishes refining the immortal herbs and successfully breaks through, he opens his eyes and is left dumbfounded. Who understand, my family? The valley that was once filled with immortal energy now looks like it has been chewed by dogs, with only the solitary ice fire spring left in the middle. And that scene is all about being clean and hygienic. The fragrant, exquisite immortal products were so furious that they floated out of the ground next to me, gritting their teeth. You really leave not a single thing behind. If it weren't for the fact that I left them some seeds, they probably would have wanted to self-destruct right there and take us down with them. I rubbed my hands together and chuckled. It's fine anyway. This place has good feng shui, and in a few hundred years, it will grow back. I shook the dark heart in my hand. All the gains from this trip, including that angry Chilua tulip that didn't want to look at me, were stuffed inside. This is an 8th level soul guide. Isn't it just like watering to store living things? Let me tell you how terrifying this harvest is. Just those dozen or so immortal herbs are enough to scare anyone, especially the 2 top-tier ones. One is called Heartbreak Red, exclusive to the pure love war god. Anyone with even a hint of romantic thoughts won't be able to pick it. If you do manage to pick it, it can bring the dead back to life, instantly restoring a limit Douluo to full health even if they have only a breath left. The other is called Snow-Colored Swan Kiss, which is essentially a super poison amplifier. Just one drop can turn ordinary poisonous herbs into lethal weapons. If paired with top-tier venom, even a limit Douluo would die on the spot. I directly used my mental power to pack the herbs and the soil together, sealing them in a jade box. Professional. In the end, I took 70, the Phoenix took 20, and Laughing Red Dust took the remaining 10. Perfect. Just then, the ice and fire duality, I suddenly exploded. The entire spring bubbled like it was boiling. And the octagonal Xianbing grass and blazing fire apricot flower quickly scrambled to my side. The blazing fire apricot flower shouted anxiously, "Your companion is about to wake up." As soon as she finished speaking, a figure shot up from spring. I was stunned. My eyes went wide. She had silver-white curly hair and red, enchanting eyes, looking impossibly beautiful. Behind her emerged a martial soul that resembled a toad, but it was covered in ice blue with red patterns, sporting dragon scales, claws, and a tail. While its head still looked like that of a frog, strange yet handsome, the aura she exuded was overwhelming, like that of a colossal beast, making it hard for us to breathe. But in the next moment, Meng Hongshan retracted her aura, floated down from the sky, and without saying a word, directly dove into my arms, burying her head tightly against me, her voice as soft as a kitten's. "Thank you." I patted her back and smiled, saying, "Who are we to each other? Why are you being so formal? There are great opportunities waiting for you." Only then did she lift her head, and when she looked around, oh my, there were brothers, teachers, and elders all gathered around watching. Her little face turned bright red instantly. The three of them, Lihua, Xingjiao, and Shu, were quite perceptive. They quickly floated over to introduce themselves, saying, "Hello, I'm Jiao Jiao, I'm Ba Jiao, I'm Yu Yu." Meng Hongshan looked completely puzzled, tilting her little head at me, her eyes seemingly asking, "What's up with these three vegetative people?" I laughed and explained to her, "These two, the fire apricot blossom and the eight-angled ice grass, are going to be your soul spirits. You've just received a great opportunity, and by merging these 200,000-year spirit herbs, when your fifth soul ring condenses, I estimate your soul power will directly skyrocket to level 60. Congratulations! From a soul master, you'll jump straight to becoming a soul emperor with 200,000-year soul rings." Meng Hongshan was completely stunned, and after she came back to her senses, she struggled to speak. Can I really do it? I don't even have a 10,000-year soul ring, and I'm going straight for a 100,000-year one?" The fire apricot blossom was even more anxious than her. "No problem. You have merged with the Ice Fire Dragon King's soul, and now you have the Dragon King's bloodline. Your physical quality is excellent, and your arms must have turned into soul bones." The eight-angled ice grass chimed in eagerly. "We will work with you. Merging will be very easy. The only downside is that your mental strength is not enough, but there's a spirit herb called autumn water dew here, specifically for boosting mental strength, and it won't conflict with other medicines." As soon as I heard that, my mouth twitched. The hopeful autumn water was originally a trump card I had reserved to fool Huayu Hao, but now I looked at Meng Hongshan's watery, eager little eyes. And what could I do? Could I refuse? In the end, I exchanged this celestial herb for a shy kiss from the girl. Watching her retreat to a corner to absorb the medicinal power, I felt quite pleased. After sorting things out here, I turned to look at the two old men, Jing Hachun and Yi Yulin. "How did you two fare?" Jing Hongshan spoke first, smiling like a blooming flower. "I went straight to level 95, not far from level 96. And I even obtained an indestructible body." Yi Yulin also chimed in, "The star power of my martial soul has been greatly refined, and I shot straight to level 96, with a few hairs sprouting from my head." I nodded. These two old men had great potential, and this wave seemed to have made up for all the previous losses. I looked at Wanfeng, and she just smiled mysteriously, saying, "It's a woman's secret. But don't worry, in the Sun and Moon Empire, besides the teacher, I'm the strongest." Yi Yulin's expression darkened, but she's still, although I don't want to admit it, she's indeed the strongest among us three. She might even be the first to break through that realm after the teacher. Jing Hongshan chimed in, I've also touched on some thresholds." Yi Yulin was speechless, thinking, "So the clown is actually me?" Xiao Hongshan, feeling a bit sour, said, "You've made quite a harvest too." I smiled, but didn't respond. He continued to analyze. "Although Ming's martial soul has reached the divine level, with 2 soul bones and 2 soul spirits, you're not lacking either. You have 100,000 year Earth Dragon Golden Gourd soul spirit, as well as the soul rings and soul bones of the Earth Rampaging Rhinoceros and the Nether Poison Dragon. Your gains are not less than hers." That made sense. However, Meng Hongshan was aiming straight for the Soul Emperor level with her configuration fully loaded. And what about me? Once I return and absorb the 7th soul ring, unlocking my martial soul's true form, I feel confident I can face a level 95 Super Douluo head-on, without much of a problem. Of course, I mean someone like Qian Duo, a low-quality Super Douluo. I'm only 18, about to turn 19, and by 19, I could take down a Super Douluo. This achievement is quite impressive across the entire continent. Soon, Meng Hongshan finished refining the autumn water dew, and her mental strength also reached the standard. I asked her, "Who do you plan to fuse with first?" She looked at the 2 celestial herbs beside her, 1 ice and 1 fire, and her eyes gradually became wild as she proposed a bold idea. "Can I fuse both of them at the same time, using their powers to condense my 5th and 6 soul rings together. As soon as I heard this, I was like, what? This operation is simply textbook-level self-sabotage. But it also seems like the answer to the version. She now has the Ice and Fire Dragon Toad martial soul, which is all about balance. If she fuses one first, the balance will be broken, and the martial soul backlash will take her life. Fusing them simultaneously is risky, but with the 2 celestial herbs guarding her in the Ice and Fire duality, plus the uniqueness of her martial soul, it might really work. Xiao Hongchun beside her got anxious. What if it fails? I didn't even need to explain. The Fire Peach Blossom and the others had already said it themselves. They must fuse together, or else once the balance is broken, Meng Hongchun would be doomed. The octagonal profound ice herb also patted its chest and assured, "Don't worry, with us here, even if it fails, we will never let her be backlashed." In the end, I made the decision. All right, let's do it. You guys go directly into the spring of the Ice and Fire duality, to fuse. The power there will help stabilize you. The 2 celestial herbs returned to the spring. Meng Hongchun took a deep breath, looked at each of us one by one, and finally paused her gaze on me for a moment before resolutely walking into the Ice and Fire duality. I directly used the power of the earth to create a few stone platforms on the bare ground, sat down with a thud, and looked in the direction of the spring. Dai Yaoheng also sat beside me, looking very nervous. The other old men were standing, anxiously sensing the aura inside, clearly still not trusting the assurance about the spirit beasts. Just as we were getting all fired up here, guess what? Far away in the Star Luo Empire, on the other side, Ma Xiaotao was also making big moves. She appeared alone in the Mingdu mountain range, radiating a sacred white light, and coldly said to the empty space, "Aren't you coming out?" An evil soul master with the rank of title Douluo appeared, and upon seeing her, was shocked. The evil fire phoenix of Shrek has actually awakened the holy attribute. Ma Xiaotao didn't waste any words. She directly unleashed her ultimate move. As her martial soul manifested, a pure white phoenix burning with sacred fire appeared. The evil soul master, being a mental type, used his strongest control skill, Eternal Dream, but Ma Xiaotao just froze for a moment. As soon as her soul bone glowed, she immediately woke up. What followed was a one-sided crushing. Ma Xiaotao struck down from the sky with her phoenix descent, and the evil soul master didn't even have time to react before being incinerated by the sacred fire, leaving only 2 soul bones behind. Ma Xiaotao collected the soul bones, feeling her soul power increase by 2 levels, and murmured, "Is it only 2 levels for killing a title Douluo? Shuang, what will you be like to face me a year from now?" A week passed in the blink of an eye, and Meng Hongchun successfully emerged from her seclusion. She perfectly fused the powers of the 2 great divine herbs, and her strength surged. Although due to the limitation of her total soul power, her actual combat power was at the soul sage level. Her configuration was already top-notch. Just as she finished, my teacher Ye Xishui appeared like a ghost and grabbed me without saying a word. I was bewildered. "Teacher, why are you taking me to the evil spirit forest?" Ye Xishui's voice was as cold as ice. "You are level 70 now. It's time to get your 7th soul ring." My eyes lit up. "You want me to capture a ferocious beast that has existed for 2 to 300,000 years? Dream on," she coldly said. "This time I'm here to make you deal with the trouble you caused yourself. This is also a test for you. If you pass, you will be the son of the Holy Spirit sect." Trouble I caused? I looked confused. She then explained that I had killed for a month in the demon forest, and the resentment from the tens of thousands of soul beasts that died there actually formed a super terrifying vengeful spirit. As soon as this guy was born, he underwent a heavenly tribulation and then went on a killing spree in the forest. Not long ago, he even killed a 100,000-year soul beast, and now his cultivation has already broken through the 200,000-year barrier. As soon as I heard it, I understood that this guy's only obsession was probably to kill me. It's coming closer. After Ye Xishui finished speaking, she disappeared, leaving behind a sentence: "Do your best to kill it. If you succeed, the entire Holy Spirit Church will be your weapon. If you fail, your junior sister will be the only heir." Wow, that pressure just skyrocketed. I felt that terrifying aura rapidly approaching, took a deep breath, and directly summoned the Sun Martial Soul. 3 rings of blood-red spirit rings rose beneath my feet, and the 3rd spirit ring had 2 golden patterns on it, which belonged to the ferocious spirit ring of the underworld Poison Dragon. I know that poison is definitely useless against vengeful spirits. The 1st soul ring instantly shone brightly, and I activated the divine skill given to me by the Earth Frenzy, Rhinoceros, Sunburn. All attributes surged directly by 500%. This boost is a bit outrageous. I felt all my soul power burning. The spectral image of the vengeful spirit appeared, looking 7 parts like me. Without a second thought, my sun martial soul erupted instantly, and a flame ray, containing extreme heat and a sense of destruction, shot out like a bullet. This shot directly consumed over 10% of my soul power. Boom! The ray hit accurately, piercing a large hole in the vengeful spirit's chest, causing it to scream in pain, with the wound still burning with destructive fire. Completely unable to heal, I raised the corner of my mouth. Success! With this ultimate fire of destruction, I can restrain it. In this battle, I will surely win. But unexpectedly, after being heavily injured, the vengeful spirit's eyes became much clearer, and it actually spoke. Do you really want to kill me like this? Its aura changed, and countless small vengeful spirits surged around to form a barrier. Then it looked up to the sky. My heart sank. Oh no. This guy is going to undergo tribulation right here. The third heavenly tribulation is coming. I can't let it succeed. My second soul ring lit up, meteor volcano. The sun martial soul in the sky instantly began to rain down lava, completely clearing away those small vengeful spirits. In the end, only one most bizarre vengeful spirit remained on the field, and its face looked exactly like mine. I immediately controlled the molten lava on the ground to gather into a giant lava dragon, ready to deliver the final blow. Suddenly, that version of me asked, "Do you understand vengeful spirits?" I scoffed and said, "Aren't they just souls filled with resentment after death?" Controlling the lava dragon king, I charged forward, determined to take it down before the heavenly tribulation struck. And guess what? That guy actually laughed. He spread his arms and said to me, "Little brother, have you forgotten? Resentment can't be killed." Goodness, the resentment from the entire evil demon forest surged towards him like a dam breaking. His momentum skyrocketed, his face began to twist, and he pointed at my nose, cursing, "I am the real Lin Shuang. It's you who took everything from me. You imposter who occupies my nest." At that moment, I only had one thought. It's over, this is too much. This guy turned out to be the embodiment of the resentment that formed after my body died. And now, all the vengeful spirits in the world are coming to give him buffs. Is he about to undergo a heavenly tribulation and ascend right here? He grinned at me savagely. "Your value while alive is just to obediently become my 7th soul ring, isn't it? Can I endure this?" Let me tell you, I was furious on the spot. But this guy didn't give me a chance at all. The cold resentment surged towards me like a tsunami. My Lava Dragon King. My trump card for 100,000 years. I was less than a meter away from him, and with a snap, I turned into an obsidian statue. Does anyone understand? 1 second I was a king, and the next second I became a figurine. It made me so angry I almost facepalmed, looking up at the gathering thunderclouds. This guy's third tribulation was about to come. I couldn't wait any longer. I unleashed my ultimate move, the strongest single target skill of my sun martial soul, the Sunset Afterglow. With the ultimate fire hiding the fatal poison of the 200,000-year-old nether poison dragon inside. Double insurance. Isn't that something? The scene was incredible. The entire forest was lit up by me. And what happened? He just endured it with his resentment shield. The fire burned out, the poison went up, and he was screaming and howling. I thought I had a chance. But guess what? He used my poison to purify all the impurities in his body. The color drained from him, and his whole body became crystal clear. The overwhelming resentment directly scattered the thunderclouds above. He even had the nerve to thank me. "Thank you. You've helped me solve a big problem." Then his aura exploded, skyrocketing to the 300,000-year level. He looked at me, so smug. "So, what will you do in the face of a 300,000-year-old me? What else can I do? Just cool it." At that moment, my expression was serious. My hair was standing up, and a splash of blood directly erupted from me. He was still mocking me. "What's wrong? You can't deal with me even with a 100,000-year soul ring, and you still want to use a martial soul that's only at most 50,000 years to fight?" But while he was saying this, his eyes were incredibly tense. Of course, a month ago, I was strutting around the evil spirit forest with this thing. I was too lazy to waste words with him. As soon as the silver moon martial spirit activated, the entire sky turned blood red. The killing god domain activated. Let me tell you, that aura of killing could wipe everything out. His bit of resentment was instantly suppressed in my domain. For the first time, he felt the threat of death, and his face turned pale. He knew he was going to die, so he desperately tried to fight back. Casting some sort of vengeful spirit curse, a mass of purple light floated towards me. I couldn't be bothered to dodge. I unleashed my 6th soul skill, extermination of immortals and gods, and clashed directly. I tell you, There was no earth-shattering explosion. My blood-red killing aura solidified and instantly dispersed his curse along with him, evaporating in an instant. I won decisively. My legs went weak and I collapsed, just as I breathed a sigh of relief and was about to pass out. That haunting voice of his echoed again, but this time it lacked the resentment, sounding rather helpless. He said, "You and I are ultimately one, so let me give you my last strength. Well, if you can't win, then join, right?" And he even came to offer a sacrifice, emphasizing companionship. His dissipating body reassembled, transforming into a humanoid light that directly drilled into the eye of fate on my forehead. At that moment, Ye Xishui didn't even have time to intervene. A sacrifice from a ferocious beast of 300,000 years was enough to make even the limit Douluo stand aside. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself in a small dark room. My first reaction was that my 300,000-year soul ring was gone, and I was heartbroken. But when I looked inward, hey, I took off right there. My soul power surged, and my mental strength directly broke through to a tangible and substantial realm. Looking at my soul rings again, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, and the last one was blood red. It even had 3 golden patterns on it. My goodness. The sacrifice directly gave me a 300,000-year soul ring. Along with that, my evil eye tyrant skull also evolved, just as I was reveling in it. A terrifying killing intent suddenly surged through my body, causing me excruciating pain. A black-robed figure pushed the door open and coldly said, "Put away your mental domain." I looked up and recognized the son of my teacher, Ye Xishui, my nominal senior brother, the Holy Spirit Sect Lord, Zhang Liwu. I quickly saluted, and he directly tossed me a token engraved with the words Holy Sun, and the back was marked with a blood moon. He said in a flat tone, "From today on, you are the Holy Son of the Holy Spirit Sect, the only heir. The grand ceremony of enthronement will be held in 3 days." 3 days later, a titled Douluo named Wu Ming came to pick me up. He was quite polite on the way and gifted me a stunning blood-red robe. However, the next second, just as I had changed into the outfit and stepped out, he suddenly transformed into a large crow and charged at me. It was a sneak attack. I didn't even lift my eyelids. A stone wall suddenly appeared beneath my feet to block him. I laughed at that moment. "Dude, do you have some misunderstanding about my strength?" The purple light from the external spirit bone on my forehead flashed, and the space around him instantly shattered, with a black hole swallowing him up. Instant kill, it was that simple. Zhong Liwu heard the sound and rushed over. Seeing that the corpse was gone, he just nodded and said, "Come with me." The grand hall of the conferral ceremony was truly eerie. 2 rows of big shots stood there, as if judging. Ling'er and I stood side by side, and the show began. Then the climax arrived. They bowed for a long time in front of the throne, and suddenly a dignified voice said, "Approved." Then, the sword in the stone statue's hand behind the throne flew out with a clang, directly stabbing in front of Ling. Divine inheritance. Underworld God inheritance. I was dumbfounded at that moment. This luck was simply that of a chosen one. I was feeling envious when suddenly a voice echoed in my mind, a man's voice, saying that I had awakened the domain of the god of killing and was qualified to inherit the position of the Shura god, but I had to wait another year. Wow. So, I also had a share, and it was a hidden one. The rest was simple. Ye Xishui took Ling'er to level up, and the senior offering, Long Xiaotao, stayed behind to support me. That elder was interested in a poisonous herb on me called the Snow-Colored Swan's Kiss and insisted on trading it for 2 pieces of the 100,000-year-old evil demon whale king soulbone. Could I refuse this deal? It was an instant transaction. In the end, Long Xiaoyao wanted to follow me. But I said no thanks, as my strength was sufficient for now, and there were still people on my grandfather's side. It wasn't the right time for power and such. Then, in front of everyone, I took out my level 7 soul guide device, the teleportation ring, and with a whoosh, it disappeared, leaving them with a stylish back view, keeping my achievements hidden. To be honest, since I left the Holy Spirit cult, my mind hasn't stopped. Let me tell you, I originally thought this was my home turf, but surprise, Ling'er stole all the limelight. A level 1 divine inheritance. The god of the underworld. With this kind of prestige, the heir of the Holy Spirit cult felt a bit overshadowed. However, that's not the main issue. I'm currently pondering another big matter. That old scoundrel Tang San, can he really just watch me unify the continent? Now that Ling'er has the inheritance of the god of the underworld, and I still hold the sun god, will he still give me the Shura god test? I feel it's uncertain. So, the plan needs to be adjusted. I have to take the initiative. The first step is to raise pigs. I need to fatten up Su Tianran. I've been eyeing his purple destruction heavenly dragon martial soul for a long time. Who understands this, family? Once his soul power is sufficient, I'll swallow it in one go. And by then, my martial soul will mutate. TSK, TSK. That scene will be beautiful. Returning to Mingdu felt like a lifetime ago. I first went to see Old Kong and the others. These old guys ate my immortal herbs and were all energized. Especially old man Jing Hanshun, who is overjoyed since I am his future grandson-in-law. After some mutual flattery, I headed straight to the palace. Let me tell you, this time I wasn't looking for my grandfather. I went directly to the emperor's sleeping quarters. Wow, what a scene! The emperor was lying in bed, clearly on the verge of death, and Kong Deming was also there. I went up to greet him, and the emperor was quite polite, asking me to call him fourth uncle. I knew full well that he had been poisoned by the evil eye tyrant, and his spiritual sea was almost eroded away. He was just hanging on by a thread. Kong Deming got straight to the point, saying that as long as I brought out the immortal herb to save his life, he would give me another top-tier level 9 soul guide device he had kept hidden for years. I laughed at that. I said, "Grandfather, what if I want the throne?" Guess what? The emperor didn't even blink. "Sure, take it." Wow, to survive, he really was willing to go all out. But my true intention wasn't this. I revealed my goal. What about Su Tianran's life? As soon as I said this, the emperor fell silent, his face showing deep conflict. I didn't hide it anymore and laid my cards on the table. I had my eyes on his purple destruction, heavenly dragon, martial soul. I painted a big picture for them. I gave Su Tianran a magical herb, and you all put in your efforts to help him grow it. After the competition ends, we'll have a one-on-one duel, with fate deciding life and death. ISNT, this the trendiest high-end predator in 2025? First, fatten them up, then take action. To make them believe me, I directly summoned the fragrant and beautiful mystical herb. When this little guy heard that Ling'er had a divine test, he was so excited that he immediately produced a source pearl that took 10,000 years to condense. The deal was struck. I handed the pearl and another herb to Su Tianran, and Kong Deming also gave me a shabby crystal ball. Don't be fooled by its ugly appearance. This thing is called the Sun-Broken Feather, a top-tier level 9 soul tool, one of my grandfather's famous works. As I infused my soul power into it, it shattered with a crack, and all the fragments drilled into my body. Let me tell you, the feeling was incredible. This is called an illusory soul tool, equivalent to carrying a mobile armory with me, combining both offense and defense. It was simply exhilarating. Having settled the big matter, I went home. I teleported directly in front of Orange. The little girl was still playing pranks on me, but I saw right through her. I didn't waste any words and directly took out my ultimate weapon, Xiangxi Duan Shanghong. I told her, if you're sincere, you can make it drop. And these 2 pieces of 10,000-year soul bones will be yours. I was quite nervous at the time. To be honest, I didn't know if she was using me or if she had genuine feelings. Orange also looked anxious, after thinking for a long time. She spat out a mouthful of heart's blood onto it. The next second, the flower really did tremble and fall down. At that moment, I felt a weight lift off my heart. All right, I didn't misjudge her. I urged her to eat it quickly. And guess what happened? There was no reaction at all, not even a flicker of light. Her soul power shot up to level 60, and her cultivation speed doubled. It was simply a silent upgrade, utterly ridiculous. I had her merge those 200,000-year evil soul bone of the killer whale king right on the spot. As I watched her cultivate, I was already planning my next step. Orange can't just be an assistant. I want to train her to become a level 9 soul master and have her lead troops. I want to use the resources from the ice and fire yin-yang to build a team of soul masters. By then, we will flatten everything, including Shrek. It's just right. It's time to take Xiao Hongshun and the others out to train as well. I directly sent a message to my teacher, the Death God Douluo Ye Xishui, asking her to bring Ling'er over. Then I went to report to old master Jing Hongshun, saying that I wanted to take his grandchildren to the extreme north for a team-building activity. The old man was initially worried, but when I revealed my grandfather's sun fragment feather, he immediately shut up, thinking it was my grandfather's suggestion. Hey, that's exactly the effect I wanted. On a whim, I also traded a soul bone with him for the design of the Judgment Sword. I need to study this thing. When I returned to the villa with Juzi, good heavens, they were already there. My teacher, Ye Xishui, was sitting on the sofa. Let me tell you, her appearance really challenged my aesthetic. She looked as old as a witch, completely different from the legendary beauty. She got straight to the point and asked, "Where's the 100,000-year soul beast for Ling'er?" Well, there was the tool person confirmed. I didn't drag it out and released the fragrant Chillow fairy product, explaining what a soul spirit was. This was quite new to her. When the little fairy grass saw my teacher, it was so scared that it hit on my shoulder, quietly observing Ling'er, probably sensing the aura of a deity. To increase my weight, I casually piled up the 2 or 3 dozen evil soul bones I obtained from the evil forest like garbage. I said to Ye Xishui, "Teacher, these are the soul bones I got from the evil forest. They all carry evil power, and their quality is a bit lacking, but if you can refine them all, it might be quite terrifying." Ye Xishui, the old fox, squinted her eyes and directly asked me what I wanted. I told her, "I'm not going to beat around the bush. I'll get straight to the point. Teacher, regarding the 3 pieces of 100,000-year spirit bones I exchanged for the 3-eyed golden lion in the starry forest, I was thinking." Before I could finish my sentence, she scanned the pile of junk in front of me with a glance and casually said, "Oh, those 3? I've already used one, so there are only 2 left. Do you still want them?" Wow. I was left with the expression of an elderly person on the subway looking at their phone. Is she playing word games with me? 2 pieces are still better than none. After all, these evil spirit bones are just taking up space here. The deal was made, and I felt a weight lift off my shoulders. I cleared my throat and said, "Teacher, I plan to go to the extreme north and would like to take my junior sister along for some training. What do you think? Let me tell you, this is my final test. Ling'er is now her precious darling, the only heir of the 9 trials of the underworld god. If I could take her away, it shows I still have some status. But more importantly, I really don't want that big Buddha, Ye Xishui, to follow us. What a joke if she comes with us. How can we train? Wouldn't it just turn into a sightseeing tour? A training experience without life-threatening situations is just child's play." Sure enough, Ye Xishui frowned and directly rejected me. "No, the boss of the extreme north is not much weaker than me. And if I go over there, I'll be discovered immediately. And that would cause trouble. Well, I've said enough. What more can I say? If I keep going, it'll just lead to a falling out." I nodded and pretended to be very obedient, then whispered to the little fairy grass on my shoulder, "Yuyo, from now on you will follow my junior sister. When she reaches level 60, you will become her soul spirit." The little fairy grass was quite well behaved, shaking its leaves and rolling up the soul spirit transformation scroll before bouncing over to Ling'er. Ye Xishui waved her hand and collected all my soul bones, then, as if issuing an eviction order, said, "I still need to take Ling'er for the divine trial. You don't have anything else to do, right? What can I do?" I glanced at Ling'er, and her expression was one of helplessness, but there was nothing to be done. She could only follow her teacher, turning back to look 3 times. As soon as they left, I tell you, the air pressure in my room dropped to freezing point. The smile on my face disappeared in an instant, and I felt cold all over. Divine exam? What a divine exam. It really made me laugh in anger. The move I made was like personally handing over the future of the Holy Spirit sect. Originally, according to my script, I would become the Emperor of the Sun and Moon, and the Holy Spirit sect would be my trump card. Now, my little junior sister, whom I brought in, has directly become the heir. What am I? A guide? Or am I just a 35-year-old employee who was optimized out? Who understands this feeling? Family? It feels like you've painstakingly built up a kingdom, only for someone to parachute in as a royal relative and replace you. I've come to understand that this old hag, Ye Xishui, never truly trusted me from the start. In her eyes, I'm ultimately an outsider, and Ling'er is her designated successor. The moment I exchanged soul bones with her, I'd already made my stance clear. We have different paths and cannot work together. It's really troublesome. I sighed. That old dragon god Douluo is dead, yet 2 potential ultimate Douluos have emerged as enemies, one of whom is my nominal teacher. What kind of situation is this? I got up and opened the door, and there was Orange waiting outside. I waved at her to come in. The plan needs to be adjusted. I originally wanted to venture out with them, but now it seems I have to face the extreme north alone as a solitary warrior. I must prove to Ye Xishui that she made the wrong choice. She personally buried the only future that could be presented for the evil soul master. The next morning, as I arrived at the academy gate with an Orange, I was blocked again. The sibling duo, Ming Hongchun and Xiao Hongchun, stood there like gatekeepers. As soon as Ming Hongchun saw me, her eyes lit up, and she directly jumped into my arms, causing her brother to roll his eyes in a cold manner beside us. "Shuang, are you really going to the extreme north?" she asked, tilting her little head up at me. I smiled and pushed her off me. "Yeah, go find a suitable 6 spirit ring for Orange. By the way, you 2 have been growing in strength so quickly, you need to find some powerful spirit beasts to practice against. Otherwise, it's just empty gains. We can study the soul guiding devices after we come back from the north." After hearing this, Dai Yaoheng furrowed his brow for a moment, but quickly relaxed. He understood that his sister jumping directly from the 4th ring to the 6th ring had led to an unstable foundation, and she indeed needed battles to consolidate her strength. Moreover, their martial soul fusion skill also needed to be readjusted. The 4 of us stopped talking nonsense and directly took out our flying soul guidance devices. The other three were all uniform level 6, while behind me, with a swish, a pair of wings made up of countless shattered golden chips spread out, dazzling in the sunlight. The pseudo-level 10 soul guidance device, sun-shattered feather, was truly impressive. I spread my wings and soared into the sky, and the three of them quickly followed. Just as we were flying far away, on an inconspicuous little hillside outside of Mingdu, Ye Xishui and Ling'er were quietly watching us disappear into the horizon. Still putting on a show over there. Time fast-forwarded, and half a year passed in the blink of an eye. In these 6 months, for the first 3 months, I took Orange and the others to level up crazily on the outskirts of the extreme north. Orange obtained the soul ring she had been dreaming of, and the Hongshan siblings were even more impressive, teaming up to take down a 100,000-year mirror shadow beast, which dropped a piece of 100,000-year skull. Laughing at Hongshan, that kid had incredible luck. With the body bone I traded from Ye Xishui, he directly fused 2 pieces of 100,000-year soul bones and effortlessly absorbed the Chihuahua tulip into a soul spirit. Once their experience bars were full, I directly packed them up and sent them back to the Sun Moon Empire. The rest of the journey, I had to walk alone. In the next 3 months, I delved deep into the core area of the extreme north by myself. Let me tell you, that place is truly not meant for humans. 100,000-year soul beasts roamed around like they were free, and I even encountered several ferocious beasts that had crossed the heavenly tribulation. Several times, I was on the brink of death, repeatedly honing my combat skills to the limit. The toughest battle was against the Ice Bear King Xiaobai, raised by the Snow Empress. That guy had the advantage of terrain, and we ended up in a stalemate. In the end, I had to escape when my soul power was exhausted. Today, I felt that I had reached a bottleneck and was ready to wrap things up and head home when suddenly my mental radar beeped. There were humans. Damn, this is the core area. Who would be foolish enough to come here? I immediately restrained my presence and quietly approached. I saw a guy in a black robe, acting sneaky. As soon as I caught sight of him, he suddenly stopped and turned around. To my surprise, there was someone else here. His voice was quite pleasant. He took off his hood, revealing a face that was almost unreasonably handsome. Unfortunately, he was a man. He scrutinized me, or rather, he was examining the sun-shattered feather beside me, and asked, "What is your relationship with Kong Deming?" My heart skipped a beat. Does this guy know my grandfather? He must be an ancient monster-level character. He is my grandfather. At this point, there's no need to hide it anymore. The handsome guy nodded, then with a face full of regret said, "Since you are his descendant, then I can't let you go. Remember, the one who will kill you is the master of the Star Royal Offering Hall, Jiu Douluo." As soon as he finished speaking, a huge chrysanthemum bloomed behind him. Damn it, it really is him. Shit. I cursed inwardly, and the sun-shattered wings instantly turned into wings, allowing me to retreat rapidly. I never expected to run into an old acquaintance from 10,000 years ago here. He didn't give me any time to react and directly unleashed his 8th spirit skill. Yellow chrysanthemum reaching the sky, petals falling into the mortal world. The sky was filled with pale yellow petals, which looked beautiful, but I knew that each one carried immense power, capable of crushing me into meat paste. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? I steel my heart, and the sun-shattered wings behind me shattered with a loud bang, turning into countless fragments that rushed forward, tearing those petals to dust like a meat grinder. How much spirit power do you have to activate this thing? Duel asked me from atop that giant chrysanthemum, looking down on me. I sneered, "Killing you is enough." I unleashed a solar ray directly, and the blood-red 100,000-year soul ring lit up. The old man was taken aback and quickly used his 6th soul skill, Sun Petal, to block it. The two forces collided, and the energy exploded. Then, with a wave of my left arm, a phantom of a holy light dragon roared out, crashing violently into his martial soul's true form, sending him flying into the nearby snow mountain and triggering a massive avalanche. Now's the time. The vertical eye on my forehead suddenly opened wide, and my mental power burned furiously, pulling out the strength of the evil tyrant's skull, gathering into an ultimate golden beam of light. The light of destiny. This strike drained 70% of my mental power, but its power was absolutely world-destroying. The golden light merged into the avalanche, and time seemed to stand still for a moment. Then I saw the phantom of Jutho slowly rising from the snow pile, and then like a bubble, it turned into nothingness. Done. My face turned pale as I quickly used my mental power to retrieve his corpse from the snow pile. Who understands what family means? I hit the jackpot. This guy was loaded, with 6 soul bones on him, 2 of which were 100,000 years old. I stripped him of everything he had, not even leaving the storage soul guide behind. I probed into his storage soul guide with my mental power, and I gasped in shock. Goodness, besides gold and silver treasures. At the very bottom, there was actually a wooden tray, on top of which was a 9th level soul guide from the Sun and Moon Empire, the God Sealing platform. And inside the platform was a mass of white gas. If I'm not mistaken, this thing is the Snow Empress, ranked 3rd among the top 10 ferocious beasts, the Ice Heaven Snow Woman, the Snow Empress, the leader of the 3 great kings of the extreme north. I took out the function platform and pondered. This is a ferocious beast that has existed for nearly 700,000 years, and merging with it would definitely lead to a violent death. Moreover, she currently harbors a deep hatred for humans, and if I release her first, she will definitely kill me. Forget it, I'll keep her for now. Once I become powerful in the future, I'll find a way to collect her as a soul spirit. I just put away the treasure, and before I could catch my breath, I heard a deafening roar. A gigantic black shadow, over 100 meters tall, burst out from the nearby, snow-capped mountain and swung a fist towards me. The Titan Snow Demon King. Damn it, I've poked the beast's nest, haven't I? I quickly used the spatial ability of the sun-shattered feather to dodge, but before I could stabilize myself, a terrifying bear paw had already slapped across my face. It was the Ice Bear King Xiaobai. The two of them were teaming up against me. The level 9 soul guidance device, Red Dust Protection, activated instantly, blocking the bear paw, but I was still blasted into the blizzard created by the Titan Snow Demon King. This is troublesome. Gritting my teeth, I controlled the sun-shattered feather to soar into the sky, planning to break through from above. Those two big guys below were crazily attacking me from a distance, throwing ice balls like cannonballs upwards. Trying to force me, fine. I steeled my heart and poured all my soul power into the sun-shattered feather. And my sun martial soul behind me seemed to merge with the real sun in the sky. Radiant sun divine light. A beam of golden divine light capable of destroying everything descended from the sky, instantly evaporating the blizzard and melting the glaciers. The Titan Snow Demon King and the Ice Bear King were so frightened by this apocalyptic scene that they turned and ran. Once they fled, my soul power was completely exhausted and everything went dark before I fell straight down from the sky. Just when I thought I was going to die from the fall, a golden sweet potato suddenly appeared, steadily catching me and gently bringing me down. It was my 100,000-year-old spirit, the golden dragon sweet potato. I directly fell asleep and didn't wake up for several days. The earth dragon golden melon kept guard by my side, until one day, a figure appeared on the snowfield, slowly walking towards me. The earth dragon golden melon became alert, but did not act rashly. The person ran to my side, and after seeing my face clearly, exclaimed, "Teacher Lin Shuang? Guess who I saw? Wu Hao." This little guy actually came to the extreme northern core area. I tell you, when the million-year-old monster in his mind, the heavenly dream ice silkworm, sensed my physical condition, its jaw almost dropped in shock, and it screamed in disbelief. How is this possible? Let me tell you, his reaction at that moment was first confusion, then pure joy. It was like he was having a split personality, mumbling something about the limitless potential of humanity, saying that this kid Wu Hao is bound to become a god. Goodness, the speed of his mood change could earn a bow from Sichuan opera. Then this old monster asked Wu Hao, "What are you going to do next?" Guess what Wu Hao said? He said he would wait until he woke up, and then be honest with him, wanted to follow him. This left the heavenly dream ice silkworm completely stunned. It was calculating in its mind that if Wu Hao really followed me, how could it trick him into looking for the Ice Emperor as his second martial soul? What if I took a liking to the Ice Emperor's soul bone and got rid of Wu Hao? The more it thought about it, the more anxious it became. Having deceived him before, it now couldn't say much, so it simply decided to lay low and play dead. I slept for a full 10 days, and when I woke up, I felt incredibly refreshed. But as soon as I opened my eyes, I saw that little Wu Hao was sitting beside me like a loyal dog. He noticed I was awake, and being a straightforward kid, he immediately started spilling everything. He said he has a twin martial soul, and the second one is a soulless ice lump that can only be activated after finding an ice-type master in the extreme north to fuse with it. As soon as I heard it, I understood that it's to recruit people. I just wanted to tease him at the time, so I said, "What about the Ice Biter Scorpion and the Titan Snow Demon?" As a result, this kid really had some guts. He countered by asking me, "Teacher Lin Shuang, what if I could seal a spirit beast without limits?" Let me tell you, as soon as he finished speaking, I could feel that big worm in his head was almost scared to death, with the CPU going into crazy alert mode, beeping loudly. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment and casually told him, "Oh, you mean the Titan Snow Demon King? No problem, I can handle it." Wow. At that instant, his mind seemed to crash. I could tell his worldview had collapsed. You have to understand, the Titan Snow Demon King is one of the 3 great kings of the extreme north, a being capable of matching a level 98 Super Douluo in strength. And he actually thinks I can handle it? Of course, he didn't believe me, so I took him to find that big guy. On the way, I didn't waste any time and filled him in on everything that had happened at Shrek during this period. Who understands, my friend, this kid has had it too rough. Just because he came to see me off, he offended that teacher named Zhou and was directly cast into the Cold Palace. Wang Dong'er and Xiao have both become core disciples, and he's just an ordinary person with no background or resources, getting bullied terribly. That's why he gritted his teeth and ran to the extreme north to find me, hoping to cling to my leg for a turnaround. I even found out that Wang Dong'er has actually turned into Tang Wudong, which made my heart skip a beat. I hope nothing happened on the spirit beast side. As we were getting close, I suddenly slammed on the brakes and smiled at Hui Yuehao. "All right, big bug, stop pretending and come out to chat." Hui Yuehao was stunned on the spot. The dream-eyed silkworm, his mind, still wanted to show off, directly taking over Hui Yuehao's body, striking a pose like a million-year soul beast, and asking me in an ethereal tone, "What business do you have with this seat?" It made me laugh. He was like the latest model of the Mouth King from 2025. I couldn't be bothered to waste words with him, so I placed my sun-fragmented feather on Hui Yuehao's neck. The next second, that guy's attitude did a complete 180, no, big brother, let's talk. I told him that I had exchanged memories with the Rue beast, and I knew his background very well. This made him completely honest. I asked the 2 of them to wait, and went to meet the Titan Snow Demon King first. Man, that thing is really tough. A beast that has existed for nearly 300,000 years. It's all muscle. I shot a solar ray at it, and it made a hole in its arm, but the blood that flowed out was actually green, pure bloodline for sure. Then this guy directly activated its domain, unleashing a blizzard, fully utilizing its home advantage. But could that trouble me? I activated my ultimate, Blood Moon True Body, God of Death domain. A blood-red God of Death spear coalesced in my hand. The scene was, wow, really impressive. The Snow Demon King knew it was doomed and tried to scare me by summoning the Snow Emperor, desperately casting some extreme ice judgment to freeze me. What a joke. Do you think my killing intent can be frozen? With a pop, I pierced right through it. I was running low on energy, so I sat down to recover, while on the other side, Tianming Binkin sensibly went up to last it. With a burst of mental power, he broke through the last line of defense of the Snow Demon King and took it down. What followed was the most painful month for Hui Yuehao. First fusing the soul bone and then the soul ring. The sounds he made were enough to make my teeth ache just listening to them. But enduring it meant rebirth. When he finally woke up, I was shocked. Originally a small bean sprout at 1.70 meters, he shot up to nearly 2 meters, with muscles like granite. Handsome for sure. But when he activated his martial soul, wow, he transformed into an 8-meter tall, snow-white gorilla, complete with fangs. He was bewildered and asked Tianming if he had made a mistake. Tianming, in his lazy manner, said, "Be content, I thought you'd be over 10 meters. After dealing with the second martial soul, the first one also needed attention. Tianming blinked and went into action and quickly found a 3,000-year-old unfortunate ice silkworm, giving him a camouflage soul ring, boosting his soul power directly to level 26. After that, we found a city and indulged in a feast. It was delightful. Hui Yuehao asked me where we were going next, and I said, "Let us go back to Shrek." He was confused, asking back. I told him, "What are you afraid of? We're just going to withdraw from school, not to cause trouble. Come on, I'll take you back to proudly drop out, and then you can come with me to the Sun Moon Empire. Oh, by the way, let me tell you something interesting. While we were doing all this, the big shots in the divine realm weren't idle either. That god of destruction, the purple-haired guy, initially wanted to find a successor in the Ming city, but when he saw Su Tianran was left with only his upper body, he directly lowered the difficulty of the test by 1 level. His wife, the goddess of life, was quite happy, saying her candidate was quite impressive. These gods, one by one, seemed to be watching our lives like a large reality show, probably getting ready to place bets. Anyway, after we were full and satisfied, we hopped onto my sun fragment and headed straight back to Shrek. The speed was so fast that we arrived above Sea God Island in an instant. I immediately called out, "Ding Yin, it's me, Shuang, I'm back to see you." Just as the words left my mouth, a white figure rushed out and blocked our way. I focused my gaze and thought, wow, ISNT, that Yin Xiaozha? Why does he look younger? His expression when he saw me was like he had seen a ghost, probably not expecting that a soul engineer player like me would have such an impressive aura now. He stared at the sun fragment behind me, and in shock said, such a powerful soul engineer, your strength must have reached the title level, right? I smiled and ignored his comment, instead turning to take a glance at Yueheng beside me. Yin Xiaozhe, that old guy, also followed my gaze, looking as if he was wondering whose child this was. I told you, at that time, I very straightforwardly helped Yueheng with his resignation procedures. Hello, Ding Yan. This is Yueheng from the Foreign Language Department. He came to withdraw from school today, and I'm just here to help him out. Goodness, Yin Xiaozhe just went and looked at me as if I were an idiot, saying, he has been late for more than half a month and has already been expelled. You've made a wasted trip. I thought to myself that this old man understands the process pretty well, so I smiled and replied, but the nature is different. Expulsion is passive, while dropping out is active. At least it looks better on the surface, doesn't it? Yin Xiaozhe probably didn't want to argue with me about this, his gaze sweeping over me, but he just couldn't see through my intentions. I also didn't want to waste words with him, so I grabbed Yueheng's arm and, like throwing a sandbag, flung him out to the outer courtyard. After all, he's tough. He won't get hurt, so let him handle his own matters. Seeing my action, Yin Xiaozhe twitched his mouth, then put on a smiling face and said, how about we go to the Sea God Pavilion for a sit? I shook my head directly. No, the Sea God Pavilion is a valuable place. I'm coming uninvited. Won't they charge me an entrance fee? He replied with a smirk that didn't reach his eyes. So, if you come uninvited now, shouldn't you be charged an entrance fee? I was just about to retort, family. Who understands? Suddenly a voice popped up behind me, giving me a scare. Kid, you trespassed into Shrek, so leave behind a level 9 soul guide design as your ticket. I suddenly turned around and saw an old lady standing behind me at some point, her aura incredibly strong. My heart sank, and I thought, what the heck? Is that Lin Lao? The elusive elder from the original story turned out to be an extreme Douluo. Shrek really is a place full of hidden talents. This old lady came right up and demanded the blueprints. It was outrageous. Wasn't this just pure extortion? I immediately switched to my acting mode, looking helpless. Oh dear. It's really unfortunate. The last blueprint I had on me was destroyed the last time I visited the Sea God Pavilion, and I haven't had the chance to ask my elders for a new one yet. Is that so? Lin Lao smiled at me, looking like a kind old grandmother. But her words were as forceful as a robbery. If you don't have the blueprints, the actual items will do. That golden wing of yours, and the one called Red Dust Protection, plus that instrument you mentioned before that can help Xiaotao suppress her evil fire. Just leave one of them. My face darkened at that moment. The sun shattered like feathers. The mortal world provides shelter, and the 7 emotions and 6 desires are like a zither. Which of these 3 can be given casually? Yin Xiaozhe was still fanning the flames beside me. 2 pieces. You give us 2 level 9 soul guiding devices, and we will agree to all the conditions you propose. I have come to understand that these people are determined to bleed heavily today. I let out a cold laugh in my heart and took out a red metal piece from my chest, which is the Red Dust Protection. Then I spoke slowly. Old Lin, Ding Yan, are you sure you want to do this? If I am really pushed to the edge and can't escape, I will have to drag the entire Shrek city into the chaos with me. Have you heard of a level 9 fixed soul guidance shell? Once it goes off, our area will probably have to be replanned. As soon as these words were spoken, their faces changed instantly. They understood better than anyone the power of a level 9 fixed soul guidance shell. That thing could truly threaten even a limit Douluo. Finally, old Lin sighed and compromised. All right, keep the Red Dust Protection. You can wander around the academy these days, as long as you don't enter the Golden Ancient Tree. You can also take Yueheng away anytime. I hummed and threw the protection of the red dust away. Although it hurt a bit in my heart, it was better than being beaten up. This time, I managed to figure out Shrek's trump cards. 1 ultimate, 1 half-step ultimate, and 2 level 98s. This lineup was indeed quite luxurious. Just as I settled these old fellows, I flew directly towards Sea God Island. However, before I even arrived, a golden figure dashed straight into my arms. The familiar fragrance made me instantly recognize who it was. Shuang. Hearing Wu Ming's joyful voice in my arms, the displeasure in my heart vanished in an instant. I hugged her tightly and gently said, I'm back to see you, babe. She immediately retorted, nonsense. But the smile at the corner of her mouth couldn't be hidden. She rubbed against me and asked, how long are you staying this time? Just a few days. The soulmaster competition is coming up, and I have to report back to the Sun Moon Empire. She responded with a soft mm. And then in a voice that sounded like a mosquito buzzing, she asked, so, are we going to Shrek Red Hotel now? As soon as I heard it, I couldn't help but laugh. Was there even need to ask? I just picked her up in a princess carry and sped off to the hotel. As for what happened next, those who understand, understand. In any case, We had a deep yet casual academic exchange, the intensity comparable to the finals of the Spirit Master competition. After the exchange, I lay on the bed and casually handed her the Heart of the Sun I had obtained from the sign-in. I thought to myself, this thing was originally signed in from her, so letting her try it out wouldn't hurt. To my surprise, as soon as it was in her hands, it exploded right there. The dazzling golden light almost blinded me, and the terrifying heat was definitely the ultimate fire. Immediately after, the Heart of the Sun put her through the Sun God 9 trials. I was really feeling sour at that moment. Family, I was truly envious. Why should it be like this? My divine exam was ruined by that person named Tang, and she got a direct recommendation? Wu Ming was also stunned. But more than that, she was moved. She hugged me and said a lot, and in the end, made a request, hoping I would never start a war. I directly refused, saying, war is inevitable. I can only promise to end it as quickly as possible. After hearing this, she didn't insist anymore, but suddenly got up from my arms and shouted, everything still depends on oneself. Then she directly dominated the competition. Once we both calmed down, I took out another treasure, Xiangxi Duanchang Red. I said to her, come, try to see if you can gain its recognition. Wu Ming knew the significance of this thing, and without saying a word, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Goodness, Xiangxi Duanchang Red recognized its master on the spot. It seems the pure love war god fell down in response. She sat cross-legged and directly swallowed the celestial herb. The next moment, a change occurred. Terrifying golden flames erupted from Wu Ming, and the martial soul of the three-legged golden crow appeared behind her. The quality of the entire martial soul was evolving. With a loud bang, the entire room, except for me and the wall, was instantly reduced to particle state. When the flames subsided, Wu Ming was suspended in midair, her aura skyrocketing. Not only did her martial soul evolve into ultimate fire, but there was also an additional circle of blood-red 10,000-year soul rings beneath her feet. Divine bestowed soul rings. At the same time, the Heart of the Sun merged into a golden bell in her hand, transforming into an ancient clock, artifact, the Sun God Bell. She excitedly pounced down from the air, pinning me to the ground, howling to fulfill the previous promise. I quickly stopped her, saying the ground is all dust. How can we fight? After paying for the hotel, we came out. I told her to go to the Sea God Pavilion first. With her current strength and adventures, her status would definitely skyrocket, so she could show off. As for me, I had to deal with some serious business, digging a wall. My goal is to recruit Tang Ye, the current leader of the Tang sect. This girl hides a great secret and possesses top-notch talent to become an evil soulmaster. I must take her to the Sun and Moon Empire. I used my mental power to contact her and arranged to meet by the Sea God Lake. I got straight to the point and laid my cards on the table, presenting her with a grand vision. Join me, and I will help you revive the Tang sect, granting you the talent to become a titled Douluo, and even bringing in level 9 soul engineers to assist you in combining hidden weapons and soul guidance devices, allowing ordinary people to possess power. She was very tempted, but in the end, she declined my offer, citing her loyalty to her country and family. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment, tearing off the mask and speaking in a cold tone. Do you believe that tomorrow's headline for Shrek Academy will be the master of the Tang sect accidentally drowns in Sea God Lake while taking a midnight walk? Her face turned pale, knowing I wasn't joking. In the face of absolute power, any struggle is futile. In the end, she gritted her teeth and, for the sake of the revival of the Tang sect, swore allegiance to Sea God Tang San, expressing her willingness to lead the Tang sect into the Sun and Moon Empire. I tell you, when I was doing this, that guy from the Divine Realm, surnamed Tang, probably turned green with envy, watching the whole thing live. But in the end, he didn't intervene. He probably thought it through. After all, they're all from the Tang family. No matter where they are, it's all about revitalizing the Tang sect, right? Get Tang Ye sorted out and have her go through the withdrawal procedures tomorrow. Just as she left, I suddenly heard Tang San's voice in my head. Go to the Sea God Lake. There are opportunities beneath Sea God Island. I was so shocked that my hair stood on end. Damn, is this the banquet of Hong Min? Just after I took his descendant, he wants to trick me into getting killed? But then I thought, does a God King really need to go through all this trouble to kill me? I'll take a gamble. Fortune favors the bold. I steeled myself and jumped into the icy waters of the Sea God Lake with a splash, swimming towards the Sea God Island at the bottom of the lake. I tell you, the bottom of this lake is really pitch black. You can't see your hand in front of your face, and the water pressure is incredibly high. If it weren't for the promise for Brother San, I would have turned around and left on the spot. Who would come here to explore for no reason? Just when I was about to lose my patience, suddenly, a purple light flashed ahead. Although it was just for a moment, I was sure I wasn't mistaken. I hurried over, but ended up finding nothing at all, which left me completely confused. What I didn't know was that my random searching had already been noticed by someone. Beneath this sea god island, there was an independent little world, where a woman sitting on a throne was watching me as if she were monitoring a surveillance camera, seeing me clearly. She was murmuring something about a killing god domain. And then when she blinked her eyes, bam, 1,000 years of information was downloaded directly into my brain. She sighed, saying it had been 1,000 years, and then woke up a beautiful woman with fox ears who had been asleep beside her. The fox-eared beauty woke up looking confused, glanced at her hands, then at the woman, and immediately threw herself into her arms crying, weeping like a pear blossom in the rain, shouting, "Teacher, Nana misses you so much." I tell you, the amount of information here is huge. It turns out this beauty is called Nana, and she was Ling'er from the Spear Hall back in the day. She always thought that her loose lips had leaked information to Tang San, leading to her teacher's death. The woman on the throne gently held her, saying, "How old are you?" and still crying. Once Ling'er's emotions stabilized, the woman lifted her chin and said, "In a moment, let a little one in. And you take good care of her for me." Ling'er was still worried and asked, "What about you, teacher?" The woman smiled. "I'm going to meet an old friend. I'll be back soon." After saying that, she vanished. In the next second, this woman appeared in another space, sitting across from none other than Tang San. I swear, family, who understands this woman on the throne is actually the Rakshasa god Bai Dong. She didn't really die. Tang San called her back with a direct purpose. "I hope you will pass down the divine position." Bibi Dong flatly refused. Impossible. The pain of the Rakshasa god is something no one can bear. Tang San was surprised, smiled, and said, "All right, then you come back to the divine realm with me." Bai Dong said she had things to do, so Tang San gave her 3 days. After 3 days, she would either leave or he would take action himself. To be honest, Bai Dong had also thought it through. 1,000 years had passed, and the hatred had faded. After all, she was the one who destroyed the Spirit Hall, and her daughter had reconciled, so there were no regrets. Just after she finished talking with Tang San, she waved her hand, and I felt an irresistible force coming towards me. In an instant, I was pulled from the bottom of the lake into a creepy little world. I was completely stunned at that moment. The energy in this place was so thick it felt like it could drip with water, but everywhere was filled with a ghostly aura. Just then, a figure that was unbelievably enchanting appeared, smiling seductively at me. "Little brother, do you want to know where this is? If you can defeat your sister, I'll tell you." My heart skipped a beat. The woman before me had an incredible figure, but she gave me the feeling of a wolf ready to hunt. Dangerous. Extremely dangerous. The sense of oppression was definitely no less than that of my teacher. When did Shrek hide? Such a top-tier powerhouse. I immediately lost my cool, without saying a word. I summoned the sun fragments behind me, and the entire little underworld world was instantly illuminated by my sun. When the woman saw the soul rings under my feet, she was momentarily stunned and muttered, "Twin martial souls?" Then she revealed her own power, a fluffy large tail suddenly sprouting from her back, making her look even more alluring. I instantly thought of something and blurted out, "Are you a divine attendant?" She didn't answer, but instead struck a more seductive pose and asked me, "Do you think I'm beautiful?" At that moment, a strange mental wave surged directly toward my forehead. My vision blurred for a moment, but fortunately, the eye of destiny on my forehead flashed with golden light. Waking me up, I was drenched in cold sweat and shouted, "You are Ling'er." Good heavens. The eye of destiny just gave me a spoiler. This fox demon before me was indeed Ling'er from the golden generation of the Spirit Hall 1,000 years ago. Moreover, her mental strength had reached the divine origin realm. This operation left me dumbfounded. If it weren't for my cheat ability, I would have been controlled into a fool just now. Ling'er was also surprised. "Oh, not only did you break free, but you also know my identity?" She smiled more seductively, but all I felt was killing intent. I thought to myself, never mind, strike first. Burning sun, I directly entered my strongest state. Ling'er was displeased. "I assenti it better to let me beat you up obediently?" So uncute. As soon as she finished speaking, her foxtail instantly grew to over 20 meters, the fur standing on end, resembling a giant wolf's tooth club, and swung directly at me. I didn't hold back either. Sun rays. A red beam of light at the extreme level shot up. Guess what happened? The beam hit the tail, but only sent it flying without burning a single hair. I was dumbfounded. What was that tail made of? It turned out to be an external soul bone, growing along with its master S strength. Now, that Ling'er was an extreme Douluo, This soul bone was harder than that of ferocious beasts. Hulaina also felt a bit emotional. You're not even 20 yet, right? I said 19. She nodded and revealed her soul rings, 6 black and 3 red. This configuration is top tier even by today's standards. As her 9th soul ring lit up and she was about to unleash her ultimate move, a domineering voice rang out. Enough. Bibi Dong appeared, holding the Rakshasa demon scythe. When I saw this figure and recalled Hulaina calling her teacher, I instantly understood. You are the Rakshasa god Bibi Dong? Didn't you die 1,000 years ago? Bibi Dong explained lightly. The Rakshasa god is the god of evil thoughts. As long as there is darkness in this world, I will never disappear. Damn, resurrected? At that moment, I had only one thought in my mind. Since Bibi Dong is alive, could my wife Qianrenshui also be? Bibi Dong ignored me and instead said to her disciple, Nana, your strength is still a bit lacking. Hulaina felt wronged at that moment. Teacher, everyone else is already a peerless Douluo. How can I still be weak? Peerless Douluo is the title given to the level 99 limit Douluo from 1,000 years ago. Bibi Dong didn't say much more and asked Hulaina, are you coming with me to the God realm or staying on the Douluo Continent? Hulaina lowered her head and quietly said she wanted to stay and try to inherit another divine position. Bibi Dong nodded in agreement. As soon as I saw it, I knew the opportunity had come. Family. I immediately interjected, Ms. Hulaina, if you don't mind, you can come to my homeland, the Sun Moon Empire. When Hulaina heard it was the Sun Moon Empire, she was quite surprised, as she had been there thousands of years ago. I briefly explained the current situation of the continent merging, and she looked at Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong told her to decide for herself, saying she had to return to the divine realm in 3 days, and then she vanished. Now it was just me, and Hulaina left. She walked up to me, playfully traced a finger across my face, and said with a charming smile from now on, Sister will go to the Sun Moon Empire with you. I understood that Hulaina's only tie now was Bibi Dong, so bringing her in posed little risk. I asked her how to leave this small world, and she said we could traverse space, then questioned me back. With such a good little world, why not just take it away directly? I was suddenly enlightened. If this place were moved to the Sun and Moon Empire, the evil power inside would be a huge weapon, but I had no idea how to do it. So I asked her how to carry it, and she said it had to be done with a divine artifact. I rolled my eyes at that. If I had a divine artifact, would I still be talking to you? Hulaina teased me. No way. You don't even have one divine artifact. I thought to myself, if I had a divine artifact, I would have suppressed you long ago. In the end, she proudly said that she had one. I immediately asked her if she was willing to help take this small world to the Sun and Moon Empire. She smiled and asked, what will you give me? This was something left to her by her teacher. Without saying a word, I took out a 100,000-year-old soul bone. A 100,000-year-old soul bone. Hulaina's eyes nearly popped out. Let me tell you, a 100,000-year soul bone was a rare item 1,000 years ago, and she, a peerless Douluo, didn't have even one. This was a classic case of information asymmetry. Seeing her shocked expression gave me confidence. She was afraid I would back out, and immediately exclaimed, deal? Just like that, we left the small world and returned to the bottom of Sea God Lake. Hulaina's ears turned pink. It was a divine artifact, a reward she received when she participated in the trial of the god of lust. She had given up becoming a god for this reason. So now she wanted to team up with me to see if we could unify the continent and walk the path of becoming a god through faith. Once we emerged, Hulaina asked me, is this Shrek 1,000 years later? I nodded and reminded her not to underestimate the current Shrek. There were several ultimate Douluos, and the beast god Tian was the strongest on the continent. After hearing this, she became serious and said, be careful. I just concealed the spatial fluctuations of the small world. The people above must have sensed it. I teased her, aren't you going to hide? Being the last saintess of the spirit hall? She rolled her eyes at me, confidently saying, I'm a peerless Douluo with divine mental strength. I'm invincible on Douluo Continent. I immediately countered, what if there are 3 more super Douluos of level 98? She instantly backed down and casually asked, where should I wait for you? I rolled my eyes and handed her the 100,000-year soul bone I promised, along with a token and a map. I told her to wait for me in the Ming capital of the Sun Moon Empire and to arrange everything. She took the items with a smile, saying she looked forward to witnessing the power of the soul guidance devices. And then with a whoosh, she directly teleported away, disappearing faster than anyone else. Now, I was the only one left at the bottom of the lake. I could feel the 2 powerful auras above had locked onto this place. I took a deep breath, took out a level 9 fixed soul-guided cannonball from my storage soul guidance device, and held it in my arms before slowly floating up. As soon as I broke the surface of the water, sure enough, I was surrounded by the 3 super Douluos, the gluttonous Duo, the divine eagle Duo Song Lao, and Yin Xiaozhe, all at level 98. The gluttonous Douluo, with his violent temper, didn't say a word and directly threw a punch at me. I fanned my sun-shattered feather behind me and instantly dodged. Just as I dodged, a flash of blue light appeared in front of me, and the divine eagle Douluo's claws were coming at me. My reaction was quick, and the sun-shattered feather instantly transformed into a mirror to block in front of me. I managed to block it, but they were all shocked, not expecting me to handle 2 super Douluos at the same time. I sighed. This is really troublesome. The sun-shattered feather directly merged into my body, and my soul power was instantly amplified to the level of a super Douluo. I raised my hand and executed a meteor volcano, with lava raining down like a storm, directly smashing towards Sea God Island. Seeing that things were about to go wrong, Yin Xiaozhe stepped forward, using spatial power to transfer all the lava away. My eyes lit up. I understood. I laughed heartily. Yin Xiaozhe, I didn't expect you to have condensed a spatial soul core. I shot another solar ray back at them, while simultaneously looking up at the divine eagle Douluo in the sky, questioning, Ew. Would you want to lose another sea god pavilion master, would you? Song Lao unwillingly shouted. Let's end this here. Seeing that they had backed down, a wicked smile immediately appeared on my face as I asked, Then what about the ransom for your sea god pavilion master? I'm not asking for much, just 100,000-year soul bone. I'll tell you why I'm so arrogant. Because I just realized that Yin Xiaozhe, although he has broken through to the limit Douluo, lacks spiritual power. He is forcibly using large-scale spatial abilities, and now he's being backlashed by his soul power. He's just a paper tiger. Just now, my solar ray was blocked by the Taotai Douluo for him, and he was injured himself. Yin Xiaozhe's face turned pale as he gritted his teeth and said, How about one piece of a 100,000-year-old soul bone? I pushed further. I want 2 pieces. He was so angry he wanted to attack. An old song couldn't hold back anymore, transforming into a blue divine eagle and lunging at me. I punched out with my left hand, unleashing the holy dragon roar, while my right hand used the Dark Guardian to block the sneak attack from the Taotai Douluo behind me. The barrier was instantly shattered, and I used the momentum to teleport to a distance. I stood on a massive stone pillar rising from the lake, looking coldly at them, then controlled the pillar, comparable to a mountain, and smashed it down towards Sea God Island. If this hit, the entire Shrek inner court would be doomed. In an instant, all the titled Douluos of Shrek revealed their martial soul true forms, desperately trying to block this attack. But none of them dared to strike at me anymore, because they found out that I could control the earth, and I could make the entire Sea God Island shake. Yin Xiaozhe took a deep breath and finally chose to compromise. Stop. I tell you, this old fellow Yin Xiaozhe is such a coward, the atmosphere instantly changed. A bunch of Shrek's big shots were falling from the sky like dumplings, Xian Ling'er, Kai Meier, and that Zhang Lexuan, good heavens. Each one of them standing there like a gatekeeper, not daring to make a sound. The focus of the whole scene was the confrontation between my brother Lin Shuang and Yin Xiaozhe. Yin Xiaozhe, being adaptable, directly admitted defeat. 2 pieces of 10,000-year soul bones. I'll give them to you right now. And guess what? Lin Shuang was not satisfied at all. He slowly raised a finger. I want to take one more person. Yin Xiaozhe's face turned green at that moment, probably thinking Lin Shuang wanted to snatch his beloved Wu Ming. But Lin Shuang's next sentence nearly made him twist his waist. An outer courtyard student, the master of Tang sect, Tangya. I have to tell you, Yin Xiaozhe's expression at that moment looked like he had been constipated for 3 days and nights, trying to act tough, saying that Shrek would never betray its students. But Lin Shuang directly said, Oh, she agreed to come with me, just notifying him, and it shattered his pride. The deal was struck, and 200,000-year soul bones were in hand, and this immense wealth came in an instant. Lin Shuang didn't bother with any small talk, just tossed a message to Zhang Lexuan to apologize to Wu Ming, then flapped her wings and vanished in a flash. The next second, she appeared downstairs at the outer courtyard dormitory, using her spiritual power to call out Hui Yuhao and Tangya, who were still dazed in the dorm. When the two met, they were still reminiscing. Yuhao? Teacher Xiaoya? It was ridiculous. Lin Shuang had no patience for that. She spread her wings and scooped up the duo like chicks, flying towards the Sun Moon Empire. After flying for over an hour, it was completely dark, and Lin Shuang finally found a small grove to land. Hui Yuhao and Tangya, curious as ever, immediately started asking questions. Why are we running away at midnight? Didn't we agree to wait a few days? Lin Shuang, leaning against a tree, replied casually as if commenting on the weather. Oh, nothing much. Just had a little conflict with Shrek. A little conflict? Who understands that? What he meant was pressing the face of the sea god pavilion into the ground. I thought to myself, this kid is not right. His soul power was almost depleted, and he was in such a hurry to run away. There must be something fishy. Sure enough, he wasn't running away at all. He was fishing. He had already sent Hulayina to the Sun Moon Empire to tip off his grandfather Confronting and the top combatants like Jing, setting up an ambush in this small grove, ready to take down the strongest from Shrek who came to hunt him down. This idea was simply insane. Huayuhao and Tang Ye had no idea about any of this. They thought they were genuinely fleeing, and after a sleepless night. Their expressions were a mix of joy and worry. Joyful to have company, but worried about the uncertain future. The next morning, things escalated even further. Shuang opened his eyes and directly pulled out a frozen 1,000-year dark gold claw bear paw from his soul guide. Tossing it to Huayuhao. You have the best skills. Roast it. One for each of us. If we can't finish it, just throw it away. Huayuhao was shocked. Such a waste? Shuang leaned against the tree, looking at the soundly sleeping Tang Ye, speaking in a tone as calm as if commenting on the nice weather. Maybe it's the last meal. Let us eat something good. Goodness, when those words came out, Huayuhao turned pale. Even he, no matter how foolish, knew that last night's little conflict was definitely a life-threatening matter. But this guy was also a peculiar one. He was so scared that he weakly asked Shuang, do you have any charcoal? If I could speak at that moment, I would have definitely given him a hard time. The meal was a mix of flavors. Just as they finished eating, an overwhelming sense of oppression descended. An old lady's figure emerged from the void. Her aura was incredibly strong, and I tell you, it felt like the sky was collapsing. The current sea god Douluo, Lin Huayuan, a level 99 ultimate Douluo. This old lady was also a tough character. She came in right away and declared, self-destruct your arms. Hand over 300,000 year soul bones, and I will leave you with a whole corpse. Shuang laughed out loud upon hearing that, and the next second, blood moon rose behind him, and the domain of the god of killing unfolded instantly. But the old lady merely waved her hand, and a blue domain pushed back the killing intent. You think Shuang only had that little bit of ability? He directly retracted the god of killing domain, grinning, and a more terrifying golden light erupted from him. A brand new domain called Destiny. The golden light shattered the old lady's blue domain into pieces. Seeing that her ordinary moves were ineffective, the old lady panicked and pulled out a golden trident from the void. Wow, the sea god trident. This was the real deal. Wasn't he this cheating? She raised the trident and unleashed a move called Unstable Wind Waves, with circles of golden light swirling towards Shuang. But guess what? A mysterious force erupted from Shuang's destiny domain, melting that divine skill away. The old lady's face darkened, and she retaliated with a move called No Return. The trident transforming into a streak of golden light stabbing towards him. Shuang dodged using a teleportation ring, but the old lady was truly ruthless, launching another unstable wind waves. This time, Shuang couldn't dodge in time and was directly bound tightly by the golden rings, unable to move. Just as the old lady was about to use No Return to stab him through, the plot turned around. The ice silkworm next to Huayuhao called Ming suddenly erupted with a burst of strong light, and a huge golden light membrane slammed down, trapping the old lady. At the critical moment, he had to rely on his brother to save the day. Ming was quite pleased. You thought it was over? Shuang smirked, getting even more arrogant. My people have arrived, too. Just as his voice fell, swish, 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 4 figures descended from the sky, led by Silver Moon Douluo, with Jing Hongchen, Yueheng, and Luanfeng, for Super Douluo's landing right beside him. Who understands this counterattack was simply textbook level? But that old lady was an ultimate Douluo after all, and being trapped was only temporary. With a flash, she made a spatial jump and escaped from the light membrane. The battle was about to break out. Confronting took Shuang's sun-shattering feather, while Jing Hongchen also pulled out the level 9 soul guide, the Judgment Sword. The old lady unleashed another unstable wind waves, and without saying a word, Shuang directly withstood it with his body to create an opportunity for his teammates. Seeing Shuang fighting so desperately, Luanfeng panicked and charged forward with the Fire Phoenix sword, slicing out a giant Fire Phoenix. Goodness, she actually broke through to become a level 10 soul master. Yuehen's Sun Moon Divine Needle fell from the sky, and Confronting sealed the space with Silver Moon Divine Light, while Jing Hongqian and Lin Shuang teamed up to unleash Divine and Demon 2 slashes. Attacks from all directions, all at the super Douluo level. And the result? The old lady simply crossed her trident in front of her and used the move 1,000 years of empty leisure, exploding golden light everywhere, forcefully blocking all attacks. I was dumbfounded. Is this what an ultimate Douluo is like? They're practically in a different dimension from us. Kong Deming also panicked and directly pulled out his most treasured item, the Sun Soul Guide, merging it with the sun-shattering feather. And two suns combined to unleash a blazing divine light. The old lady also clashed with her trident. Goodness, the strongest attacks from both sides collided, creating a black hole that obliterated the entire mountain range. At this point, the old lady wanted to stop, but Kong Deming wouldn't allow it, pointing his finger at her and scolding. You touched my grandson. One of you must die today. Left with no choice. The old lady had to unleash her martial soul true form, a giant green mermaid appearing out of thin air, towering 100 meters tall, with 6 black and 3 red soul rings. The 9th soul ring adorned with 5 golden patterns. When she activated her 9th soul ring, the deadly siren's song echoed again. This time, the entire ground began to surge with massive water flows, threatening to drown us all. Lin Shuang saw the situation and knew they couldn't hold on any longer, desperately shouting towards Huayuhao. Tianming, help! As soon as that cry for help was out, I tell you, there was immediate movement from Huayuhao's side. A voice exploded in my head. Receive, boss. Goodness. Brother Tianming was truly reliable. His enormous spiritual source was pouring out like it was free, instantly controlling that old lady. The old lady was just showing off, displaying her mermaid spirit form, towering 100 meters high. And in the next second, she completely malfunctioned. She stood there, her eyes glazed over, with an expression that screamed, Who am I? Where am I? How did I, a limit Douluo, get immobilized by someone? Family, who understands? She had lived a smooth life, never experiencing such humiliation. First, she was dragged by a soul sage like me for half a day, and now she was controlled by a soul entity that appeared out of nowhere. Her mentality completely collapsed. At that moment, she started to consider retreating, realizing that if the battle continued, it wouldn't be her chasing me anymore, but rather us surrounding her. Could I let this opportunity slip away? Absolutely not. I slapped the sun-shattered feather onto myself, instantly feeling like I transformed into a super scion, my soul power skyrocketing. I unleashed a burning sun attack, followed by a solar ray. Let me tell you, that beam of light practically burned through the air. The old lady wanted to dodge, but her body simply wouldn't listen. With a whoosh, it was like a hot knife cutting through butter. That ray directly opened a skylight on her, along with her spiritual sea, soul bones, everything taken clean. After the battle ended, I let out a long sigh of relief, sending a blast of true solar fire at her, which sent her equipment clattering to the ground. 5 soul bones and a shiny golden sea god's trident. Just as I reached out to pick them up, a ding sounded in my head. You know what that means? The system rewards were in. Congratulations to the host for signing in the Sea God Douluo Lin Huayuan. Reward 500,000 year old title Sea Demon right leg bone. In the moment, I was momentarily distracted. Wow. That trident disappeared like it had a rocket booster. But I didn't mind. The system explained to me that as long as the goddess, even if I personally sent her away, it still counts as a successful check-in. Who understands this, my family? The system really knows how to create a show effect. Compared to that useless fork, those 50,000-year leg bones are way more valuable. Next came the most exciting part, the spoils. I first pulled out the 200,000-year soul bones I extorted from Shrek. One was the left leg bone of a thunderbird, and the other was the right leg bone of a windbell bird. Then I casually said, these 2 qualities are too poor. I'm not interested. Who wants them? You can't imagine the expressions on my grandpa's face. His mouth was twitching like crazy, and his jaw was about to hit the ground. In the end, it was Luan Fengjie who took them, just right since she needed leg bones. Then came the main event, the goods from the old lady. As soon as I took them out, the entire place gasped. One piece of 100,000-year deep sea demon whale king's torso bone. A pair of 100,000-year ice crystal crab king's arm bones. And that's not all. There was also a pair of 300,000-year evil demon orca leg bones. Beast level. Old Master Jing Hongqian directly reserved that torso bone, and I took the rest, the orange's arm soul bone and the other 2 top-tier leg bones. What a huge profit. We just finished dividing the spoils, and we're getting ready to pack up and go home when suddenly, let me tell you, the whole space shattered like glass with a snap. Out emerged a 30-meter tall mantis monster, exuding a cold and brutal aura. Without saying a word, it raised two scythes and swung them at my grandfather's head. But who was my grandfather? The silver Moon Douluo. He didn't even blink. With a flash of white light from the level 10 soul tool, the silver moon divine light shield, that giant mantis was instantly transported away, as if edited out by a photo editing software. Fixed in midair, I was stunned at that moment. Is this the power of a top-tier boss? You couldn't even see how he made his move. That was a 30,000-year-old void rift beast. Yet, in front of my grandfather, it was like a little chick. With a squeeze of space, poof, its head fell off. A 30,000-year-old ferocious beast, taken down in an instant. A blood-red soul ring, adorned with 3 golden patterns, floated out just like that. My grandfather, being so generous, directly used a piece of black technology called a soul ring storage device to collect both the soul ring and the soul bone, then tossed it to me like he was throwing away an apple. Thank you, Grandpa. I was really close to bowing to him at that moment. My long-sought 8th soul ring was finally complete. Our group returned home, loaded with accomplishments, and went straight back to Mingdu. I first arranged for Yueheng to join the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy as a reserve member, then took Tanya back to my suburban villa. As soon as we entered, Juzi pounced into my arms like a little cat, crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom. After comforting her, I introduced her to Tanya and casually made a grand plan, saying I wanted to combine the Tang sect with soul tools and proposed that she become the deputy sect master, promising her a bunch of top-tier equipment. Just as Tanya nodded, I heard a ding in my head. Signed in Tanya, the sect master of the Tang sect. Reward, divine weapon, blue silver emperor spear. Wow. I directly handed her the blue spear along with a bunch of soul tools, telling her that only the strong can decide between good and evil, and encouraged her to go all out. Then I arranged a room for her and took Juzi upstairs. Once Juzi fell asleep, I quickly slipped away to the cultivation room to start absorbing my over 300,000-year-old soul rings and soul bones. It was incredibly smooth. As soon as I finished absorbing the soul rings, I shot straight to level 90. Moreover, my second soul core, the spatial soul core, formed on the spot. Then, after fusing the soul bones, my strength surged again. Just as I was leveling up, something happened next door with Tanya. She was holding the blue-silver emperor spear and seemed to trigger some hidden plot, causing her martial soul to split. One old, and a new blue-silver grass with silver patterns. The next morning, the 3 of us ran into each other in the hallway, and the scene was somewhat awkward. I cleared my throat a couple of times and said I needed to go to Mingdu Hall, and they both followed me. On the way, I was calculating that there were only half a month left until the Continental Soul Master competition, and I definitely couldn't take the stage. That would be too unfair. I decided to let Xiao Hongshan and Meng Hongshan take the main roles while I remained a trump card. I also planned to send some gifts to my brother-in-law and sister-in-law, like 100,000 year and 200,000 year soul bones, which had to be arranged. When we reached Mingdu Hall, I found Jing Hongshan, who directly handed me a list of competitors. I took a glance, then used dark elements to erase a minor character's name in the reserve team and wrote in Tanya's name instead. I needed to see how she and Yueheng would fare against Shrek's team in the competition and whether they would hold back. Jing Hongshan had no objections. After all, with me around, the championship was secured. In the end, I also casually mentioned to him that our soul tools need an upgrade. We had to develop mechas. No, it should be battle armor. That is the direction of the future. Just as Jing Hongshan finished handling the matters, I turned around and saw Tang Ye completely stunned, standing there like a wooden doll. I tell you, her expression was like someone who just dropped their new phone in the toilet, shocked, confused, and with a hint of despair. She probably had a mind full of thoughts like, am I going to fight my boyfriend on the competition stage? It was hilarious. This was the effect I wanted. However, this little matter was just an appetizer, and I directly pulled Jing Hongshan aside, telling him not to focus solely on the competition because I had a big plan. I wanted to rebuild a far superior version of the Tang sect in Mingdu. I'll share my idea. You, Mingdu Tang, continue with your high-end research and development, becoming our military-industrial giant. The Royal Offering Hall, on the other hand, will house our ultimate nuclear weapons, which we won't use lightly. As for this new Tangmen, it will focus on a people-friendly approach, responsible for combining Tangmen's hidden weapons with our soul-guiding devices, mass-producing and popularizing them to directly capture the sinking market. When Jing Hongshan heard this, his eyes lit up, and I could tell he was calculating how to make it happen. I added fuel to the fire, saying, don't worry. Within a year, I will ascend to the throne, and by then, your Hongshan family will be the #1 family in the empire. His old face broke into a smile like a blooming chrysanthemum. and he immediately decided to personally lead the team to demolish my villa in the suburbs to ensure the Tangmen has the most impressive headquarters. He was actually happy to demolish my villa for his work. Can you believe it? After securing Jing, I directly took Tanya and Orange to find the next key figure, Xianziwen. This guy is a pure tech geek, a top genius. But his life goal is different from others. He is devoted to making technology accessible, allowing ordinary people to use soul-guiding devices. Just for that. Yes, on my side. I directly got the blueprints for the Zhuge Divine crossbow from Tanya to use as a bargaining chip. When I arrived at his messy lab and handed him the blueprints, he was initially dismissive. But after I briefly explained the idea of combining hidden weapon mechanisms with the core formations of soul-guiding devices, well, family, you know what happened? His CPU overloaded on the spot. His eyes bulged like two searchlights as he grabbed my hand, spitting words everywhere, shouting that he would offer 100 million for my idea and all the blueprints. I directly pried his hand open and pushed the bewildered Tanya behind me out. I said, "Master Uncle, let's not talk about money. It hurts feelings. This is the current leader of the Tang sect, and you don't consider yourself a teacher anymore. Come to the Tang sect as the Grand Elder. All the secret techniques and blueprints of the Tang sect will be yours to study." How about that? The guy didn't think twice and immediately bowed at a 90-degree angle, shouting sect leader to Tanya. Tanya was completely stunned. Probably couldn't figure out how she ended up with a level 9 soul mentor as her subordinate. While I was recruiting and soaring in my career, things were quite different over at Shrek. I heard they held a Sea God Pavilion meeting, and everyone was crying, saying they wanted to build a mausoleum for my unfortunate ancestor. That old man Yin Xiaojia was even funnier, directly stating that if they encountered me in this year's competition, Shrek would simply surrender. TSK, really no surprises at all. Only Ma Xiaotao had a bit of backbone, standing up and shouting that she would kill me to defend Shrek's honor. As soon as she finished speaking, Wu Ming exploded and started arguing with her. Let me tell you, that scene was like a large-scale fan conflict, absolutely spectacular. After dealing with Xianziwen, I was in a great mood and took the two girls home. However, as soon as I opened the door, I sensed that something was off. Goodness, there was a captivating beauty sprawled on the sofa in the living room, her long legs resting on the armrest, looking at me with sultry eyes. Beside her, the two little kids, Xiao Hongchun and Meng Hongchun, were huddled on another sofa like quails, not daring to breathe. I suddenly realized with a buzz in my head that I seemed to have forgotten about Hulaina. As soon as she spoke, her tone was filled with deep resentment. "You brought me to the Sun-Moon Empire, and then you just forgot about me?" Dreaming of the red dust beside me was stifling a laugh, wearing an expression as if she was enjoying the show, while laughing red dust was crazily giving me hints, almost as if her face was written with the words, "Big brother, save me." I walked over calmly and sat down, first delivering a smooth series of apologies, then telling her not to worry, that I would take down the crown prince in half a month and ascend the throne soon. I made the terms clear to her. She would help me conquer the world, and I would take her to become a deity in the divine realm. Only then did this old, who had lived for 1,000 years, feel satisfied. But the next moment she started to cry poor, saying that as a dignified limit Douluo, she didn't even have a decent soul bone. I thought to myself, is this even a big deal? I casually pulled out 200,000-year soul bones, one being the torso bone of the dark old Terraclaw bear and the other the left arm bone of the Titan Ant King, and placed them on the table as if I were throwing cabbages, saying, "Pick one." Her eyes went wide, and she quickly snatched the dark gold Terraclaw bear's bone, hugging it like a treasure. Then I took out two more, one being the left leg bone of the 100,000-year heavenly dragon horse, and another even more impressive, the torso bone of the 200,000-year nether poison dragon, and tossed them directly to Xiao Hongchun and Meng Hongchun, saying, "Take these to play with." As a result, these two little ones were still being polite, saying they already had enough. I directly lifted Meng Hongchun's chin and teased her. "How about, you trade yourself with me?" The little girl blushed instantly, lowering her head and not daring to look at me, which was incredibly adorable. After messing around with them, I had to get down to business. Since this villa was going to be demolished anyway, I let Orange and the others pack up the things and dove straight into the Mingdu Hall. Over the past 10 days, I spent every day in the lab with Jing Hongchun and finally managed to create an 8th level and half judgment sword. Let me tell you, that thing is incredibly cool. Xiao Hongchun and the others were also busy getting special training from 9th level soul mentors every day. Now in our team, excluding me, we already have 5 7th level soul mentors. With this lineup, participating in competitions is like a dimensionality reduction attack. As for the remaining top-tier soul bones in my hands, I had already decided who to give them to. The pair of legs from the 300,000-year evil demon Orca King would be saved for Tanya. The left arm bone of the 100,000-year Titan Ant King could go to Yueheng. Of course, the prerequisite is that they must prove their loyalty. How to prove it? Very simple. In the competition, kill a person from Shrek and show me. No matter who it is, as long as you take action and kill. All these things will be yours. 10 days passed in a flash. The day of departure arrived. The entire Sun Moon Royal Soul Mentor Academy. All teachers and students came out to send us off. The scene was bustling like a festival. Jing Hongchun and Hu Laina, the two big shots, led the team, while I brought my group of teammates comparable to Gundam pilots. We all activated our flying soul guides in unison, turning into streaks of light, shooting straight into the sky. Destination, Star Luo City. Shrek, here I come. Let me tell you, the speed we were going was incredible. The group from the Sun and Moon Academy was really impressive. Except for me and a few big shots, everyone else was using the level 6 flying soul guides provided by the Academy, and their speed was just astonishing. After a whole day of travel, it was already dark, and everyone was exhausted, so we found a place to land and rest. When I saw that everyone was getting ready to meditate and nibble on some rations, I was immediately unhappy. My brother Lin Shuang can't stand this kind of treatment. I pulled out a big guy from my little vault with a backhand, and with a thud, it hit the ground. Goodness, it was a 7 or 8 meter large ice block, inside which was a soul beast corpse that looked like a turtle covered in ice spikes. Huiyuho, or Yuhao as this kid is called, was instantly stunned and asked me what it was. I casually told him, "Oh, just a 100,000-year-old mirror image beast, today's dinner. You get to be the chef." What the heck? 100,000 years. I tell you, at that time everyone, including those 7-level soul masters, had their jaws almost dropped to the floor. There was one called Chun Fei who had the thickest skin, coming up and asking, "Brother Lin, are there any other good things? Can you reward your little brother with some more?" I shot him a glance and said, "Isn't one soul bone per person enough? Are you trying to fleece me?" As a result, this kid grinned and said, "Doesn't that make you, Brother Lin, look even more impressive? The stronger we, your little brothers, are, the more we can highlight your glorious image." Hey, that flattery made me feel a bit good. I nodded and said, "All right, that's reasonable. So, this time in the tournament, whoever can take down a Shrek Academy student on the field, I will reward them with a soul bone." As soon as I said that, both Marulong and Chun Fei's eyes lit up as if they had been injected with adrenaline, shouting that it was no problem. I nodded in satisfaction, and with a punch at that ice block crack, the ice shattered, revealing the true form of the mirror shadow beast inside. That kid Yuhao is quite honest. He pulled out his level 5 soul guiding artifact, the white tiger dagger, intending to use it for scraping, but guess what? Not even a white mark was left. Just then I noticed the girl beside me, Orange. She was staring intently at the dagger in Yuhao's hand, her expression changing to one filled with pain and shock. I understood. She recognized it. I immediately transmitted a message to her. "Don't get too excited. That kid is the illegitimate son of Duke White Tiger. Even his father doesn't know he exists. His mother was driven to death by the Duchess. Just think about it. Having these two father and son turn against each other. Isn't that a thrilling story?" Orange shuddered all over, and the pain in her eyes instantly transformed into a sense of vengeance. Meanwhile, while we were caught up in our inner drama, the kid Xiao Hongchun couldn't stand it anymore and swaggered out, saying, "Everyone step aside. Let the professional handle this. This thing was killed by me." Saying that, he stretched out his right hand, and 3 half-meter-long dark golden claws shot out, slicing through the corpse of the mirror shadow beast like it was tofu. The other students watched with red eyes, filled with envy. After showing off, Xiao Hongchun shook his hands and swaggered back, looking incredibly arrogant. I couldn't be bothered with them, so I just pulled out a chair and sat down, studying a blueprint in my hands. This was the core formation of a level 9 soul guidance device, the Judgment Sword, and I had to figure it out as soon as possible. About an hour later, Yuhao finally finished cooking. It smelled amazing. Barbecued meat from a 100,000-year-old soul beast, who understands that taste among my family. It was simply incredible. I used my mental force to grab a large handful of barbecued meat, filled myself up, and prepared to continue on the road the next day. Once we entered the Star Luo Empire, the journey went smoothly. By the time we reached Star Luo City, it was dark again. An old man who called himself the Heavenly Tyrant Douluo came out to greet us, and he was quite friendly. However, the young ones on our side were all stuck up and completely ignored him, which made the old man so angry that his face turned green. Upon arriving at the hotel, we checked in. Just as I was about to head upstairs, Hu Laina appeared beside me, silently like a ghost, startling the heavenly tyrant Douluo. After checking in, I greeted everyone and was ready to sneak away. Why? Because there was a treasure at the Starlight auction house that I had to get, the soul-devouring engraving knife, which was made of the golden life essence. The life force contained within it was simply immense. As soon as I stepped out of the hotel, Hulayina followed closely behind. Pouting, she complained to me. You're the only one I know in this era. What if I get bullied by bad people after you leave me all alone? I almost couldn't hold back my laughter at that moment. Sister, the people who can bully you are probably countable on one hand in this mainland. And you call them bad people? Even the bad guys would have to take a detour when they see you, okay? But I didn't call her out on it. It's all about companionship, right? If she wants to follow, then let her be. When we got to the auction house, without saying a word, I directly bid 20,000 gold soul coins and bought the soul-devouring carving knife. On the way back, Hulayina suddenly asked me, have you ever experienced the feeling of loneliness? I stopped in my tracks, my mental energy instantly shielding me from the surroundings. And I looked at her seriously. You have only traveled through 1,000 years, but you still have a teacher. What about me? I came to a world that completely does not belong to me. Since the world does not belong to me, I will make it mine. Hulayina was stunned by my words, let out a light laugh, and then suddenly began to give me a top-secret professional lesson. Let me tell you, this is no superficial course. It's all real content. She said, Limit Douluo is a deep matter. The strength of power depends on how many 100,000-year soul rings you have, whether you have a complete set of divine gear soul bones, and whether you have a divine artifact in your hands. She said that the sea god Douluo I defeated, wielding the sea god's trident, was almost like a demigod at sea. She also mentioned that divine artifacts come in various grades, and there is even a path to become a high priest for a first-level god. Although it's a path for losers, it can still borrow the power of the gods. Finally, she said the most impressive thing is that one's own soul power can evolve into divine power, or like my teacher, possess dual martial souls, which is simply a dimensional strike. At that moment, I realized, family, it's all about the knowledge points. And guess what? Just when I was completely engrossed, I had this light bulb moment. Goodness, the system notified me that I successfully checked in for Hulayina, and it directly gave me a pseudo-super artifact called the Ice God Staff. This is what we call knowledge payment. Attending classes can also earn you equipment. What a great deal. We returned to the hotel, satisfied. But as soon as we entered the lobby, my pupils dilated in shock. Who? That gang is Shrek. As soon as I stepped through the door, Wu Ming suddenly threw herself into my arms, crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom. I could only hold her and gently whisper in her ear, I'm sorry, but I promise that one day I will bring you back. Over at Shrek, the group of guys looked like they were about to burst into flames. Especially Bei Bei and the new blue-haired kid. The team leader Yin Xiaozhe and Xian Lao also wore expressions that looked like they were constipated. I nodded to acknowledge them. Then with a flash, I disappeared with Hulayina using spatial power and went upstairs. Yin Xiaozhe was stunned on the spot. Spatial power. The two new faces beside him, one with black hair and the other with blue hair, muttered with dark expressions. Someone must have allied with the Sun Moon Empire. They definitely can't escape responsibility for Grandma's death. Back in the room, I immediately used my mental power to shield the entire space. Then took out my true trump card, the Divine Seal platform. The seal, and a burst of white air instantly surged out, causing the temperature in the entire room to drop to freezing point. A cold yet furious voice of a regal woman exploded. Despicable human Dai. Snow Empress, the ruler of the far north. Just as she was about to explode with anger, I directly took out the Ice God Staff that I had just obtained and slammed it onto the ground. The ice blue light on the staff flashed, instantly suppressing her cold aura tightly. The white air quickly condensed into a stunning white-haired woman who stared at me fiercely. You don't have the aura of the Ice God. How can you wield the Ice God Staff? I laughed. Sister, shall we chat? If you stick with me, I'll help you obtain the Ice God's inheritance. What do you think? I originally thought things would go well, appealing to her emotions and reasoning with her. After all, I was the one who saved her from those people in Xingla. But guess what she said? With a proud expression and a cold demeanor, she spat out 4 words. Kill this emperor. I was speechless at that moment. I gave you a chance, but you're useless. This girl is really stubborn and tough. But no matter how tough she is, she can't withstand the trump card in my hand. I made it clear. If you dare to die, I'll make your best friend go down with you, providing full service, you understand? Well, this girl exploded on the spot. Forget about retaking the course. She flipped the table directly, and that terrifying ice power erupted in an instant. And what happened? I raised my hand, activated the power of space, and you've been muted by the system, understand? No matter how exceptional you are, you have to hold it in. As soon as I saw that the timing was almost right, I started laying down the conditions. I said, "Sister, stop being stubborn. You nod, and I'll use the Ice God staff to help you and your best friend reseal your origins. You two can hold hands and reincarnate together. Isn't that great? I can even give you this staff." Everyone who understands this. Just a second ago, the Snow Empress was shouting and threatening, and the next second, she backed down. She knows full well that I have the Ice God staff, and I'm an extreme Douluo. How could she fight me? She gritted her teeth and made me swear on my martial soul that I wouldn't lay a hand on the two sisters. Fine, a vow is a vow. I quickly recited the oath, and she finally relaxed. Then I handed her the Ice God staff and watched as she hung in midair, her whole body encased in ice, transforming into a giant ice cocoon. Let me tell you, the scene was amazing. Then the system notification chimed, rewarding me with 100 pieces of eternal ice essence. Before I could even celebrate, the figure inside the ice cocoon began to shrink rapidly, and finally, with a bang, the cocoon shattered, revealing a 6-year-old little girl holding an Ice God staff almost as tall as she was. This totally fried my CPU. Who can handle this? I walked over with an evil grin and said, "Snow Girl, let's make a deal. From now on, you will be my daughter and call me Dad, got it?" Guess what? This little one, with the same temper as before, shouted at me in a baby voice, "You are outrageous." I laughed, directly grabbing her little neck, while my other hand shook the freshly obtained Wan Zai Xianbing sway. Her eyes instantly went blank. "Give it to me. Call me Daddy. I am the Extreme North Emperor. 2 strands. I am a master of soul beasts. 3 strands. I am ranked 3rd among the top 10 fierce beasts. 5 strands. I tell you, that scene was simply like a 2025 version of an electronic seduction, featuring an irresistible allure. She held it in for a long time, pouted her little mouth, and squeezed out 2 words from between her teeth, "Daddy." Hey, so obedient. I happily let go of my hand and even pinched her little face. I directly threw her 5 pieces of ancient ice marrow, and the little girl was quite fierce, waving her scepter and absorbing them all on the spot to enhance her own foundation. Once she finished absorbing, I leaned in with a smile. "Snow Woman, you have to call me Daddy from now on." Her little face stiffened, ready to explode again. I leisurely set the price. 1 piece of ancient ice marrow per month. "Daddy," she called out with such crispness and decisiveness. I contentedly hugged her and walked out the door. Goodness, as soon as I stepped outside, I ran into someone who clearly didn't know better. That black-haired guy from Shrek Academy sarcastically called me a pervert. I couldn't even be bothered to lift my eyelids. Someone like him is just a background character, and it would be easy to crush him on the competition stage. Ignoring him would be considered a loss for me. I directly carried the Snow Woman into the conference room, where Jing Hongshun and Ma Rulong were present. The old man glanced at the child in my arms and asked me where I had picked her up. I half-jokingly began to weave a story, saying that this was the transformation of a soul beast from the extreme north that had existed for 100,000 years, which I had snatched back from a worshipper in Xinglaw. The embryo was sealed in a 9th-level soul guide device called the God Sealing Platform. Upon hearing that the God Sealing Platform was lost, Jing Hongshun immediately slammed the table in anger. Later, when I mentioned that this little girl had innate soul power of level 20 and was the ultimate ice, his jaw almost dropped in shock. I casually suggested, why not let the Snow Woman take the stage and have some fun? As a result, this little tsundere directly replied, "This emperor will not go." Well, I just let her be. When Jing Hongshun saw that this matter was hopeless, he started discussing serious business. He said that Shrek's scouts had returned with intelligence, revealing that the opposing side was hiding 3 monsters whose talents were not inferior to Xiao Hongshun and Meng Hongshun. One of them, named Tang Feng, is a core disciple of the Haotian sect and a 7-ring soul saint. I was amused at the time. Soul saint? Does that sound impressive? Sorry to me, it's just a dish on the table. I directly told Jing Hongshun, the heir of Haotian sect, "That's great, we can take him down in the competition. Won't they be heartbroken?" Jing Hongshun is also a tough guy, casually saying, "Do as you like." Just kidding, our Sun Moon Empire is strong and powerful now. Why should we be afraid of a hidden sect? Soon, Xiao Hongshun and the others also entered the conference room one after another. That kid Xiao Hongshun has a big mouth. He came up and teased, "Lin Shuang, could this be your daughter?" I hugged the Snow Woman and nodded proudly, saying it wasn't wrong. With that one sentence, the whole place erupted. That little girl, Meng Hongshun, immediately stood up with red eyes. I quickly explained that it was the transformation of a 100,000-year soul beast that calmed her down. Then I started to lay out the tactics, which were quite simple. Before facing Shrek, Xiao Meng Hongshun, and Orange, the four main forces would all take it easy, letting the others take the lead. Especially Hui Yuhao and Tangya, to give it their all in every match, treating it as training. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye, and I still hadn't figured out my 9th level judgment sword. As a result, Xiao Hongshun rushed over to find me, saying something had happened. The Xingluo Empire was manipulating things behind the scenes, putting us and Shrek in the same group for the round-robin tournament, and we would be facing them tomorrow. I squinted my eyes, finding it interesting. Are they trying to wear us down with a war of attrition? When I hugged the Snow Woman and entered the conference room again, Hulaina had also arrived. I asked her to pull up the information on that blue-haired you from Shrek. Goodness, a contemporary heir of Sea God Island. Houchian sect, Sea God Island. These ancient relics from 10,000 years ago have all shown their hands. Huh? I licked my lips at that moment and thought, fine. Since you all want to play so much, I'll play along until the end. If I don't cut down all of you so-called successors, it would be a disservice to how eager you are to come forward. Hulaina also noticed the snow girl in my arms. Her sharp gaze immediately recognized that this little girl was not simple. I pinched the snow girl's little face and jokingly said, "This is the future ice goddess." As soon as I said that, the eyes of everyone else in the conference room nearly popped out. A soul beast can become a god? They felt like they had lived their lives as dogs. The next day, the competition officially began. We were all sitting in the most luxurious lounge, and I was leisurely lounging on the sofa. The snow girl, having not seen her for a few days, had learned to be tsundere, sitting on one side by herself and not coming over. I casually said, "A piece of eternal ice marrow." "Dad." Little snow girl suddenly sprang down from the sofa and obediently jumped into my arms. I pinched her little nose, held her close, and looked at the group from Shrek across from me, suddenly finding it particularly interesting. Isn't this just the script of a dragon-slaying boy eventually becoming a dragon? However, it's still hard to say who is the dragon and who is the hero. Anyway, for this first act, I have to give them a little warning. Let me tell you, the host was like he had been injected with adrenaline, rambling on for ages before finally calling us on stage. Shrek Academy. The #1 in the continent. Wow, that title is terrifyingly big. Over here, it's just me leading the team, slowly walking up to the waiting area. Little snow girl can't go up. She can only watch from the sofa with longing eyes. Her little expression is just adorable. I locked eyes with the girl opposite me, Ma Xiaotao, and the tension was palpable. When it came time to draw lots on stage, the process was so boring I wanted to yawn, but it felt quite formal, with a transparent jar, as if afraid someone would cheat. I thought to myself, is this really necessary? Do I need to pull any tricks? In the end, the two of us put some strength into it and tossed the ball into the air. It came down with a loud thud, and it turned out to be blue. All right, the 2-2-3 strategy suits me just fine. The surprise I prepared for them, is it not here? Both of us stepped down, and the people on Shrek's side stood there like wooden stakes, motionless, just staring at us. Then my people moved. Hui Yuhao and Tangya, the two little ones, just walked up like that. I tell you, at that moment, the entire venue fell silent. Everyone was stunned, probably thinking, what the hell is going on? The strongest generation of Sun and Moon Academy? Just sending 2 kids up for a round-robin match? Are you kidding me? Shrek's side also moved. Bei and that Su Sanshur went up. I leaned back in my chair, almost laughing out loud, muttering 2 words, fool. Tangya looked at Bei as he walked up. Her expression, so complex it could have written an 800-word essay. She had promised me before that as long as it wasn't Bei and Su Sanshur on the field, she and Hui Yuhao would directly admit defeat. But now, they just had to come up, and now the outcome was locked in. Bei, you should have come up. Tangya's voice was trembling. Bei was so excited, his face turning red. Xiaoya, why? You guys should admit defeat. Tangya gritted her teeth and said, this girl is still soft-hearted. But she forgot, for the Tang sect, she had no choice. Once the match started, there could only be 3 people on the stage. Good heavens. That Su Sanshur pulled a flashy move. He leisurely lit a cigar, tilting it in his mouth, looking so nonchalant that anyone who didn't know would think he was there to collect protection money. The audience erupted, and our side burst out laughing. Is this the quality of the continent's top academy? Smoking on the field, going for a relaxed vibe, right? The referee's face darkened, but he didn't dare say anything. Of course, he couldn't provoke Shrek. The match began. The referee shouted, and he slipped to the edge of the stage. Bei still wanted to say something, but Hui Yuhao had already made a move. With a bang, he instantly transformed into a giant with a green face and sharp teeth, throwing a punch straight at Bei's face. Tangya also moved at the same time, her black-blue-silver grass spreading across the entire stage like a venomous snake. Bei quickly summoned his martial soul and exchanged a punch with Hu Yuehao. I tell you, he was clearly distracted, fighting while glancing at me, his eyes full of questions. As a result, just that moment of distraction caused Hu Yuehao's terrifying power to make him stagger back several steps. This was still Hu Yuehao holding back after all. The target wasn't him. Bei shook his numb hand and realized that his little junior brother was no longer that little brat who could be easily pushed around. Just then, on the other side, a sudden change occurred. A cold, cruel, and murderous pressure exploded instantly. A blood-red light filled the entire competition stage. The audience below stood up with a shout, their eyes almost popping out. 100,000-year soul ring. On Tanya, a blood-red 100,000-year soul ring shone so brightly. Su Sanshur was initially quite relaxed, using his Xianming shield to block Tanya's attack. He was puzzled. When did Tanya become this fierce? Wasn't she easily taken down with one hand before? He was still there smoking and advising. Xiaoya, that's enough. Just go down. If you get hurt, Bei will get mad at me. A hint of hesitation flashed in Tanya's eyes, but it quickly turned into determination. She retracted her blue-silver grass. Su Sanshur thought she had listened to his advice and smiled. That's right. Hurry up and go down. But Tanya didn't say a word, and her blue-silver overlord spear stabbed straight at him. Su Sanshur pouted and casually blocked with his shield. On the other side, Bei was still earnestly trying to persuade Hu Yuehao to surrender, completely unaware of the danger. Hu Yuehao's gaze, however, became increasingly frenzied as he glanced at Dai Yaoheng from Shrek's waiting area, the son of the White Tiger Duke. In the next second, he suddenly unleashed his right fist. Bang! With a loud crash, Bei flew out like a kite with a broken string. His right arm twisted at an extremely strange angle. His face contorted in pain as he fell off the competition stage. Family, who understands? Bei hadn't used his full strength from start to finish, especially that black 10,000-year fourth soul ring, which hadn't even lit up. His opponents were his crush and junior brother. He couldn't bring himself to go all out. As for me, I had completely grasped this point. Just at the moment Bei flew out. A light sound. Su Sanshur's so-called absolute defense Xianming shield was pierced through like paper by Tanya's blue-silver overlord spear. The spear tip pierced through his chest, and his life force was instantly drained. He died with his eyes wide open, a look of disbelief on his face. 1 second he was smoking a cigar, acting like a big shot. The next second he was, gone. A lifeless corpse fell to the ground with a thud. The future Shrek's 7 monsters, the eternal Emperor Su Sanshur, was gone just like that. His legendary story hadn't even begun to be written before it ended abruptly. The entire venue fell silent. The people on Shrek's side were all dumbfounded, watching their core disciple die at the hands of a traitor. Ma Xiaotao reacted, her anger soaring, and she instantly transformed into a fire phoenix, charging straight toward the competition stage. I'm steady as a rock over here. Hu Yuehao and Tanya exchanged a glance, and their rings glowed brightly. In an instant, they teleported back to our battle zone. Ma Xiaotao's attack landed solidly on the 8th level defensive shield of the competition platform. With a loud crash, the shield was directly burned through. I was a bit surprised. Wow, this girl is so fierce. Looking again, I saw that she had 2 yellow, 2 purple, 2 black, and 2 red soul rings on her feet. 8 in total. The outermost red ring even had 3 golden patterns, an 8-ring soul Douluo, and with fierce beast soul rings. Fortunately, the shield absorbed that moment of impact, allowing her to reduce some of her force. Otherwise, that referee would have had to go meet Su Sanshur as well. The newly appointed referee turned pale with fright and tremblingly pulled out a red card. Attacking the competition platform, you are disqualified from this round. Ma Xiaotao shot me a glance as sharp as a knife and flew back. In the first round, the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy won. Next up in the second match, our side sent up the siblings Xiaoheng and Menghong. Again, they were 2 teenagers. On the opposite side, Shrek seemed stunned and sent out the eldest son of the White Tiger Duke, Dai Yaoheng, along with a member of the Haotian school named Tang Feng. I tell you, the real show has just begun. When Dai Yaoheng and Tang Feng took the stage and saw 2 kids opposite them, their faces showed nothing but disdain. But when both sides revealed their spirit rings, the expressions on their faces froze. Xia Hongchun and Meng Hongchun, 2 6-ring spirit emperors, with the 5th and 6th spirit rings all being a whopping 100,000 years. Another 2 circles of blood-red light nearly blinded the audience. The crowd went wild, starting to chant the name of our academy. Dai Yaoheng and Tang Feng exchanged glances, probably realizing they had encountered tough opponents today. But then Xiaoheng, that guy, was even more arrogant. He didn't take these two seriously at all and directly began his solo performance. Suddenly, a golden leg grew out from behind him, transforming him into a three-legged frog. Then, with a wave of his hands, hundreds of metal balls floated in the air, and the next second, these metal balls instantly turned into thick cannon barrels. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a metal hedgehog, with 128 level 7 soul-guided cannons, all aimed directly at Dai Yaoheng and Tang Feng. What was even more outrageous was that he shattered the defensive shield of the competition stage, assimilating the energy of the entire plaza into gold elements to use as his power source. Dai Yaoheng and Tang Feng turned pale, wanted to rush in for a close fight, but they couldn't get close at all. Xiaoheng looked up at the Emperor of Star Luo City, laughing maniacally. I tell you, that scene was like openly dancing in front of the Emperor. We admit defeat, Dai Yaoheng and Tang Feng shouted at the top of their lungs. Too late. With a wave of Xiaoheng's hand, 128 shells, trailing long tails of fire, rained down. The sky darkened. Boom! The Emperor of Star Luo and the heavenly shattering Douluo acted simultaneously, one shielding the audience with stars, while the other protected the two unfortunate ones. The explosion's smoke instantly engulfed the entire competition stage. What about me? I've already slipped back to the resting area, holding the little snow girl in my arms, leisurely sitting on the sofa and watching the show. As the smoke and dust settled, everyone gasped in shock. On the competition stage, there was a huge pit over 10 meters in diameter, bottomless. That was the competition stage that had been used for hundreds of years, and it was just shattered like that. Heavenly Tyrant Douluo sighed and announced, "The Sun Moon Royal Soul Teacher Academy gains 1 point. The total score is 2-0 victory." The whole venue first fell into a deathly silence, then instantly erupted with cheers like a tsunami. Laughing Red Dust stood by the pit, his white hair flying, a smirk on his lips, looking incredibly arrogant. Shrek Academy, how insect, nothing more. After saying that, he strolled back. On Shrek's side, Tang Feng and Dai Yaoheng were still standing on the stage like fools, probably their hearts shattered. As soon as Laughing Red Dust returned, he boasted to me, "With this kind of trash, I can take on 10. I smiled and nodded, thinking to myself, you can forget it. That Tang Feng is from the Haotian sect. If he gets pushed too hard and uses the great Sumeru hammer, who knows who will end up lying down. But well, as long as we win, that's what matters." The competition stage started to be repaired with clanging sounds, and it seemed like it would take a while. I pinched the little snow girl's face and asked her, "Shall we go back to the hotel or keep watching? I want to watch the match." The little one was quite excited about it. "All right then, since we're just sitting around anyway, it's nice to have good food and drinks here. Very interesting." Very interesting? What a joke. Does anyone understand? Those people down there were fighting like a bunch of noobs. It was making my eyelids almost droop. Only my little snow girl was watching with great interest, tugging at my sleeve and acting cute, saying she wanted to go up and play too. "Fine, fine, fine. Let's go up. It's not a big deal. I'll just have a word with Emperor Xingluo later, and it'll be settled." I really couldn't stand the boring atmosphere anymore. So I shoved the snow woman towards Orange and told her to watch the kid while I made my escape. As soon as I teleported away, let me tell you, it was already a chaotic mess in the small grove outside the city. Jing Hongshun and Hu Laina were busy hammering on those two old men from Shrek. That old guy called Taotai Douluo, who claims to be the closest to the limit of Super Douluo, ended up being completely blocked by Jing Hongshun's level 9 soul guidance device, unable to break through their defense, while also having to constantly guard against that deadly judgment sword, making it extremely frustrating for him. As soon as I saw this, I thought it wouldn't work. The efficiency was too low, just dragging along. In a flash, I directly appeared on the battlefield, and no one should blink. With a swift strike, whoosh, that old man's arm was instantly gone, clean and decisive. I caught that severed arm and, right in front of him, wrapped it in dark energy and melted it away. Wow, it actually dropped some loot. A pitch-black soul bone fell out. I weighed it in my hands, and hey, it's the right arm bone of a 90-year-old ancient bull demon. Not bad, not bad. This trip was worth it. The two old men from Shrek were dumbfounded at the sight. What were we even fighting for? If we keep this up, we'll end up dead today. That director, Yin Xiaojia, was also a tough guy. Without saying a word, he performed a phoenix nirvana right in front of me. With a bang, he transformed into a giant luminous phoenix and self-destructed on the spot. The brilliance was so blinding that it almost dazzled my 24K titanium alloy eyes, creating a tragic sense of mutual destruction, all to give his teammates a chance to escape. Jing Hongqin's soul power was completely drained, and the shield shattered. Luckily, I was there, and the power of the earth raised a wall, withstanding that wave of impact. When the energy dispersed, Yin Xiaozhou was gone, and the severed arm, titled Douluo, had already slipped away. What's even more interesting happened next. As that old man was fleeing, he happened to run into Wu Ming. Let me tell you, Wu Ming was in a real inner conflict at that moment. On one side was Shrek, which raised and nurtured her, and on the other side was me. Should she strike or not? If she really wanted to act with her current strength, taking down that severely injured old man wouldn't be a problem. But in the end, she couldn't bring herself to do it, and just watched as he escaped. I just returned to my hotel room and was pondering how to upgrade the Judgment Sword again when there was a knock on the door. As soon as I opened it, I was taken aback. Tang Feng from Hao Yi's sect, the guy who was just knocked down by Xiao Hongshan earlier in the day, immediately knelt down in front of me. I was stunned at that moment, thinking, what kind of play is this? He came up to me and started pouring out his troubles, saying that their Hao Yin sect was now being overshadowed by two 100,000 year soul beasts, effectively making them the supreme rulers. Those two soul beasts were the sky blue bull python and the titan great ape, and they forbade anyone from their sect from hunting 100,000 year soul beasts, which essentially cut off the path for Hao Yin's sect to produce limit Douluo. He came this time with the burden of the sect, wanting to ask me for help to deal with those two ancestors. In return, the entire Hao Yin sect would follow me from now on. What a deal this was. I asked him to give me a reason that would convince me why I should help him. This guy was quite savvy, directly laying out his talents and future value, saying he became a soul saint at 18. And as long as he had a 100,000 year soul ring, he would definitely become a limit Douluo. Alright, a future limit Douluo, this investment was worth it. I tossed him the ancient bull demon right arm bone that I had just obtained from the gluttonous Douluo and pulled out a celestial grade blood spirit ginseng, telling him that within 5 years, I would lead people to attack Hao Yin sect. I made him swear an oath of martial spirit and told him to get lost quickly, not to come looking for me during the competition. After settling this matter, I immediately gathered all the members of our team for a short meeting. It was simple. Personnel changes. If the snow woman was to go on stage, someone had to step down. I directly called out Shun and S name. This kid's martial spirit was the same as his brother Chen Fei's, and their tactics were repetitive. Of course, we couldn't treat our own brother unfairly. So I tossed him a 40,000 year soul bone as compensation. As a result, his brother wasn't happy and insisted that he was weaker than his younger brother and should step down. The two clowns immediately started pulling each other's hair, which made me laugh. After the meeting, I called out Tanya, Hu Hao, and a girl named Mo ran separately. These three all had the potential to become gods, but hadn't yet obtained their tickets. I happened to have an opportunity for godhood, which was the blood of the evil god I received from the system S sign-in. To be honest, I was a bit conflicted. Hu Hao was indeed determined, but his mentality was a bit soft, always thinking about that bastard father of his, so his loyalty was questionable. As for Mo Ran, her martial spirit was the top-tier evil eye tyrant. If I gave her this drop of evil god S blood, her martial spirit could directly evolve into the god-level evil eye tyrant ruler. But her personality was a bit contrasting. She looked like a cold and aloof elder sister, but inside she was quite soft. I really worried that when she fused with the evil emperor's soul ring, her mental strength wouldn't be able to withstand the impact. Deciding who to give the divine position to was truly a headache. To be honest, I initially wanted to give it to Mo Ran, but who understood family matters? She was just too weak. I was afraid that before she could absorb the power of the evil god, she would be possessed first, and then a real evil god would be resurrected. Where would I go to reason with that? All right, let us call everyone over for a small meeting. Hu Hao, Tanya, and Mo Ran stood in front of me, each one standing like they were being punished in military training, not daring to breathe. I glanced at Hu Hao and directly gave him a KPI. In the next competition, take down the other son of Duke White Tiger, Dai Yaoheng. During this period, the academy would treat you like a biological son. This guy was so excited, nodding repeatedly. I casually pulled out a soul bone from my pocket and slapped it on the table. Here, the 100,000 year left arm bone of the 1,000-gene Ant Emperor. This is your reward for taking down Su Sanshur with Tanya. Goodness, Hu Hao's eyes lit up instantly, like two 200-watt light bulbs, thanking me as he grabbed the soul bone and hurried back to his room to absorb it. Next, it was Tanya's turn. I directly pulled out a pair of pure, transparent purple leg bones and slapped them on the table. These are yours, the 300,000 year leg bones of the evil demon Orca. Also your reward for taking down Su Sanshur. I told you, That girl was stunned at the time, and then without saying a word, she took the soul bone and turned around to walk straight into my suite. What does this mean? Adults understand, right? The Tang sect leader is going to give me some intensity. Can I refuse? Of course not. But business comes first. I need to send that little girl Mo ran away first. I took out a piece of fairy grass here, the blood of the death god. Take it back and refine it yourself. There's great opportunity in it. Hurry up, don't delay my business. After sending her away, it was time to deal with this little ancestor in my arms, the snow girl. This little one is the hardest to handle, so I directly asked for one piece of 10,000-year-old profound ice marrow. She actually tried to bargain with me. 2 pieces. Fine, deal. Quickly sent her to Orange's room. When I returned to the suite, good heavens, Tang had already changed into a red gauze outfit. The scene was simply unbelievable. She also reminded me that her martial soul can devour life force. I couldn't help but laugh. What is she hinting at? Such provocative behavior must be severely punished. After one night, I came out feeling refreshed, and Tanya was still slumped on the bed. I told her, what you did has earned my trust, but it's only temporary. She also confessed that this was like handing over the entire Tang sect to me. All right, this deal isn't a loss. After settling Tanya, I was in a great mood and decided to take a stroll. The next second, whoosh, I appeared in the Star Luo Palace. And Su Jiawei was having a meal. The bodyguard around him wanted to make a move, but I just shot them a glance and they backed off. I just came to change a contestant list, adding the snow girl. What is the big deal? Before leaving, I didn't forget to add, don't think about revenge. If you come at me, I'll kill one of you. As soon as I left, the super Douluo beside him was dumbfounded, shouting something about space power. Extreme Douluo. It's hilarious. This is just the beginning. Back at the hotel, I held a meeting to announce the snow girl's participation, and nobody objected. Then we started leveling up by defeating monsters, and the round-robin matches ended quickly. Both we and Shrek advanced, preparing for the knockout stage. That night, while I was studying the blueprints, someone knocked on the door. When I opened it, it was Tang Wudong. She came straight in and questioned why I was acting like a dog for the Sun Moon Empire. I just laughed. Little sister, you can't say that. Your dad has acknowledged me as his successor. By seniority, you should call me senior brother. I even pinched her nose, making her stomp her feet in anger as she left. As soon as she left, I sent someone else at the door. Don't hide, come in. To my surprise, it was Shrek S. Zhang Nanan. She said she came to thank me for killing Su Sanshur. Let me tell you, that excuse was fake. Even an AI could come up with something more believable. This was simply the most ridiculous excuse I've heard in 2025, clearly a pure lie. I laughed at that moment. As soon as the door was closed and my mental energy locked in, the entire room became my domain. Want to thank me? Sure. I'll teach you how to express your gratitude. As for what happened next, well, it's not suitable for children. After it was over, I directly issued her an ultimatum. During the competition, you come over every night. If you dare to speak of this, your whole family will be buried with you. Seeing the look of despair and humiliation on her face, let me tell you, that feeling. Being the evil dragon seems to be much more enjoyable than being the hero. The next day, during the meeting, it was as if nothing had happened. That old man, Mirror Red Dust, started to distribute the spoils from the auction yesterday. He slapped 6 soul bones on the table, including one that was 100,000 years old. However, my eyes were immediately drawn to a greenish left arm bone. That thing was crystal clear, emanating coldness, and at a glance, it was clearly not an ordinary item. The left arm bone of the ice blue scorpion, 70,000 years old. This thing was simply tailor-made for the snow woman. No one else could use it. I tell you, as soon as the soul bone was in hand, that guy Shuang didn't hesitate for a second. He tossed it like a hot potato, directly throwing it to the snow girl. The meaning couldn't be clearer. It's your business now. Then he turned to us, his teammates whose eyes were almost popping out, pointed at the remaining soul bones, especially a 10,000-year Titan Python torso bone, which cost Jing Hongshan 1 billion gold soul coins. Shuang directly painted a big picture for us, saying, the champion of the competition has 3 soul bone rewards, plus these few. If we win the championship, we'll have 7. That's enough to share. Goodness, as soon as this was said, the eyes of the brothers in the team turned green. Immediately, someone asked, Ling'er, there are 14 of us. How do we divide 7 soul bones? At that moment, I felt a jolt in my heart, sensing that something was about to happen. Sure enough, Shuang glanced at that person and said, Ming Hongshun, Xiao Hongshun, Zhuzi, Tengya, Hu Hao, and Xuannu, the 7 of us, will directly give up. Anyone have any objections? Who understands? When these words came out, the whole place fell silent. Each of us main players had top-tier soul bones on us, right? Meng Hongshun's pieces were all at least 10,000 years of fairy grass level. Who would still care for these 1,000-year ones? So we had nothing to say. With that, the remaining 7 substitutes fit perfectly, 1 for each. But guess what? I looked at their excited expressions, almost ready to pop champagne right there, while Lin Shuang's face suddenly turned cold. He lightly tapped his fingers on the table, and that sound felt like it was knocking on everyone's hearts. I'm telling you, your current mindset is very problematic. The moment he spoke, the temperature in the entire conference room dropped by 8 degrees. As for the championship, with me here, it's definitely ours. But what after that? You have to walk your own path. I can't always be your babysitter. Each of you feels like you're the chosen ones, right? Being praised as the strongest cohort in the history of the Sun Moon Academy. Are you all about to float up to the sky? Let me tell you, it was me who raised you to this height, and I can take everything you have back at any time. Those words were fierce. The few who had just been cheerful suddenly froze, their smiles stiffening. Only Xiao Hongchun was still there picking his nails, acting nonchalant, while Lin Shuang completely ignored him. Then Lin Shuang spoke again. In the next match, the top 16 to the top 8, Chun Fei and Ma Rulong Shunti participate either. I just want to see how well you can perform without our main players. After saying that, his gaze was like a knife, directly stabbing at Xiao Hongchun. You think you're strong? Xiao Hongchun puffed out his chest. Of course. Lin Shuang laughed at that moment, with all the sarcasm in his smile. Do you know? In Shrek Academy, there are many who can press you to the ground and even kill you. When can you beat your own sister? Then come talk to me. After that, Lin Shuang stood up and left, leaving everyone in the room questioning their lives. Old man Jing Hongchun didn't say a word during the whole thing, and after Lin Shuang left, he leisurely added, Xiao, your brother is right. Don't mention him. Even that Yi Yuling guy could easily crush you. In the following days, the atmosphere of the entire team changed. Everyone began to discuss tactics feverishly. Lin Shuang, Juzi, Meng Hongchun, Xiao Hongchun, and 2 level 7 soul masters, all 6 of our main players would not take the field. In the upcoming matches, it would rely on picking 7 from the remaining 8 to compete. The core would be Mo Ran, who had consumed fairy grass and Death God blood, with his soul power skyrocketing to level 58, and he had also become a level 6 soul master. 3 days later, the knockout rounds began. Shrek went first, and that kid Tang Feng was like he had turned on a cheat. His soul power skyrocketed by 4 levels. He was simply a monster. Then it was our turn, and our opponents were the Imperial Academy of the Heavenly Soul Empire, where there was a Soul Emperor on their team. I tell you, at that moment, the entire audience was stunned. Seeing our lineup, Yueheng, Tanya, and that little girl from the Snow Girl, everyone thought we were crazy. This is the elimination round. If we lose, we go home. The captain of the Diao Academy, Jiang Peng, was even more furious, his nose all twisted in anger. He stepped onto the stage and made a harsh statement. Just based on you? The journey of the Sun and Moon Academy ends here. Our team captain, Mo Ran, replied very seriously, we will kill you. At the moment the match began, Wu Yuhao's spiritual detection shared lit up the entire map, and the 7 opponents appeared completely exposed to us. The people from DAO still wanted to charge at us, but what happened? Ice and snow, fire, dark blue silvergrass. 3 control skills hit them directly in the face. The most outrageous was Tanya. Her dark blue silvergrass was completely disregarded by the opponents. As a result, a rank 5 soul king, just entangled by the grass, had his skin broken, and in an instant, all his life force was sucked dry. His vitality was completely devoured by Tanya, and she instantly broke through to level 40. But that is not all. I watched as her blue-silver overlord spear buzzed and transformed into a beam of blue light, becoming her 4th soul ring. Amazing. Using a divine weapon as a soul ring. What kind of ultimate pay-to-win gameplay is this? Tanya's soul power instantly surged from level 40 to level 44. Her martial soul also evolved, now called the Dark Blue Silver King. At this point, the opponents were completely panicked. Mo Ran seized the opportunity, activated his 5th soul ring, and cast a mental confusion, causing the 6 opponents to freeze instantly, their soul power in chaos. In that split second, the black overlord spear in Tanya's hand slipped from her grip and with a sound pierced through the chest of the opposing captain, Jiang Peng. Instant kill. The leading teacher from DAO Academy went pale, scrambling onto the stage to shout, "We concede." But as soon as he finished shouting, he pointed at Tanya and roared uncontrollably, "They are cultivating evil soul masters." I tell you, before his words even fell, a shadow flashed by, and Lin Shuang was already standing on stage. That teacher was already separated from his body. Lin Shuang wiped his hands, looked up at the emperor of Xingluo on the city wall, and smiled in a rather eerie way. This person slanders the reputation of my son and Moon Academy, and shall be executed on the spot to deter others. The entire Xingluo city was silent as a grave. The emperor of Xingluo's face turned as red as liver from anger, but he didn't dare to make a sound. Then the whole venue erupted into cheers like a tidal wave, celebrating our victory once again. Back in the resting area, the snow girl clung to Lin Shuang's leg, cuddling and acting cute, saying that the opponent was too strong and that she wouldn't fight anymore, which was simply adorable. Lin Shuang picked her up and used his mental power to isolate us, and the two began to whisper to each other. Although I couldn't hear, I later learned that Lin Shuang was asking about the Ice Emperor's heavenly tribulation. He was worried that it wouldn't be safe for the Snow Girl to return to the extreme north alone. The Snow Girl was quite proud. I am the Snow Empress. Who dares to touch me in the extreme north? As a result, Lin Shuang directly played his trump card, making her swear to the Ice God that she would never betray him. Of course, the Snow Girl was unwilling, and the two began to bargain. Lin Shuang offered 10 pieces of eternal ice essence, but the Snow Girl boldly demanded 50. In the end, Lin Shuang threw out a condition she couldn't refuse, to bring the Ice Emperor to the Sun and Moon Empire, where he would provide a place called the Eternal Ice Cave, along with the power of the Ice Goddess Scepter, which could enhance the Ice Emperor's potential to the same level as the Snow Girl. Who could resist that? The Snow Girl immediately swore an oath. Just as they were finalizing their agreement, Lin Shuang suddenly paused and looked towards the audience. I followed his gaze and saw a beautiful girl, about the same size as Meng Hongshun, smiling at him. Without saying a word, Lin Shuang turned around and walked out, and the girl quickly followed him. I was left in confusion behind them. Later, I found out that the girl was named Ling'er, the saintess of the Holy Spirit sect and Lin Shuang's junior sister. Even more explosive was that his teacher, the legendary Death God Douluo Ye Xishui, was also there, waiting for him in the corridor. Ye Xishui revealed a shocking secret. Someone from the Sun and Moon royal family had contacted the Holy Spirit sect, wanting them to assassinate Lin Shuang. After hearing this, Lin Shuang didn't even blink. Instead, he told his teacher, "You can't kill me." Then he began to showcase his skills, directly exposing the blood relation between Ye Xishui and Shrek Yen Xiaozhe, handling it perfectly. Next, he started to paint a grand vision, saying he wanted to conquer the continent, send evil soul masters to battle in other worlds, transform from villains into heroes, and make the Holy Spirit sect the state religion with his teacher as the national master. After a series of moves, he even managed to persuade Ye Xishui. Finally, he gifted her a celestial herb, the water fairy jade skin bone, as a meeting gift. The most surprising thing was that when Ye Xishui left, she actually left her precious disciple Ling'er behind. Lin Shuang took Ling'er back to the hotel and directly arranged for her to stay in his suite. Then, he took out the purified soul-devouring engraving knife, known as the Blade of Life's Guardian, and tossed it directly to Ling'er. I tell you, I still can't understand what happened in the next second. When that knife reached Ling'er's hand, it melted directly and transformed into the purest life force that surged into her body. Suddenly, behind her, the Tree of Life martial soul emerged, and then a soul ring appeared, allowing her to break through on the spot and become a 7-ring soul sage. A 14-year-old soul sage. Family. This world has ultimately become unrecognizable to me. After Ling'er's breakthrough, she also bestowed a life blessing on Lin Shuang, and that green glow washed over Lin Shuang from head to toe, looking so comfortable. Once everything was settled, I saw Lin Shuang walk to the bedside, bend down, and reach out to touch Ling'er's face. Ling'er pouted in dissatisfaction, and as a result, Lin Shuang directly buried her head down. Ling'er trembled all over and then shyly closed her eyes. Let me tell you, Lin Shuang really doesn't treat people as humans. After dealing with Ling'er, the system didn't even give a reward, but he himself looked refreshed, gently watching Ling'er, who was sleeping beside him. Guess what happened next? He turned around, put on his clothes, and with a flash, slipped into the next room where Zhang Nanan was. At that moment, Zhang Nanan was sitting there feeling emo, with a vacant expression on the sofa, as if waiting for punishment. Lin Shuang, on the other hand, came up and said, "You don't need to come to my room anymore." I thought to myself, is this a great mercy? But the second half of his sentence was, "But no one else is allowed in my room at night. I will come over myself if I need something." Folks, who understands this? This is just a change from door-to-door service to random airdrops. Zhang Nanan looked so aggrieved. A flicker of happiness passed through her eyes, but was immediately extinguished, and she could only nod in agreement. Seeing that everything was settled, Lin Shuang turned around and left. Going back to take off his clothes and continue to hold Ling'er while sleeping, mastering the art of time management. The next morning, the real show began. Shuang directly brought Ling'er to attend the Academy's senior meeting, and the meaning was crystal clear. He was there to assert his dominance. As soon as Xiao Hongshun entered, his face turned green. Great, his position was snatched again, and he could only sit in the back row with a dejected look. His sister, Ming Hongshun, watched from the side, her expression full of grievance, probably shouting inside. "I'm the legitimate fiancé, Yueheng." But Ling'er, it seemed like she didn't see anything, sitting there obediently with a pure yet mischievous smile, just like Shuang back in the day. Soon everyone arrived, and Dingjing Hongshun was curious, asking who this little girl was. Shuang immediately pulled her over, saying, "This is my junior sister, the closed-door disciple of the Death God Douluo, who just arrived yesterday, and will live in my suite from now on." After saying that, he winked at Ling'er. The next second, the entire room was stunned. Ling'er es Ma Xiaotao soul aktivated, and 7 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, black, black, red, and blue, blinded everyone's eyes. Then the 6th one, the 100,000-year red soul ring, lit up, and a skill called Life Blessing covered the entire room. Let me tell you, that feeling was like giving everyone present a deep purification and system reboot. Any residual effects from taking drugs to level up, like unstable soul power and shaky foundations, were instantly repaired, and soul power shot up. Except for Shuang and a few others who had consumed fairy grass, everyone else leveled up at least once on the spot. This meeting gift directly elevated the entire Academy's potential by a notch. When Ling'er withdrew her powers, the way everyone looked at her changed. It was all gratitude and admiration. Ma Xiaotao was the first to stand up, formally bowing to Ling'er, saying he owed her a favor from now on. As long as she didn't betray the country or the Academy, he'd go through fire and water for her. With him leading, others also expressed their support. Dingjing Hongshun's eyes nearly turned green. Forgetting everything else, he started recruiting on the spot. "Little girl, come to our Mingdu hall." Ling'er Shuang, saying she was the saintess of the Holy Spirit Church and didn't know how to use soul-guided devices. The old man waved his hand. "That's not a problem. Mingdu hall is just a research institute. No conflict. As long as you hang your name there, you won't have to do anything else. And I'll directly provide you with a set of top-notch soul-guided devices." Ling'er tilted her little head, innocently asking, "Can I have a level 9 one?" "No problem." Dingjing Hongshun agreed happily, pulling out a Hongshun protection and handing it over. Goodness, a level 9 soul-guided device. Xiao Hongshun and Ming Hongshun beside them were dumbfounded, complaining, "Is our old man giving away level 9 soul-guided devices like they're free?" Ling'er held the treasure, still a bit dazed, probably thinking, "Did I just join a new force?" After the meeting, Shuang directly called Tangan and Xuanyu up and returned his room. He had long sensed something was off with Tangan. As soon as they entered the room, Tangan sat down on the bed, as if she were back at her own home. Shuang raised his eyebrows. Last time she came, she didn't even dare to stand casually. Tangan noticed this too, smiled, and directly explained her martial soul. In simple terms, her martial soul and the blue-silver Emperor spear had activated each other, evolving her martial soul into the dark blue-silver king, and the spear recognized her dark power, which was a mutual acknowledgement. Shuang understood but still felt the change was too rapid. However, he didn't delve deeper and just let her go back. In the room, only Shuang, Ling'er, and Xuanyu, who was being held by Shuang, remained. What followed was the main event, preparing for a showdown. Shuang pointed at Xuanyu and said to Ling'er, "This is Xuanyu, the ice goddess in transformation, the future ice god heir." Then he pointed at Ling'er and said to Xuanyu, "This is my junior sister Ling'er. My teacher is the Death God Douluo, and she is the heir of the underworld god." As soon as he finished speaking, a purple underworld sword appeared in Ling'er's hand, exuding a heavy aura. Xuanyu, not to be outdone, pulled out an ice god staff taller than herself. The two little girls exchanged glances, and sparks almost flew in the air, only to simultaneously put away their artifacts. Seeing that the two had made introductions, Shuang wanted to send Xuanyu away. "All right, Xuanyu, go find Ming Hongshun to play." Goodness, this ice empress who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years could earn an Oscar for her performance. Her big eyes instantly misted up, and she pitifully said, "Xuanyu wants to be with Daddy." Tears fell as soon as she said it, and Shuang and Ling'er couldn't help but twitch their mouths, thinking, "You, an old ice pop of hundreds of thousands of years, how can you be so shameless?" In the end, Shuang still softened his heart, ruffling her head. All right, then you can stay." Xuanyu's tears immediately dried up, and she nodded. Ling'er was anxious beside her. If Xuannu stayed, what would she do at night? But Lin Shuang directly arranged it. Xuannu will stay with you tonight. Ling'er could only begrudgingly agree. As soon as he turned around, the two little girls started sending electric signals with their eyes, crackling. Of course, all of this was under Lin Shuang's mental surveillance. He didn't care, taking out a small notebook and crossing out Yin Xiaozhi's name in the enemy section, writing down Su Wenji and Su Tianran instead. This little black book recorded all the people he planned to eliminate in the future. Before long, the first round of the tournament ended, and the top 16 were announced. When the battle list for the next round came out, everyone exploded. Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy versus Shrek Academy. On the day of the competition, the atmosphere in Xinglua Square was so tense it felt like it could squeeze out water. Let me tell you, that scene was simply like gods holding a conference. The Xinglua Emperor Su Jiawei, Duke Baihu Dai Hao, along with the Heavenly Soul Empire, the Doling Empire, the Body Sect, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Family S-Title Douluos all gathered in a large crowd, all of them the continent's top battle powers, just to watch this preemptive final. The judges were even more heavyweight, with Jing Hanshun personally officiating. As soon as the team members took the stage, the gunpowder smell exploded. On the Sun and Moon side were Lin Shuang, Xiao Hongchun, Ming Hongchun, Orange, Massachusetts Rulong, Chun Fei, and Lin Shi. On the Shrek side, Ma Xiaotao led the team, Dai Yaoheng, and a master from Sea God Island. But the most shocking part was that Jiang Nanan stood in the opposing team, replacing Ling Luoqing on the field. This was a major undercover operation. Lin Shuang must have sneaked out to find her to deliver ammunition last night. Lin Shuang quickly assigned tasks. Hongchun's siblings, you deal with the two from Sea God Island and Haotian sect. Lin Shi, provide long-range support for that support. Orange, you and Ma Rulong focus fire and take out Dai Yaoheng. Don't give him a chance to react. Orange initially wanted a duel, but was shot down by Lin Shuang's words. This isn't the time to show off. The competition began with a command from Jing Hongchun. Lin Shuang immediately activated his own Hongchun protection, setting up double-layer shields. The actions on the orange side were swift, with each little orange person equipped with their own set of abilities. Invisibility, health regeneration, acceleration, soul power enhancement, full attribute doubling, and everyone was popping buffs. On the other side, Shrek was also not holding back, as Ma Xiaotao and a blue-haired youth simultaneously displayed dazzling 10,000-year red soul rings. Lin Shuang launched with a devastating move, holding the Sword of Judgment, with the sun-shattered feather spread behind. A massive black and white sword aura swept across the entire field. Ma Xiaotao quickly conjured a fire shield in front of her, but that sword aura cut through it like tofu, instantly bisecting both the shield and her. I was stunned at that moment. Just like that, she was defeated? But the next second, where Ma Xiaotao's severed body connected, white flames blazed fiercely, and she actually reconnected her body forcefully. It was the skill of her 300,000-year soul bone, the undying body. The real battle was just beginning. Fire Phoenix true body. A clear phoenix cry resounded through the clouds, and Ma Xiaotao transformed into a phoenix engulfed in sacred flames. The terrifying momentum erupted instantly, and her strength soared to the level of a super Douluo. That guy opened with a big move right away. Who understands, family? The sky was filled with falling fire meteors, crashing down like they were free, followed by a 360-degree Thomas spin. Circles of white flames exploded with a bang, and the entire competition platform instantly turned into a sea of fire. I tell you, the faces of those guys from the Sun and Moon team turned green at that moment, rolling and crawling as the referee threw them out of the arena. Standing below the stage, their expressions were like they had just returned from a trip to the gates of hell, repeatedly patting their chests. The captain was even more dramatic. He slid to his knees on the spot, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Referee, we concede. All 6 of us concede." Goodness, with such a display, one would think Ma Xiaotao was about to take on 7 opponents at once. But the problem was, Lin Shuang was still standing on the stage. All the attacks, like meteor showers and fire rings, came crashing down on Lin Shuang. And the result? I'll tell you, Lin Shuang was as unfazed as could be, holding up a thin white shield in front of her. All the flames hit it, and not even a sound could be heard. They simply vanished into thin air. That shield was so steady, it was as if it were welded to the stage. Now Ma Xiaotao was in a panic. She activated a self-destruct skill called Phoenix Rebirth, compressing all her mana and health into an ultimate invincible fire shockwave. The temperature was so high, I felt the air was about to ignite. and the entire competition stage began to melt. This girl was really going all out. After using this move, regardless of whether she won or lost, she would be weakened for a month. And what happened? Goodness, that shield just wobbled a bit. Just a bit. Shuang was still standing there, a smirk on her lips, looking as if she wanted to say, "Is that all?" The flames dissipated, and Ma Xiaotao fell straight from the sky, looking like she was about to faint. I thought this had to be the end, right? Who knew Shuang was so ruthless? He pulled out a golden-red greatsword, called the Sword of Judgment, and shot a beam of white light at Ma Xiaotao, instantly restoring her health to full and forcing her to use another recovery skill, Phoenix Rebirth, to return to peak condition. Ma Xiaotao stood up in confusion, probably wondering if such good fortune existed. Without saying a word, she let out a roar and charged back in. Then, let me tell you, the most outrageous move came. Shuang flipped the sword over, and the sword blade instantly turned pure black, unleashing a surge of dark energy straight at Ma Xiaotao. I watched as the sacred white fire on her body crackled and began to turn black, like a drop of ink falling into milk, and she started to go awry. It turned out that Ma Xiaotao had been suppressing a dark fire within her, which had been purified before, but now with Shuang's cursed sword, it was directly triggered. She was unwilling, struggling madly in the air, her heart filled with resentment. She thought to herself, "I am a genius of Shrek. How could I be corrupted by a little nobody like you?" And guess what? She actually underwent a mutation of her martial soul on the spot. Fueled by all her unwillingness and anger, she evolved into the Dark Phoenix. The aura, wow, it was simply incredible. Black flames soared into the sky, much fiercer than the previous white flames. Seeing these two about to unleash true fire, Yin Xiaozhi from Shrek could no longer sit still and directly stood up to shout, "We concede." The match ended, and the Sun and Moon Academy won. I tell you, the audience went wild. All kinds of refund requests surfaced, with curses flying everywhere. Duke Baihu, Dai Yaoheng, personally came out to control the situation, managing to calm things down. But this wasn't over. Yin Xiaozhi flew up into the sky to demand an explanation from Jing Hongshun, directly asking for Shuang's Sword of Judgment as compensation. Jing Hongshun didn't even pay him any mind and retorted, "Who do you think you are? Keep talking, and I'll start a war." Just as both sides were on the verge of confrontation, a voice suddenly came from above the imperial city. It was the emperor of the Sun and Moon Empire. In front of everyone, he directly accused Jing Hongshun and the others of being accomplices of evil soulmasters, stating that they could not represent the Sun and Moon Empire. I was dumbfounded at the time. What is going on? The emperor of my own country backstabbing his own people? On Shuang's side, Hui Yuhao and Shui Nu immediately stood by Shuang without saying a word. Condemning, Shuang's grandfather and a super big shot also made his appearance. On the opposite side, a group of experts from the imperial city emerged, including the three major empires and Shrek Academy, clearly intending to wipe out Shuang and the others in one go. Condemning first used a spatial soul guide to teleport the younger generation, including Xiao Hongchun, away. Shuang turned to look at Orange with a gentle expression, saying, "Don't worry, I'll bring back their leader for you." As soon as she finished speaking, Shuang raised her hand and created a spatial rift, instantly eliminating Dai Yaoheng from Shrek, who was still in a daze. It was clean and swift, leaving no trace behind. This completely ignited the powder keg. Yin Xiaozhi let out a roar and charged forward. Shortly after, my teacher, the Holy Spirit Church leader Ye Xishui, along with several top big shots, made a powerful entrance, directly protecting Shuang. The scene became extremely chaotic. The gods were fighting, and we mere mortals could only shiver on the sidelines. Suddenly, an invisible knife stabbed out from behind Shuang, piercing through her heart. It was an extreme Douluo who played with space, the Void Rift Beast. This old monster launched a sneak attack, and no one reacted in time. My heart sank. But Shuang acted as if nothing happened, popped a fairy pill, and instantly revived. She swiftly used a teleportation skill to take out the traitor Su Wanji and the prince Su Tiantian, then teamed up with her grandfather to seal the entire space, rendering that old monster unable to teleport. Then the most absurd thing happened. Shuang's mind was ringing nonstop. "Congratulations, you have obtained the Shura 9 trials. Congratulations, you passed the first trial. Congratulations, you passed the 8th trial." Everyone, I was dumbfounded at that moment. This guy was literally bugging the system right there. He passed all 8 trials in one go. The 9th trial was even more ridiculous, requiring him to kill a god. Where was he supposed to find a god to kill? Is this the latest version of the Yin Yang quirky KPI for 2025? The next moment, a blood-red Shura divine sword fell directly into his hand from the void, along with a sword sheath. Oh no, a living person? A stunning woman in a pink long dress with scorpion braids walked out from the sword light. Without saying a word, she delivered a flying kick that instantly killed the void rift beast that had existed for 700,000 years. Instantly, Shuang seized the opportunity to wield the divine sword and swiftly decapitated the emperor of the Sun and Moon Empire and Duke Baihu Daihao. The whole place fell silent. Just then, the muscular man who had been exchanging blows with Ye Xishui suddenly shouted excitedly at that woman. Sister Xiao Wu. Oh my goodness. The original Shrek 7 monsters, the sea god Tang San's wife, Xiao Wu. She actually descended as the Azura sword sheath. Xiao Wu said with a smile that she couldn't use power beyond a limit Douluo in the lower realm. Otherwise, her third brother would bring her back. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. As a result, the new sea god, Douluo Continent from Sea God Island, rushed over to report, saying, Respected sea god madam, our heir from Sea God Island has been killed. Please uphold justice. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's beautiful brows furrowed, and she curiously asked, The one who obtained the top-level 7 tests was killed? Who did it? I told you. That sea god, Douluo Continent, without saying a word, directly pointed at the guy, squatting on the ground, picking up equipment, Shuang. Xiao Wu looked at him, dumbfounded, and shook her head vigorously. No. I can't touch this person. He is my third brother's disciple, the inheritor of the Shura god. If I mess with him, it will bring trouble to the older generation. How can I explain that? Good heavens, once those words came out, the people from Star Luo Empire turned pale, while Kong Deming and the others couldn't help but laugh out loud. The old Wichulaina suddenly flashed to Lin Shuang's side, sarcastically firing at Xiao Wu. Oh. Isn't this Tang San's wife? It's been 10,000 years, and you're still alive? Truly tough luck. Xiao Wu, who had a bad temper, couldn't hold back and shot back. Yes, that's better than some people who, after 10,000 years, still haven't managed to get a god position. No wonder my third brother didn't want you back then. I have to say, this hit the nail on the head. Wichulaina's face went stiff, and after holding it in for a long time, she replied, You old woman who has given birth. Then she turned and left, clearly furious. Xiao Wu was cursing behind her, but the other party didn't even look back. At that moment, Lin Shuang, who had finished picking up equipment, walked up to Xiao Wu and curiously asked, Are you here to find Tang Wudong? To everyone's surprise, Xiao Wu shook her head and, like a magic trick, pulled out a scroll, playfully saying, Nope. Third brother has developed new technology that can free me from the Shura sword sheath. You want me to be a spirit for a little girl with a soft-boned rabbit martial soul. Once I help her become a god, we will unbind. And then I will be a divine beast and could go back to the god realm. A divine beast. Lin Shuang's brain was almost overheating. What big scheme was that old man Tang San plotting again? The Star Luo Emperor beside them was still acting clever, quickly chiming in, I know. There's someone at Shrek Academy named Jiang Nannan with a soft-boned rabbit martial soul. She was a 4-ring soulmaster at 15. Her talent is absolutely top-notch. Really? Xiao Wu's eyes lit up. But as soon as Lin Shuang heard the emperor babbling on, her anger surged again, and she swung the Shura sword, ready to attack. A shadow flashed by, and yet another unlucky soul blocked the sword for the emperor. Lin Shuang looked disdainful. Have all your super Douluos from Star Luo died? Next, it will be your turn. Xiao Wu saw this and panicked. Hey, you can't just kill people. The Shura god is an enforcer, not a butcher. Lin Shuang smiled slightly and said, Then you should hurry up and find Jiang Nannan and Tang Wudong. All right. Xiao Wu finally remembered the important matter, and just as she was about to leave, she turned back and asked, Your name is Lin Shuang, right? Who understands if family matters? At this tense moment, Lin Shuang suddenly bowed deeply to Xiao Wu, and with a booming voice he said, Lin Shuang, I have met the mother-in-law. I was dumbfounded watching from the side. Goodness, this person has no shame at all. This operation is simply textbook level. If you can't beat them, join them. No, it's more like if you can't beat them, just acknowledge them as your mother. As long as I have no morals, you can't kidnap me. Xiao Wu was also taken aback by the call of mother-in-law. But you can't deny it was effective. She immediately turned around and fiercely addressed everyone. Listen up. No one is allowed to lay a hand on Lin Shuang. He is the chosen one of our third brother, about to complete the divine trial and ascend to the divine realm. Anyone who dares to touch him is going against our sea god and Azura god. Now, Emperor Xing Luo's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Lin Shuang was overjoyed inside, yet he maintained a respectful demeanor, saying, Then I shall take my leave and return to the Sun-Moon Empire. Xiao Wu nodded and remembered something, reminding him. After I leave, the Azura sword will lose its sheath suppression, and its power will explode. If you can't control it, be careful of backlash, and quickly raise your divine position compatibility to 100. Lin Shuang was clear in his mind and responded, got it. Then, he scanned the faces of all the enemies present like a QR code, turned around, and left with Kong Deming and Jing Hongqian. Not far into their departure, a notification pinged in his head. Congratulations to the host for signing in with Xiao Wu. Reward, Azura sword sheath. Now he no longer had to worry about being harmed by his own sword. Once they exited Xing Luo City, Lin Shuang stopped and first expressed his gratitude to Ye Xishui from the Holy Spirit Church. Teacher, I owe you for coming to rescue me this time. Ye Xishui replied sarcastically. How can that compare to the sea god Tangsan's successor? Lin Shuang could only smile bitterly. Teacher, you will always be my teacher. After sending off that great figure, Lin Shuang felt relieved. He turned to look at Xing Luo City, already beginning to plan that within 5 years, this continent would bear the surname Lin. Kong Deming used his silver moon divine light to take everyone on a spatial jump back to the rendezvous point. Bulaina had already arrived and looked at Lin Shuang with an unpleasant expression. Lin Shuang ignored her and walked straight to Juzi, smiling as he said, I killed Dai Yaoheng and Duke Baihu. Juzi cried out loud, directly throwing herself into his arms, her emotions exploding as she sobbed. Your safety is the most important. Lin Shuang held her, while Dream Hongqian and Tanya looked on with twitching eyes. Dream Hongqian thought to herself, I'm the real fiancé, Yi. Meanwhile, Yi Yulin and the others were curious and quickly asked what had happened in the city. Kong Deming, still feeling a bit shaken, replied, don't mention it. 6 limit Douluos had a chaotic battle, and a ferocious beast over 70,000 years old appeared. In the end, even the original Shrek 7 monsters from 10,000 years ago showed up. Jing Hongqian couldn't help but smile wryly. Fortunately, she was on our side. With one kick, she instantly killed that over 70,000-year-old beast. Otherwise, none of us would have been able to leave today. Everyone gasped in shock. Kong Deming waved his hand. All right, let's return to Mingdu. The Emperor and Crown Prince both died at Lin Shuang's hands. We need to hurry back to stabilize the situation. Upon returning to Mingdu, Lin Shuang immediately announced to the outside that the Xing Luo Empire wanted to attack us. The Emperor and Crown Prince went to rescue people and unfortunately sacrificed themselves. As for those stubborn royalists, just pay them to shut their mouths. He looked at everyone with a murderous aura. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, all royal relatives and level 9 soul masters are to gather in the palace for a meeting. Anyone who doesn't come or dares to oppose me becoming emperor will be killed without mercy. I'm going into seclusion now to fuse with that 70,000-year-old soul ring and maximize my strength. After saying that, Lin Shuang found a place to absorb the soul ring. That night, Mingdu was in an uproar. With both the emperor and crown prince dead, who would sit on the throne, 2 princes began to form factions overnight, vying for the throne. In the meantime, a shadow Doa named Shuechun, a loyal follower of the crown prince, attempted a midnight ambush on Mingdu Hall, killing 4 teammates from Lin Shuang's team. Unfortunately, he underestimated the siblings Xiao Hongqian and Meng Hongqian, who counterattacked with a martial soul fusion skill, Red Dust Affection, and killed him. The next morning, after successfully fusing with the soul ring and soul bone, Lin Shuang's strength skyrocketed as he walked step by step towards the palace. Meanwhile, let me tell you something even more explosive. In the deepest part of the Stardow Forest, the sleeping Silver Dragon King, Guyuna, was suddenly awakened by a surge of power. Just as she was about to explode in anger, a blue-haired man appeared before her, as if he had teleported, directly suppressing her. Who was it? It was Tang San. This ultimate big boss Tang San immediately showed the Silver Dragon King a black history documentary of the Dragon God Chaos and began to paint a grand vision. My wife and mother are both soul beasts, and I am on your side. A universe-level disaster is about to strike the divine realm, and I need your power. Help me, and I will help you defeat the Golden Dragon King, allowing you to become the Dragon God again and restore the greatness of soul beasts. He even took out a golden dragon core, claiming it was for the 3-eyed golden lion, which could allow her to evolve into the golden sacred dragon king, and then handed over a book of destiny, which would directly guarantee her ascension to godhood. Although the Silver Dragon King felt this person was scheming, she had no choice but to agree given the circumstances. Tang San then summoned the 3-eyed golden lion, performing a series of operations to implant the dragon core and divine book into her body. after which his consciousness disappeared, leaving behind a message. The lair of the dragon god is on another continent. Go find it yourself. At the same time, while Tang San was stirring up major events, Shuang was strolling down the streets of Mingdu when suddenly his mind buzzed. Like a CPU overheating, a surge of uncontrollable golden power erupted from the third eye on his forehead. His mental power had directly broken through the human limit, reaching the divine origin realm that only gods could attain. Now, this was impressive. He felt he could take on the beast god Emperor Tian. And all of this was under Tang San's watchful eye. This cunning sixth brother had planned everything, even whispering, if gathering 10 divine kings still can't win, then this divine realm might as well not exist. Shuang calmed his aura and slowly walked into the palace hall. Kong Deming and Jing Hongchun stood on either side of the throne like the two guardians. With a flicker of space, he directly sat on the throne, revealing his presence. Below, a sea of people knelt, over 20 level 9 soul masters, along with a large number of royal relatives. An old prince couldn't stand it any longer and pointed at him, scolding. You are outrageous. Shuang didn't even bother to look at him, scanning the entire room with a disdainful expression. Suddenly, he stood up, and a pink mist quietly spread out. This was Huaina's domain, killing invisibly. In this era, only I can lead you to unify the continent, Shuang declared powerfully. The old prince sneered. A 19-year-old brat, your words are quite bold. Another prince also stepped forward. That's right, if you want to be emperor, you need to ask if we agree. Shuang smiled, though. You want to challenge me? As soon as he finished speaking, without even lifting his eyelids, a flash of white light appeared. Puffed. Those two princes, along with several level 9 soul masters who jumped out with them, didn't even have time to react before their heads rolled on the ground like bowling balls. The scene erupted in screams. From Shuang's body, 6 black, 2 red, and 1 gold soul rings slowly rose, and that terrifying pressure made everyone forget to breathe. Kong Deming immediately stood up to smooth things over. Shuang is my grandson, bearing royal blood, with a sun martial soul. He is now a titled Douluo and a level 9 soul engineer. He killed Duke White Tiger and defeated star Luo Douluo. He is fit to sit on the throne. Who would dare to object now? An ancient royal ancestor, wise to the times, was the first to kneel. Old minister pays his respects to your majesty. With him leading, everyone else quickly followed suit and knelt. All rise, Shuang said with a smile as he returned to the throne. After 19 years, he had finally reached this point. His mind was flooded with system notifications, signing in a bunch of royal members, and finally, with a chime, he gathered 10 fragments and synthesized the sun core. This thing would grant him the power of the sun god directly. Shuang's gaze finally fell on a somewhat adorably dazed royal girl, and he directly told the ancestor, all right, it's her. I'm going to take her as my personal disciple and pass on my national treasure, the sun soul guiding device, as well as my grandfather's unique skills to her. As soon as I finish speaking, I tell you, that old man, Su Wenfeng, his murky old eyes suddenly brightened. Like 200-watt light bulbs, he was so excited, his voice trembling. Your Majesty, you have your eye on someone? I raised my chin and pointed at the cute girl next to him. She was like, huh? Me? You know how it is. Her expression was just like a student who suddenly gets called on by the teacher after daydreaming in class, completely bewildered, even poking her own face with her finger. Su Wenfeng saw that his great-granddaughter had zoned out again and quickly introduced me. Your Majesty, this is my great-granddaughter, Su Tianjin. She is 14 years old and already a 4-ring soul master. 14 years old with 4 rings, probably from taking pills, but not bad, I guess. I nodded, flipped my hand, and lo and behold, 2 powerful artifacts floated in mid-air. One was an unremarkable metal ball, and the other looked like a tattered crystal ball. I laid it all out. These are 2 pseudo-level 10 soul guiding devices. Those who understand will understand. If you pledge allegiance to me as your master now, they will be yours. I tell you, this girl Su Tianjin usually looks a bit silly, but right now she's sharper than anyone. With a bang, she knelt down. Disciple Su Tianjin, greetings to my teacher. It was so smooth. All right, the apprenticeship is settled. I shoved the national treasure, the sun's soul guide and the sun-shattered feather into her hands, and this matter is settled. I won't clean up the remaining mess. I'll just pack a bunch of 9th level soul guides and that group of rebels and throw them all to old Su to handle. I directly declared that I would ascend the throne in a week and told everyone to behave. Then I waved my hand, and they all left, leaving my disciple behind. The crowd dispersed, and the hall instantly became quiet. My grandfather, Kong Deming, took the initiative to volunteer, saying he would take care of the security for the enthronement ceremony. After all, He is now the holder of the top-level 7 tests of the Sun God, and is back at his peak. I also communicated with that old fox Jing Hongqin. For the enthronement, the queen should have some prestige, right? When he heard this, he understood, smiled like a blooming chrysanthemum, and promised to organize the most luxurious ceremony in history for me. Once they all left, it was just me and my new silly disciple. I looked at her, and I couldn't help but wonder if this girl could do it. Forget it. Even if she couldn't, she had to. I took out a celestial herb, a golden red spirit mushroom, looking like a little sun. After eating it, I would protect her. Guess what happened? She gulped it down in one go. My eyes nearly popped out. Wow, she swallowed it whole, sister. I quickly put my hand on her shoulder, using my sun soul power to help her control the violent effects of the medicine. This thing is the golden flame blood spirit mushroom, and its medicinal power is fierce, capable of directly condensing a soul core in a body. But that is not all. I was all in. So I took out the sun crystal core and crushed it with a snap. The explosive sun god power. I wrapped it with my fate power and shot it straight into her newly formed soul core, adding a seal. One step done, directly laying the foundation for her to become a deity. This operation was simply ahead of its time. When she opened her eyes, good heavens, she was directly a soul king with a black 10,000-year soul ring behind her. She was stunned, touching her head and asking me, "Teacher, it seems I have become a soul king?" I was overjoyed inside, but had to maintain a serious facade, of course. But remember, if you dare to take drugs to enhance your power again, you'll be expelled from the sect. Having settled my disciple, I directly used space transmission to arrive at Mingdu Hall, where my harem, my close confidants were. Orange, Mengongqin, Dangya, and the Snow Woman. Without saying a word, I went up and hugged Ming Hongshun, my queen, saying the matter is settled. I also whispered in her ear, "Would you mind if I had a few more concubines?" She blushed and made a sound like a mosquito. All right, the sweet talk is over. It's time to get down to business. I asked Orange for a mirror crystal orange and created an avatar. I needed to meditate for a few days, and this avatar would handle the affairs of state for me. Then my main body directly vanished, leaving the avatar to deal with the situation. The next second, I found myself in a small world filled with a sense of decay. Hulaina was indeed here. When she saw me, it was like seeing an enemy. After all, I had snatched the position of her idol Tang San's heir. I ignored her and directly sat cross-legged, placing the unfortunate corpse of Su Tianjin in front of me. Activating the evil power, and with a buzz, a large cocoon wrapped us both inside. I tell you, I'm upgrading over here, and the divine realm is in chaos. Tang San was so angry he jumped up, saying that the god of destruction was being unreasonable and actually tried to cut in. The god of destruction stood firm and shot back. How many little tricks have you been playing in the lower realm? Don't you have any self-awareness? This person is mine. In the end, Tang San had no choice but to watch me, the dual inheritor, come into existence. 3 days later, the cocoon shattered, and I emerged. My martial soul underwent a mutation, becoming the purple Emperor Destruction Dragon. Under my feet, wow, 9 red circles. All are from 100,000 years. I directly reached the limit of level 99 Spirit Douluo, and I even got a Destruction Soul Core. With the Shura Divine Sword in my left hand and the Destruction Staff in my right, I tell you, at that moment, I felt like I could take on 10 people. The God of Destruction immediately assigned me the 9th test, with the task of annihilating the 3 great empires, which was exactly what I wanted. Hulaina was dumbfounded, a dual god position. I flashed her aside, wrapped my arm around her slim waist. Surprised? She tried to resist, swinging her foxtail at me, but I caught it in one hand. I pulled her into my embrace, and just as I was about to tease her again, I suddenly felt something was off. I'm telling you, there's something fishy about this. It's Bibi Dong. She's been secretly causing trouble, affecting our minds, and leaving us in a daze, with only our instincts remaining. By the time I woke up thanks to the power of fate, the deed was already done. Hulaina's gaze was so cold it could freeze me. She pushed me away and left, calling me disgusting. Well, this time, we've really made a big mess, and the Sun Moon Empire has lost another top-tier combat force. I couldn't be bothered to explain, so I shook my head and directly packed up this little world, attaching the space node to myself. When I returned to the Mingdu Hall, Oranges and the Snow Woman were still there. The Snow Woman was mumbling about how I hadn't given her the promised 10,000-year Xianbing essence. But I pretended not to hear and just sat on the sofa with Oranges. I made a colorful joke to tease the Snow Woman, which made her leave in a huff, and then, I took care of some serious business with Oranges. The next day, I went to find Tanya and Huiyuhao, feeling refreshed. Huiyuhao had grown quite a bit. now looking like a little giant at 2 meters and 50 centimeters tall, with his soul power reaching level 31. When I arrived, they were studying soul guide devices with Xianziwang. Guess what I saw? Tangya, a novice who had only been in contact with soul guide devices for less than 2 months, was actually carving the core formation of a level 5 soul guide device. I was shocked at that moment. What a joke. This can't be explained by talent at all. I walked straight over and interrupted her. As a result, the 9th level soul mentor Xianziwang beside me was still excitedly trying to take credit. Your Majesty, do you know? Tangya's talent is terrifying. She actually combined Tang Sek's hidden weapons with soul tools to create a 6th level soul tool. As soon as I heard that, I was stunned, staring intently at Tangya with a scrutinizing gaze. She lowered her head in guilt. I let out a cold laugh and said to Xianziwang, "This is not something that can be achieved through talent." I directly sent Su Zhuang away and casually handed him a spirit herb, euphemistically called Solidifying Foundation and Cultivating Essence, to help him break through, but in reality, I had some secrets to discuss. Just as Su Zhuang left, good heavens, let me tell you, the plot twist came. Tangya suddenly knelt down in front of me, respectfully calling me master. Family members, who understands? This caught me completely off guard. She trembled as she explained that she needed my help to go to a place called the Evil Demon Forest to secure a power that she was destined to inherit. I was still puzzled when suddenly, a notification from the system chimed in my mind. Congratulations to the host for signing in Tangya. Reward, level 12 God-slaying, soul-guided shell, Eternal Heaven. I was completely stunned at that moment. Eternal Paradise. Just listen to that name. And the description is even more impressive, claiming to be the most terrifying secret weapon of the Federation 1,000 years later. One shot from it, and not only would it level everything, even gods might not survive. This thing is simply the ultimate table-turning artifact in A. The system has spoken. What else can I say? I have to believe her. I nodded on the spot. No problem. After my coronation ceremony, I'll accompany you on a trip. To be honest, I'm quite curious about what kind of formidable beings could become my opponents on the path of becoming a Shura god in the future. With this matter settled, the atmosphere became a bit subtle. Anyway, I also completed the day as check-in on her, but I won't go into details. Meanwhile, in the divine realm, my bro Tang, San, was probably binge-watching a drama, muttering that it was getting more and more interesting. The evil forest he was focused on had already exploded. An existence so terrifying that it defied imagination had directly wiped out the stronghold of the Holy Spirit Church. Except for Ye Xishui and a few top experts like Long Xiaoyao, who fought desperately to bring Ling'er out, everyone else, including a powerful elder, was gone. A new god was born in that forest. 3 days later, at my coronation ceremony, the scene was filled with drums and fireworks. For my title, these level 9 soul masters argued all night, and finally, seeing that my dual martial souls had mutated so ridiculously, they simply call me the Sun and Moon Douluo. Simple and straightforward, I like it. I wore a golden sun robe, held Ming Hongchen's hand, and stood on the royal city, accepting the worship of the people. Long live your majesty. May the sun and moon last forever. The cheers were deafening. I tell you, my coronation ceremony was magnificent. With the sun and moon shining together, stars filling the sky, and special effects at their peak, while outside the city, it was almost chaos. The Poison Immortal sect, along with a group of titled Douluo from the 3 great empires, came to disrupt the event, but they were met head-on by Jing Hongshun, Long Xiaoyao, and their team. Seeing that they couldn't win, that old Poison Immortal directly flipped the table, bringing out more than 20 titled Douluo, all showing their soul cores, shouting at our leaders, "Let us go, or we'll all blow up together, and the entire Ming capital will be buried with us." Goodness. They were going for an extreme one-for-one trade. This move was simply the trendiest of 2025. Jing Hongshun and the others turned pale. They had no choice but to watch them leave. Once they left, Ye Xishui spat out a mouthful of blood, and Long Xiaoyao also looked pale. Damn, these two were extreme Douluo. Who could injure them like this? They couldn't care about anything else and rushed towards the palace. By the time my ceremony finished and I sat on the throne in the Ming Palace, receiving the bowing of the officials, those guys arrived looking disheveled. I cleared my throat and directly announced the arrival of my new era. Dissolving the royal worship hall, I established the War God Hall. I directly overturned the old power structure. Kong Deming became the Hall Master, while Jing Hongshun, Yi Yulin, and others became War Gods. And Xianziwang also became the 18th War God. Then, I announced the establishment of the Tang sect, positioning it as the second Royal Research Institute. directly allocating 10 billion gold soul coins and casually conferred titles of noble concubines on Tanya and Orange. Finally, and most explosively, I declared war on the three great empires in front of everyone. Once all unrelated individuals were sent away, only our people remained in the main hall. And Ye Xishui and the others finally explained the whole story. As soon as I heard it, I was stunned. The evil-eye tyrant from the evil forest. That old monster, nearly 800,000 years old, has become a god. It took over its own descendant, who transformed into a human. A super Douluo at level 98, and then with vast amounts of soul power, forcibly created the yin-yang complementary 3 soul cores. Directly ascending to become a god at level 100. The Holy Spirit cult went to hunt it down, but ended up being crushed by a new god. The entire hall fell into silence. How do you fight a living god? Zhong Wu said their only option was to seek help at sea. I suddenly thought of something and blurted out. Seeking help from the deep-sea demon whale king? Ye Xishui was shocked and asked how I knew. She confirmed it, but said that the state of that being was very unstable and required the souls of tens of thousands of people to awaken. I told them to go ahead with the arrangements. After all, the Xishui Alliance specializes in this. After dealing with this pile of issues, I took Ling'er to give her to Meng Hongshun, and then I teleported directly to Tanya's palace. I was filled with rage, grabbed her by the neck, and pinned her against the wall, my voice as cold as ice. The evil emperor has become a god. This is different for what you said, but the next second, my hand was empty, and Tanya smiled as she appeared back in her original position while I remained in the position of choking her. She teased me, saying, if you were playing some kind of game, maybe I would cooperate, but that murderous intent you had just now was really scary. I calmed down and realized something was wrong. She also put away her smile and said, I don't know why you've changed like this, but the evil emperor needs another year to become a true god. I stared at her. Tell me everything you know. But she shook her head. I don't trust you because you are not Lin Shuang. I was directly silenced by her words. Am I not myself? She looked at me, bewildered, and explained, from the moment you became the disciple of the Death God Douluo, time became blurred. The changes in you are too rapid, too abnormal. I felt a buzz in my head, as if I had grasped something crucial. She noticed the change in my expression and suddenly asked an unrelated question. Which part of my body do you like the most? Without thinking, I blurted out, feet. Upon hearing this answer, Tanya instantly relaxed. The last trace of vigilance in her eyes disappeared. Only then did she begin to confide in me completely. She said that all the changes began from the night I gave her the blue-silver overlord gun. Her martial soul underwent a mutation, splitting into 2 types of blue-silver grass, dark and silver pattern. The silver pattern blue-silver grass granted her the ability to see the future. It's not exactly seeing the future, she corrected. It's through the martial soul that I resonated in time and space with my future self and glimpsed fragments belonging to the future. Once I break through to Soul Sovereign, the silver pattern blue-silver grass will evolve into a king, and I will gain all the memories of my future self. I tell you, hearing this, my CPU is almost overheating. She continued to drop bombs. In that future, you're actually just a soul sage in the Continental Soul Master competition. Ma Xiaotao will turn dark and become the saintess of the Holy Spirit sect. Ling'er, this person, doesn't even exist. She paused, looked at me, and said the most shocking thing. At that time, I possessed the dark blue-silver Emperor Martial Soul and was your slave. The moment the word slave came out, I felt like my entire worldview had been overturned. She also said that in that future, she ultimately devoured the power of the evil emperor and became the new evil god, while I, having schemed my whole life, ended up as the strongest god king in the divine realm. My head was buzzing. I pulled her over and hugged her tightly. The amount of information was too overwhelming. I needed to take a moment to process it. I have to say this girl is quite something. She even turned the tables and teased me, saying she hasn't washed back there yet. Goodness, can I tolerate this? I must make things clear to her. After a bit of tussle, she was completely exhausted and passed out. Looking at Tanya, who was sleeping like a little pig on the bed, I felt a mix of emotions. What kind of situation is this? Reborn, and the one with the biggest advantage is actually her, directly inheriting the future soul guide technology. My protagonist Halo is almost being stolen by her. But it's okay. She's honest with me, which is better than anything else. However, the biggest trouble right now is that guy called the Evil Emperor. Logically, Tang Wudong should be able to handle him, but the problem is she's not even a titled Douluo right now. How is she going to unleash the Sea God's ultimate move? I reckon I could manage a showdown with a deep-sea demon whale king level opponent, but going head-to-head with a genuine level 3 god wielding a pseudo-super artifact? That's just asking for trouble. Well, whatever, there must be a way when the time comes. If worst comes to worst, I'll just recruit some help. Who understands? Having a father-in-law named Tang, sand to rely on when the sky is falling, is simply too great. Let's not think about it for now. Let's enjoy the moment. In my harem. Oh no, I mean in my palace, there is still a queen waiting for me. I flickered through space and directly landed in the Moon Palace. What a coincidence. I just caught Dream Hongshun and her friend Ling'er coming out of the bath. And the scene was quite thrilling. Ling'er, that little girl, is quite a character. As soon as she saw me, she yanked Dream Hongshun's towel away and ran off, shouting, "Your Majesty, a moment of spring night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. I'll take my leave first." Dream Hongshun's face turned as red as a monkey's backside, trying to cover herself with the quilt. I couldn't let her have her way, so I leaped onto the bed and pressed the quilt down, giving her a grin. She was both shy and anxious, whispering to me, "Be gentle." I thought to myself, of course. Another achievement unlocked. Looking at the equally exhausted Meng Hongshun, I truly felt at ease. Indeed, whatever evil-eye tyrant or continent crisis, let's set those aside for now. With Tang Sen taking the lead, what do I have to fear? Would he really just watch his daughter get into trouble? Hold on, my empress. My heart felt settled all at once, and I slept soundly. On my side, everything is peaceful, but outside, chaos has erupted. As soon as my messenger arrived, the two emperors, Xingluo and Tianhun, were almost scared out of their pants. They are neighbors to the Sun and Moon Empire, and 3 super Douluos from Xingluo just died. Along with Duke Baihu, their high-end combat strength has taken a significant hit. The Tianhun Empire is slightly better off, but still limited in strength. Upon receiving the news, these two immediately started gathering support, reaching out to various sects like the Body Sect, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, and 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect, even calling on the Hao Ian Sect to come out hiding. They even sent people to Shrek Academy to plead for help. All to discuss one thing: should they fight or kneel? Meanwhile, I wasn't idle either. The Xishui Alliance has a new leader. The God of War Hall has been officially established, and the 4 major Soul Mentor legions are gearing up for battle. The war machine in Mingdu has already begun to rumble. The next day, after spending enough time with Meng Hongshun, I went straight to the royal treasury. What for? To refine pills. I scrape a layer of the ground from the ice and fire yin yang eye, and, with so many top-tier materials, not refining some Qian Kuan Zao Hua Dan would be a waste. This stuff can save lives and forcibly elevate cultivation levels. I had discussed this with Tang Ye yesterday. She has memories of the future and is essentially a human-shaped pill formula database. I was responsible for providing materials and top-tier equipment, a level 9 soul guiding device alchemical cauldron, while she handled the technical output. We estimated that this batch of materials could produce over 20 pills. We settled on a split, where she would take 3, and the rest would be mine to arm my core team. If Jing Hongshun, Yi Yulin, and the others took this medicine, they could easily reach level 98. And with top-tier soul guiding devices, they could even contend with limit Douluos. By then, I would have a group of near-limit powerhouses under me. Are you afraid yet? Once I got the alchemical cauldron, I tossed it to Tang Ye and arranged for Xianzuan and the rest of the Tang sect to fully cooperate. Then, I found Orange and used a mirror crystal to create a clone to handle court affairs for me, while my real body, along with the Snow Girl, snapped my fingers and whoosh, we disappeared from Mingdu. The next second, we were standing in the icy wilderness of the extreme north. For me, space travel is now faster than ordering takeout. The Snow Girl was still pondering how to team up with the Ice Emperor to con the maximum amount of eternal ice essence from me. But as soon as we landed, she was completely stunned. Summon the Ice Emperor, I told her. She looked around in confusion, and after confirming this wasn't an illusion, she let me set her down. Once on the ground, with the Ice God staff in hand, her aura changed instantly. Her small body grew in the wind, and in the blink of an eye, she regained her stunning Snow Emperor appearance. Let me tell you, that scene was like the top queen of the soul beast world making her grand return. She floated in midair and began to dance. The entire world changed color. The pure white snow transformed into a dreamlike blue, with her being the only pure white figure. Her dance was breathtaking, as if the entire extreme north was cheering for her. She danced for a full half hour, and on the distant horizon, a dark mass appeared as countless soul beasts rushed forward, the spectacle more shocking than any special effects blockbuster. Countless soul beasts arrived, stopping 1,000 meters away from us, then simultaneously prostrating on the ground, worshipping the Snow Emperor. The Snow Emperor stood there with cold pride, enjoying the worship of her subjects. At that moment, a green flash zipped by, and a girl with emerald green hair rushed over to hug the Snow Emperor, asking anxiously where she had been. This girl was the Ice Emperor. When she turned and saw me, she immediately exploded with rage, pointing at me and asking Snow, "Who is this human?" The Snow Emperor remained calm and replied, "His name is Shuang, and he is my father." Good heavens! The Ice Emperor's CPU seemed to short-circuit on the spot, leaving her completely petrified. The Snow Emperor quickly explained that she had failed her tribulation and was captured by humans. But I saved her and even gifted her divine artifacts and rare materials. Upon hearing this, the Ice Emperor's gaze toward me shifted from that of a vengeful daughter to a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law, instantly becoming warm and friendly. Just then, there was a commotion in the distance. The Titan Snow Demon clan had arrived. The leading giant immediately lamented that their king, Atai, had gone missing. The Snow Emperor sighed and told them that Atai had become the martial soul of one of my subordinates. Upon hearing this, the big guys erupted in anger, roaring that they wanted to launch a beast tide for revenge. The Snow Emperor frowned, pointed her ice god staff forward, and a blue light shot directly into the body of the leading Titan Snow Demon. That guy, over 100 meters tall, continuously shrank in the blue light until he became a giant of about 50 to 60 meters tall, ice blue in color. "I've awakened the ice god bloodline within you." The Snow Emperor said, "From today on, you will be known as Ice Frost Titan, the new king of the Titan Snow Demon clan." After handling this matter, the Snow Emperor cleared her throat and announced two major things to all the soul beasts. First, she would enter a life and death seclusion. This might be the last time they met. Second, she would announce her successor. All the soul beasts erupted in uproar, wailing as if their parents had died. The Snow Emperor completely ignored them and directly announced, "From today on, Ice Bear King Xiaobai will inherit my position and become the new ruler of the extreme north." Upon hearing this, the entire place fell silent. All the soul beasts, including the Ice Emperor and the big bear named Xiaobai himself, were dumbfounded. Everyone thought the Ice Emperor would take over, but instead, this immense fortune was passed to a bear. Xiaobai was stunned at that moment, tears pouring down like rain, not out of excitement, but sorrow. He understood that the Snow Emperor's arrangement meant she had no confidence in surviving her seclusion. This was not a passing of the torch, but rather a farewell. The Snow Emperor gently patted his head and said softly, "Xiaobai, I've watched you grow up. Remember, even if I'm gone, you must protect our home well." Finally, she addressed all her subjects, saying, "My departure does not signify death. Regardless of success or failure, my soul will forever guard the extreme north. Any existence that violates the rules will be my enemy." As her voice fell, all the beasts roared in unison, the sound both tragic and resolute, shaking the entire ice field. Just as those giants were finishing their roars, I tell you, the Ice Bear King, that giant named Xiaobai, over 40 meters tall, suddenly knelt before the Snow Emperor, crying like a child, his whole bare body trembling as he bowed sincerely. The Snow Emperor was also moved, helping him up and saying, "All right, Xiaobai, get up. I still have matters to entrust to you before I leave." Hearing this, the Ice Bear King immediately looked up, loyalty radiating from him as he swore, "Snow Emperor, you will always be the master of the extreme north ice fields. I will guard our home for you and wait for your return." As he spoke, he began to choke up again. Family who understands. The scene of this tough bear's tenderness was almost too much for me, an outsider, to bear. The Snow Emperor sighed and said, "All right, if I succeed, I will definitely come back to see you." After saying this, she subtly glanced back at me, her gaze both gentle and resolute. Then she announced, "All right, I've said what I needed to say. From now on, this place will be managed by Xiaobai. Everyone, go back to your homes." After finishing her words, she flew into the air, and Xiaobai quickly stepped forward, standing beneath her like a moving platform. The Snow Emperor gently landed on his shoulder, looking at the subjects below who were still kneeling and unwilling to leave, her eyes also reddening as she said, "Go on, let me watch you leave." The soul beasts reluctantly dispersed, glancing back 3 times as they took their leave, taking a full half-hour before the entire ice field finally settled down, leaving only the Ice Bear King and his family of ice bears. The Snow Emperor stood on the bear's shoulder, her eyes filled with reluctance. After all, it was her territory that she had ruled for over hundreds of thousands of years. How could she just let it go? She gently called out to Little White, and the Ice Bear King replied with a tearful tone, "Snow Empress, I'm here." The Snow Empress smiled and said, "Don't worry, this time I will definitely succeed." She then turned to the Ice Emperor and the Ice Bear King and said, "You two have been holding back your tribulations for quite some time, right? There's no time like the present. Let's go through them together today." Let me tell you, the big shots in this extreme northern land are actually nearing their end. If they don't make a desperate move, they'll kick the bucket. The Snow Empress is currently powerful because she possesses the Ice God's staff, which allows her to jump back and forth between human and soul beast forms, sealing her own power to recultivate at any time. Upon hearing this, the Ice Emperor immediately transformed back into her original form, a large green scorpion over a meter long. She used to hesitate to ask the Snow Empress for help because she was afraid their calamities would collide and be taken away by the heavens in one go. But now it's different. Snow Daddy has a divine artifact. The Ice Bear King was still a bit confused when the Snow Empress directly tapped her staff on his head and said, "This is a divine artifact given by the Ice God. Do you understand its value? Helping the three of you to get through a calamity is just a piece of cake. Besides, isn't he here too?" As she spoke, she threw a flirtatious glance in my direction. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. I said, "You clearly can finish your own crossing first before helping them. Don't expect me to handle everything. I'm very busy." Guess what happened next? This girl immediately switched to a charming, seductive voice and called me daddy. Damn, that shocked me. You're using this to test the officials? Which official can withstand such a test? Of course, I held my ground. I lifted her chin after she shrank down, smiling as I said, "You little thing, your intentions aren't pure." She instantly switched back to a weak mode, saying, "How could that be?" The Ice Emperor beside us looked so jealous his eyes were turning red. I pinched her little face and said, "All right, first focus on your own crossing. Once you're done, then you can take care of them. With the Ice God's staff here, you're the goddess of the extreme north. Just don't mess it up." She obediently said, "Okay," and that imperial aura of hers instantly disappeared. But as soon as I let go, she grasped the staff, and her aura shot back up again. The sky immediately darkened, thunderclouds rolling in, and the pressure made the remaining ice bears lie flat on the ground. A bolt of lightning struck down, and with a wave of the Snow Empress' staff, an ice-blue barrier clashed directly against it, shattering the lightning into sparks. Seeing the intensity of this heavenly tribulation, I thought, wow, there's even a hint of divine power mixed in. I wondered how afraid the divine realm was of another powerful being like the dragon god from Douluo Continent, setting so many obstacles for soul beasts to upgrade. Then, the Snow Empress unleashed her ultimate move. What was it called? Emperor Cold Heaven, Snow Dance Radiance, or something like that. Let me tell you, the scene was like money burning. All the ice and snow elements of the extreme north were summoned by her, and the temperature around us dropped to an outrageous level. The most explosive moment was when she actually froze the heavenly tribulation clouds. You heard that right. A whole mass of thunderclouds was turned into a giant ice lump. The heavenly tribulation. Ye immediately became unresponsive. Then she struck with a palm from afar. A move called Emperor Palm. Great snow without cold. A massive ice hand crashed down and shattered the ice-sculpted tribulation clouds. The remnants of the thundercloud turned into hail, which then melted into snowflakes in her domain, drifting down beautifully. A cataclysmic heavenly tribulation was thus effortlessly dealt with by her. A gigantic snow mountain rose up from the ground. After completing her tribulation, her strength soared to 700,000 years, and she conveniently condensed 2 soul cores, her power nearly matching that of the Emperor of Heaven. Then she calmly looked at the Ice Emperor and the Ice Bear King and said, "It's your turn." Next came the replication. The heavenly tribulation of the Ice Emperor and the Ice Bear King arrived together. Although it was imposing, the Snow Empress still used her usual method. She raised her staff, froze it with a crack, and with a clap, it was done. The snow mountain grew even taller right where it stood. After resolving everything, the Snow Empress bid a final farewell to Xiao Bai, then gripped her staff and transformed back into the little girl named Snow Girl. Just as she transformed back, the Ice Emperor took human form, quickly hugged her, and pinched her little face, saying, Little Snow Girl is so cute." The Snow Girl looked helpless and could only seek my help, saying, "Take us to the 10,000-year mysterious ice cave to help Binger transform." I nodded, and, with a flash of white light, I disappeared with the 2 of them, leaving the Ice Bear King alone in the wind, enviously watching us. I bet it was thinking, why isn't the Titan Snow Demon King female? Otherwise, it would have been taken away instead. Soon after, a thunderous roar erupted from the Ice Bear King, and the snow mountain that had just formed collapsed with a rumble, turning into a snowstorm, signaling the rise of the new king. On the other side, I teleported the Ice Emperor and the Snow Woman directly outside the Dragon City of the Heavenly Soul Empire. This place could be considered behind enemy lines, but honestly, with my current strength. Unless the evil emperor became a deity and came personally, no one could stop me. The Snow Woman curiously asked where this was, and I told her it was within the Heavenly Soul Empire, not far from Dragon City, where there was a place called the Earth Dragon Sect, and their forbidden area was the Eternal Ice Cave. I explained to them that helping the Ice Emperor transform here, combined with the Eternal Ice Essence and the Ice God Staff, would allow her to maximize her potential after transformation, granting her a natural level 20 soul power. Upon hearing this, the Ice Emperor was extremely excited. Just think about it. A place like the Eternal Ice Cave is on par with the Lake of Life in the Stardow Great Forest. If they had this treasure earlier, the Beast God wouldn't be Emperor Tian, but the Snow Emperor instead. So the three of us swaggered into Dragon City. While we were leisurely enjoying ourselves, there was chaos on the other side. In the Tang Sect base in the capital, Tang suddenly walked into a training room. As she unleashed her martial soul, her eyes sparkled with silver light, and she unexpectedly saw a glimpse of the future. She saw a scene where a future Yueheng, wielding a Death God scythe, had a blank expression and was about to kill her. Beside him lay the corpse of a blue giant over 100 meters tall, which looked remarkably like the Frost Titan created by the Snow Emperor before. This was absurd. Wasn't that Yueheng's own martial soul? Why would he want to kill his own martial soul and revert to a normal size? Tanya was stunned. This was not the future she remembered. Although Yueheng was also an enemy, he hadn't betrayed her. Moreover, in her memories of the future, while I had indeed killed Dai Yaoheng, Duke White Tiger was still alive, and Yueheng had not come to ally with me. Now the plot was all messed up. Both Duke White Tiger and his son had been eliminated by me, and Yueheng's greatest enemy was gone. Why would he still betray? Unable to comprehend, Tang's expression instantly turned cold. Forget it, she muttered to herself. In the future, you want to kill me, but now, when Shuang returns, your life will come to an end. Almost at the same time, at the Sun and Moon Royal Soulmaster Academy, a boy over 2 meters tall, Yueheng, was solemnly swearing to his teacher, the remnant soul of Ilex, that he would definitely become a deity and resurrect him. With his last strength, Ilex helped Yueheng's spiritual martial soul awaken into the Eye of Death, and even allowed him to break through to the 4th ring. Just then, a trace of unnoticed purple, fallen aura quietly attached itself to Yueheng. The scene shifted again to another bizarre future fragment, where a demon king with 6 black wings sat on a throne, laughing wildly and saying to someone, "Heir of the Death God, tell me your choice." Of course, I had no idea about all this chaos. I was busy shopping in Dragon City with the Ice Emperor and the Snow Woman. The big shots in Dragon City had all gone to hold a pre-war mobilization meeting, leaving the city quite empty. I casually pulled out 2 rings. One snow white for the Snow Woman and one ice blue for the Ice Emperor. These were my newly crafted level 8 soul guidance devices, a pair that could combine and unleash power close to level 9. The Ice Emperor acted very proudly, saying things like humph, just a storage soul guidance device. But her body was quite honest, as she snatched it away and even put on the Snow Woman. Just then, I heard a ding from the system in my head, signing in the Ice Emperor and rewarding me with 100 strands of Eternal Ice Essence. I thought to myself, sigh, why aren't the Ice Bear King and the Titan Snow Demon King female? Otherwise, I would have already exceeded my KPI. I looked at the Ice Emperor's proud and Tsundere demeanor, resembling a lowly on the outside, but with a mature heart, and found it particularly amusing. The Snow Woman couldn't stand it anymore and asked if I was still going to the Eternal Ice Cave. I said there was no rush. Since it was rare for me to come to the human world, I wanted to stroll around and buy a few new outfits first. As soon as the Ice Emperor heard I was going to help the Snow Woman pick clothes, she immediately became excited, her face clearly showing that she wanted to play a dress-up game. We wandered around for the whole afternoon, had a meal, and then I directly activated my mental barrier, confidently leading the 2 of them into the backyard of the Earth Dragon Gate, when an ancient well appeared before us. Both the Snow Woman and the Ice Emperor started trembling with excitement. It was truly the Eternal Ice Cave. The Ice Emperor was shocked. I nodded and said, almost. I've taken away the Ice God Staff and most of the Ice Essence, leaving just a bit of the extreme Ice Divine Crystal here. After saying that, I directly used a spatial teleportation to bring the 2 of them into the cave below the well. As soon as we entered, the Ice Empress transformed back into her original form, and the emerald green light illuminated the entire cave like a dreamlike fairyland, with crystal-clear crystals everywhere. She excitedly flew around the cave, muttering that it was unbelievable. I let the Snow Empress restore her true form and asked her to remove those ice extreme divine crystals from the cave walls. These are top-tier materials for making ice attribute soul guiding devices. And once they both transform, won't they need a set of level 9 soul guiding devices? The Snow Empress was straightforward. She directly opened her domain, and pieces of complete ice extreme divine crystals were effortlessly peeled off the stone wall and sent to me. After we collected all the treasures here for free, I pulled them both into the true core of this place, the interior of the 10,000-year Xian ice cave. There wasn't a drop of water here, but the extreme cold could almost freeze one's soul. And let me tell you, this place was ridiculously small, only about 10 square meters and at most 1.5 meters high. Goodness, when the Snow Maiden and I entered, we had to lie down sideways, while only the Ice Emperor's small frame could still stand. Inside the cave, there were about a dozen strange, white ice pillars, and it seemed like there was liquid flowing within them. That chilling aura, I tell you, was emanating from these things. The Ice Emperor sighed and said, "This is it, the 10,000-year Xian ice essence." At that moment, the Snow Empress looked at me, blinking her big eyes, looking so obedient and cute, and said, "Before Ice and I transform, we need to absorb as much of this as possible. The thicker the foundation, the better. So that means you shouldn't hold back." I waved my hand, saying, "Feel free to absorb it. If it's not enough, I'll replenish it. There will be plenty." Only then did she feel assured and explain that once they successfully transformed, they would use spatial power to fetch themselves immediately. Or else their newly transformed little bodies would freeze into ice sculptures if they stayed here for even a second. I just nodded here, and over there, the Ice Emperor was already impatient. The scorpion tail suddenly plunged into an ice pillar and began to suck vigorously. The Snow Empress saw this and directly scolded, "Idiot Binger." The next second, she pulled out an ice god staff and waved it at all the ice pillars. With a crash, dozens of ancient ice marrow shattered, turning into the purest energy, which was then poured into their bodies. At that moment, I couldn't help but twitch my mouth, thinking, "What are you doing?" Just as I had replenished 50 new ones, the Snow Empress waved her staff again and shattered them all. Does anyone understand? This Snow Empress seems like a high-cold queen, but she has more schemes than a honeycomb. She's testing the depth of my inventory while enjoying the show. The Ice Emperor over there was about to burst, his face turning green, and the Snow Empress playfully shouted at me, "Come on, give me 20 more. I've figured it out. This girl is playing mind games with me, but I'm the type to take a superconductive approach. If you want it, I'll give it to you." As soon as I took out 20 strands of eternal ice marrow, the Snow Empress didn't absorb it at all. Instead, she used her staff to perform a series of operations and surprisingly forged 2 deep blue ice flower bracelets, putting one on each of her wrists. Wow. High-end business warfare often resorts to the simplest methods of robbery. This operation left me dumbfounded. If you want something, just say it directly. How could I possibly refuse? Is it really necessary to go around in circles to deceive me? After the commotion, we finally started getting down to business. The Snow Empress and Ice Empress were enveloped in a swirl of ice blue light, beginning their formal transformation. I had already prepared my spatial power. As the light dissipated and their figures appeared, I swiftly transported them away, directly sending them to the forest outside the city. As the light faded, 2 little girls stood in place, one with white hair and the other with green hair, holding hands. The white-haired snow girl let go of the hand and ran over to hug me, calling out sweetly, "Daddy." I was stunned at that moment and gave her a light smack on the head, saying, "No next time." She felt wronged and rubbed her head, saying, "Daddy is the worst." The Ice Emperor, that green-haired little lowly, was completely dumbfounded, probably thinking, "Is this really my usually aloof Snow Emperor?" I crouched down, looking at the bewildered Ice Emperor, and after thinking for a moment, I said, "Since the Snow Emperor is called Snow Maiden, then you can be called Ice Girl from now on. You're all my daughters now." The Ice Emperor's eyes widened in disbelief. With an expression that seemed to say, "Are you crazy?" he gritted his teeth and insisted, "You can only call me Ice Emperor." I laughed and waved the bracelet I had just stolen from the Snow Woman in front of her. The meaning was clear. Are you going to call? If not, this thing is mine. The Snow Woman was frantically signaling beside me, and after a long pause, the Ice Emperor finally said in a voice as small as a mosquito's, "Ice loves Daddy the most." I nodded with satisfaction and put the bracelet on her. You see, that's settled. It's all about companionship and development. With those 2 taken care of, they formed a new soul ring. An Ice Emperor conveniently absorbed a soul bone I had saved up before, and that was that. After returning to Mingdu, I left my 2 daughters in the care of Meng Hongshun with a reason all figured out. The Snow Woman was too lonely, and I had gone to the extreme north to subdue a soul beast that had been around for 100,000 years, forcing her to transform to keep her company. And then, naturally, I went to enjoy a romantic time with my beloved Shun. The next day, I went to Tangmin to find Tangya. I originally wanted to have a cozy moment with her, but she looked serious and told me that Hui Yuhao was in trouble. She handed me a scroll, claiming it was a soul spirit contract developed by Hui Yuhao, but that wasn't the main point. The main point was that Tangya had seen the future. A terrifying future. Hui Yuhao, exuding the aura of death, wielding a huge scythe, personally killing her. I frowned at that moment. What on earth was this kid doing? Tangya said it should be the old man named Ilex inside him, who, before dying, transferred all his power to him. As a result, his original martial soul directly awakened to a divine level, and he also gained an additional strange, fallen angel martial soul. This was a serious matter. I immediately put away my joking thoughts and pulled Tangya to find Hui Yuhao. We found him in a laboratory, and at a glance, I could see that this kid now had shadows of 3 martial souls inside him: the Spirit Eye, the Titan Snow Demon, and a fallen angel with 2 black wings. Hui Yuhao also confessed, telling me everything about how Ilex dissipated within him, how his martial soul mutated, and how he gained the power of the fallen angel. After finishing, he lowered his head, waiting for my judgment. I thought for a long time and said to him, "You're also someone I brought up, and I believe in your loyalty. However, there are too many martial souls in the 3 lives. I will help you remove the Titan Snow Demon King martial soul. Furthermore, from today on, you'll be my direct disciple, and I will personally teach you." Hui Yuhao was taken aback and looked at Tangya beside him. Tangya laughed directly, and I pulled her into my arms, saying, "Silly child, what's mine is also his. Hurry up and pay your respects to your master." Only then did Hui Yuhao react, and he immediately knelt down and bowed. Disciple pays respects to the master. I casually took out a level 9 defensive soul guide, the Red Dust Protection, which is essentially a top-tier resurrection armor, the kind that comes with an invincible golden body. I tossed it to him as a gift for accepting me as his master and told him that 3 days later, in front of all the civil and military officials, I would hold a formal disciple ceremony for him and another disciple. The kid was so excited he couldn't even speak. I patted him on the shoulder and said, "Let us go. I'll take you to meet someone." In the next second, we appeared in an empty hall of the Imperial Palace. I directly used my spiritual transmission to borrow the Snow Girl from Dreaming Red Dust. The Snow Girl appeared with a swoosh, obediently called out Daddy, and instantly stunned the Dream Ice Silkworm in Hui Yuhao's spiritual sea. He must have been thinking, how could that cold-blooded Ice Snow Girl call a human dad? I ignored him and directly ordered the Snow Woman, "Use your Ice God Staff to extract the Titan Snow Demon King from his body and then resurrect him." Upon hearing that she could revive her old subordinate, the Snow Woman was overjoyed. I then tossed out 20 pieces of 10,000-year-old profound ice marrow. Used this to purify him and maximize his potential. What followed was an incredibly explosive scene. The Snow Woman returned to her true form, waved her staff, and Hui Yuhao let out a scream and knelt down. Let me tell you, it was a tragic sight. His bloodline, soul bones, martial soul, and spiritual essence were all forcibly extracted from his body. He shrank down a size, going from a 2.5-meter tall strong man back to 1.7 meters. All the powers that were extracted, under the enhancement of the Ice God's divine power and the profound ice marrow, gathered again and finally transformed into a 6-year-old blue-haired little boy who was the reincarnated Titan Snow Demon King, Atai. As soon as he woke up, he knelt down before the Snow Emperor, and the Snow Woman pointed at me and said, "From now on, he should call me Dad." Good heavens! Atai and the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm both exclaimed in disbelief. I gave the newly manufactured Atai to the Mad Bulldog of the God of War Hall to take care of, and I also gave Hui Yuhao a healing herb before sending him back to the Tang sect. 3 days later, the apprenticeship ceremony was held in grand style. 2 days later, the main character finally arrived. Yuan Shaozhe from Shrek Academy, accompanied by envoys from the 3 great empires, came to the Ming capital. I walked into the reception room with Kong Deming, and as soon as they picked up their teacups, they were so startled that they immediately set them down and stood up. I completely ignored those envoys and chatted casually with Yuan Shaozhe, leaving them aside, which made them anxious and fidgety. In the end, I was the one to speak first, directly addressing him. "Director Yin, you came here regarding the war, right? What? Are you representing Shrek Academy to surrender?" Yuan Shaozhe's face went stiff, and he spoke about how there had been changes in the evil forest, that the continent was in peril, and that we should put aside past grievances and unite against the outside threat. I couldn't help but laugh. Put aside past grievances? Back in Star Luo City, you wanted to kill me, and when I ascended to the throne, you sent people to ambush me. Now you think a light remark about putting aside past grievances can just make it all go away? Do you really think that's possible? I stood up, too lazy to waste words with them, and directly proposed a plan. How about this? I'll give you an opportunity. In 6 months, you send 7 people over, and we'll have a one-on-one battle of souls, best of 7. If you win, everything from the past will be forgotten. But if you lose, Yin Xiaozhe gritted his teeth and continued, if we lose, the lives of the 7 of us will stay here. I shook my head and smiled. Life is not worth much. In battle, injuries and deaths are inevitable. However, Director Yin, can you represent the 3 empires? Yin Xiaozhe was grinding his teeth and said firmly, yes. Well, as soon as I heard his answer was so straightforward, I was overjoyed. All right then. Since you're accepting the challenge, I won't hold back. I cleared my throat and directly laid out my conditions. I told them that if I lost, fine, it would be my bad luck. Our Sun Moon Empire hasn't budged an inch for 100 years against your 3 great empires. And you still have to honestly hand over 10 designs for 9th level soul guiding devices. Isn't that fair? But I changed my tone, looking at their tense faces, and slowly said, if you lose, well, that's simple. The 3 great empires will have to call me father from now on. Impossible. The envoys exploded on the spot. Their faces turned pale with fear. Now they had some backbone. Yin Xiaozhe shook his head, saying it was impossible, and even if they agreed, it would force everyone into direct war. Don't be anxious. I waved my hand with a smile. I'm a reasonable person. You don't need to directly perish as a nation. Just nominally submit and become a duchy of my Sun Moon Empire. Every year, just to show goodwill, pay 100 million gold soul coins or equivalent rare metals would be fine. Oh, and I also need to pick 7 princesses or the like from your royal family to send to my harem. I watched their faces change from pale to blue, then from blue to purple, and added, don't worry, I promise not to interfere in your internal affairs. What do you think, Dean Yen? This deal is quite profitable, isn't it? Who understands my family? I'm playing a big game here. Even I admire myself. How can I waste time with them? Dragging out a war for a year and a half. I just want this nominal submission. As long as they nod their heads. My final challenge of the 9 trials will be cleared instantly, and I can become a deity on the spot. That is my true goal. As for this gamble, I am as clear as day. On their side, they have Yin Xiaozhe, that Sea God Douluo, as well as the Tianqin Yueheng and the Titan Giant Ape. For extreme Douluos, plus a bunch of level 98s, their lineup is indeed luxurious. But on my side, let me tell you, it's simply a dimensionality reduction attack. I am guaranteed to win this match. No need to say more. Kong Deming, Long Xiaoyao, Ye Xishui. Which of these 3 is not an old-school monster? Especially Long Xiaoyao and Ye Xishui, they are from the same generation as Yin Xiaozhe. Fighting them is like child's play, right? Plus, with my freshly made Qinquan Zaohua pill, our combat power gets a super boost. Wanfeng, Yi Yulin, Jing Hongshun, and the others, after taking the medicine, can reach level 98 in no time. With the equipment I provided, defeating a limit Douluo is not a dream. As long as my grandfather Kong Deming breaks through his limits with the pills, hey, in 7 betting matches. We can start with a royal flush and win at least 2 matches. How could we possibly lose? Once this was settled, that old brat, Yin Xiaozhe, started to stir up trouble again. He suddenly stood up, puffing his cheeks and glaring at me, shouting, Lin Shuang, now that the ambush on you is resolved, shouldn't you also give me an explanation regarding my disciple Ma Xiaotao? He said that his precious disciple, a 19-year-old soul Douluo with the ultimate fire and exceptional talent, ended up being tricked by me into becoming an evil soulmaster. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment, leisurely leaning back in my chair, and said, Evil soulmaster? Dean Yen, your thinking is too outdated. Extreme darkness is also a kind of pure power. Who knows? Your disciple might be even more talented now than before. That's a good thing, right? As a result, he got even angrier, his soul power starting to smoke, and gritted his teeth while saying, Ma Xiaotao is missing. She ran away from Shrek. And with so many of us here, and Xuanzi not around, we couldn't stop her. Oh, now it was my turn to be surprised. Good gracious. With that group of people, including the gluttonous Douluo, the divine eagle Douluo, and Wu Ming and Zhang Lexuan wielding the pseudo-super artifacts I gave them. How could they let a newly mutated Ma Xiaotao escape? That combat power is something else. I quickly calculated in my mind, fine, it's not a big deal. I said directly, all right, let's include this matter in the bet. If you win and find her, will be responsible for curing her. If we win, then she continues to be her evil soul master and works for us. Good. Yin Xiaozhi agreed so quickly that it made me feel a bit uneasy, and I thought to myself, this old guy couldn't be hiding something bad, could he? But I wasn't worried. After all, I still had the Ice Empress card up my sleeve. At worst, I could let her take the stage in the 7th round. The Ice Goddess with 70,000 years of ice power. Anyone who comes would have to kneel. And so, the matter was settled. I smiled with satisfaction and called out, "Someone, take Dinian down to rest." Then I flashed away and slipped out. Throughout the whole process, those 3 kingdoms' envoys felt like air to me. To put it bluntly, if it weren't for the hidden sex on Douluo Continent being too deep, I would have already driven my Soul Mentor Legion straight through without having to waste time talking to them here. 7 days later, the 3 kingdoms really did send a titled level prince to sign the contract. Yin Xiaozhi also returned, bringing along a girl, Zhang Nanan. At a glance, I understood that Xiao Wu had become her soul spirit. Goodness, isn't this just a moving surveillance device for Tang San? On the day of signing the contract, Xiao Wu directly manifested and called down Tang San's consciousness. Wow, that scene bathed the entire Mingdu in golden light, making it look like a light show, as if afraid others wouldn't know he had been there. I frowned at that moment, but said nothing, quietly watching him show off. Once he left, I stood on the high tower, pondering my grand plans. My urgency to become a god was not just for the unification of the continent. More importantly, it was to deal with that evil eye tyrant. Hulaina had told me before she ascended that as long as I became a god on Douluo Continent, I could temporarily avoid the divine realm, and by then, I would be the only true god in this land. As for Tang San, no matter how powerful he is, he would still be bound by the rules of the divine realm. With the god of destruction restraining him, he wouldn't be able to touch me. By then, I would kill the evil emperor, seal his power away, and save it for my disciple, Mo Ran. But this requires a 10th level soul guide device called the God Sealing Platform, which I currently don't have. Forget it, no need to think so much. Let's win the duel 3 months from now first. If I lose, I won't even think about inheriting the position of the God of Destruction for 100 years. I moved through space and arrived directly at the Hall of War Gods. This place was just completed, located in the western suburbs of Mingdu, with a giant high tower called the War God Tower, built according to the design blueprint of the Death God Tower. It has a total of 18 floors and is incredibly impressive. I found my grandfather Kong Deming in the top-level laboratory. He was studying something that looked like a model of armor. Without beating around the bush, I got straight to the point. "Grandpa, is it possible to create a level 10 soul guide god sealing platform in a short time?" He didn't even look up and said, "What a joke." I knew it. I awkwardly smiled and took out a stack of blueprints from my pocket, handing them over. "Then how about this? Could you help turn the method and core formation of this humanoid soul guide into reality?" My grandfather took the blueprint, his hands trembling on the spot, his eyes wide open like copper bells. This is really a humanoid soul guide." He excitedly asked me if I had researched it. I neither admitted nor denied it, just asked him if he could make it. He said, "1 day is enough." Great. I felt a surge of joy in my heart. And then I asked, "Grandpa, do you still have the design drawing for that sun-shattered feather?" I was thinking of taking the design of the sun fragment feather and combining it with the Ice Extreme divine crystal I got from the Eternal Ice Cave to custom make a level 10 soul guide device for the Snow Empress. By then, wielding the Ice God staff and wearing this divine outfit, the Snow Empress's combat power would definitely not be inferior to mine. My grandfather is a bit strange. He asked me why I still need soul guiding devices now that I'm so strong. I told him the truth. It's to create a level 10 soul guiding device. After hearing this, he nodded and readily gave me the blueprints. After saying goodbye to my grandfather, I hurried to the Tang sect. There is someone there who is quite impressive, Tanya. She has memories of the future, so if she combines the designs of the humanoid soul guiding device and the solar shattered feather, we might be able to create battle armor from 10,000 years in the future ahead of time. It's all about the information gap. Doesn't that give us a head start? Almost 2 months have passed in the blink of an eye. The Chinkun transformation pill that I asked Tanya to refine is finally ready. I tell you, that scene was truly spectacular. Outside the Tangmin base, it was packed with people, all students from the Sun and Moon Royal Soulmaster Academy, as well as Soul Masters from the Empire, all sitting cross-legged, waiting for the moment the medicinal pills would be finished and the aroma would fill the air. Inside the laboratory, it was even more impressive. Me, my grandfather, the 18 war gods from the War God Hall, plus my senior brother, the Death God Zhong Wu, and 2 to 3 dozen titled surrounding the alchemy furnace in layers. Suddenly, An intense and rich medicinal fragrance wafted out from the furnace. At that moment, everyone outside, below the soul sage level, instantly fell into deep meditation as if they were dumplings being dropped into water. Inside the laboratory, the younger generation like Meng Hongchen and Hua Yuhao couldn't withstand it either and directly achieve enlightenment on the spot. The Phoenix was making the final step, condensing the pills. The 9th level soul guiding alchemy furnace was about to burst from the pressure, crazily releasing steam. I realized this wouldn't do, so I quickly intervened, using my divine consciousness at the God realm level to forcibly contain the violent medicinal vapor. With a whoosh, the entire furnace turned a blinding gold color, its light shooting up to the sky. I hurriedly placed a cover on it to isolate the high temperature. After another 10 minutes, it was done. With a wave of my hand, I removed the suppression, and the medicinal fragrance that had been pushed back suddenly erupted like a geyser. Everyone present felt their pores open wide, greedily absorbing this energy. Above the furnace, even an extraordinary phenomenon of the sun and moon alternating appeared. Everyone went crazy, not caring about the heat, all stretching their necks to look inside. Goodness, at the bottom of the dark furnace, there lay a total of 27 crystal-clear pills, even more than I had expected. With a flick of my hand, the jade bottle flew out and collected all the elixirs. Then, in front of everyone, I began to distribute the loot. I first controlled 4 jade bottles and flew towards my grandfather Kong Deming, Jing Hongchen, Yi Yulin, and Luanfeng. These 4 are the pillars of our Sun and Moon Empire, Super Douluo, and I must give 1 bottle to each of them. I took out 4 jade vials from my senior brother Zhongli Wu and asked him to bring them back to our teacher Ye Xishui, Long Xiaoyao, and the others. Then, the 3 of them, the Sun Douluo, who were all at level 94, shared 1 vial. The remaining level 9 soul engineers divided the rest based on their soul power, with 3 to 6 people sharing 1 vial. Those people were so excited to receive the elixirs that they hurriedly expressed their gratitude and rushed off to enter seclusion. In the end, I still had 13 vials left. I kept 3 for Tanya and stored the remaining 10 for myself. In the laboratory, only those little guys who were still meditating remained. I looked at them, contemplating the upcoming battle in a month. The 6 people who would fight on my side were basically decided. Me, Ye Xishui, Long Xiaoyao, my senior brother Zhongli Wu, my grandfather Kong Deming, and the Snow Empress. My grandfather is a hidden powerhouse, a monster with 3 soul cores, and after consuming my elixir to break his limits, his combat power skyrocketed. With the new equipment I crafted for the Snow Empress, her strength is also absolutely top-notch among the gods. This lineup is solid. Just as I was thinking, Mo Ran woke up first, probably the one with the least talent. Then came Su Tianjin and Xiao Hongchen. As soon as Xiao Hongchen woke up, he cheekily asked me for the elixir. I gave him a glance and joked, "This thing can blow up even a titled Douluo, and you, a little soul emperor, dare to ask for it. I'm not worried because I have Xiang, it won't blow up." He still wasn't giving up. I don't want to waste time talking to him. So I said directly, "Let's talk when you become a titled Douluo." Then I turned to Mo Ran and said, "You stay here and come back to the palace with me later. I reserve a position for you as one of the 9 concubines." Xiao Hongchen on the side said with a sarcastic tone, "Oh wow, is this the privilege of the emperor? It's really enviable." I gritted my teeth and said, "If it weren't for your sister being my queen, I would definitely beat you to death today." With that, I directly used a spatial teleportation to throw him back to the Red Dust family, and my ears instantly felt clear. Not long after, Tanya also woke up, and I gave her the 3 pills. Then, Orange woke up, and as soon as she opened her eyes, she smiled and jumped into my arms, happily saying that she had broken through again. I held her, feeling her warmth and softness, when I looked up and locked eyes with Su Tianjin across the room. That scene, wow, the air felt like it had frozen. Su Tianjin was momentarily stunned, her face flushed instantly, and she stammered, teacher, I have something to do, I'll leave now." After saying that, she hurriedly ran out of the lab, bypassing us as if she was escaping. That girl darted away in a flash, and let me tell you, Shuang didn't waste a second. He immediately turned around and organized the remaining girls in the lab clearly. He transformed into a domineering CEO, pulling Mo Ran, the seemingly aloof and cold goddess who was actually a little bunny inside, into his embrace. Goodness, Mo Ran was completely taken aback, unable to say a word. The contrast was simply adorable. Shuang was comforting Mo Ran, claiming he would help her consolidate her soul core and seal the evil god blood inside her, painting a grand picture, saying that once he defeated the evil emperor, Mo Ran would be the next designated evil god. Does anyone understand? This was an empty promise, jumping straight from an ordinary student to a prospective deity. Next, the muscular Gaiatai woke up. As soon as he regained consciousness, he wanted to roar. But Lin Shuang swiftly cast a mental silence spell and followed it with a heavy slap to the back of his head, silencing him immediately. Then, with a whoosh, he precisely airdropped him back to his Soul Mentor Legion camp from the Tang Sect Lab, emphasizing efficiency. The next awake was the Ice Emperor. To be honest, among these people, Hui Yuhao really has some potential. After all, he is both Titan bloodline and Angel Martial Soul, a solid foundation. But no matter how impressive the potential, it has to follow the order. Only after the Ice Emperor woke up, it was Hui Yuhao's turn. However, the most impressive were still the Snow Woman and Meng Hongqin. While everyone else had finished, these two were still in deep meditation, their breaths incredibly stable, clearly gifted players. Seeing this situation, Lin Shuang sent Tang Ye, Zhizi, and Hui Yuhao, the management team, away, saying the outside situation was big, and they should hurry to take charge. Especially Hui Yuhao, who had previously built a strong image as a 2.5-meter giant, but had now reverted to 1.7 meters. Many people were still getting used to it after 2 months. The lab instantly became quiet, leaving only Lin Shuang and Mo Ran, who was still nestled in his arms. Now that there were no interruptions, Mo Ran quietly asked, "Your Majesty, why do you insist on having me join the harem?" "Let me tell you." Lin Shuang's response was quite cheeky. His hand became restless, and he retorted, "Does that matter?" Mo Ran immediately fell silent, her face reddening like a cooked shrimp. The next scene, oh my, I can barely describe it. Anyway, Lin Shuang directly laid her down, preparing to get down to business. Just then, at this critical moment, an unexpected event occurred. The Snow Woman woke up. The first thing she said upon opening her eyes was, "You guys started without me?" Wow, caught in the act. Mo Ran immediately died of embarrassment, burying her head in Lin Shuang's chest, too shy to face anyone. Lin Shuang also twitched his mouth, probably feeling 1,000 grass mud horses galloping through his mind. Without saying a word, he activated spatial power and swiftly teleported the gigantic light bulb, the Snow Woman, away. After sending her off, he acted quickly, fearing Meng Hongqin might wake up too. I suspect he felt quite regretful at that moment. Originally wanted to pull off a grand feat with 1 dragon and 2 phoenixes. After settling the exhausted Mo Ran, Lin Shuang sat on the sofa, waiting. It wasn't until noon the next day that Meng Hongqin slowly woke up. When she did, she leaped into Lin Shuang's arms, excited beyond belief. "I've broken through to level 70. A 15-year-old level 70 soul saint. That talent could scare a person to death." Meng Hongqin playfully asked, "So what is my reward?" I was thinking at that moment, what else could this reward be? Family. I realized this guy's reward mechanism is straightforward and brutal. Sure enough, Lin Shuang's eyes lit up, and she immediately helped Meng Hongqin out. The recently awakened Mo Ran was also disturbed. What a surprise. The wish that wasn't fulfilled yesterday was forcibly achieved today. After everything was done, Lin Shuang teleported the 2 girls, now dressed, directly to the Moon Palace. The Snow Maiden and Ice Emperor were meditating there and were abruptly awakened. The Ice Emperor took one look at the situation and clicked his tongue. What a big pervert. This remark annoyed Lin Shuang, and with a flick of his hand, the Ice Emperor didn't even have time to react before he was pulled into Lin Shuang's embrace by spatial power. Lin Shuang reached out with his sinful hand and gave the Ice Emperor's little face a hard pinch, saying, "Good kids don't try to be clever." He even cast a glance at the Snow Maiden beside them. The Snow Maiden maintained a serious expression, blinking her big eyes innocently, probably thinking to herself, "Thankfully, I didn't say anything just now." Lin Shuang put down the Ice Emperor and got down to business, asking the Snow Maiden if there were any formidable Zhuqing ice toads in the extreme north, saying that Meng Hongqin was already at level 70 and needed a soul ring to maintain the balance of the ice and fire attributes in her body. The Zhuqing ice toad would be the best choice. The Snow Maiden said there was one and that she had a rough idea of its location. Lin Shuang then asked, "I want it to be Meng Hongqin's soul spirit. You don't mind, do you? After all, it's on your subjects." The Ice Emperor interjected at this point, saying there was no problem with that. 10,000-year-soul beasts are cunning, and those who encounter a potential god often willingly offer themselves as sacrifices. After all, compared to the heavenly tribulation, dignity means nothing. The Snow Maiden nodded in agreement. Then she realized, "Did you just say Meng Hongqin is level 70? After receiving a confirmation, she began to plan for Meng Hongqin, saying that if she fused with the Zhuqing Ice Toad as her soul spirit, she could directly use its soul ring to condense an ice-fire soul core, greatly boosting her strength. Later on, when she reached the 8th or 9th ring, she could look for the Dragon Clan for a second soul core. This plan sounded beautiful, but Lin Shuang said he was busy lately and wouldn't go. He would wait for Ming Hongqin's grandfather, Jing Hongqin, to finish refining his elixir and then let him take her. As a result, the Snow Maiden rolled her eyes and said that by the time he was done, it would be too late. It would be better for her to break the seal and take her instead, especially since she might have to step in during the war with the 3 great empires. Saying this, the ice god's staff gleamed, transforming back into the stunning Ice Maiden form. Ming Hongqian was stunned, finally realizing and pointing at the Snow Maiden and Ice Emperor. So, who are you? The Ice Emperor proudly puffed out his small chest. That's right, I'm the 40,000-year fierce beast, the Ice Emperor Scorpion. Ming Hongqian then asked about Atai. The Snow Emperor smiled slightly. He is the last of the 3 great kings of the extreme north, the Titan Snow Demon King. Ming Hongqian was immediately shocked, looking at Lin Shuang and saying, "Did you poke the nest of the extreme north kings?" Then, this girl, who was also fierce, said with sparkling eyes, "Actually, I feel that Emperor Tian is quite suitable to be my 9th soul ring." Wow, little sister, your ambition is so big. Are you planning to perform a skit at the Spring Festival Gala in 2025? You want to take down the beast god Emperor Tian and use him as a soul ring right off the bat. Lin Shuang immediately gave her a smack on the forehead, telling her not to dream. So it was settled. The Snow Empress set off for the extreme north with Ming Hongqin. She unfurled a pair of ice-blue wings behind her. Known as the Guardian of the Ice and Snow Goddess, a top-tier soul guide device, looking incredibly cool. Once they left, only Lin Shuang, Mo ran, and the sulking Ice Empress remained in the palace. Lin Shuang embraced the newcomer Mo ran, being very gentle with her, saying that she would be one of the mistresses of this country from now on. Then she turned her tone sharply, ordering the Ice Empress, Ling'er, "Go get 2 cups of ice cola for me," and Mo ran. The Ice Empress exploded in anger. "What? I'm not your servant. I'm not going." Lin Shuang's smile turned sinister, saying, "What? Is my good daughter being disobedient? Daddy will be sad." No, now." The Ice Empress gritted her teeth, forcing out those words one by one, and stormed off in anger. Mo Ran was shocked, saying that was a 400,000-year-old ferocious beast. Lin Shuang rolled her eyes, saying that her power is sealed now, and most she can only handle a 2nd ring soulmaster, so there's no need to worry. After settling the harem, Lin Shuang didn't idle either, directly teleporting to the headquarters of the Xishui Alliance. Death God Ye Xishui and his group were all in seclusion after consuming the Qingquan transformation pill. However, Lin Shuang's target this time wasn't them, but another genius girl, Ling'er. This Ling'er was incredibly talented, already a 74th level dual soul core soul sage at just 15 years old. As soon as Lin Shuang appeared, Ling'er pounced on her like a little kitten. Lin Shuang was straightforward, asking, "Are you interested in joining my harem?" Ling'er was momentarily stunned, then gave a small, hesitant mm. Lin Shuang took out a bottle of Qingquan transformation pill, saying it was a greater opportunity, but she must wait until she becomes a title Douluo to take it, or it might explode her. Then, the familiar cheesy lines came. "You are my most precious treasure." Next, those who understand. It followed the standard process. Afterward, Ling'er inquired about Lin Shuang's bet with Shrek Academy, worried that he might forget his promise to help her take revenge. Lin Shuang explained that he had a divine test mission to unify the continent, so it was best to engage Shrek without bloodshed, but that didn't conflict with her revenge. He would definitely fulfill his promise. While Lin Shuang stayed at the Xishui Alliance with Ling'er, waiting for the big boss of the Holy Spirit Church, the Demon Emperor, to show up, a series of unexpected events occurred. First, the group in seclusion gradually emerged after a week. Long Xiaoyao and Ye Xishui had slight improvements in strength, while Zhong Liwu directly broke through to become a limit Douluo. But the most shocking news came when Feng Ling, Zhong Liwu's wife, leveled up to 98 with a pill and then ran off with a bucket. Taking advantage of the big shots being in seclusion, no one could stop her. She just defected like that. Zhong Liwu's heart was broken, but he didn't pursue her. This made the Holy Spirit Church even stronger, now gathering 3 limit Douluo. However, the real twist happened in the evil demon forest. Tang Ye's side was calculating, saying the evil emperor would take a year to digest the inheritance. But the evil emperor's buddy directly opened a super VIP membership, skyrocketing in upgrade speed. He somehow found a 100,000-year-old dark demon evil god tiger, swiftly killed it, swallowed the orb, and his power surged. Now he was incredibly arrogant, shouting that after refining this, he would go take down the deep-sea demon whale king and flatten the Stardow forest. Meanwhile, everyone in the Sun Moon Empire was also leveling up. Kong Deming directly became a quasi-god level powerhouse, and Jing Hongqin and the others reached level 98, causing the entire empire's strength to balloon like a balloon. The scene shifted directly to the divine realm. Tang San and the God of Destruction, two big shots, were playing chess as if watching a live broadcast. The God of Destruction originally advocated for expanding the divine realm, while Tang San opposed it. Now, however, Tang San suddenly relented, saying, "Let's make a deal. I agree to expand the divine realm, but you have to agree to one thing." The God of Destruction was taken aback, asking what it was. Tang San revealed his true intentions. Let the dragon god's power revive. Impossible. The God of Destruction immediately refused, stating that the dragon god incident nearly toppled the divine realm, and this matter was non-negotiable. Tang San wasn't anxious, leisurely bringing up another matter, starting to talk about the grievances between other deities, clearly indicating that this big game was far from over. As a result, the God of Destruction exploded in anger, sneering. So what? The old generation of Rakshasa gods has long since died, and this second generation is very obedient, not causing trouble. Let me tell you, the implication in his words was practically a blatant slap in the face. Your wife Xiao Wu and that powerful Shura sword of yours. Aren't you going to send them back to Douluo Continent? You can only choose one between the powers of the sea god and the Shura god. So think about the consequences before you make a move against me. And guess what? Tang San, that old fox, calmly replied, "Sorry," in the divine realm center. "I call shots now." Well, it turns out that the keys to the master switch were handed to him before the reincarnation of the two gods of good and evil. No wonder he wasn't flustered at all without Xiao Wu. The atmosphere instantly froze, and the next second, both of them clanged their hands, each summoning a giant hammer that left the other side in shock. The one in Tang San's hand was his Haotian hammer, which he had modified into a pseudo-super artifact. But the one in the hands of the God of Destruction was even more formidable, called the Destruction Hammer, a genuine super artifact, which used to belong to the Thunder God. The God of Destruction saw this and immediately laughed out loud. "Looks like I'm still the better one." Of course, he was using the top configuration, while Tang San was using a knockoff, so the advantage was clear. At that moment, I thought to myself, Tang San is in trouble now. Both of his ultimate divine artifacts, the Shura's sword and the trident, are not by his side. Although the God of Destruction also gave the staff to our Shuang, he still had a trick up his sleeve. As a result, who among the family understands this? The Haotian hammer in Tang San's hand suddenly disappeared and turned into a small carving knife. I focused my gaze and wow, it was the ultimate divine artifact, the ghost carving divine blade. God of Destruction, I came with sincerity. Tang San smiled in an utterly harmless way. Let me tell you, this old fellow is something else. He actually planted an undercover agent under the God of Destruction. That God of Destruction, named Zhou Weiqing, is his man. So the secret of the two ultimate divine artifacts of destruction was already clear to him. This knife was borrowed from the God of Emotion, specifically to stabilize the situation. It was all about the information gap. The God of Destruction stared at that knife. His face turned green, and after hesitating for a long time, he finally backed down and agreed to Tang San's conditions, consenting to the expansion of the divine realm. The matter was settled, but the faces of these two giants were filled with gloom. The God of Destruction muttered that he hoped Shuang could control her power and not lose control like the dragon god did back in the day, due to excessive strength. As for Tang San, let me tell you, he was busy calculating in his heart. He intended to use all the power of the divine realm for expansion, aiming to turn the divine realm into a super fortress. In case of any major disaster in the future, he would let the divine realm take the brunt of it while he fled back to Douluo Continent with his wife and children, making a quick escape. See, he has never changed. He is always that meticulous egoist. Fast forward a month later on Douluo Continent, the century's great battle was finally about to begin. On the Shrek Academy side, wow, a huge crowd gathered, and there were several limit Douluos, including Yan Xiaozhe, the Sea God Douluo, Tianxi, the two sect masters of Haotian clan, and even that Xian Lao, who had his arm cut off by Shuang, had also broken through to the limit. The two sides faced off outside the Mingdu city. Shuang simply waved her hand and opened a space door, saying, "No need for nonsense. This is the small world left by the Rakshasa god. It's quite sturdy. Let's each send 7 people into practice." The other side hesitated for a moment, but ultimately agreed with a stiff upper lip. I have to tell you, when this lineup was revealed, I was stunned. On the Shrek side, there are 7. A full 7 ultimate Douluos. Besides the few mentioned earlier, there's also the Haotian and a handsome guy radiating golden light, who clearly isn't an ordinary person. This extravagant wealth, where did they gather such a luxurious lineup from? We are not backing down either, with Shuang leading, along with Kong Deming, Ye Xishui, Long Xiaoyao, Zhongli Wu, Wan Feng, and the Snow Empress. That makes 7 against 7, just perfect. As soon as the two groups entered the Rakshasa secret realm, on the divine side, Tang San and the god of destruction immediately became restless. They looked into the mirror and discovered that the opposing side was seriously overpowered, especially that blonde handsome guy, who turned out to be the high priest of the angel god. Tang San rushed to the Rakshasa temple and questioned Bibi Dong, who was seated on the throne. Bibi Dong, you must give me an explanation. Why are the angel god's people appearing there? Bibi Dong stood up from the throne, her gaze as if looking at a clown, and coldly smiled, saying, Qian Rinxue hasn't come to the divine realm yet. What does she do in the lower realm have to do with you? Besides, aren't your people inside too? See God High Priest, God of War's servant. How can you have the nerve to criticize me? Her few words left Tang San speechless. The god of destruction saw that things were not going well and quickly stepped in to smooth things over, asking Bibi Dong to lend the power of the Rakshasa god to the people of the Sun and Moon Empire, saying that this concerned his successor and they must win. Bibi Dong smiled, a charming smile, but her gaze towards Tang San was icy and piercing. In front of the god of destruction, she began to bring up old grievances, exposing all of Tang San's past. Your teacher, Yu Xiaojing, died on Douluo Continent, and as a god king, you couldn't even spare a position for him as a divine realm hunter? You said you wouldn't harm the innocent in the fight against the Wuhuan Empire, yet during the battle at Jiaoling Pass, you tacitly allowed poison Douluo to kill 500,000 civilians without batting an eye. When Qian Rinxue asked if you were afraid of divine retribution, you brazenly said, those who died are all from the Wuhuan Empire. Why should I care? Let me tell you, every word that Bibi Dong said pierced the heart, making Tang San's face flush red and pale. In the end, Bibi Dong couldn't even be bothered to look at him again, directly sending the Rakshasa demon scythe to Ye Xishui through the mirror, then coldly spat out 2 words at Tang San. Get out. Tang San gritted his teeth and ultimately left in defeat. Back in the Rakshasa secret realm, the first match was Long Xiaoyao against Shrek's Yin Xiaozha. Let me tell you, this was quite a spectacle. Ye Xishui and Zhongli Wu's faces froze on the spot. Who understands? This was a battle between grandfather and grandson. Long Xiaoyao was still clueless and laughed heartily as he entered the arena, saying if he couldn't defeat Mu'en, how could he not defeat his apprentice? Ye Xishui's mouth twitched, but she didn't say anything. As the battle began, Long Xiaoyao consumed a Qiankuan creation pill, rejuvenating himself by several decades, becoming incredibly powerful. He transformed into a 100-meter-tall dark holy dragon and fought fiercely against Yin Xiaozha's light phoenix, causing the heavens and the earth to shake. Yin Xiaozha was also fighting desperately, unleashing his 8th soul skill, Phoenix Dance in the 9 heavens, but Long Xiaoyao withstood it without losing many dragon scales. Yin Xiaozha was stunned, thinking this old senior was too abnormal. He didn't know that Long Xiaoyao had returned to peak condition, his strength surpassing even that of his master Mu'en back in the day. In the end, with no other choice, Yin Xiaozha unleashed his ultimate move, the 9th soul skill, Phoenix Descending, filling the sky with golden flaming phoenixes, a scene that seemed to set the entire secret realm ablaze. Long Xiaoyao was momentarily surprised by this move, but he still held the upper hand, using the Annihilation Black Dragon Wave to pierce through the essence of the Light Phoenix. Although Yin Xiaozha managed to injure Long Xiaoyao with his final blow, he had exhausted his energy and was defeated. In the first round, we won. Long Xiaoyao returned to the team, and Shuang trembled with concern but still handed him a Qiankuan creation pill for healing. The second match was our Wanfeng against the one-armed Taotai Douluo Xianlao. As soon as the old man appeared, he made a fierce declaration, saying that since Shuang had severed his arm, today he would take Wanfeng's life in return. Wanfeng, with a fiery temper, retorted directly, a cripple whose arm was severed by a soul, Douluo dares to shout here. Guess what happened next? When Xianlao revealed his martial soul, I was dumbfounded. It was not the Taotai divine bull at all, but an enormous mountain dragon king radiating an extreme earthy aura. Long Xiaoyao was shocked beside him, saying that many years ago, Mu'en obtained a dragon pearl, which must have been given to Xianlao, allowing his martial soul to evolve. This was a serious problem. Luanfeng, a super Douluo, had almost no chance against a limit Douluo with extreme attributes, even with the boost from a soul-guided device. Sure enough, as the battle began, Luanfeng was suppressed, but she was truly determined. Seeing she couldn't win, she actually detonated her martial soul and her life soul-guided device, transforming into a massive fire phoenix and charging towards the Mountain Dragon King in a self-destructive manner. Boom! With a loud explosion, the Mountain Dragon King howled in pain, and Xian Lao also exited his martial soul form, suffering significant injuries. However, Luanfeng was already out of energy, standing there pale. Xian Lao coldly snorted and moved to deliver a fatal blow. We conceded this match, Shuang shouted, instantly using spatial power to rush over, forcing Xian Lao back with a punch, and quickly embraced the swaying Luanfeng, feeding her a Chinkoing creation pill. Kong Deming was furious, cursing, "You've really gone mad. Self-destructing your martial soul and soul-guided device." Luanfeng weakly apologized to Shuang. Supporting her, Shuang's gaze became incredibly determined. "It's okay. I'll help you win back." Now the score was tied at 1-1. Both sides had used up 2 precious pills, and the atmosphere had become extremely tense. Let me tell you, over here Shuang is as steady as an old dog. As for the pills, just sprinkle some water. As long as the brothers are fine, it's all good. On the other side, that sea god Douluo named Chen Tianzi replaced the previous half-dead Yin Xiaojia. He took a step forward, his gaze as if he wanted to eat someone, and said, "Stop the nonsense. Let us get to the third match." "All right then, no more delay. Let us start the third match." Shuang's figure flashed and directly stood in the center of the arena. Chen Tianzi sneered and followed, holding the gleaming sea god trident in his hand, looking all arrogant, as if to say, "I have a divine weapon. I am invincible in the world." Let me tell you, as soon as these two stepped onto the stage, the atmosphere was immediately electrifying. Both of them were limit Douluo. With identical soul ring configurations, 6 black and 3 red, it was practically a copy-paste. Shuang's hair instantly turned red, and he pulled out the Azura sword. The next second, the blood-red Azura domain crashed into the sea-blue sea god domain with a bang, distorting the air in the middle of the arena. Chen Tianzi came up without saying a word and directly unleashed his uncertain windstorm, that so-called golden chain that was said to be guaranteed to hit, aimed to control Shuang on the spot. What happened next? Good grief. A flash of golden light appeared in Shuang's eyes, and that golden halo puffed away, disappearing in mid-air. Gone. His mental power had instantly defeated it. Following that, he retaliated with a blood-red sword energy. Chen Tianzi's face turned green at that moment. He was probably thinking, this isn't how the script is supposed to go. How did my invincible control skill turn into a joke? As he saw the overwhelming blood-red sword energy coming at him, he quickly crossed his trident in front of him and shouted, "Sea Shield." A blue energy shield appeared instantly, with a hint of divine power inside. He thought this would hold up. How naive. What a joke. Shuang was using Azura's divine power. Do you understand what a dimensional strike is? With a crack, the sea shield shattered like glass on the spot. At this point, Chen Tianzi was truly anxious. He was desperate. He knew that if he didn't fight with all his might, he would meet his end here today. He roared, merging his body with the trident, and the originally blue domain instantly transformed into pure gold. Body and trident united, the stars shifted. Wow. He had to unleash the final move of the golden 13 tridents. He was still there making bold statements. Shuang, forcing me to use this move, you should be proud. So much nonsense. Shuang ignored him completely, retaliating with his own ultimate move, the Azura Blood Sword. One side was dazzling gold, the other was a raging sea of blood. The two forces collided, creating a commotion that seemed like it would uproot the entire secret realm. On our side, Elder Kong quickly opened a silver moon divine light shield to protect everyone, while the opposing side was frantically trying to establish their defenses. What was the result? The result was that the Azura sword was superior. With a whoosh, it sent the sea god trident flying, while simultaneously giving Chen Tianzi a chilling shock. That guy's faith crumbled in an instant, you know? He was dumbfounded, murmuring that it was impossible for the sea god's power to lose. He quickly flashed to create distance, desperately healing himself to patch up the hole in his chest. But the consumption was immense, and his face turned pale. Yet he wasn't willing to give up. He grabbed the trident and charged back in, shouting about the sea god's might, throwing all his skills out like a madman. Shuang was fed up, directly using spatial confinement to pin the trident in midair. Then, With a flash, he used his left hand for the white dragon claw and his right hand for the black dragon claw, creating 2 holes in Chen Tianzi's body. And the powers of light and darkness exploded within him. The scream was unbearable. Chen Tianzi, being a tough guy, realized that Lin Shuang's space ability was virtually invincible in this place, so he gritted his teeth and used his last resort. Who understands, folks? He directly detonated his soul rings. He blew up all his equipment. The 9 soul rings shattered like rain, and he transformed into a beam of light just to unleash that world-destroying move. See, God, Dusk. The scene was a massive golden beam shooting straight at Lin Shuang. The power was already at a godly level. What about Lin Shuang? Even fiercer, he directly pulled out a new external tool. Dragon horns sprouted from his forehead. His hair and eyes turned dark purple, and he held a 2-meter-long staff of destruction. Purple-black lightning crackled throughout the entire domain. The scene was simply that of a cyber judge from 2025. Lin Shuang uttered 4 words: divine obliteration, thunder. The next second, the purple-black lightning collided with that golden beam. The outcome was without suspense. The golden light was directly shattered by the purple lightning. Death God Douluo Ding, before he could even scream, evaporated on the spot, leaving not even a speck of ash. Although Lin Shuang's face was slightly pale, he stylishly waved his hand to retrieve the sea god trident that had fallen on the ground, then leisurely walked back to our side. At this point, the opposing side completely exploded. Everyone was trembling with anger, and the Hao Ian sect members looked ready to fight. However, they were stopped by Yin Xiaozhe, who said this was a bet. Anyone who died on the field would have all their belongings go to the winner. 2-1. We were leading. Next, a golden-haired handsome guy emerged, radiating holy light, clearly not an ordinary person. When Lin Shuang saw him, his expression changed, and he quickly grabbed his senior brother Zhang Liwu, who was preparing to step onto the stage, saying, "Let us concede this match. That guy has a 6-winged angel martial soul and wields the angelic holy sword, which completely counters you." Even the leader Ye Xishui nodded, saying this would be tough. But senior brother was stubborn, his eyes resolute as he said, "I want to give it a try." "All right, men should be this tough." Lin Shuang didn't try to dissuade him anymore, tossing him a bottle of elixir and letting him go all out. Let me tell you, in the 4th match, the evil soul master battles the angel god Sr, and the hype is through the roof. As soon as senior brother Zhang Liwu steps onto the stage, the Death God domain opens up, and the angel domain on the opposite side is equally imposing. Under senior brother's feet, 6 black and 3 red soul rings rise, and he holds a small tower in his hands, instantly transforming it into a giant structure a kilometer tall, merging with his martial soul. The angel Douluo on the opposite side has the same soul ring configuration, wielding the angelic holy sword, and his momentum is not lacking at all. The battle begins. Without hesitation, Zhang Liwu unleashes a beam of pale, white Death God light from the top of the Death God Tower. That light is incredibly fast, slicing through space as it passes. The angel Douluo is fierce too, striking down with his sword and managing to block this beam. But can he block just one? Can he block 5? The Death God Tower fires off beam after beam as if it were free. The angel guy is dumbfounded, surely cursing in his heart. Let me tell you a secret. The energy Zhang Liwu uses to activate this thing isn't his own soul power at all, but a massive collection of vengeful spirits he gathered earlier. It's an unlimited firepower mode, you understand? 0 consumption. The angel guy is furious, roaring damn evil soul master, as white flames ignite on his body, and he begins to risk his life to unleash his ultimate move. He merges with the angelic phantom behind him, and the angelic holy sword becomes as large as a mountain, slashing down with the sun holy sword. The power of that move felt even more terrifying than the sea god Douluo's self-explosion earlier. Senior brother knows this is a decisive moment, and the Death God Tower unleashes its strongest attack, the Death God Light. A purple beam rushes towards the world-destroying sun holy sword. With a thunderous boom, the center of the arena explodes into a sea of light. After the angel guy finishes his strike, he retreats from the battlefield, instantly aging 40 to 50 years, clearly having exhausted his life force, rendered useless. Now it's all on our senior brother. As the light dissipates in the center of the arena, the Death God Tower has shattered into pieces, and senior brother Zhang Liwu is covered in injuries, looking a bit disheveled. But he is standing. He is still alive. Moreover, he has taken medicine, and his injuries are recovering rapidly. Ha ha ha. What 6-winged angel? He was still defeated by me. Senior brother's maniacal laughter echoes throughout the arena. We won. We won again. 3-1. Lin Shuang immediately mocks. Yin Xiaozhe, it's 3-1 now. How about you go back and prepare the princess? The opposite side is so furious their faces turn purple, and the second sect master of the Haotian sect reveals his true form. And wow, it's 100-meter tall, titan giant ape. The other sect master, the sky blue bull python, is also exuding killing intent. Wow, there are two heavyweight guests on the opposite side. Just when we thought we were in for it, Elder Kong Deming, our most mysterious elder, steps forward with a smile and says, "Leave it to me. Let me tell you, this old man is the real sweeping monk. He usually keeps a low profile. But when you check his household registration, wow, he has a unique yin-yang complementary 3-soul core, a configuration that is one of a kind on the entire continent. His strength is definitely at the demigod level. That azure bull python, transformed into human form, stepped forward and threw a punch so fast that you couldn't even see its shadow. And what happened? Old Kong directly used a blink and vanished. He completely merged into the space. The next second, silver-white spatial blades appeared from all directions, raining down on the azure bull python. That bull was fierce too. It dodged in a flash and then started spewing trash talk to try to force Old Kong out. But he didn't consider what kind of mentality Old Kong had. He wasn't falling for that at all, but he indeed needed to change his attack strategy. Wow, you think Old Kong only has this much? You're thinking too small, brother. He then pulled out a golden shield with his other hand, which was a pair with the silver one from before, called the Solar Divine Shield. Let me tell you, this thing is a design blueprint that Lin Shuang got from the future, and Old Kong replicated it himself. Although it's a pseudo level 10, it can still merge. The next second, the golden and silver shields merged together with a swoosh, forming the yin-yang fusion. A golden and silver halo emerged from Old Kong's head, and that aura made my scalp tingle from afar. The azure bull python wasn't foolish either. Seeing the situation was wrong, it instantly panicked and revealed its true form. Oh my gosh, what a scene! A flash of green light exploded, almost dyeing the entire secret realm green. A giant beast appeared, more exaggerated than all the ultimate spirit avatar combined, several 100 meters long, with a snake body as thick as a subway tunnel, topped with a bull's head. It was like a moving mountain. As soon as it emerged, it activated a field of full area deceleration. And I felt like my movements were as slow as a PowerPoint presentation. Whereas Old Kong, he had already teleported thousands of meters away, his aura ordinary like a passerby. But the golden and silver light on his chest was brighter than a searchlight. He merged with the sun and moon divine light shield, and at that moment, he was the soul guide, and the soul guide was him. He bellowed with all his might. "Beast, let me show you what human limits are." A terrifying ray of gold and silver intertwined, called the sun and moon divine light, shot straight forward. That bull horse was clever. It didn't dare to take it head on. But if it dodged, the blast would hit the remnants of the 3 great empires behind it. So it had no choice but to open its mouth and spray out a bolt of lightning, forcibly countering Old Kong's divine light. But that wasn't the end. The lightning continued its momentum, striking back at Old Kong. Now it was Old Kong's turn to be in an awkward position, a dilemma. If he dodged, the lightning would hit his own people. If he didn't dodge, he would suffer some damage. After hesitating for a moment, Old Kong chose to teleport. Guess what? Just as the lightning was about to strike our side, a red shield suddenly rose up. It was the proud creation of Lord Jing Hongchun, the red dust protection. Goodness. Although Lin Shuang had given one to Hui Yuhao, it didn't mean he couldn't make another one. The main focus was mass production. The lightning, having been partially consumed by the sun and moon divine light, couldn't break through this level 9 defense shield. Old Kong calculated this point perfectly. He never intended to take it head-on, purely to conserve soul power. After that exchange, Old Kong directly turned invisible, hiding in space, playing hide-and-seek with the bull horse. The bull horse was ferocious, expanding the deceleration field to the maximum. 100-fold slowdown. Family, who understands, in its field, our movements were 100 times slower while looking back. It was equivalent to it speeding up 100 times. Then we saw that the bull horse went crazy, unleashing lightning at the air. Every bolt accurately striking the possible locations where Old Kong might appear. But who was Old Kong? The ancestor of space manipulation, jumping around repeatedly, never allowing it to hit. The bull horse could sense where he was, but just couldn't keep up with his rhythm. I'm telling you, on this continent, only Lin Shuang and the evil emperor, after becoming a god, could compare to the aimbot-like Old Kong in terms of space manipulation. The bull horse, after a long time of not hitting anything, began to panic, its eyes full of mockery, probably thinking, "You think you can match my blue bar? You mere mortal understand nothing of divine power reserves. And guess what? Just as that thought crossed its mind, its actions paused for a mere 0.01 seconds. In a battle of experts, that instant was enough. Old Kong was waiting for this opportunity. Of course, Shuang was watching clearly from the outside. Having opened the eye of destiny, like having a god's perspective, he calmly said, "The flaw you see is one I specifically left for you." With a puff, a blood arrow shot out from the giant bull head of the Tianqing bull python. Family, who understands? Old Kong, a mere mortal, injured a true god. This operation was simply a face-saver for all humanity. Just a moment ago, they were both scheming against each other. The bull horse deliberately left a flaw, wanting to lure Old Kong into a trap, then teleport in front of him for a combo. Old Kong knew it was a trap, but still took the bait because he knew that when fighting a god, opportunities for attack were few and must be gambled. The result was a mutual exchange of blows. The bull horse horn nearly pierced Old Kong through, and Old Kong's chest was now covered in blood. But Old Kong's attack also indeed opened a wound on the bull horse head. At this moment, Old Kong burst into wild laughter. His laughter was incredibly unrestrained. So this is a divine beast? It seems to be nothing more than this. As soon as the words fell, he directly revealed his trump card, a map called the Celestial Star Chart, the level 10 soul guide of Yueheng, which he had borrowed. As the map unfolded, the entire dark secret realm was instantly filled with stars and the sun and moon. Old Kong directly merged his martial spirit into the sun and moon divine light shield. Then, using the power of the Celestial Star Chart, drained all the starlight from the sky. The myriad stars dimmed instantly, and all the power converged onto the fused sun and moon. I want to see just how hard this so-called god is. Old Kong waved his hand, and the fused sun and moon smashed down like a super bomb. To prevent the bull horse from causing trouble, he maddeningly threw 2 level 9 soul guides over for self-detonation. Buying time, the bull horse roared in anger. "Damn human, I'm going to kill you." But it was useless. It was caught up by the self-detonation of the level 9 soul guides, and could only watch helplessly as that gold-and-silver energy mass smashed down on itself. In that moment, its fur and flesh were instantly burned. If it weren't for the divine power protecting its body, it would have probably been vaporized on the spot. At that moment, the bull horse's cold voice sounded, "I underestimated you humans. If outside, with the plane suppression, I might really flip. But here, prepare to welcome your true father." As soon as the words fell, the azure light on its body surged, and the bull-headed snake-bodied form began to change. The next second, a true giant dragon appeared. The Tianqing Divine Dragon. Wow, this guy isn't pretending anymore. It directly underwent ultimate evolution on the spot. The azure divine field unfolded instantly, replacing the previous deceleration field. Now Old Kong was in trouble. The field, divine power, divine skills, all comprehensively suppressed. But he was Kong Deming, the strongest soul master of the Sun and Moon Empire. He had long anticipated that the opponent would transform, and while this guy was boasting, he had prepared his final trump card. In the eyes of the Tianqing Divine Dragon, a small white dot lit up. In that instant time, space, everything seemed to freeze. The Divine Dragon disdainfully curled its lip. "Soul Guide Cannonball?" Saying this, it reached out its claw to pinch. Damn, Old Kong's mouth twitched, but his eyes were filled with excitement and madness. Taking advantage of the fact that the thing hadn't exploded yet, he flickered through space and returned to our side. Shuang and the others also reacted instantly, activating various defensive shields. Ye Xishui even transformed into a radiant phoenix, standing right at the front. Because what Old Kong had thrown out was the legendary 12th level soul-guided cannonball that could slay gods. Eternal Paradise. In the next moment, a voice so gentle it was intoxicating seemed to resonate in everyone's hearts. "Welcome to Eternal Paradise." Boom! I tell you, at that moment, the entire world turned white. Nothing could be seen, nothing could be heard, and my mind was blank. All of us were momentarily blind and deaf. When our vision slightly recovered, we saw an enormous platinum-colored mushroom cloud rising, and the entire Rakshasa secret realm was shaking violently, as if it were about to collapse at any moment. The power of this thing was 1,000 times more terrifying than we had imagined. Just when we thought everything was over, a huge shadow burst out from the mushroom cloud. It was the Titan Great Ape. It smashed its fist against our protective shield. The sun and moon divine light shield shattered instantly, but teacher Ye Xishui stepped forward. We saw her holding a gigantic purple-black scythe, her gaze indifferent, as if she were looking at a dead person. With one swing, a deep, visible bone wound appeared on the Titan Great Ape's fist, which was the size of a cooking pot. With another swing, a purple blade of light hundreds of meters long struck the Titan Great Ape's chest, creating another massive wound. The Titan Great Ape was stunned, retreating repeatedly while covering its wound, its eyes filled with terror. It realized that this human woman, less than 2 meters tall, had become a god. That's right. Teacher Ye Xishui had directly inherited the Rakshasa divine position in this Rakshasa secret realm. This was her home ground. Divine power surged crazily into her body, and 8 massive scythes sprouted from her back. Beneath her feet were 9 red and 1 gold soul rings. She had become the true Rakshasa deity. The Titan Great Ape was no match for her, being chased and slashed by the Rakshasa demon scythe, losing an arm in the process. Knowing it couldn't win, it let out a mournful roar, and its body shone with a yellow light. Sacrifice? Ye Xishui was momentarily stunned. At the same time, a blue light illuminated the center of the explosion. It was the dying azure dragon, also choosing to sacrifice itself. 2 beams of divine light shot up into the sky and entered the body of a suddenly appearing girl. This girl was incredibly beautiful, with blue-pink long hair and a pair of magnificent dragon wings suddenly sprouted from her back. Wow! It was like Lin Mei Mei fell from the sky. Oh no, it was the daughter of God Tang San, Tang Wudong. She directly absorbed the powers of the 2 divine beasts, her soul rings instantly evolving, skyrocketing to become a 5-ring soul king, and she also gained the Haotian hammer. But that wasn't all. She switched her martial soul and transformed into the Sea God martial soul, with 6 pitch-black soul rings, instantly becoming a 6-ring soul emperor. Wow, this cheat is too obvious. Soon after, a blue-haired young man appeared. Family, the main character has arrived. God Tang San personally came down to judge. His daughter rushed into his arms, crying and complaining, while Tang San comforted her with a few words. Then his gaze swept across the entire scene, finally landing on Lin Shuang, and he spoke. This gambling fight was won by the Sun and Moon Empire. In just a few words, he arranged for the aftermath, telling the people of the 3 major empires to go back and admit defeat. Whoever dared to disagree, he would personally descend to their palace for tea. Then he told Lin Shuang that the matter of the evil god was his final test and gift. After speaking, he waved his hand, teleporting the people from the 3 major empires and his daughter away. Now, our side was completely in an uproar. Old Kong was so excited that his face turned red. We won. The power of the soul guide truly can rival the gods. Ye Xishui also put away the Rakshasa divine outfit, and Long Xiaoyao and Zhongli Wu were grinning from ear to ear. Then, Ye Xishui turned to Long Xiaoyao and said without hesitation, Xiaoyao, I love you. As soon as I heard it, I thought, oh, this is going to be a drama at 8 o'clock. Quickly the light bulbs, slipped away to leave space for this pair of star-crossed lovers. By the time we got outside, it was already bright. Lin Shuang stood in the morning light, stretched lazily, and announced that everyone would go to the palace for a morning assembly. Then he quickly slipped in a dream-red dust chamber to cuddle with his wife and catch some more sleep. After a while, in the grand hall of the palace, all the civil and military officials gathered. When Lin Shuang appeared in his solar robe, everyone shouted long live the emperor, and the scene was spectacular. Su Wenfeng stepped forward, unfolded the imperial edict and showered praises, calling him the destined ruler, the supreme of all, with achievements lasting through the ages. Finally, he led everyone to kneel and shout, "We congratulate your majesty. May you live a long life." The people below echoed, "Long live your majesty. The empire of sun and moon is immortal." The roar nearly lifted the roof off. Lin Shuang pressed his hands down, and the entire hall fell silent. He announced that the empire of sun and moon had subdued the 3 great empires, and Douluo Continent would officially be renamed Sun and Moon Continent. To celebrate, this year the taxes within the original Sun and Moon Empire would be halved. Another wave of cheers for the benevolence of His Majesty erupted. Lin Shuang nodded with satisfaction, leaving the remaining matters to Jing Hongchun and the others, while he vanished in a flash, of course, to accompany his wife, preparing for the arrival of the 3 great empires to surrender, and then complete the final test to inherit the divine position and reach the peak of his life. I just finished the serious business with Sister Chioer, and she directly became a deity on the spot. Wow, the fate divine beast is truly unreasonable. When our powers merged, we also shared memories, and she immediately knew about my little affairs outside. My heart skipped a beat, and guess what happened next? She frowned for a moment, but then leaned into my arms and said, Fate tells me that the evil emperor will come out in 17 days. And the key to breaking the situation lies with you. All right, that's enough for me. 17 days, 2 deities definitely won't be enough. I need to hurry and gather people. Without saying a word, I directly made a space jump to the sea area of the Heavenly Soul Empire, with a clear goal to awaken the super powerhouse, the deep-sea demon whale king, who is sleeping at the bottom of the sea. For now, I can't rely on Mingdu. They are not at the divine level, and they would just be cannon fodder if they came. As for me, I happen to have a golden trident of Poseidon in my hand, which is firmly controlled by my destiny power. Unless Poseidon himself crawls out of his grave, no one can take it away from me. With this thing in the ocean, let me tell you, I am the one and only king. I walked directly on the surface of the sea, and the fishermen seemed to be oblivious to my presence. I thrust my trident into the water, and my consciousness instantly covered the entire ocean, all information flooding into my brain in an instant. Hey, found it. In a corner of the deep sea. That place was practically a biochemical pollution zone. The water was dark green, filled with resentment, and everywhere were the vengeful spirits of poisoned soul beasts. Not even the 10,000-year-old ones could withstand it. At the very bottom of this toxic pit lay a 1,000-year-old ice coffin, inside which was a woman. I frowned, feeling that this poison seemed a bit familiar. As soon as the eye of fate opened, I quickly understood the backstory of this place in a second. It turned out to be that unfortunate guy from the Holy Spirit sect named Ling'er, who wanted to awaken the demon emperor but ended up being intercepted and killed by Death God Douluo Ding. After his death, this toxin erupted, creating such a mess. I flashed to the edge of the coffin, and as I unleashed the golden light of the trident, all the toxins automatically receded. Since I was here, I might as well do a good deed. I raised my hand and cast a healing of the sea spell, sweeping the azure light across, instantly purifying the toxins. With another wave of my hand, I cast healing of the sea again, exorcising the countless vengeful spirits. These spirits were understanding. Before dissipating, they gathered their spiritual energy into a large ball of light and offered it to me as a token of gratitude. I thought it would be a waste not to use it, so I directly sent this spiritual energy gift into the ice coffin as a meeting gift for the lady inside. The next moment, the ice coffin shattered with a crack. The beautiful woman inside suddenly opened her eyes. Her gaze was cold, with a purple golden light, and her terrifying aura stirred the deep sea into chaos. She immediately locked onto the sea god trident in my hand, her hatred practically solidifying in her eyes. Sea god trident, she roared, and without a second thought, she unleashed a powerful attack at me. The seawater around me instantly became as thick as glue, and then a massive force violently tore at it, creating a vacuum zone. Family, who understands? I kindly saved you, and you wake up and immediately give me a big thank you slap? I couldn't help but shout. Crazy. I swung the trident behind me and unleashed a move called Endless Sea, forcefully smashing her attack back. As I retreated, I shouted, "Stop. There's no need for us to fight." But this girl had already gone berserk, roaring about some deep-seated blood feud. Of course, after being suppressed by Tangan for 1,000 years, that grudge was huge. Seeing the sea god trident was like seeing the murderer of her father. I killed the sea god Douluo, and I took this trident. We are not enemies. I hurried to explain, but it was useless. She had completely lost control. I realized that her power was too strong, and her mental strength couldn't keep up, like a phone with a terrible processor that overheats and crashes when running a large game. This is troublesome. I clicked my tongue. If the state goes out to fight the evil emperor, she might just rebel on the spot. There was no other choice. I had to help her forcibly upgrade her system. I felt the divine power of the sea surging within me, as if I had merged with the ocean itself, and the trident in my hand shone brilliantly. She transformed into a giant whale nearly 10,000 meters long and charged at me. But I struck her away with my trident, creating a large wound on her body. However, in the next moment, the power of the sea instantly healed her injuries and even purified a bit of the red light in her eyes. I think I understand now. Her loss of control is not just due to weak mental strength. It's mainly because she has consumed too many soul beasts, accumulating a massive amount of resentment and fragmented memories inside her, almost like being infected by a virus. Seriously, Poseidon's skill set is too stingy, only 3 moves. As I complained, I opened a sea shield to block her next charge. Then, the eye of fate on my forehead suddenly opened wide, and the mental power close to level 3 divine realm erupted explosively, instantly freezing her in place. Eye of fate, ultimate light. A golden beam shot out from my vertical eye, striking her body directly. This move focuses on formatting, forcibly helping her purify the resentment and memory debris within her, then transforming that debris into pure mental power, giving her a forced upgrade. The effect was outstanding. The madness radiating from her instantly faded, and her gaze regained clarity. The enormous whale transformed back into that cold and alluring woman, hovering in front of me, coldly questioning. Human, state your name. I crossed my arms and calmly announced my title, Emperor of the Sun and Moon Empire, the future ruler of this continent. By the way, I have defeated 2 Sea God Douluos. She was still staring at my trident. So why are you able to use it? A flash of golden light appeared in my eyes, letting her feel the power of fate. I said, do you understand the power of the fate divine beast? I'm here to ask for your help to fight a common enemy. The evil eye tyrant of the evil forest has ascended to godhood, a level 3 god, and wields the evil god sword, which is quite formidable. After hearing this, she surprisingly shook her head and said, it sounds like we can't win. Besides, I have no grudge against the evil eye. My only enemy is Tangan, and everything else has nothing to do with me. I laughed. Did you think I had no backup plan? I raised the corner of my mouth and proposed a condition she couldn't possibly refuse. What if we could bring your husband back to life? As soon as I said this, the demon empress was instantly excited, trembling all over. Are you serious? She stared at me intensely and threatened. If you dare to lie to me, I will kill you even if it means we both perish. I just smiled slightly, and a huge black shadow began to emerge behind me, becoming more and more solid until it transformed into a deep-sea magic whale king of comparable size. The couple hadn't seen each other for 10,000 years, and without saying a word, they immediately transformed back into their original forms and playfully bumped against each other in the sea, creating waves that almost knocked me over. I quickly used a spatial move to dodge further away. After a while, a smaller deep-sea magic whale swam over, and the 3 of us cuddled together. Her husband, let's call him the magic whale, transformed into human form, a dignified middle-aged man, and calmly said to me, Tangan resurrected me and also helped me become a divine beast. He discussed terms with me, and now my strength is close to level 3 divine. I can help you. Wow, it turns out Tangan had set this up in advance. But it doesn't matter, as long as I can use him now. Hello, my name is Shuang. I extended my hand. Call me Magic Whale. I nodded and looked at the little magic whale. What about her? Don't you have that bastard Poseidon's artifact? Help her transform into a human. It's a small matter. I raised the trident and pointed it at the little magic whale. A flash of golden light appeared, and a dazed little girl appeared at the bottom of the sea. She had just transformed and was still not used to the water pressure. Her face turned red as she struggled until the demon emperor pulled her to his side to help her recover. Mommy, the little girl happily hugged the demon emperor's thigh. Just then, I heard a ding in my head. The sign-in reward had arrived, which was something called the Heart of the Ocean, along with a bunch of whale pearls. Looking at the little girl named Lan Fozi, a new plan instantly formed in my mind. Tangan, do you think you can outsmart me? Who the future sea god will be is up to me to decide. All right, let's all return to the Sun and Moon Empire. With a wave of my hand, I directly teleported this family of divine beasts back to the capital. I pointed to the towering god of War Tower and said to them, in the next few days, I'll introduce you to the Empire's top combat forces. But don't get your hopes up. Currently, only my teacher and Wang Dong'er have become gods. Wang Dong'er, the demon emperor, looked a bit puzzled. The imperial beast of the Star Do Great Forest has evolved into the Fate Divine Beast, I briefly explained. As for their daughter, Lan Fozi, I plan to hand her directly to Juzi, since she wanted children anyway. Here are 2 at once, the Ice Emperor and Lan Fozi. 2 little Lolas, how great. After settling them in, the urgent task was to reshuffle the rankings of the God of War Hall, with the addition of the Demon Emperor and the Demon Whale. We could completely integrate the Empire's forces and hold an internal tournament to see who the real top combat force was. Just as I was recruiting soldiers and preparing for a big fight, trouble was brewing at Shrek Academy. The Sea God Pavilion Master, Yin Xiaozhe, completely broke down after losing to us. He stood before the tombstones of past Pavilion Masters, utterly dejected, muttering, I lost. The trend is irreversible. Soul-guided devices have already surpassed Soul Masters. He felt that continuing to resist was pointless and was actually preparing to surrender. This infuriated the old folks in the pavilion. The Vice Master of the Sea God Pavilion, the one-armed Xuanzi, stepped forward and pointed at him, shouting, Xiaozhe, how can you have such thoughts? It seems I need to properly discipline you on behalf of Elder Mu. Yin Xiaozhe, though, stood his ground and calmly asked, "Then what should we do? Fight?" In the sky over Sea God Island, a battle was about to break out. The two directly tore their faces and agreed to a duel. Goodness. Was a civil war about to break out in Shrek? In the blink of an eye, Yin Xiaozhe and Xuanzi were already facing off. Yin Xiaozhe unleashed his martial soul's true form and unleashed the phoenix dance of 9 heavens. Let me tell you, the colors of the soul rings on him were all wrong. Several had turned into 10,000-year red. This guy had secretly taken the divine test and was madly leveling up. Xuanzi was not to be outdone either, launching his strongest 9th soul skill, conjuring a 1,000-meter mountain to smash down on Yin Xiaozhe. However, before the mountain even reached the ground, it was turned to ashes by Yin Xiaozhe's phoenix flames. Yin Xiaozhe sneered and shouted, "Laughable! Elder Xian, age is not a measure of strength. Let me give you a lesson today." He directly used Phoenix Nirvana, transforming into pure flames of light that swept toward Xuanzi. This momentum was no longer that of the gentle and refined Dean. He had completely transformed. Although Xuanzi was strong, he had no idea how outrageous Yin Xiaozhe's recent fortune had been, and he was about to suffer a huge loss. Meanwhile, on the side of the Sun Moon Empire, the new ranking list of the God of War Hall was officially released. First War God, the Guardian Divine Beast, the Fate Divine Beast Wang Dong'er. Her strength is undoubtedly the strongest in the Empire. Second War God, my teacher, the Rakshasa God Ye Xishui, having refined the entire Rakshasa secret realm. Her strength is also close to level 3 deity, wielding the Rakshasa demon scythe with explosive combat power. The third and fourth war gods were naturally the newly joined deep-sea demon whale king couple, the demon whale and the demon emperor. The fifth war god was the veteran powerhouse Long Xiaoyao. Connections like Jing Hongshen had long been pushed out of the picture. The sixth was the Holy Spirit Church leader Zhongli Wu, and let me tell you, this guy is also quite fierce with strength on par with Long Xiaoyao. But he was more reasonable and took the 6th place. Then came the connection holder Jing Hongshan, ranked 7th. The 8th was a royal representative named Su Wenfeng, who could still bounce around a bit due to his divine equipment. The rest were just super Douluos filling in the ranks with inadequate gear. Basically just a high-end combat force supplement. However, this was temporary. Once Yulin and the others returned, the rankings would undergo a major reshuffle. The scene shifted. And let me tell you, a high-end session was directly opened at the top of the God of War Tower. Ye Xishui asked Lin Shuang, "The evil emperor will be out in 10 days. Have you thought about how to deal with it?" Lin Shuang was remarkably calm, glancing at the big shots present. Ye Xishui, Wang Dong'er, the demon whale, and the demon emperor. These few were the real fighters. The others, including Kong Deming, a demigod, would probably just be cannon fodder in the upcoming divine battle. Lin Shuang slowly replied, "There's still 10 days. What's the rush?" But his next sentence, let me tell you, directly dropped the temperature in the room to freezing point. With a murderous look in his eyes, he said, "Pass my orders. Tell Yulin and the others that if the 3 great empires dare to resist, we will immediately bombard their imperial city with level 9 fixed soul-guided artillery shells. Don't hold back." Goodness, one called Xianzuan couldn't hold back and frowned, saying, "Isn't this too cruel?" Lin Shuang shot back, "Isn't we always like this? We are not saints. If they don't choose, we will force them to choose. A crushing victory is better than daily battles in the future. Only through unification can there be no war." He then changed the subject, saying, "Moreover, the evil emperor's goal is very clear. He is coming for us, destined to be an enemy." At this moment, an old man suddenly stood up. The previously mentioned royal representative Su Wenfeng, pointing at Lin Shuang and angrily saying, "Then I ask your majesty, why should our Sun Moon Empire collude with those evil soul masters from the Holy Spirit Church?" Damn, this old man is really brave. Lin Shuang was momentarily stunned, probably not expecting someone to be so fearless. Then his expression turned cold, and he said, "Old Su seems to have lost his mind. Someone, help him down to rest." He wanted to give the old man some face, but the old man went completely crazy, shouting, "Nonsense. The Holy Spirit Church is evil and harmful. It deserves to be punished by everyone. You, as the emperor, have lost the people's support, and in the future, you will be criticized by later generations." I tell you, Lin Shuang was so angry that he laughed, holding his forehead and saying, "No way, sir. People in the future are cursing me. I'm almost a god. How does the evaluation of mortals concern me? Even if I die, the world will be flooded. What does it have to do with me?" He suddenly stood up, and in that moment, his madness could no longer be concealed. His blood-red hair paired with those blood-colored and purple, was incredibly enchanting. A flash of golden light appeared in his eyes, and Su Wenfeng's soul power was instantly locked. With a wave of Lin Shuang's hand, the set of sun god armor on the old man flew into Lin Shuang's hands. Pull him down. Lin Shuang's voice was as cold as ice. Injecting the maximum dose of the evil tyrant's mental toxin, then locking him in the star prison. Damn, this is to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Seeing the people below panicking, Lin Shuang began to paint a big picture. He said lightly, I have other arrangements for the evil soul masters. I guarantee that in 10 years, there won't be a single evil soul master on this continent. The Holy Spirit leader, Zhongli Wu, stood up immediately, his gaze demanding an explanation from Lin Shuang. Lin Shuang remained unperturbed and continued. This world is not just Douluo Continent. There are also teleportation portals to other worlds. The cultivation method of evil soul masters is cruel, but what if their cultivation materials are demons and monsters from other worlds? Wouldn't they then become the vanguard of conquering other worlds and the heroes of the entire world? Upon hearing this, everyone erupted. Kong Deming couldn't help but ask, Are you serious? Of course, Lin Shuang dropped a bombshell. My disciple Hu Hao, his martial soul comes from the seed of the demon plane and can open the gates of hell. At that time, if we devour that demon plane, the entire continent can level up, and all of you limit Douluos will have the chance to become gods. The last sentence was directed at Zhongli Wu, meaning you can rest assured, there will be plenty of places for you to level up in the future. After painting the big picture, he returned to the main topic. Rather than wait for that evil emperor to come out, I prefer to take the initiative. The plan was as follows. He tapped the table. Within 7 days, I want to see the surrender documents from the 3 major empires. On the 8th day, the Douluo Continent will officially be renamed the Sun and Moon Continent. On the 9th day, we will launch a full-scale attack and raid the evil demon forest. He named a few people. At that time, I, my teacher, Wang Xiao, the demon whale, and the demon emperor will go. The others will stay home. Long Xiaoyao protested. I'm also a demigod. Why shouldn't I go? Ye Xishui directly pressed him down. With your level of strength, going is just giving it away. Lin Shuang ignored their bickering and directly issued orders. For safety's sake, teacher, Xiaoer, demon whale, and demon emperor, the 4 of you will now go to the 3 major empires and Shrek Academy to force them to surrender immediately. He finally let slip a crucial point. Let me tell you, this matter is very important. Once they surrender, the luck of the continent will soar. Xiaoer is the guardian divine beast. The stronger the luck, the more powerful she becomes. By then, her strength will at least be able to match the evil emperor in an arm wrestling contest. And my fate is linked with hers. As she becomes stronger, I will also become stronger, and I can directly complete my 9th trial to become god. Leave it to us. The demon whale and the demon emperor said little, their figures flickering before disappearing. Ye Xishui also dragged the unwilling Long Xiaoyao away. Wang Xiaoer winked at Lin Shuang and also teleported away. I have to tell you, the efficiency is incredible. For deities set out, and in less than half a day, everyone returned. Lin Shuang was amazed. So fast? Wang Xiaoer smiled and said, when deities come to the door, how could they dare to resist? They directly controlled their emperor, whether they wanted to or not. They had to submit. The demon whale was even more straightforward. The Xingluo Empire was already on the brink of collapse. Once I went over, they submitted in seconds. The demon emperor was the most ruthless, simply stating a few words. I killed the crown prince of the Doling Empire and the guardian Douluo. Good heavens. That was a classic example of killing the chicken to scare the monkey Pro Max version. Wang Xiaoer casually tossed 3 surrender edicts sealed with the imperial jade seal, along with the 3 country seals themselves, to Lin Shuang. Upon receiving the items, Lin Shuang immediately used spatial power to return to the palace, covering the entire city with his mental power, issuing a death order. All senior officials gather at the Ming Palace for a meeting within 10 minutes. Anyone late will be sent directly to the Star Prison. When everyone arrived, Lin Shuang sat on the throne, directly levitating the 3 surrender documents and seals in the air, causing an uproar in the hall. He picked up a pen and wrote a new edict, sealing it with his own jade seal, then announced loudly, starting today, the Douluo Continent will be renamed the Sun and Moon Continent. The original 3 great empires will be changed to principalities, hereditary without replacement, and will offer tributes every year. The moment he finished reading, Tangya, the leader of the Tang sect, was the first to shout, Long live your majesty. May the sun and moon last forever. Instantly, everyone below knelt down, creating a wave of applause. At that moment, I tell you, the heavens changed. The entire sky above Ming's city turned dark purple, and with a crack, something seemed to shatter on Lin Shuang's body. Endless destructive divine power poured into him like it was free. Below his feet, on the 9 blood-red soul rings, with a bang, another purple-golden divine ring appeared. The destruction divine ring. He soared into the air, reached level 100 and became a deity. But that wasn't the end, because with the unification of the continent, Wang Dong'er, as the guardian divine beast, saw her power skyrocket to the peak of level 3, and Lin Shuang, bound by fate to her, leaped from just becoming a level 3 deity to a level 2 deity. This upgrade speed was simply cheating. What is the first thing to do after becoming a deity? Recruit people. No, it's to find someone to fight. Lin Shuang transformed into the purple radiant destruction dragon and shouted at the evil demon forest. Evil Emperor, come out for a battle. A purple light shot up from the forest, and the evil emperor appeared. Lin Shuang returned to human form, a smirk on his lips, full of sarcasm. Are you here, Dai? The two skipped the small talk and directly began to fight. Deities battling, elements flying everywhere. As they fought, their skills clashed, and with a bang, they unexpectedly created a mini black hole. The entire evil demon forest was instantly sucked away and evaporated in a matter of seconds. Folks, who understands? Not even a map editor could do it that fast. Then the two fought for 5 days and nights above the original ruins, neither able to gain the upper hand. Seeing this wasn't going to work, the evil emperor started to talk his way out. Brother, we have no major grievances. Why don't we just stop here and go to the divine realm together to be the top dogs? Lin Shuang replied. Sure, you take my last move. If you can catch it, I'll let you go. He directly unleashed an ultimate move, destruction of heaven and earth, a massive black thunderball, carrying the ultimate intent of destruction. Charge forward. The evil emperor also risked everything, unleashing all his divine power to cast a 7-color divine light, managing to withstand this move. Wang Dong'er timely intervened, blocking the terrifying aftermath of their battle. Just as the evil emperor let out a sigh of relief, thinking it was over, I tell you. That was Lin Shuang's trump card. Exhausted of mental power, he didn't even notice a purple-black scythe appear behind him, piercing directly through his heart. Wang Dong'er had somehow teleported to Lin Shuang's side, and the two held hands tightly. Fate binding. Their figures seemed to merge into a beam of light. Golden light instantly enveloping the evil goddess body, a massive black dragon claw emerging from behind him, slamming down hard. When that claw came down, I tell you, it was clean and swift, directly smashing the evil god's head into a mushy mess. This matter, we have to thank my brother Long Xiaotao. His final challenge in the Dark 9 trials was to kill a deity. Good heavens, he exceeded his KPI, and with that, it was unjust for him not to become a deity. To be honest, the evil god was indeed unfortunate. He had previously unleashed his ultimate move, Elemental Annihilation, depleting his blue bar, then was backstabbed by Ye Xishui, and was bound tightly by Wang Dong'er and me using the powers of fate. He was like a fish on the chopping board, unable to fight back, let alone move a finger. As the dragon head shattered, his life bar plummeted. But under the wraps of our fate power, while his body melted, his core essence was firmly locked in place. We controlled the power of fate, directly compressing and packaging his essence into his sword, the evil god sword. Then I took out a scroll, a newly developed level 10 soul guide device by the Empire, with a powerful name, the God Sealing List. I brushed the evil god sword with the golden light formed by my fusion with Dong'er, coating it with a layer of gold, and only then did we turn back into two people. The compatibility between us is truly indescribable, 100%, folks. Our skills can even merge together, resulting in a combo that sealed the fate and completely locked away the power within the evil god sword. I took the God Sealing List and put the sword away, then handed it directly to Dong'er. Dong'er then pulled out a golden, wordless heavenly book, pressed the God Sealing List onto it, and the scroll directly merged into the pages, transforming into a painting. I looked and exclaimed, "Hey, it worked!" As soon as I relaxed my mood, the purple hair that had been stained by the power of destruction slowly faded back to its original blood-red color. I pondered that my state of being a dual god with Dong'er was truly impressive, but unfortunately, it wasn't permanent. Just as this thought crossed my mind, the killing soul core within me began to hum, and the Azura divine power surged out like a floodgate being opened. The 6 black and 3 red soul rings beneath my feet all appeared with a loud bang, each coated in a layer of bloodlight. What does this indicate? My soul skills have all upgraded to divine skills. In the next second, I felt someone in the background activating a cheat for me. Goodness. It was Tang San from the Divine Realm. From a distance of 100,000 miles, he remotely transmitted power to me, forcibly maturing my killing soul core into an Azura divine core. The blood light on the 9 soul rings beneath my feet became increasingly intense. And finally, with a loud bang, they merged into a blood-red divine ring. Over in the Divine Realm, Tang San had just leveled up as well. With the expansion of the Divine Realm, all gods became stronger. He casually leaked a bit of divine power to me, as if granting me a super membership, and my realm shot up from a second-level god to a first-level god. I told you, the sky over the entire continent suddenly turned blood-red, and that oppressive aura could be felt by everyone. I clenched my fist. Is this the power of a first-level god? If I were to fight that evil god again, it wouldn't be so strenuous anymore. With the Shura sword, I could just strike him down in one blow. But the result was less than 3 seconds of glory before the power within me suddenly turned against itself. The Shura divine power and the destruction divine power were directly at odds within my body, neither side willing to give in, almost tearing me apart. Let's go. Without hesitation, I teleported to Chioer's side and dragged her away. Who could save me in this situation? Only Chioer. Her fate power is the purest, the only force that can serve as a mediator for me. Our figures flashed and disappeared. Only Ye Xishui was left on the spot, looking at the evil demon forest we had turned into a white wasteland, feeling emotional when suddenly he noticed, hey, it seemed there was a deep pit in the ruins, and there was a hint of purple light in the pit. On the other side, I rushed into the Ming Palace with Chioer, not even having time to activate the mental shielding, and pressed her onto the bed. Chioer understood me, her eyes full of expectation, and she actively cooperated. Who understands a family? At times like this, only deep communication can save lives. Chioer's true form is the Golden Saint Dragon King, and her physical quality is outstanding. Only she could withstand my current state. Sure enough, as our fate powers merged, the 2 big guys that were fighting inside me instantly calmed down, soothed into submission. This fate power is simply like universal glue, capable of stabilizing everything. We practiced for a full 3 days and nights, and with a ding, Wang Chioer's level broke through to second-level god. Just then, 2 video calls suddenly popped up in my spiritual world. One from Tang San and the other from the God of Destruction. Tang San got straight to the point. The Silver Dragon King has broken through to the God King level. What do you plan to do? I frowned at that moment. God King, this is not something to joke about. Although I am currently a level 1 god, these 3 supreme artifacts on me, the Shura sword, the Destruction staff, and the Trident of the Sea God, are all borrowed. I'm just a pure experience card player. I thought for a moment and said, I'll return the Azura sword to you. It doesn't serve much purpose for me right now, but I kept a close eye, secretly taking the Azura sword sheath that was given as a reward for signing in. Tang San didn't know about this. Tang San nodded and then said, okay, we've discussed it with Destruction and are ready to take down the Golden Dragon King, allowing the Silver Dragon King to absorb the Dragon Core and become the 2nd-generation Dragon God to face future crises. I said again, the Sea God's Trident is still useful to me, and I will return the Destruction staff to the God of Destruction as well. The God of Destruction's consciousness emerged. Okay, but I have a treasure here just right to give to you. As he spoke, the Destruction staff in my sea of consciousness transformed with a bang into a large hammer engraved with Destruction runes, which will henceforth be called the Hammer of Destruction. Tang San retracted the Shura sword, and his consciousness disappeared. Before the God of Destruction left, he sent me a private message with just 4 words, be careful of Tang San. Then his consciousness withdrew as well. Meanwhile, at Shrek Academy, the newly appointed Sea God Pavilion Master, Zhang Lexuan, looked at the blood-red effects I created in the sky as I ascended to godhood, completely stunned. She was all alone, with no one by her side, and could only bitterly smile at the ancient golden tree. Even Ling'er and the others have left. This version ultimately belongs to the Lin family. The scene shifted back to the Ming Palace Hall, where the situation was settled, and Orange was now handling most of the political affairs for me. I sat on the throne, looking at a man sitting on the steps below. Who was this person? Yin Xiaozhe, the former Sea God Pavilion Master of Shrek Academy. I directly mocked him. Oh, Master Nephew, did you ever expect that we would meet one day as ruler and subject? He was also disheartened. The old stubborn folks at Shrek were unyielding, and he had long wanted to switch jobs. I painted a big picture for him. Don't think about that broken Shrek anymore. I will invest in you. You can start anew and establish the Sun and Moon Royal Advanced Soulmaster Academy, and completely crush Shrek. Follow me, and the path to godhood will be wide open for you. Upon hearing this, Yin Xiaozhe's eyes lit up, and he agreed on the spot. Just as he left, someone crawled out from under the table. Orange glared at me with a flushed face, as she had dared not move while Yin Xiaozhe was present. A few days later, the princesses sent by the 3 great duchies arrived in the Ming capital. Su Juzhou from Xingluo was 20 years old, quite pragmatic and not very interesting. Weina from Tianhun was 15 years old, with twin martial souls, carrying the broken feelings of a deposed princess. I couldn't help but tease her a little, but the young girl was quite resilient. The most explosive arrival was from the Douling Empire, which sent a woman in her 30s, the wife of the Xinming sect master, and the mother of Su Sanshi from the last competition, Shuang. Goodness, this identity is too interesting. Her husband and son both died at the hands of our Sun and Moon Empire. I watched her and pointed to the spot on the table where the orange had accidentally spilled, mixed with some other stuff, emitting a pungent smell. I said expressionlessly, "Lick it clean." Shuang's face stiffened, but she still obediently bent down. I looked at her and directly activated my Eye of Fate, a streak of golden light shining on her. Goodness, this woman was hiding a big secret. I couldn't help but laugh. It turns out that the weakest Douling Empire still had a family heirloom hidden away, a broken staff left behind by the Wuhuan Temple 1,000 years ago, which had a bit of divine power from the Rakshasa god on it. Did they really think they could turn the tide with this? It was simply wishful thinking. I waved at the other 2 princesses. "You 2 go out first." Once they left, I leaned back on the throne and beckoned to the snow spirit, who had cleaned the table. "Come, do everything you can to please me." The scene shifted to the underground secret chamber of the spirit palace, where the old emperor, Shui Tianyi, was excitedly stroking a golden scepter on the altar. The top of the scepter was set with a purple crystal exuding an evil aura. He had no idea that his daughter was currently in my palace, and the trump card he was so proud of was nothing but a joke in my eyes. He clutched the scepter that had been used by the Pope of the Spirit Hall thousands of years ago and laughed maniacally. AI Studio filtered your request content and could not generate a reply. Please change the content and try again. AI Studio went silent on me. Let me tell you, 1 second it was calm, and the next second, the extreme north exploded. The Snow Empress, our Ice Queen, was fighting with an old relic that popped out from who knows where. This guy is called Bing Pe, said to be the old Ice Emperor from 300,000 years ago, who was personally taken down by the Snow Empress back in the day. Who understands this relationship? It's a classic love-hate dynamic, literally wanting to devour each other as experience packs. Old Bing Pe also had some tricks up his sleeve, naturally immune to all ice-type damage. The Snow Empress's skills hitting him felt like a mere scraping. He was quite pleased with himself, but guess what? The Snow Empress didn't even bother with elemental magic. She directly pulled out her divine artifact, the thing called the Blessing of the Ice Goddess. Goodness, that was not a scepter. It was a space jumper. In a flash, the Snow Empress closed in on Bing Pe, who was left dumbfounded, not even reacting in time. With a whoosh, the Ice Goddess's scepter gave him a chilling experience. Before he died, this guy was still tough, mocking wildly, saying that soul beasts becoming gods was a joke, and that even in the divine realm, they would have to be pets of the big shots, haha. Well, the next second, he turned into a mist and was completely absorbed. On the Snow Empress's side, after absorbing the experience pack, she ascended on the spot, becoming a second-level god in 1 step. But here's the interesting part. The Ice Goddess's scepter in her hand and a newly emerged Ice Goddess's sword represented 2 aspects of the Ice Goddess's power. One was the human form's power, and the other was the soul beast form. As a soul beast, the Snow Empress could only inherit the Ice Goddess's sword, while that scepter zoomed away on its own. Can you guess where it went? It flew straight into the arms of our silly, sweet Ice Empress. My silly daughter, the Ice Empress, saw the scepter return, and with the Snow Empress gone, she immediately imagined a dramatic 8 o'clock sob story, clutching the scepter and crying loudly, "Oh, Snow Maiden, you died so tragically. Don't worry, I will avenge you." I can only say this top-level understanding is truly impressive. While the Ice Empress was still mourning, our male lead, Lin Shuang, had already started his career. He collected what needed to be collected in the harem, gave out the treasures that needed to be given, and after leveling the playing field, he directly teleported to the Star-Do Great Forest, targeting Silver Dragon King Gu Yuna. Let me tell you, his first meeting with Gu Yuna was simply an epic cringeworthy conversation. He started off by bragging, saying he was the destined child and that the world existed because of him. The aura of his Chinibu was almost overflowing from the screen. Gu Yuna looked at him like he was a fool who had escaped from a mental hospital without a case file, without saying a word. She raised her hand and thrust a silver dragon spear at him. Just when it seemed like things were going to go wrong, Shuang began to speak normally. He revealed Tang San's mad plan to turn the entire continent into a new divine realm, and then started painting a grand vision, instead of trusting him. Why not follow me? I will lead you, soul beasts, to rise up and rebuild your home. In the future, new divine realm. I will reserve the position of the God King for you. He even went through a list of his wife, apprentice, and beloved confidant. Each one a candidate for the God King. It was like he was seeking investors. Guyena wasn't too foolish either. She directly asked the most critical question, what about the soul rings? How to resolve the conflict between humans and soul beasts? Shuang chuckled and summoned his soul spirit, the earth dragon Golden Melon. As soon as that melon saw Guyena, it was so intimidated by her dragon bloodline that its legs went soft and it hid behind Shuang. Shuang pointed at it and said, see, this is the soul spirit technology. In the future, soul masters 1T have to kill soul beasts to level up anymore. The offer was too tempting, and ultimately, Guyena was swayed by his words, mainly because she trusted Wang Dong'er. The two of them reached a cooperation. Guyena even set a KPI for him, demanding that he must cultivate to the God King level within 10 years, and then they would go to the divine realm to do big things together. After the deal was done, Shuang, being a person of principle, directly terminated the contract with the Earth Dragon Golden Melon and even gave it a super boost, gifting it power and an external soul bone, forcing a 10,000-year plant-type soul beast to mature into a level 3 god, renaming it the Destruction God Melon. I can only say, being with the right big brother means there's meat to eat, and this melon directly reached its peak. Just as he wrapped up with the Silver Dragon King, Shuang turned around and sensed divine power fluctuations coming from Shrek Academy. He rushed over to see, good heavens. It was the Sea God Pavilion Master Zhang Lexuan, who was preparing to ascend to the divine realm. Then, folks, the next move was something I really couldn't understand. Shuang, without saying a word, directly pulled out an item called the Mind Gem and immediately controlled her. He took her to the Sea God Pavilion, the most sacred meeting room in Shrek, and then signed her in right there. I really have to thank him. This move highlights that although I am the protagonist, I really don't adhere to human norms. More than 3 hours later, it was done. Zhang Lexuan, being tough, didn't cry when she woke up. The first thing she did was negotiate for compensation. Shuang was generous, promising her a divine-level treasure called the Tangan Star Core, which would help her become a big shot after she ascended. Zhang Lexuan heard this and thought, fine, this deal, isn't a loss. This mental fortitude, I would call her the strongest workplace woman in 2025. Having sorted everything out, Shuang stood outside Shrek City, filled with emotions. 2 years ago, he came here as a little soul emperor, and now he was already a big shot who could easily handle demigods. This upgrade speed was faster than riding a rocket. He didn't go to find Tang Wudong and the others this time, probably feeling that the timing wasn't right. Anyway, the necessary tasks were completed, and he just slipped away. As for the Tangan Star Core, he promised Zhang Lexuan it could actually be used by Kong Deming as well. But there were risks for him to fuse it. Moreover, Old Kong was currently brewing a big move, having made a new breakthrough in soul guide research. Once successful, it would truly be an existence capable of wrestling with deities. Anyway, while Old Kong was holding back his big move, I wasn't idle either, directly teleporting to the Xingluo Empire, heading straight for Haotian sect. I'm just trying to test the waters here. That Tang San is really cunning. Who knows what traps he has set back in his hometown. If one day I end up clashing with him, and the Haotian sect gives me a blow from behind, that would be really annoying. But guess what? As soon as I arrived, I was completely thrown off. Tang San's father, the legendary Tang Hao, can you believe it? He was just sitting there drinking tea. Not only him, but my former little brother Tang Feng has also upgraded. He actually got some kind of destruction god's inheritance and is now pursuing the divine exam. As soon as I saw the situation, I had an idea in my mind. The Haotian sect is now dominated by the older generation, and the sect leader Tang Yuan treats Tang Hao with utmost respect. However, this kid Tang Feng had a look in his eyes that says he is not convinced. Hey, this is promising. I immediately transformed into an Oscar-winning actor, engaging in a round of mutual flattery, putting the title of the world's #1 sect on their heads. My little plan was already clicking away in my mind. Master and apprentice turning against each other, slaying their ancestors. This script is intense. I hypocritically invited them out of the mountains, then slipped away, hiding my achievements and fame. As soon as I left, they really started performing. Tang Feng confronted his teacher, asking why he suddenly became a sycophant for Tang San. His teacher, Tang Yuan, was also a tough character. In a fit of anger, he expelled him from the sect. But who understands the family dynamics? This was a strategy of self-sacrifice. Tang Yuan was forced by that old man Tang Hao and had no choice but to openly dismiss his disciple while secretly protecting his life, hoping he would go out and develop in secret, expecting him to return and clear the throne after inheriting the divine position. This maneuver was simply convoluted and intricate. I finished my business and returned to Mingdu, casually strolling down the street when I spotted a familiar figure. Upon closer inspection, it was Zhang Nan, the same girl I had forced to clock in for over a month. Without hesitation, I approached her from behind and gave her a bear hug, whispering in her ear, "Long time no see." She immediately softened and slumped into my arms. As a result, the little dance spirit within her instantly exploded, chattering in my ear, calling me a scumbag and praising her third brother for being so great. I couldn't help but laugh. Really? I casually apologized to Zhang Nan while using a bit of fate power to silence the little dance spirit, making her a spectator in the mental sea, telling her to watch and learn. Then, I directly princess carried her and teleported back to the palace, tossing her onto the bed. She asked me what I wanted to do, and I replied, "Of course, I want to do you." Folks, it was that straightforward, emphasizing authenticity. She couldn't resist, only glaring at me coldly. But that little gaze excited me even more. After it was over, I pinched her, saying her physical condition had improved quite a bit. Before, she would be crying and begging for mercy after an hour, but now it took almost 2 hours for the tears to start. She still stubbornly claimed that I only used force. I nodded directly, "Yeah, survival of the fittest. Isn't that the truth of the world?" I casually conferred her the title of one of the 9 concubines. She had to accept it whether she liked it or not. As I was leaving, she said she didn't want it, but her eyes were stealing glances, and her face was flushed. Little did she know, I could see everything clearly with my mental probing. After handling this, I slipped over to Lexuan's place. This girl had been brainwashed by me before and was utterly loyal. As soon as I sat down, she quickly stripped herself bare, ready to get to work. I, on the other hand, simply refused to let things go. I held her close and leisurely asked, "What do you think about your son's former beloved woman now being your sister?" Guess what she said? She said her most beloved son must be the one who will bear children for me in the future. I couldn't help but laugh. The royal family is truly heartless. So, I took out a golden gem, and with a ding I restored her mind. Her first reaction upon waking up was to bite me, but unfortunately, she couldn't break through my defenses. Did she despair? Did you think she wanted to end it all? Wrong. This girl is tough. She actually crawled over to continue, and even set conditions, asking me to help her annihilate the entire Doling royal family. I thought this deal wouldn't be a loss. So I agreed to the extermination of the clan, but there had to be a queue for having children, and Dream Hongshan had to be the first. Then, right in front of me, she changed into a set of, those who understand know the kind of gear like sheer outfits, flesh-colored stockings, and a foxtail. Wow, who could resist that? We had a blast for 2 years, but I hit a bottleneck in my strength. After all, we were in the mortal realm, which is understandable. However, the younger generation shot up like they were on rockets, and Wu Ming directly became a sun god. Unfortunately, that girl Ling'er gave up on the 9 tests of life for the martial soul left by her mother, which is really a pity. Especially my queen, Dream Hongshan, who was stuck at level 80 and couldn't advance because she lacked a suitable soul ring. How could I let her suffer this humiliation? I took her directly to dig in the old dragon's nest. We first showed some courtesy and found the silver dragon king Guyuna in the Stardow forest and greeted her. I said I wanted to use the bones of the Ice Fire Dragon King to create a living being for your sister Hongshan, and I needed her help. When it comes to fighting in the God Realm, I'll protect her. Guyuna was also straightforward. Upon hearing this good news, she immediately agreed. We teleported to the Ice Fire 2 Element Eye, and with a wave of her jade hand, 2 huge dragon bones flew out from the bottom of the spring, along with 2 shining dragon cores. What's even more impressive is that the Dragon King still had residual souls, which could be turned into soul spirits. I casually shared the soul spirit technology with her. It's all about win-win cooperation. Then came the main event. Guyuna personally took action and forcefully stuffed the 2 dragon cores into Dream Hongshan's body. The process was so painful to watch, as 2 forces crashed around inside her like a demolition team. But the effect was explosive. Dream Hongshan's martial soul directly evolved, shattered, and then fused into her body. The soul rings under her feet shattered with a bang, and then she soared into the air, transforming into a magnificent ice dragon. And after a while, she turned into a fire dragon. She was no longer human. She directly transformed into a fusion of the Ice Fire Dragon Kings. Her strength skyrocketed from level 80, Soul Saint to over level 95 Super Douluo in an instant. And let me tell you, this was just the beginning. Dream Hongqian's entire underlying code was rewritten, directly binding her martial soul to her physical body, allowing her to switch between the Ice Dragon King and Fire Dragon King forms with a single click, smooth as can be. She could no longer be considered purely human. Her bloodline purity was almost on par with that of the Dragon Clan's princess. Just then, 3 beams of light flew out from her body, which were her previous 3 soul spirits: octagonal profound ice grass, fiery apricot blossom, and an incredibly impressive Zhuqing ice toad. I have to say, these 3 are quite sensible. As soon as they saw Meng Hongqian's configuration, it was completely maxed out, almost incompatible with the system. Their attribute bonuses are simply a burden. If they stay any longer, they might turn into bugs. So without hesitation, they packed up the soul bones they were given and took them away, saying goodbye for now. Especially that Zhuqing Bingshan. It had previously helped Meng Hongqian gather a soul core. But now Meng Hongqian has the original top-tier dual-core processor of the Ice Fire Dragon King inside her. How powerful is that bloodline? It's on the same level as the Golden Saint Dragon King Wang Dong'er, only below the Silver Dragon King Guiyuna. So for Zhuqing Bingshan, this bloodline is just an impurity that must be eliminated. Guess what happened next? Once these 3 soul spirits emerged, hey, the fortune finally came to them. They soared alongside Meng Hongqian, practically hitching a ride on the strongest experience pack in history. That octagonal Xianbing grass directly transformed into a blue-haired handsome guy. All its power restructured and formatted by the Ice Dragon King's divine power, instantly becoming a deity and reaching the level of a priest. The Fire Peach Blossom also became a deity, thanks to the power of the Fire Dragon King. Family, who understands? It's truly one person achieving the Tao. And even the chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. But the one who gained the most has to be that toad. Oh no, it can't be called a toad anymore. When it left, it casually took away the soul core it had helped Meng Hongqian condense, which means it helped Meng Hongqian complete the final system cleanup. Plus, Meng Hongqian already had many original Dragon Clan parts, so the entire transformation process was incredibly smooth. Zhuqing Bingshan, being the core plugin, received the most benefits, and it tapped into the powers of both the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings. Now, its original body has directly evolved into the Ice Fire Dragon Toad. Its realm is also that of a priest, but it's worth 2, mastering the ultimate powers of both ice and fire simultaneously. In the next moment, this toad transformed into a stunning beauty, looking about 60 to 70% like Meng Hongqian, almost like a mature version of her in the future. She named herself Xiao Meng and then turned around, hugging my arm, sweetly asking me, "Master, do you think I've developed well now?" I was stunned at that moment. Wow, this size is indeed magnificent, comparable to Ling'er. However, our attention was quickly drawn back, as there was another situation with Meng Hongqian. A flash of dark green light erupted from her chest, and then a bone was forcefully expelled from her body. It was the skeletal remains of the infernal poison dragon. Even though it was a dragon bone, as long as it wasn't from the Ice Fire Dragon King, it would be rejected, directly expelled. As soon as the bone emerged, Meng Hongqian let out a scream, her body radiating a chaotic mix of red and blue light, making my heart ache. Next to me, Guiyuna remained calm and said, "Don't worry, this is the power of the Ice Fire Dragon King merging. After all, they are 2 great Dragon Kings, and inheriting their power isn't that simple. But to be honest, I didn't expect her to use her own body as a vessel in the end. This way, she could fully inherit all the powers. But the cost was that the real Ice Fire Dragon King would be gone forever." As soon as she finished speaking, I saw 2 dragon souls flying out from Meng Hongqian's body. It was the last remnants of the Ice Fire Dragon King's consciousness. They each dove into their respective skeletal remains, and then the 2 massive dragon bones began to fuse together with a series of cracking sounds, ultimately transforming into a complete set of humanoid skeletal divine armor, which integrated into Meng Hongqian's body. This divine armor even included dragon horns and dragon wings, meant to help her bear this world-destroying power. Immediately after, 2 more dragon souls flew out from her arms. These were the true dragon cores of the Ice Fire Dragon King. As soon as they appeared, they knelt before Guiyuna in utmost respect, saying, "Master, we can no longer accompany you in battle. She will inherit our power and become the strongest Dragon King." After saying that, the 2 dragon souls exploded. With a loud bang, the light engulfed everything. This was a sacrifice of divine beast level. They packed everything, life, power, will, into a gift for Meng Hongqian. The seal that Gu Yuna had set up shattered instantly, and all the energy from the ice-fire duality I was drained, surging madly into Meng Hongshan's body. Unfortunately, they'd been dead for too long, and their energy loss was severe. Even though they were top-tier level 1 gods in life, their combined power barely pushed Meng Hongshan to the threshold of a level 1 god. That's right, Meng Hongshan has become a god. A level 1 god. On this continent now, there are only 3 of us, me, Gu Yuna, and her, all level 1 gods. As the light faded, Meng Hongshan was still as beautiful as ever, but her aura had completely changed, exuding a celestial presence that looked down on everyone as if they were mere mortals. The first thing she said when she opened her eyes was, "Shuang, I can help you again." After saying that, she directly leaped into my arms. Of course, I was incredibly happy, holding her in my arms, while the newly transformed Xiaoming pouted beside us, her eyes filled with envy. Gu Yuna was on the other side, her expression a bit subtle. After all, this strong individual was the result of the complete demise of her 2 former subordinates, yet the person only had eyes for me. With no regard for her, the old leader. Ahem, this place is already ruined, we should leave. Gu Yuna reminded us. The energy of the ice and fire duality springs has been drained. It's already a useless spring. I nodded, took Dream Hongshan's hand, and looked at Xiaoming and the others. These 3 are also divine now. Although they're only the lowest level priests, they are extraordinary. I asked them, "Do you have any plans for the future?" Ba Jiao and Jiao Jiao shook their heads, while Xiaoming directly said, "What is there to ask? Of course, we'll stick with you." All right. I waved my hand and instantly transported them to the core area of the starry forest, next to the Lake of Life. As soon as we arrived, Emperor Tian led a group of fierce beasts to kneel down, bowing to Dream Hongshan. Subordinate greets the Ice Fire Dragon King. Dream Hongshan merely nodded lightly, telling her to get up. Although she inherited power and legacy, she is clear in her heart that the identity of the Dragon King is illusory. Only I am the most important, primarily for companionship. Just then, I heard a ding in my head. The system prompt came. "Congratulations, host, for signing in the Silver Dragon King, Gu Yuna. Reward, Super Artifact, Rising Dragon Pillar." Damn, the Ascending Dragon Pillar. The divine artifact of the Dragon God from back in the day. It's even more powerful than the ones held by the 5 great God Kings. Without saying a word, I took out the pillar and handed it to Gu Yuna. She was instantly stunned. This is... As soon as this thing appeared, the pressure emanating from the peak of the bloodline made all living beings present, except for me, Gu Yuna, and Meng Hongshan, including those who had just become gods, tremble in fear and fall to the ground. Gu Yuna smiled excitedly and absorbed the ascending dragon pillar into her body. "We left first. See you in the divine realm." I held Meng Hongshan and took Xiaoming and the other 2 directly out of the Stardow Forest. Gu Yuna watched our disappearing figures and murmured, "The heart of the dragon god, the ascending dragon pillar. I just need the divine core within the golden dragon king, and I can become the dragon god." After saying that, she transformed into a giant silver dragon and dove into the lake of life to enter seclusion. We directly returned to my palace in Mingdu. Meng Hongshan is now a level 1 deity. Her body is in great shape, and having a baby is definitely without risk. So, the 2 of us indulged in each other in the palace for a whole week. Goodness, her physique is now vastly improved, and she can actually spar with me back and forth. After 7 days, we finally crawled out of bed, utterly exhausted, and her belly was slightly bulging. After settling things with Meng Hongshan, I hurriedly went to Mo Ran. This girl has great potential as well, and I just happened to have the source of the evil god in my hands, ready to let her inherit it, allowing her to step directly into the position of a main god in the divine realm. I suddenly appeared in her room, and the long-legged goddess was stunned at that moment. After realizing what was happening, she let out a sharp scream and hurriedly tried to bow to me. I quickly supported her, helping her sit on the edge of the bed, and shared my plan with her. I told her that I had the essence of the evil god, which could allow her martial soul to directly evolve into the top-tier evil tyrant ruler, paving a smooth path for her to become a god in the future. Upon hearing this, the girl's eyes lit up. Really? I looked at her cute and silly appearance, and my heart moved as well. Unfortunately, I had just consumed too much energy and really felt unable to do anything. I asked her to sit cross-legged and prepared to help her merge. As a result, I suddenly remembered, damn, the evil god sword is with Wang Xiaotao. As soon as I thought of it, Wang Xiaotao appeared in the palace with a golden light, giving me a glance. "Really? Did you forget the things I have here?" She took out the Book of Destiny, then pulled out a divine sealing list from it, and finally retrieved the purple evil god sword from the divine sealing list. The divine sealing list shattered due to the energy being exhausted from sealing that thing, but no one cared. We both used our divine power of destiny to grip the evil god sword, forcibly extracting a mass of purple evil god essence. The evil aura instantly filled the entire room. Together, we compressed this essence to the size of a longan and forced it into Mo Ranstantion, directly condensing an evil god soul core for her and applying layer upon layer of seals with our divine power of destiny. Once she gradually unseals it in the future, she will completely become an evil god. The golden light descended, and the evil god sword flew into Mo Rant's spiritual sea. The phantom of the evil eye overlord emerged behind her, with more and more tentacles appearing and their color deepening. Her martial soul was wildly evolving. When she opened her eyes again, a blood-red soul ring appeared beneath her feet. She felt it herself. The current her could easily kill 10 of her previous selves. I smiled and said to her, "From now on, you are the future evil god. Within 5 years, you will become a deity." After giving her a kiss, I left with Wang Dong'er. The next target was to see Ling'er. I was planning to go ahead and set up a layout in the divine realm, preparing to take Wang Dong'er and a few others like Meng Hongchen along. But just as we were about to teleport, the space was suddenly cut off. We fell into a pure white world. A woman with golden hair and a white robe stood there. Behind her was the huge silhouette of a six-winged angel, holding the angelic holy sword in her hand. I recognized her at once. The god of angels, Qianren Xue. She pointed her sword at me and coldly asked, "You have an evil aura about you. You are Tang San's rival, aren't you?" It seemed like she was about to attack. Before I could speak, a flash of purple appeared, and Bibi Dong suddenly appeared between us. She looked at Qianren Xue and said, "Come back to the god realm with me." Qianren Xue frowned. "Why? I want to kill him." Bibi Dong sneered, "To resurrect that man. You betrayed your own faith and created a demon with your own hands, didn't you?" Qianren Xue fell silent, and after a cold snort, her figure vanished. Bibi Dong disappeared as well, as if it were an illusion. By the time we regained our senses, we had already appeared in Ling'er's palace. Ling'er, who was only 17, was already a titled Douluo, known as the Holy Spirit, and was the newly appointed leader of the Spear Hall. As soon as she saw me, she rushed into my arms like a little girl, acting spoiled. Looking at her, I felt a sense of guilt. I suddenly said, "I'm sorry, I have to leave for a while." She was in my arms, and her eyes instantly turned red. I touched her head and said, "But don't worry, I haven't forgotten the promise I made to you. I've decided to stay a little longer, letting Meng Hongchen and the others go to the divine realm first while I stay behind to help you finish everything before I leave. As for the power of the sun and Moon Empire, I've thought it through and will hand it over to Orange. She's my first woman and understands me the best." After spending some intimate moments with Ling'er, I gathered all the ministers for a meeting in the Ming Palace. In front of everyone, I directly announced, in 6 months, I have decided to go to the divine realm. As for the Empress Meng Hongchen and the national guardian beast Wang Dong'er, they will prepare to ascend to the divine realm in a week. But that wasn't all. I cleared my throat and continued, "From today on, the position of national master is abolished. The national guardian beast will be taken over by the Snow Empress from now on. As for the burden of this entire empire, I am handing it all over to Orange, and you all better assist her well. Do you hear me?" I have to say, after finishing this sentence, I felt a bit dazed myself. Goodness, back in the day, I calculated and schemed just to climb to this position, and what happened? I hadn't even warmed my seat for a few years before I had to clap my hands and leave. To be honest, if I said I had no attachment at all, that would be a lie. After all, who wouldn't be confused by power? The ministers down below were in an uproar, kneeling all over the place, crying out for your majesty to reconsider. Who understands my family? You wouldn't believe the scene if you didn't know better. You'd think I had passed away. But my mind was made up. What was there to talk about with them? I just shot them a glance, and with the power of fate unleashed, it was clear as day who among them was loyal and who was a schemer. Their resumes and hidden motives were transparent to me. Next came the time for a big cleanup. I called out names right there. This one dismissed. That one get lost. And those 4 who were the most unruly, dragged out and dealt with. After all that, 1/10 of the seats in the court were suddenly vacant. There was no choice. I could keep these troublemakers in check, but since Orange had just taken office, I had to pave the way for her and clear all the landmines. Once everything was settled, I stood up, walked over to Orange, and said with a smile, "From now on, you are the Empress of the Sun and Moon Empire, the sole ruler of this continent." Orange was so excited. Her eyes were red, and she trembled as she walked over. I pulled her into my embrace and quietly told her, "Once my plan succeeds, I will take you to the divine realm. Tonight, I will tell you all my backup plans and strategies. The handover ceremony was grand. Orange officially ascended to the throne as she received the imperial seal from my hands. As for me, I gracefully turned around and left the entire stage to her. After finishing the important matters, I turned to find my brother-in-law, laughing dust. As soon as he saw me, he wore a glum face, looking particularly dejected, and said, "So, are you all leaving?" As soon as I saw him like that, I knew this guy's mentality had collapsed. Once the top talent of the first day of the sun and moon, now he is watching us all ascend to godhood one by one. While he is still stuck in Contra, who wouldn't be broken by that? I joked with him, "What's wrong? Did you get hit hard?" He let out a and said, "How can I not be hit hard? I used to think I was awesome, but now I can't even make it into the top 10. I patted him on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, I can forget anyone, but I can't forget you. I can only help you pave the way to becoming a god, but how far you can go depends on yourself." As soon as he heard this, his eyes lit up. "Really?" "Of course." I explained my grand plan to him. Once I upgrade the entire sun and moon dimension to the divine realm, when the dimension suppression is lifted with your talent, becoming a god will be a piece of cake. Then I painted a big picture for him, saying that when he reaches the limit of Douluo, I have prepared a super gift for him. The dark golden terraclaw bear from the Stardow Forest, the Bear King. He could become its spirit. The kid was so eager that he insisted I give it to him right now. I rolled my eyes and said that the beast god Gu Yuna hasn't agreed yet, and besides, at your current level, you can't handle it. This matter needs to wait until my cooperation with Gu Yuna is solidified. Then I'll use the technology of artificial spirits to trade with her. After our chat, I gave him a token and told him, within 10 years, we will definitely meet again. Keep getting stronger, and don't forget your original dream. I turned around and walked away without looking back, but I knew that this proud guy was crying. My wife, Meng Hongshun, was crying in my arms, asking why I didn't take her brother with me. I could only explain to her, for his future to become stronger, for our companionship for millions of years to come. This 10-year separation is worth it. Let me tell you, while we are here performing the deep bond of brother and sister, facing life and death, those big shots in the divine realm are not idle either. The god of destruction is watching the mortal realm's drama with his top lieutenant, the god of pride, as if they were watching a live broadcast. The god of destruction said, "Look at this kid, this arrogance. He just the perfect heir tailored for you. Goodness, they are actually conducting direct hiring in the divine realm. It turns out I was originally the first choice for the god of destruction, but now I'm already burdened with the two divine positions of the god of Shura and the god of destruction, so I'm out of slots. Meanwhile, their so-called god of original sin is lacking manpower for the divine punishment formation, and since the god of pride has upgraded to a god king, he needs to find a successor to guard the formation. Looking at it this way, my big brother-in-law is a perfect match for the role. At the same time, another person is not idle either. Who? Tang-san. This guy's actions are even more heavyweight. He directly wields the Shura sword and blocks the doors of the fire god and water god. What is he doing? Forcing them to transfer their divine positions to my wife, Meng Hongshun, just because my wife has the Ice Fire Dragon King bloodline and can inherit perfectly. He is trying to forcibly create another god king. This move is simply the divine realm's version of understand the applause. If you don't agree, then fight. So domineering. Without discussing the intrigues of the divine realm, I also started my farewell tour. The first stop is the War God Hall, looking for Lan Fatsi. I directly fused the heart of the sea god I got from signing in her body and sealed the sea god's trident inside. I want to see what expression Tang, San as precious daughter, will have when the two sea gods face off in the future. The second stop is the palace of Lexuan. This girl has a bit of a complicated relationship, but I can't just abandon her. I directly placed the imperial seal of the Doling Empire in front of her and told her, farewell gift, a country, do you like it? She was completely stunned at that moment. Then, let me tell you, this is no mere breakup gift. This is simply a farewell ceremony. To make me let my guard down, she was so obedient that she even called her father over. From the afternoon until the next morning, she tried on all the clothes in the palace. Anyway, by the time I left, I truly had nothing left. After resting for a day and recovering, I went to the third stop, the Tang Sec base, looking for Tanya. I initially wanted to give her some advice, but goodness, just as I was about to sneak up from behind and hug her, she suddenly phased out, and I ended up hugging thin air. I just realized that this girl is no longer the naive one she used to be. She has merged with the essence of time and gained the power of the dragon of time and space. Her strength is already on par with Meng Hongshun. She doesn't even need me to arrange anything. She can thrive in the divine realm on her own. She's even wearing black stockings, teasing me with that sickly sweet gaze. But I just finished a meeting with Ling'er and my sage mode is solid, so I directly rejected her. Of course, I didn't forget my serious business. Tanya reported to me that there has been a breakthrough in the research of artificial soul spirits. Although the success rate is still less than 1%, they're already able to create 1,000-year soul spirits. She said that within 10 years, the technology will be completely perfected. Upon hearing this, I thought it was great. I now have more bargaining chips for negotiating with Guyuna. As a result, this little enchantress saw my satisfaction and started flirting with me again, asking if Your Majesty wouldn't give her a reward. Sigh, there is no helping it. For the sake of my future plans, I might as well sacrifice a bit of myself. Finally, I went to the Ming Palace Hall to find Orange. She was dressed in a dragon robe, sitting on the throne handling memorials, even using a mirror clone, looking overwhelmed. I used my power of fate to conceal my form and quietly approached her from behind, covering her eyes with my hands. She was startled, and when she saw it was me, she breathed a sigh of relief. This woman, after becoming an empress, has become bolder and even started role-playing with me, asking, "What brings the former emperor to see me? Can I indulge her?" I directly pounced on her like a hungry tiger and pinned her to the throne. As for what happened next, well, I took care of several of her clones that were handling state affairs. This woman is tough. In order to conceive my child and solidify her position, she was truly more relentless than a juicer. While I was almost done for, she stepped in herself, ensuring that every shot hit its mark. Afterwards, I lay on the ground like a dead dog, and she contentedly pulled out the largest jade device from the soul guide, making sure not to waste a single drop. I was so numb that I weakly said, "I originally came to remind you of important matters." She was playing with her hair while looking at me with seductive eyes and said, "Having your child is the strongest decree. You are the supreme deity in their hearts." I'm telling you, she's not bragging. Now the entire continent has the surname Lin and calls me a god. But can you believe it? Just a few thousand years ago, those guys from the Sun Moon Empire who were working on soul guides almost got taken down by the old stubborns from Douluo Continent. It was a real mess back then. Blood flowed like rivers. On the Douluo side, there were so many titled Douluos like they were raining down, while here, we were relying on a few broken iron canister bombs. Charging head first, a super Douluo could just wet you away with one hand. And what happened? That was then, and this is now. Now it's me, Lin Shuang, who has raised the Sun Moon Empire to an unprecedented height. The ultimate Douluo of the Sea God Trident, the contemporary Sea God of Sea God Island, all fall before me with a single move. Now, the entire continent is calling it the Sun Moon Plane, and I am the only true god of this era. So I understand where Orange is coming from, really understand. What she wants is not just my child, but a totem left by this god, a spiritual symbol that can stabilize the entire empire. Just as I arranged everything on the continent, my little treasures, Meng Hongchun and Wang Dong'er, all suddenly ascended to the divine realm. Let me tell you, that scene was something else. As soon as they landed, it was all misty around them, and the air was sweet like it had sugar added. Before they could figure things out, a group of ancient-looking priests rushed over, bowing and scraping, greeting the goddesses and the Dragon King. The spectacle was incredible. And who came to greet them? Guess what? Tang-san. Yes, that's Sea God Tang-san. This guy stood there with a waterfall of blue hair, looking like the final boss. And when he turned around and saw Wang Dong'er, he wasn't surprised at all. Instead, he smiled and said, "Long time no see. Congratulations, the 6th law enforcement God King of the Divine Realm." Damn, family, who understands this? This spoiler is too direct. At that time, Wang Dong'er was just a level 2 god, and he directly read out the ending. Dong'er was straightforward and said, "Less nonsense. Take us to the center of the Divine Realm. We want to level up." Next came the heavyweight segment. Tang-san took them into the law enforcement hall, where the 4 great god kings of destruction, life, goodness, and evil were sitting. The 5 of them stood in their positions like they were in a black hole, activating an ultimate buff. The scene was dazzling with divine light, and the power of the entire divine realm was drawn in. Wu Ming, Ye Xishui, and Long Xiaoyao shot up in strength like they were on a rocket, and in the blink of an eye, they all became level 1 gods. Meng Hongchun was even more impressive. Originally a level 1 god, after merging the powers of water and fire, she directly reached half-step God King. But that's nothing. The most explosive was Wang Dong'er. What she inherited was not a divine position, but the fate itself. A rule system player, you know. The 5 god kings teamed up to assist her, and the entire divine realm created special effects for her, with golden light radiating everywhere, and a giant dragon phantom swirling in the sky, finally merging with Wang Dong'er. She is now the dragon god of fate, the sixth powerhouse in the divine realm. With a book of fate in her hand and a golden dragon spear, everything upgraded to super artifacts. This ascension was like a collective team-building event in flashy mode. As she became stronger, I felt it from a world away. The eye of fate on my forehead buzzed and opened on its own, and a beam of golden light shot into the sky. My powers surged significantly. The little Ling'er beside me was startled, thinking I had gone mad. I chuckled and said, "It's fine. My wife is carrying the battle in the divine realm, and as her husband, I must keep up with the rhythm." I held her hand and looked at the unchanging Shrek city in the distance, asking her, "Baby, how do you want to play? Everything I promised you back then will be fulfilled today." Her expression instantly turned cold, and I could feel the hatred from afar. She said, "You promised to help me flatten Shrek and kill him. All right then." As soon as the words left my mouth, she revealed her true form. A dark purple demon tree over 1,000 meters tall burst forth from the ground, exuding a chilling aura. Countless vengeful spirits emerged from the heart of the tree. Rushing madly towards Shrek's city, a man jumped out from the city wall, shouting who dared to attack Shrek, holding a silver plate to block the attack. Ling'er couldn't even be bothered to look at him and directly controlled the vengeful spirits to self-destruct. Boom, boom, boom. The silver plate was shattered on the spot. That guy seemed to be some kind of time Douluo, still trying to open a time-space gate to show off. But Ling'er executed a 100 Ghost Knight walk followed by an ultimate soul explosion. The energy wave comparable to a full power strike from a limit Douluo. With a loud bang, the man was gone, the gate shattered, and the city gate of Shrek's city collapsed, leaving casualties everywhere. Ling'er and I just watched calmly. There's nothing we could do. After all, we're the villains. Now we've really stirred up a hornet's nest. An angry voice shouted enough, and a massive stone pillar over 10,000 meters tall came crashing down from the sky. The sea god Pavilion Master of Shrek Academy, that old man Xian, finally made his move. Unfortunately, he picked the wrong opponent. I didn't even raise an eyebrow. As soon as the eye of destiny on my forehead opened, a beam of golden light shot out, and that stone pillar instantly vanished as if it had never existed. The old man Xian had just appeared and hadn't even had a chance to strike a pose when another beam of golden light pierced through his body, taking him out on the spot. It was that simple. Such methods I cannot ignore. An angry female voice sounded, and a blonde little girl with 6 pairs of wings, looking like a bird person, flew in the sky, glaring at Ling'er. Oh, a 6-winged angel, and a super Douluo at that. She introduced herself as Angel Douluo Ye Xishui, looking like she was ready to act on behalf of justice. Just as I was about to say that Ling'er couldn't handle her, an elderly figure walked out from the ruins. The look in his eyes when he looked at Ling'er was incredibly complex, both gratified and angry. Ling'er introduced herself, the Holy Spirit sect leader, Holy Spirit Duo, Zhang. Well, the main character has appeared. This old man is Ling'er's grandfather, Zhang, the life Douluo of Shrek Academy. He wanted to persuade Ling'er to stop killing, saying he would give his life for her. Ling'er directly mocked him in return. Isn't this what you said when you called all evil soulmasters atrocities? Today, let me show you how terrifying I am as an evil soulmaster. Saying that, she swung her sword at him. The old man braced himself and took the hit, resulting in severe injuries. Then, in a more dramatic turn, a middle-aged man rushed over and stood in front of Zhang. It was Ling'er's useless father, Zhang. They began to enact a family drama, with Zhang pleading, "Ling'er, stop. If you want to kill, then kill me." I couldn't help but think, where were you before? Now you come to act like a loving father? And guess what happened next? Zhang remained resolute, seeing that he couldn't be persuaded. He pulled out a soul guide dagger and, with a swift motion, cut his own throat. Damn, he was serious about it. Now, Zhang was crying over the corpse, and Ling'er was left stunned. Before leaving, her father glanced at her and said, "Take care of yourself." In the midst of this chaos, another old Shrek guy attempted to sneak attack Ling'er, but I easily blocked it. Looking at this group of soulless individuals, I felt the timing was right and directly announced my ultimatum. You have 3 days to disband Shrek Academy. From now on, the #1 academy on the continent is my Sun Moon Royal Academy. Everyone from Shrek and Sea God Pavilion, come report to me. If anyone is dissatisfied. At this point, a playful expression appeared on my face. Just as I finished speaking, a black flame tornado charged towards me, accompanied by a noise attack that could shatter souls. My eyes narrowed. I activated the power of fate and erased this attack out of thin air. I looked up, and the sky had turned dark. A massive black phoenix overshadowed the sun, its gaze as if it wanted to devour me alive. I took a closer look and thought, oh, isn't that my old acquaintance Ma Xiaotao? After parting ways in Xingluo City, I thought this girl had dropped off the radar. I didn't expect her to not only return, but also level up significantly. Moreover, she didn't come alone. Next to her was an even fiercer flame, a fire phoenix that had also descended. Let me tell you, the scene was striking, with one side of the sky black and the other red, both forces reaching the level of a first-tier deity. Goodness, are they here to team up against me, the final boss? I kept murmuring their names in my mind. Ma Xiaotao and that Ling Ma Xiaotao transformed back into her human form, dressed in black with a high ponytail. Her little face tense, as if someone owed her millions. She glanced at the devastated Shrek city and, gritting her teeth, said to me, Zhuang Lao is dead. The cause and effect are settled. You can leave now. Hey, I couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. What does this mean? Unable to deal with the old one. And now two younger ones come to negotiate with me? I laid my cards on the table. There's no way I'm leaving. Dissolve Shrek, and everyone will merge into my Sun and Moon Royal Academy. This is my final ultimatum. Impossible. Ma Xiaotao replied with unwavering determination. I am now the Sea God Pavilion Master. If you want to dissolve Shrek, you'll have to go over my dead body. Huh. I smiled. With a wave of my hand, I directly used spatial power to send Ling'er back to Mingdu. On this continent, I could go anywhere with just a thought. It was as convenient as a ride-hailing app. Then, with a sudden motion, a dark purple giant hammer appeared in my hand. An ultimate artifact, the Hammer of Destruction. I pointed at her with a hammer in hand. All right, you want to fight, huh? I'll let you both come at me. If you lose, you'll obediently come to my Holy Spirit Church and become the leader. I'll tell you to go east, and you can't go west. Ma Xiaotao is also tough. She immediately retorted. If you lose, you have to restore the 3 great empires and change the name of the continent back to Douluo Continent. Here it's called Sun and Moon Continent. I told her word by word, while raising the hammer of destruction. The sky instantly darkened, with thunder and lightning. I looked at the two of them, a smirk on my face, and directly pointed it out. A dark phoenix and a fire phoenix with such pure bloodlines. You two wouldn't happen to have a martial soul fusion skill, would you? Oh no, it should be called a divine soul fusion skill now. As soon as I finished speaking, I struck. Divine thunder overturn. Let me tell you, that scene was unbelievable. The hammer of destruction triggered thousands of thunders, and the blue-purple lightning was striking down from the sky like it was free, turning the whole sky into an electric net, with the target being the gigantic black phoenix above. Ma Xiaotao was not holding back either, opening her mouth to unleash a mouthful of dark phoenix flames. The black flames might not be as hot as the phoenix flames, but they had a corrosive effect, just like aqua regia, disintegrating anything they touched. When the lightning and black flames collided, the space began to shatter like glass, and the chaotic energy stirred everything up. As soon as I saw that it wasn't going to work, I directly took a hit and transformed into the true form of the purple Radiance Destruction Dragon, letting out a roar and charging forward. Opening my mouth, I unleashed a beam of purple Radiance Destruction Divine Light, similar to a laser cannon. Ma Xiaotao couldn't dodge in time, and with a thud, I blasted a large hole in her phoenix true form, blood splattering everywhere. She let out a sharp scream in pain, and with black flames igniting on her claws, she clawed at me. We completely went wild, just like two feral dogs fighting, biting each other and tearing flesh. With one swipe, she tore off several scales from my dragon body, taking away a large chunk of flesh. I wasn't polite either, coiling my dragon body and sinking my teeth into her phoenix neck. The power of destruction poured in her body like crazy, while her dark phoenix flames desperately burned me. We were locked in a stalemate, hurting each other to see who would give in first. Just then, the onlooker, Ling, finally made her move. With another cry of the phoenix, an overwhelming wave of red flames surged forth, and a small black and white phoenix phantom suddenly appeared, carrying an ancient and primal aura, and directly collided with me. I was hit so hard that my blood surged, and I could only loosen my mouth and transform back into human form, my face a bit pale. I looked at the fire phoenix and sneered, Deputy Sect Master, long time no see. Ling also transformed back into human form. Looking at me with a cold smile, I never thought about joining the Holy Spirit sect. I didn't expect that the one who ultimately helped me out of trouble would be you, the Holy Sun. Ha ha ha. I burst into loud laughter, and the eye of fate on my forehead suddenly opened wide, a flash of golden light, and the injuries on my body instantly healed. Are you kidding? Competing with me in recovery ability? The Phoenix's rebirth is impressive, but my power of fate is all about being unreasonable. I gripped the hammer of destruction again and looked at the two of them. So you're finally planning to go 2 against 1, huh? I've been waiting for this. Ma Xiaotao took a deep breath and said, the conditions we discussed earlier still stand. If you agree now, it's not too late. I laughed even more happily. Admit defeat? Those 2 words don't exist in my dictionary. Don't forget, according to our original bet, Ma Xiaotao, falling into the path of the evil soul master counts as my victory. Now let's get started. I tell you, I haven't felt this sense of crisis in a long time. Every cell in my body is excited. Since that's the case, Ma Xiaotao and Feng Ling exchanged a glance, and at the same time, they unfolded their phoenix wings. That black and white little phoenix landed in Ma Xiaotao's hand, and then their figures actually began to merge, transforming into 2 beams of light that all entered the little phoenix's body. An ancient, weathered voice with supreme majesty resonated from their mouths. God of the Phoenix, descend. Goodness, things have gone awry. These 2 sisters directly summoned the will of the ancestors of the Phoenix clan. The phantom of the black and white phoenix instantly solidified, its eyes filled with the traces of time. And it whispered, the Phoenix clan has actually fallen to this extent. Then it saw me, and a terrifying pressure immediately locked onto me. A human who has inherited the bloodline of the dragon god. Let me show you the most powerful force on this continent. All things grow, while heaven and earth fall silent. A power of black and white intertwined, embodying both the gentleness of life creation and the silence of all things withering, formed a huge yin-yang grinding disc pressing towards me. My gaze was unprecedentedly solemn as I raised the hammer of destruction, draining all the hidden divine power of the thunder god from the entire plane, channeling it into a single strike. Everything struck by the thunder was obliterated. Under the thunder, all things perished. With one strike, my power absolutely reached the level of a divine king. The purple destructive thunder clashed with the black and white force of all things. And something strange happened. My destructive power was being crazily consumed. But as the extreme destruction occurred, a hint of green vitality unexpectedly emerged. The fusion of life and destruction actually formed the power of creation. The power of creation collided with the force of all things. And these 2 most fundamental powers of the universe began to merge, eventually transforming into a fist-sized energy orb that emitted a soft white light. Let me tell you, that was the force of the universe's creation, the original power of the universe. Just at that moment, I tell you, an old man suddenly jumped out from the bushes and rushed straight towards that glowing orb without a second thought. I squinted my eyes and swung the hammer of doom behind me. That person also pulled out a hammer and blocked it with a clang, but was still knocked back quite a distance. He looked at me with anger on his face. What do you want to do? As soon as I saw it, I laughed. Isn't this Tang San's father, the Haotian Duel Tang Hao from 1,000 years ago? I mocked, what are you doing? When did my things become yours to touch? All right, very good. Tang Hao was so angry that he laughed, looking at me with icy eyes. Do you know what you're doing? Of course. I waved my hand, and under the pull of the power of fate, the white light group flew directly into my hand. I waited and smiled wickedly at Tang Hao. If you want it, it's not impossible. How about trading it for your wife? Ain, this directly struck a nerve. All right, very good. Tang Hao, furious yet laughing, had the Haotian hammer in his hand explode with 9 colors of light. Wow, Tang San is really filial, actually giving his father the source power of a plane. He pointed the hammer at me. That last strike must have exhausted all your power, right? What do you have to fight me with now? Of course, it's us. As soon as I finished speaking, the Snow Emperor and Tangya instantly appeared beside me. Tangya had fused with the source of time and had also become a level 1 god, while the Snow Emperor was a terrifying level 2 god. Tang Hao's face turned green. He still wanted to persuade Tangya. As my descendant, are you also going to fight against me? Tangya directly mocked him. When the Tang sect was down and out, Haotian sect said, we help in emergencies, not in poverty. How many years did that leave me alone and miserable? Now you talk about family ties with me. Don't you find it ridiculous? Tang Hao then looked at Ma Xiaotao, trying to win her over. If we join forces to kill him, we can destroy the Sun and Moon Empire. However, Ma Xiaotao let out a cold laugh, and without saying a word, she transformed into a dark phoenix and charged straight at Tang Hao. She still remembered how Tang San's family had plotted against her back in Star Luo City. Compared to them, I seemed like a handsome enemy. I watched the chaotic scene and even had the time to joke with Snow Empress and the others. What do you think? Is this script interesting? Ma Xiaotao directly burned Tang Hao with the dark phoenix flame. Although Tang Hao protected himself with a 9-color divine light, it consumed a huge amount of divine power. He wanted to run, but found that the space was locked by me. In terms of space, you're no match for me. I smiled at him. Tang Hao shouted fiercely, "You want to kill me? Do you have a guts? Kill you?" I raised an eyebrow, and the Azura sword sheath appeared in my hand. Although there was no sword, the sheath could still use divine techniques. The blood-red domain unfolded instantly, and I pointed at him from afar. Azura, judgment. The 6 paths of blood-red light pierced directly through the 9-color divine light, enveloping Tang Hao's entire body, causing him to scream in pain. The Azura sword sheath shattered after this use. Just when Tang Hao managed to catch his breath, Tanya moved. A blue-silver overlord spear pierced through his chest with a puff, crazily devouring his life force. He never expected that he would die under the soul skill of his own son's martial soul. Let me tell you, it's a hell of a joke. I looked up at the sky, as if I could see Tang San's angry face from the divine realm. I laughed loudly to the heavens, my figure flashed, and I directly ascended on the spot, heading to the divine realm. As soon as I arrived in the divine realm, Wang Dong'er appeared in front of me and, without saying a word, grabbed my hand and ran. "Hurry to the law enforcement hall. Tang San won't let you go." We arrived at the Hall of Justice without any obstacles, and the 5 great gods were already waiting there. Tang San was also present, his face calm to the point of being terrifying, but I knew that a volcano was erupting inside him. The god of destruction directly said, "Prepare to inherit the power." I walked to the center, and Tang San and the god of destruction simultaneously unleashed their divine powers into my body. However, the 2 forces clashed directly within me, creating a chaotic mix, and even the power of fate couldn't suppress it. I almost crashed right then and there. The kind goddess reminded me, "The powers within you are too chaotic." I understood instantly. I immediately went through a wave of decluttering. The eye of fate on my forehead fell off, flying towards Wang Dong'er, merging with her third eye. The space divine core within me was also stripped away and thrown back to the lower realm to give to Tanya. At this point, only the powers of Azura and destruction remained within me, and they finally settled down, beginning to thoroughly merge with me. I opened my eyes again. My left, I was blood red, and my right, I was dark purple. The control of the central authority of the divine realm has shifted from Tang San to me. Even the god of destruction sighed. "Congratulations to you." I looked at Tang San, and to my surprise, there was a hint of a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. I knew this matter was not over. If he had decisively acted just now, I might have been in real danger, but now I have become one of the strongest gods in the divine realm, my wings fully grown, and I no longer fear him. Meanwhile, in the lower realm's Stardow forest, the silver dragon king, Gu Yuna, looked up at the sky, a smile on her lips. She said to DTon, "I plan to enter the divine realm. Shuang has killed Tang San's father, and they will inevitably break apart. This is our only opportunity." In the sea god palace of the divine realm, Tang San sat alone on the throne, his gaze so cold it could freeze time and space. Shuang, "Oh Shuang, I had high hopes for you," he muttered to himself. "I originally planned to let you live a little longer, but now it seems you deserve to die." After saying this, his figure had already disappeared. I still underestimated this man who had been scheming for 10,000 years. My father died at my hands, and Tang San, that old fellow, could no longer hold back. Once this brat stopped pretending, he immediately set me up with a big deal. "I was telling you, I'm still having tea with the god of destruction and destruction brother," when suddenly I felt something was off. The golden trident I previously gave to Blue Buddha for self-defense. Guess what? Someone took it right in front of Tanya. Goodness. Tanya is a top-tier level 1 god. Who could steal something right on her nose? This situation feels quite sinister. Destruction brother noticed my expression and asked me what was wrong, casually mentioning the dragon god and asking for my opinion. What can I say? I directly pulled out a small white light sphere and said to him, "See this? It's the primal force of the universe." I told him that with this thing, we could not only deal with a dragon god, but could also mass-produce god kings ourselves, so he could relax. However, just as I finished my drink, a chilling sense of foreboding hit me. Oh no, something bad is about to happen. Even though I lost my eye of fate, this intuition is strong, and I must listen to it. I told Destruction Brother that I needed to go down to the lower realms to check things out, and without another word, I tore open a space and went down. I'm not worried about the divine realm, with Chioer and Dream Red Dust here. That old Six Tang Sin wouldn't stand a chance to pull any tricks. As soon as I landed, I rushed to Mingdu and found Tanya. She wasn't surprised to see me and immediately told me that the one who snatched the trident was a streak of golden light, so fast that even she couldn't see its trajectory. I was dumbfounded at that moment. Who was it? Someone who could manipulate space better than me? The situation got even crazier when Tang Ye said that not only was the trident gone, but Tang San's wife and daughter, Jiang Nanan and Tang Wudong, also seemed to have vanished into thin air at almost the same time. Family, who understands? All the clues just lined up perfectly. This wasn't something Tang San, that old six, did. I took the destruction hammer on the spot. A big battle was probably not far off, so I had to quickly leave myself an escape route. My next stop was the Sun Moon Royal Academy. I needed to find Ma Xiaotao. When I arrived, this girl was lounging on the sofa, her long legs on display. TSK, TSK. I didn't waste time and got straight to the point. Hand over the original source of Yang left by your Phoenix God. Of course, she refused, so I directly showed the destruction hammer, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Guess what she said? She said that thing had already fused with her, and the only way to get it out was through yin-yang harmony and dual cultivation. I was shocked at that moment. Was this some new way of extortion? She even set conditions, wanted me to give her a dark god's position as compensation. Fine, for the greater good. I held back. Then, you know what happened? A ding sounded in my head, successfully signing in with Ma Xiaotao, and I even got a young dark phoenix as a bonus. Just when I was busy celebrating love. A big incident happened to my wife, Wang Dong'er, in the divine realm. That old dog Tang San was done playing around. He brought along a guy with blood-red hair and another with blue hair, even calling his daughter Tang Wudong, and directly cornered my wife. I tell you, this lineup was outrageous. Can you guess who the guy with blood-red hair was? The first-generation Shura God, Tang San's teacher. These old-timers are really playing dirty. Their goal was simple, to kill Xiao'er and transfer all her power to Tang Wudong. But they really underestimated my wife. Xiao'er is now the goddess of fate, wielding 3 supreme artifacts, holding her own against both Tang San and the first-generation Shura God, fighting back fiercely without losing ground. The scene cuts back to me. After dealing with Ma Xiaotao, I hurriedly found Xiao. This girl was still in class, so I used spatial transfer to pull her out. When she saw me, she thought she was dreaming. In short, after a series of operations, I shared my plan with her. Her 3 lives town soul, called her martial soul, was the key to everything. This girl would start as the strongest god king in the future. Just as I was giving Xiao special guidance, the battle in the divine realm had already intensified. Seeing they couldn't take down Xiao'er, Tang San called for reinforcements. Good grief, the god of emotion, Rong Yinbing, and the first-generation sea god, Poseidon, had also arrived. It was 4 against 1. No, it should be 5 against 2, because our big dad, the Silver Dragon King, Gu Yina, had also arrived. Gu Yina was incredibly powerful now. Her silver dragon spear had even surpassed the limits of supreme artifacts, and she single-handedly held off the strongest first-generation Shura God. Tang San and the others wanted to focus fire and take down Xiao'er. Rong Yinbing started chanting a spell, and the incantation was so long that I wanted to fast forward. A move called Destruction, awakening of the 7 luminaries, smashed down, threatening to destroy heaven and earth. My wife is incredibly fierce. Just when it seemed unstoppable, she made a decision that nobody expected. She shouted blast and detonated her super artifact, the Book of Fate. With that explosion, the entire divine realm was stunned. A terrifying energy storm swept through everything, and all the gods sensed it, rushing over like mad. Tang San and their ambush plan was completely ruined. Just as the first Shura god broke free from Gu Yuna and retreated to Tang San's side. Both sides were at a standoff when a true big shot descended. A roar that shook the divine realm echoed. Tang San. A figure appeared in the center of the battlefield, pointing at Tang San and scolding him. I entrusted the core of the divine realm to you, but you surrounded and killed the law god king of the divine realm. What exactly do you want to do? He then turned to the first Shura god and questioned. Shura, Tang San's ulterior motives, what about you? The first Shura god remained unperturbed and coldly replied, shouldn't the remnants of the dragon clan die? The dragon god must never appear in the divine realm again. This statement left even the big shot momentarily speechless. After all, they were all involved in quelling the dragon god rebellion back in the day. But guess what? Just when the atmosphere reached a freezing point, Shuang, made a dazzling entrance. Let me tell you, that scene was simply like a king's return. I didn't come alone. Behind me was a huge crowd that left Tang San and his group dumbfounded. I won't even mention the old couple of the destruction of life. My 2 dragon god wives, Wang Xiao'er and Meng Hongchun, exuded a godly aura. Then there were the fierce individuals under my command, the 7 deadly Sin gods, along with familiar faces like Bibi Dong, Qianren Xue, and Yi Xishui, all present. My goodness, The spectacle was so grand that anyone who didn't know would think the Divine Realm was holding a New Year's party. I stepped forward and looked at Tang San's face, which had already started to turn green, and directly mocked him. Tang San. Oh, Tang San. Do you think too highly of yourself? You still want to ambush my wife, Wang Xiaotao? Don't you think, if the god of fate can't even see his own destiny clearly, then that divine position is better off being fed to the dogs? I tell you, I've already figured out his little schemes very clearly. Before, I didn't understand. Purely because I didn't know that the golden light stealing the trident was that old rascal Poseidon. Once I guessed it was him, the whole plan seemed as transparent as an open book exam to me. At this moment, Tanya, who was behind me, stepped forward, radiating charisma, and calmly announced, I am Tanya, the god of time and space, the seventh law enforcement god king of the divine realm. Family, who understands? This shout completely stunned the opponents. They had blocked the divine realm's central control, making themselves blind as bats, completely unaware that there had been a major overhaul within the divine realm. Tanya is now dual cultivating time and space. Her strength has skyrocketed. Then came the name-calling. It was like a public execution. Life and death gods, Shuang Ling, god of pride, Xiao Hongshun, goddess of ice and snow. The Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor combined, their combat power nearly rivaling that of God King. Evil God, Mo Ran, god of death, Hu Hao. One by one, I named the dishes, each one representing the top-tier combat power among the first-level gods. Even Ding and Xiaozhe and Feng Ling have secured their divine positions. The most explosive news is that Ma Xiaotao directly obtained the position of the Dark God, instantly becoming a God King. Tang San's face was completely unviewable, but what truly left him dumbfounded was seeing two more people standing beside me. Second-generation evil god Zhang and second-generation good goddess Lai Yan. These two are his close buddies. Zhang sighed and calmly said, Tang San, this time you're wrong. Let me tell you, the impact of this sentence is greater than bringing 1,000 gods with me. Look at Tang San. He looks around and finds that he's left with only Rong Yinbing, Poseidon, and Azura, along with a few old buddies who are second-level gods. It's truly desolate. The 7 elemental gods are all on my side. What does he have to fight against me? I looked at him, too lazy to make a move, and directly declared, actually, you lost from the very beginning. The moment I stepped into the divine realm and became the law enforcement god king, you were utterly defeated. Tang San sighed deeply, knowing the situation was hopeless, and still want to struggle a bit. He took the broken sword from the hands of the Shura god and pointed it at me, saying, let's fight one-on-one. It made me laugh. What time is it? And he has still trying to play the hero. I directly refused. You wish. Do I look like the kind of brain-dead protagonist who would give the villain a chance to turn the tables? Not a chance. He was completely desperate and threw the Shura demon sword to me. I caught it and weighed it in my hand. It was quite heavy. He said, I lost. I'm the mastermind. Just kill me. Let the others go. I glanced at the group of people behind me and thought, fine, I'll save face. I waved my hand and declared, death can be avoided, but living punishment cannot. I ordered everyone, separate and imprison them. At my command, my people surged forward. The Shrek's 7 monsters were taken away by the elemental god. The Azura god and the sea god were taken away by the first generation of the good and evil god kings. And his daughter Tang Wudong was sealed of her divine power and taken away by Wang Xiaotao. They were all locked up in small dark rooms scattered across the divine realm. Let's see how they plan to escape together. After dealing with these people, I looked around and suddenly smiled. Back when I was 18, I was just an ant worrying about my survival. But now, in my 20s, I am the strongest. Tang San is in my hands. It's like child's play. It's time to change the rules of the divine realm. I cleared my throat and directly announced, from today onwards, the divine realm will establish 3 supreme god kings and 12 law enforcement god kings. Does anyone have any objections? The evil god king frowned and asked, then who will be the supreme god king? Of course, it would be me. I wouldn't let anyone else take it. He had nothing to say. As the powers of Azura and destruction were in my hands, if I didn't take it, who would? He then asked, what about the other 2? One would be the dragon god. I was planning to eliminate that unfortunate fellow, the golden dragon king, so that my wife, Guyuna, could fuse with the dragon core and become a true, complete dragon god. As soon as I said this, many old gods changed their expressions. But when they looked at the row of god kings standing behind me, none of them dared to speak up. And the third one? I laughed. And with a wave of my hand, the divine barrier became transparent like glass, allowing everyone to see a dimension being devoured. Let me tell you, this entrance method completely burned out the CPUs of these old guys. Before us stood a massive cauldron, wildly consuming the power of the entire sun and moon dimension, with two identical cauldrons beside it. The three lives soul-settling cauldron, Xiao Zhao's martial soul. She had taken the essence of the Phoenix God and the cosmic essence I provided, and now she was refining the entire sun and moon dimension into the third cauldron, merging three cauldrons into one. World Cauldron, manifest! With a loud boom, the three cauldrons fused into a 9-color cauldron, and just like that, the entire sun and moon dimension vanished, transformed into a new world sealed within the cauldron. Xiao Xiao held the world cauldron and stepped into the divine realm, her aura unmistakably that of a supreme god king, practically performing a cyber ascension on the spot. She calmly scanned the audience. Lin Xuan's will is my will. Anyone have objections? Shall we have a fight? Fight? How to fight? The entire place fell silent. The evil god king let out a bitter laugh, fully resigned. What about the 12 law-enforcing god kings? I will start calling names directly. Destruction, life, good and evil. Jidong, Flame, and my wife group Wang Xiaotao, Ming Hongshun, Ma Xiaotao, and the others, a total of 12, arranged clearly. As for Tang San and his group, they have long been kicked out. All right, you all go help Guyu deal with the Golden Dragon King. I waved my hand, took Xiao Xiao, and disappeared. We had some personal matters to attend to. What personal matters? Of course, it's time for a big cleanup. We went straight to those small black rooms, where Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Tang Wudong were directly packed away by Xiao Xiao into the world cauldron. As for the remaining guys, including Tang San and the god of Shura, well, they all became my experience packs for breaking through to the supreme god king. I gladly accepted the killing intent and divine blood they possessed. Tang San's ocean god's power was conveniently given to Tang Wudong, allowing her to also attain the strength of an old-fashioned god king. Of course, those 4 women were crazily signed in and checked in by me, and now there's S-movement in their bellies. Although they hate me, they can only resign themselves to fate. In the end, Tang Wudong became the 13th law enforcement god king. From then on, our new divine realm, which had 3 supreme god kings and 13 law enforcement god kings, began its path of crazy expansion. As for that so-called system, it had long disappeared to some corner of the universe. After that thing was gone, let me tell you, life in our divine realm was simply fantastic. Just think about it. With 3 supreme god kings stationed and 13 law enforcement god kings below, each capable of crushing a star system with one hand. With this configuration, who in the entire universe would dare to provoke us? Therefore, our only task at that time was one word: devour. Literally, to devour. You know, there are many little worlds in the universe that are about to perish or have just been born for a short time. In the past, we didn't have the leisure to care for them, but it was different now, folks. We focused on resource recycling and reuse. Our divine realm was like a super gigantic server, scanning the universe for these wild folders, finding one, evaluating it, and if it was valuable, directly packaging it and dragging it into our divine realm's big hard drive. The origins and laws of those worlds would all be digested by the core of our divine realm, becoming part of us. I tell you, during that time, the territory of our divine realm grew larger by the day, and the divine power density meter was about to explode. Just by walking down the street and taking a breath, I felt my cultivation skyrocketing. Every day's work was to hold meetings, discovering several new worlds again today. Hey, you in Area A, lead the team to devour that one. You in Area B, be quick. Don't let the neighboring Area C steal your performance. The whole divine realm was filled with, how should I put it, a kind of joyful harvest, like a buffet, grabbing everything delicious into our plates. This good life probably lasted for several hundred years. But guess what happened? Constantly walking by the river, how can one not get their shoes wet? One day, something went wrong. At that time, we were devouring a star cluster located at the edge of the chaotic void, a place where not even a bird would defecate, which should have been the simplest cold dish. However, a team of law enforcement god kings we sent over, as soon as they probed their divine power in, the signal was cut off. It wasn't the kind of signal indicating a failed devour, but they were eliminated in an instant. The life signs of the entire team just vanished. Good heavens, the command center of the divine realm exploded on the spot. Who understands? We had god kings all over the place, and yet we could be counter-killed? What kind of interstellar joke was that? At that time, my father Tang San, along with the god of life and the god of destruction, their faces suddenly darkened. This situation was unusual. Even if we encountered a hidden big shot, it shouldn't have been to the extent that not even a distress signal could be sent out, right? They immediately dispatched a second wave of people, this time led by Rong Yinbing, the chef who was skilled in ice and fire. He took 4 other law enforcement god kings with him, which could be considered a luxurious lineup, to investigate the situation. All of us were watching their real-time footage through the core of the divine realm. I have to tell you, as soon as they entered that star domain, I felt uncomfortable all over. The laws of that place were as chaotic as a pot of mixed porridge, completely lacking system. The laws of our divine realm are like a finely decorated villa, emphasizing order, stability, and harmony. And that place? It's just a rough house. No, it can't even be called a rough house. It's an open-air latrine. Everything is chaotic, disordered, filled with primal malice. Not long after Rong Nianbing and the others entered, they were surrounded by a bunch of strange entities. These things looked bizarre. It was hard to tell if they were living beings or energy bodies, just a mass of wriggling chaos emanating an ominous aura. They had no eyes, no mouths, but all of us could feel a pure, unmasked sense of hunger. The next second, they went straight into battle. Rong Nianbing and the others as law enforcers were figures that could shake the universe with a stomp outside, but here, it was like they had entered hell mode. Their proud divine king laws hit those chaotic bodies like a cow sinking into the sea, at most making the opponent's colors fade a little before they quickly return to normal. On the contrary, those chaotic bodies had a sneaky and unreasonable way of attacking, just swarming in to pollute your divine power with their chaotic laws. Your divine power, which was originally pure water, turned into ink as soon as they touched it, rendering it completely unusable. Before long, Rong Nianbing and the others couldn't hold on anymore and were forced to retreat step by step. Just as they were about to repeat the fate of the first wave of teams, a distress signal shot out like a firework, directly transmitted back to the divine realm. Now they had stirred up a hornet's nest. My father, Tang San, opened his eyes wide, and the entire divine realm fell silent for 3 seconds. He glanced at the screen, and without saying a word, he stepped out in one stride. I quickly followed him. How could I miss such excitement? By the time we arrived, Rong Nianbing and the others were already compressed into a very small space, desperately holding up with a barrier set up by several divine kings. Surrounded by a dense and endless swarm of chaotic bodies, my father didn't even glance at those minions. His gaze pierced through the entire battlefield, looking deep into the chaos of the starry realm. I followed his gaze, and although I couldn't see exactly what it was, I could feel that there was an extremely terrifying consciousness there, the very source of this chaos. My father didn't rush to save anyone. He simply extended a finger and gently pointed at the void. With that single motion, the entire chaotic battlefield instantly froze. All time, space, and laws were suspended. Only then did he leisurely pull Rong Nianbing and the others out of the encirclement. You all go back first, he said without looking back. Rong Nianbing and the others had seen their fair share of the world, but this time they were truly terrified, their faces pale, and without a word. They teleported back to the divine realm. Only my father and I remained at the scene, along with the infinitely frozen, chaotic monsters. My father gazed into the depths of that starry realm and slowly spoke. His voice was not loud, but it echoed throughout the chaotic space. Show yourself. As soon as the words left his mouth, the darkness at the deepest part of the starry realm began to contract, eventually coalescing into a gigantic humanoid silhouette. It was so large that we felt like 2 ants standing at the feet of a giant. Its entire body was composed of the purest chaos, lacking facial features, only a vague outline of a face. I can tell from my father's expression that this is serious. The look on his face is one I've never seen before. It's so grave. The intruder of order. The chaos giant didn't emit sound, but rather a thought that resonated directly in our souls here. You are not welcome. My father let out a cold laugh. All things in the universe have their order. Your chaotic existence should not have appeared in the first place. Order? That chaotic giant seemed to have heard some cosmic joke, and the entire space began to tremble due to its mental fluctuations. Order is just one possibility of the universe, while chaos is another. We are the true face of the universe. In the next moment, that chaotic giant moved. It simply raised a hand slowly and pressed down towards us. In that instant, I felt all the laws around me disappear. Indeed, they vanished. Not suppressed, not distorted, but completely returned to nothingness. My father quickly shielded me behind him, and the trident of the sea god appeared in his hand, emitting endless blue light, forming an absolute domain of order that barely resisted the downward pressure of that hand. My father didn't continue to take action. He simply laid down a massive seal at the entrance of that universe, woven from the powers of 6 deities: Azura, sea god, life, destruction, goodness, and evil, temporarily trapping those creatures inside. When he returned, his expression was unprecedentedly grim. He gathered all the gods and said one thing: prepare for war. This time, the enemy is not on the same dimension as anything we've encountered before. As soon as he said this, I tell you, the entire hall of gods fell silent. You could hear a pin drop. Who among us isn't a character that could shake the universe with just a stomp? The Azura God, Sea God, life, destruction, goodness, evil. These 6 heavyweights were all present, and yet my father's words left us all in stunned silence. Not on the same dimension. What does that mean? It's like we are max-level characters in a game, fully equipped, and then someone else is the game administrator who can just delete your account if they don't like you. How do you even fight that? The atmosphere froze, and the first to crack was the Azura God, who, with his bad temper, instantly stood up, fists cracking, and shouted, "What are we afraid of? No matter the dimension. Let's just fight. My big sword is already itching for action." At that moment, I felt a jolt in my heart. Brother, that's real courage. Sure enough, my father didn't even lift his eyelids and coldly replied, "You go? What will you fight with? Are you going to use your Azura powers as dessert for them?" This statement was like a thunderclap, leaving the Azura God dumbfounded, mouth agape, unable to speak for a long time. The rest of us also looked on in disbelief. What the heck? Our divine powers are food to them? My father saw our ghostly expressions and sighed before explaining everything. He said those creatures come from a cursed place ruled by something called the Mother of Deep Crimson. They don't cultivate or need faith. They simply exist to devour. They treat each universe like a cafeteria and our divine powers as the finest buffet. The more fiercely we fight them, the more deliciously they feast and grow stronger. Now, there's nothing left to say. Even the most reckless god of Shura has sat down, questioning existence. The sea god is there, endlessly rubbing his trident, his brows furrowed enough to squash a fly, clearly engaged in a frantic brainstorming session. But it seems his CPU is overheating without coming up with a solution. The 2 heavyweights, life and destruction, represent life and death respectively, and now a being that treats both life and death as snacks has appeared. They exchange a glance. And let me tell you, their eyes were filled with confusion, primarily asking who they are and where they are. The entire hall was terrifyingly silent. After a long while, it was the kind-hearted goddess, usually a gentle aunt, her voice trembling, who asked my father, "So, Tang-san, what should we do? We can't just wait to be eaten, can we?" My father's gaze swept over everyone, and the look in his eyes was a heaviness I had never seen before. He said, "Waiting for death is definitely not an option. Fighting head-on is suicide. So, we are left with only one path." Everyone's eyes instantly focused on him. From destruction comes rebirth. From death comes life. My father enunciated clearly, we must create a power that even they cannot devour, one that can even harm them in return. What kind of power is that? The god of destruction asked eagerly. My father took a deep breath and proposed a plan that made all of us feel a chill down our spines. He said he wanted to use the core primordial divine powers of our 7 divine realms and 7 divine kings as a foundation, combined with his own extraordinary power, to forcibly forge a brand new blade of creation that transcends the understanding of all deities. Goodness, I was taken aback. Isn't this just laying bare all our secrets and making a huge gamble? If it succeeds, it would be incredibly impressive, but what if it fails? If we lose all our core primordial powers, wouldn't the entire divine realm collapse right then and there, disbanding on the spot? This was truly a heavy pressure placed upon us. My father also knows how ridiculous this matter is. He didn't force us. He just laid out this plan on the table. He said, "I know this is crazy, and the success rate might not even reach 10%. But this is our only hope." After he finished speaking, the entire hall of gods fell into a deathly silence once again, and the faces of each god king were filled with struggle and determination. Synopsis: traveling through the Douluo Continent, becoming the descendant of the strongest soul master of the Sun and Moon Empire, Silver Moon Douluo, and obtaining the goddess sign-in system. Starting with signing in to the Death God Douluo Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in to Death God Ye Xishui, obtaining the killing god domain. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in to Wang Dong'er, obtaining the left arm bone of the 10,000-year bright holy dragon. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in